Where's your man? To address the official, he's still sick in bed. When do you plan to pay your taxes? Please be assured we will not miss the final deadline. In the darkness, Chen Sansi heard a conversation between a man and a woman. The man was aggressive, while the woman was pleading for leniency. Hiss. He struggled to open his eyelids, and what came into view was an entirely unfamiliar environment. Where is this? Wasn't I working overtime? Hez. Chen Sansi's head suddenly throbbed with pain, as a tide of memories that didn't belong to him flooded his mind, forcing him to accept a fact. Have I transmigrated? This place was Po Yang County, a remote small county in the Dasheng dynasty. The original inhabitant lived outside the county town in Yanbian village. He was a full-time, impoverished scholar whose family survived on his father's hunting, leading a barely acceptable life. Until half a year ago, after his father set off for the mountains at night, he never returned. With the loss of the family's pillar and the failure of the original inhabitant's child exam, the double blow led to a serious illness. That's when Chen Sansi transmigrated. Ah, brother, you're awake. A woman, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, entered the house. She was overjoyed to see the young man waking up. She hurried to the bedside, her already ill-fitting garment shaking violently as she ran, as if there were two rabbits tumbling inside. This woman was named Gu Xinlin. She was a child bride bought by the original inhabitant's father when he was very young. She had always taken care of the original inhabitant like an elder sister, staying loyal even after his father's death and through his illness. However, the original inhabitant seemed to have looked down on this sister quite a bit. Being the descendant of criminals, she was sent to the frontier and nearly sold to a brothel, making her the lowest of the low class. Considering himself far superior, the original inhabitant had believed he would one day pass the exams and marry a well-to-do woman, becoming a successful man. He thought she wasn't good enough for him and treated her like a servant on a regular basis. Brother, how are you feeling? Gu Xinlin sat down by the bed and placed her hand on the young man's forehead, exclaiming with surprise, the fever's gone. Chen Sansi sat up and tried to move his body. Aside from some weakness, there was nothing seriously wrong with him, as the illness had disappeared with his transmigration. Truly the blessing of the gods. Gu Xinlin was visibly relieved. Brother, you drink your medicine first, I'll go fix you some food. Watching her walk away, her tortoise-like hips ready to burst from her clothing, Chen Sansi spent 10 minutes digesting his current situation. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. He'd always been quick to adapt to his environment. Since he'd come to this world, he needed to figure out how to live well. He picked up the bitter medicinal soup and drank it all at once, then went to the next room. He saw Gu Xinlin almost entirely inside the rice bin, just her hips stuck out, as she struggled to scoop out some grain. After much effort, she managed to gather a small handful of millet. Since the death of the original inhabitant's father, the family had lost its source of income. Moreover, the original inhabitant's recent illness had completely depleted their savings, bringing them to the brink of utter destitution. Just now, was that the tax collector for the autumn taxes? Chen Sansi stood behind Sister Lan. How much do they want? 3 taels of silver, Gu Xinlin replied. 3 taels. Chen Sansi inhaled sharply. Are they including father and the count? Yes. Gu Xinlin nodded gently. The petty official said that since they hadn't found father's body, he couldn't be declared dead and his registration couldn't be cancelled. We still have to pay the full tax, including the hunting tax too. Chen Sansi cursed inwardly. The oppressive taxes of the Dasheng dynasty were severe, and with frequent wars in recent years, the taxes had only increased. Brother, don't worry. Worry was evident in Gu Xinlin's eyes, though she tried to reassure him. I've recently got some work at a tailor's shop, and along with doing laundry for people, we should be able to scrape together something. Clearly, the original inhabitant was completely financially dependent. Even after his father's death, he was reluctant to seek another livelihood and preferred to have Sister Lan work herself to the bone, not even considering whether he was cut out for it. Chen Sansi felt rather speechless. He couldn't even pass the exam to become a scholar. Yet he was still dreaming of one day passing the imperial examination. Wasn't that the talk of a delusional person? He could no longer continue this way. He needed to find a means of making a living. Otherwise, if he couldn't pay the taxes, the men would be sent away for forced labor, and the women would be sold into brothels, a fate worse than death. I'll go cook rice. Gu Xinlin busied herself with the task. Before long, the meal was prepared. 2 bowls of a staple food made from a mixture of millet and chaff. Not even pickled vegetables were served. This was probably the last bit of grain in the house. Chen Sansi noticed that his bowl had a higher proportion of millet compared to Gu Xinlin's, which was mostly chaff. Chaff, which was the husk of grains such as rice, wheat, and soybeans, was rough and difficult to swallow. In the modern age, it was essentially used as livestock fodder. Eat, brother, Gu Xinlin picked up her chopsticks and ate with small, deliberate bites, her fingers visibly red and swollen, the joints showing small sores. This was the result of washing too many clothes for others. As a woman, she did everything she could to provide for the family, short of the backbreaking labor only men could do. Chen Sansi saw this and remembered it, his head bent as he ate the hard-to-swallow chaff. Brother Shi, midway through the meal, Gu Zinlin put down her chopsticks and hesitantly spoke. Actually, aside from the tax silver, we still owe Aunt Lee 2 coins for medical expenses. Otherwise, I'm just suggesting, if you could just recover a bit more, maybe you could also find some work to do. If we can't gather enough silver for the tax by the end of the month, I heard they'll take people away. As she spoke, she quietly watched his expression, her fingers anxiously picking at the corner of her clothes. Each time this matter was brought up before, Brother She would fly into a rage, saying things like how a scholar shouldn't engage in menial labor. Eat your food. Chen Sansi shoveled the food into his mouth, quietly pondering his finances. Gu Zinlin didn't dare to bring it up again. She quietly finished her meal, swiftly washed the pots and pans, and hurried off to her work as a female laborer. Chen Sansi remained seated, deeply considering his options. Ancient times were not like modern society, where mere physical strength could find you work. His family owned no land, and without any academic title from his studies, the only thing left to do was to hunt. As a child, he had learned a few tricks from his father, and although he had let his skills atrophy over the years, he still had the basic foundations. It shouldn't be hard to get started again. Moreover, since he had to pay hunting tax anyway, he might as well hunt. The house still had an old bow left. Chen Sansi went to the inner room and took down the longbow covered in dust from the wall. It should still be usable. But I have a bow with no arrows. I need to find a way to get some money to buy arrows. In order to survive, the household had sold nearly all of its books, leaving only the 4 treasures of the study which the original owner valued as his life, as possibly the last things of some value. Without any hesitation, Chen Sansi packed up the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and took them away. Even though they were all low-grade items, they sold for a total of 200 copper coins, roughly equivalent to 2 silver coins. Enough to show that poor scholars and rich warriors was not an absolute. Studying was also an expensive endeavor. With the money in hand, Chen Sansi went to the market stall that catered to hunters. Little Shi, you're here to buy arrows. The stall owner, Uncle Su, was from a military household and an old acquaintance of Shi's father. Are you preparing to hunt in the mountains instead of studying? Yes, I'm looking to buy a few old arrows. Chen Sansi picked out 5 second-hand willow leaf arrows from the stall. How much? 70 coins. Chen Sansi bargained. Uncle Su, old arrows aren't worth that much. 50 coins at most. All right, 50 coins it is. Old you was straightforward, I say. You should have gone to the mountains a long time ago, learned a fair amount of your father's skills, at least enough to make ends meet. But instead, you insisted on reading useless books. Do you think a kid from a poor family like yours could become an official? Uncle speaks the truth. Chen Sansi didn't argue, and after making sure the arrows had no quality issues, he strung them on the bowstring and aimed at the ground to check. Suddenly, several lines of small characters appeared before his eyes. Skill, archery entry level. Progress 2100. Damn, really? Chen Sansi didn't react for a moment. Originally, even though he had a bow and arrow, he wasn't very confident about hitting the game. After all, hunting is a skill-based activity. If it was so easy, everyone would already be eating meat. But now, with the added capabilities, the situation was drastically different. What are you dazing for? Is there a problem with the arrow? Old Su waved his hand in front of the daydreaming youth. Chen Sansi snapped back to reality and quickly found an excuse. It's nothing, I just thought of my dad. Ah, your dad was a good man, what a pity. Mentioning his original father, Old Su also sighed incessantly. Chen Sansi didn't say more, paid the copper coin, took his things, and immediately left. He carried his bow and arrows, walking and stopping, heading straight to the foot of Tiger Head Mountain located about 10 miles away. The mountain was the nearest place in Poyang County with game, and it was also the livelihood of many hunters. Chen Sansi had just recovered from a serious illness and had walked such a long way, so he was gasping for breath, sitting on a rock for quite a while before he recovered. He carefully examined the bow and arrows left by his father. From its construction, it was a typical recurve bow. The bow core was made of bamboo, the bow was made of willow wood, the bow was made of sturdy wood, and the bowstring was made of cow tendon, with a pulling force of about 40 pounds, still categorized as a soft bow. Chen Sansi picked up the bow, and the panel from before Ray emerged in his mind. Skill, archery entry level. Progress 2100. Utility none. This time undisturbed, he managed to calm down and understand the system's function. Simply put, it was about persistence. As long as he repeatedly and earnestly performed an action, he could gain progress, and upon completing the progress, he would certainly break through. In this way, as long as I practice hard, won't I have the chance to become the best divine archer in the entire Poyang County? Chen Sansi's heart suddenly filled with hope, remembering the tips his father had taught him when he was young, and he slowly raised the bow and arrow. Is a 40-pound bow this heavy? He struggled to draw the bow to its full extent, almost gnashing his teeth to do so, and couldn't imagine what kind of people were mentioned in legends who could open a stone bow. Stand straight and steady, exert even force, grip the bow correctly, mount the arrow calmly, push forward and step back and complete the bow drawing pose. Muttering the formula in his heart, Chen Sansi stood up straight, drew the bow and mounted the arrow, facing a tree trunk about 40 meters away with the thickness of a hug, pushed the bow forward with his left palm, pulled the bowstring with 3 fingers of his right hand, slightly aimed the arrowhead downward, and then released the arrow. Swoosh. The arrow flew off, missing the target, and hit another tree. Chen Sansi was not discouraged, and immediately took another arrow from the arrow bag, aimed at the target and shot another arrow. This time the arrow went directly into the grass. Again, Chen Sansi shot 5 times in a row and finally hit the tree trunk. He carefully approached and pulled the arrows out of the tree trunk, repeating the previous actions. After several repetitions, he summarized the regularity for improving the archery progress. As long as he shot an arrow wholeheartedly, whether it hit the target or not, he could improve his proficiency. If he was not focused enough, it would not work. Moreover, hitting the target resulted in greater progress improvement. After shooting over 60 arrows, Chen Sansi began to feel cramps. His body was originally weak, and combined with malnutrition, being able to shoot so many times consecutively was already quite an accomplishment. Fortunately, with each arrow shot, his proficiency increased, and the more he shot, the more accurate he became, rarely missing at a distance of 20 steps. Skill, archery entry level. Progress 70-100. Utility none. The entry level was not far away, but Chen Sansi had hardly any energy left. After resting for a while, he began to wander in the woods with his bow and arrow, trying to see if he could hunt some meat to eat with the remaining energy. Unfortunately, this area was too close to the town, and the easy-to-catch game was basically all gone. He wandered until the evening before he found a few wild pigeons, but they were too far away to hit. In the past life, I always came back empty-handed from fishing, and now I'm empty-handed from hunting too. Fortunately, it wasn't completely in vain. Before leaving the mountains, Chen Sansi found a patch of wild shepherd's purse, quickly dug it up by hand, and stuffed it into his chest pocket before heading down the mountain. On his way, he went to the market and learned that the price of grain had gone up again. Due to consecutive poor harvests, the price of rice in Poyang County had soared to 100 copper coins per bushel, and the price of meat was even more outrageously expensive, with a pound of pork costing 17 copper coins. Add to that oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, firewood, charcoal, candles, and various excessive taxes. Chen Sansi couldn't imagine how many common people would not survive this winter. Estimating that the prices of grains would continue to rise, he decided to spend all the remaining copper coins on buying rice and mixed grains along with a few salted duck eggs. 1 bushel of rice, half a bushel of mixed grains, in total is only enough to feed 2 people for 3 to 5 days. If I exchanged it all for sorghum mixed with bran, it might last a few more days. But Chen Sansi had no choice. Since he was going to become a hunter in the future, he absolutely couldn't continue eating nutrition less bran. He needed to ensure he had enough physical strength at all times. Otherwise, if he encountered any danger in the mountains, he wouldn't even have the energy to run. He was already starving, and after getting the grains, he hastened his steps, eager to get home and start cooking. Yo, little stone. Just as he was about to reach his doorstep, someone suddenly called his name from behind. Chen Sansi turned around, and a tall, burly man appeared in front of him. Qingsheng, a well-known bully in the town, he had a group of thugs under him and made money by charging high-interest loans and trafficking virtuous women. Many impoverished people in the town had been ruined by him. Wow, bow and arrow. Qingsheng eyed the bow and arrows behind Chen Sansi with surprise mixed with mockery. This scholar also plans to learn to hunt in the mountains, driven by necessity. Chen Sansi stepped back half a step and said, "Brother Qin, did you want to see me for something?" Qingsheng hooked the corner of his mouth. "How have you considered the matter from last time?" Last time, a sudden dread struck Chen Sansi's heart, and unpleasant memories flooded his mind. Half a year ago, after his father had passed away, the household had become extremely strapped for cash. It just so happened that Qingsheng came knocking, and the former owner had thought about selling Gu Zinlin for money. If it were him, naturally, he would never do such a thing. "Brother Qin," Chen Sansi refused. "I've thought it over. I won't be needing your money." Upon hearing this, Qingsheng's face immediately darkened. "Are you sure you've thought it through?" "I really don't need it, Brother Qin." Chen Sansi held his sack of grain tightly and took a detour on his way home, feeling somewhat uneasy. In his memory, Qingsheng was not someone who would easily let things go, and he feared this matter was far from over. Truly, good fortunes never come in pairs, and misfortunes never come singly. He hadn't even sorted out his meals, and now a bully had targeted him. Chen Sansi touched the arrow bag at his waist. A bow and 5 arrows were his greatest reassurance living at the bottom of this chaotic world. He didn't know what changes would follow after progressing past the entry level of the system. I need to fill my stomach first to have the energy to practice archery. Chen Sansi pushed open his home's door, only to find Sister Lan had not yet returned. Every day she was busy laboring, sewing in the tailor shop in the morning and washing clothes for the wealthy families in the afternoon. He took the initiative to chop wood and start a fire, preparing the meal in advance. Plain rice served with salted duck eggs and a soup of boiled wild greens. For many households, this was already a decent meal. When Gu Xinlin returned home after her busy day, for the first time ever, she was surprised by the steaming ready-made meal. Brother Shi, where did the white rice and salted duck eggs come from at home? Eat. Chen Sansi beckoned her to sit down, then grabbed the chopsticks and wolfed down the food. He had been starving, Brother Shi. Chen Sansi had his head down eating away when he finally noticed that Gu Xinlin hadn't touched her chopsticks. Her eyes had reddened unknowingly, and tears trembled on her lashes as she choked up and said, "Can you not sell me?" Chen Sansi was stunned and a bit confused. "I heard people say that you made a deal with that Qin Xing today." Gu Xinlin's voice trembled. Otherwise, where would the silver to buy white rice and even salted duck eggs come from? She frantically pulled out a patched-up purse from her waist, poured out a few copper coins, and pleaded, "Brother Shi, I was wrong. I won't urge you to work anymore, just stay at home and study. I can earn money, I can pay the taxes, please don't sell me." Everyone in Poyang County knew of Qin Xing's reputation. Landing in his hands, she was likely to be sold to a brothel. Was she really unable to escape this miserable fate in the end? "Sister Lan, you're overthinking it." Chen Sansi understood, guessing that someone had been spreading rumors. He comforted her, "You are a member of the Chen family. How could I possibly sell you?" Having someone around who was as intimate as a sister was incredibly valuable to someone new like himself. He would never push her away, or else wouldn't that be terribly disgraceful? Gu Xinlin didn't make a sound. She just sat there sobbing, obviously not convinced. Chen Sansi was helpless. He grabbed her swollen hand and led her into the inner room. "The food was bought with the money from selling my books, not from Qingsheng." Gu Xinlin saw the empty book desk and a bow and arrow hanging on the wall, and was stunned. "Brother Shi, you sold all the scholars 4 jewels for a bow and arrows." "Yes." Gu Xinlin never thought she would hear Brother Shi say these words. She realized her decaying hand was still being held by him. Feeling somewhat inferior, she tried to pull it back, but instead was embraced tightly. "Rest assured." Chen Sansi, seeing her severe insecurity, spoke solemnly. "Father once said you were to be my wife. Why would I send my wife away?" Gu Xinlin was startled by the sudden embrace. Feeling the warmth, she looked up incredulously at him. "Brother Shi, you don't mind that I am of low status?" "I don't mind." Chen Sansi affirmed, "I can't like you enough. Brother Shi, you are all the family I have left in this world. Don't deceive me." Gu Xinlin no longer tried to escape, but after a few tests, finally rested her cheek against his chest, feeling this rare warmth. "Sister Lan, what is it? I feel a bit sore today. Let's go to bed. Can you give me a massage?" "All right." Brother Shi, wasn't it a massage? I'll massage you." The next day, the rooster crowed at dawn, and the morning fog was thinning. Chen Sansi woke up early, with warm jade hot in his embrace. With cheeks pink like peaches, Gu Xinlin was still deep asleep, clinging tightly to his arm, almost leaving marks. In feudal society, a helpless woman could easily be reduced to a plaything and trafficked, hence a lack of security was understandable. Chen Sansi struggled to free his arm. Having taken advantage of her, he must now take responsibility. Thinking back, despite Gu Xinlin's frail appearance, she was like a delicate branch bearing heavy fruit. He couldn't fathom why his former self had failed to cherish her. In his previous life, she wouldn't be his to marry without at least 2 million. Chen Sansi tiptoed out of bed and grabbed the bow and arrows from the wall before heading outside. Woo. He took several deep breaths to calm his cluttered thoughts and aimed at a crooked willow tree to start practicing archery with focus. After resting for half the night, his spirits and chi power were almost fully restored, and his aim was quite impressive as well. Within 20 steps, he could nearly hit the target with every shot. To minimize wear and tear, he practiced with only 1 arrow, yet even so, it was severely worn by the end of the morning. Inside the house, Gu Xinlin peeped through the paper-covered window at Chen Sansi, drenched in sweat and inexplicably felt relieved. "Brother, she is serious. He really plans to hunt and make a life with me." She soon felt sorry for him. He was up all night and now he's up early practicing archery. What if he exhausts himself? Gu Xinlin leaned against the wall and limped to start the fire and cook. Got it. Another arrow was shot and Chen Sansi took a long breath. Skill, archery entry level. Progress 0-200. Utility, use a 6-power bow. No miss within 40 steps. Just moments ago, it felt as though some power was infused into his body, not only significantly enhancing his physical strength, but also elevating his archery skills to another level. Archery entry level. Chen Sansi observed the changes on the panel. 6-power bow, no miss within 40 steps. In the Dasheng dynasty, 1 power equals 12 jin a unit of weight, so a 6-power bow equals 72 jin. As far as he knew, the city guards also used 6 power bows. This meant he had now reached the standard of an ordinary archer. You see, in ancient armies, soldiers who qualified as archers were considered elite. The latter sentence, no miss within 40 steps. A step in the Dasheng dynasty meant moving both feet once, about 1.4 meters, so 40 steps were slightly over 50 meters. Don't underestimate this distance. The effective range for an ordinary archer in battle was about 100 steps, but that was for shooting volleys into the air, not precision targeting. Normally, precision for a distance of 40 to 50 steps was also required for assessments. The archery competitions Chen Sansi had seen in his previous life usually had targets about 70 meters away, and those were with modern bows. And he achieved no miss within 40 steps, every arrow hitting the bullseye, which doesn't mean he couldn't hit targets at 70 meters, it just meant he couldn't guarantee a bullseye every time. Overall, based on the panel's display, he was nearly qualified to be assessed as an archer. Chen Sansi couldn't wait to try it out. He drew the bow again, his movements as proficient as a seasoned archer's. The 4-force bow that felt quite heavy an hour ago now seemed incredibly light when fully drawn, almost effortless. After advancing in archery, his physical strength had also greatly improved. He calmed his emotions and tried shooting a few arrows. Indeed, his accuracy doubled. He hit every target within 40 steps, and even those over 60 steps away were not bad. Good, with this level of skill, he could definitely hit game animals. The most crucial point was, this was just the beginning. Chen Sansi dared not imagine what it would be like if his archery skills reached small achievement or great success. Brother Shi, dinner is ready. A soft, bone-melting voice came from inside the house. Chen Sansi then put away his bow. He saw that although only one night had passed, Sister Lan had changed dramatically, exuding an indescribable charm along with her almond eyes, drawing extra attention. At the dining table, there were 2 bowls of rice. One bowl contained rice with steamed buns, the other held half a bowl of thin porridge. The grain bought with a single silver coin couldn't last more than a few days, and clearly, Gu Xinlin was still reluctant to eat her fill. Chen Sansi wasn't fussy either. His archery practice consumed a lot of energy, and he needed even more since he was about to head up the mountain after giving Sister Lan half a steamed bun. He ate everything else left. Full and content, he slung his bow over his shoulder and stepped outside. Be careful, Brother Shi. Even if you don't catch anything, don't go too deep. Just gather some wild vegetables and firewood to bring back. Gu Xinlin did not believe that her man could catch any game just after beginning to practice archery. Safety always came first. As long as they could overcome the current hardship together, she was willing to work herself to the bone even if Brother Shi wanted to leave his job to study in the future. When Chen Sansi left his house, the day was already bright. The neighbors were all starting their busy day. Many looked on in curiosity at the sight of him carrying a bow and arrows. Oh, is Brother Shi preparing to go hunting up the mountain? Can he do it? Look, I told you early on he can't make sense of books. Go to hell, Lai Zai, at least he knows how to hunt. What can you do? Little Shi, do you need Uncle Zhao to accompany you for a couple of days? Be careful, your family is depending on you. Chen Sansi greeted everyone he met, quickening his pace toward Tiger Head Mountain. After mastering entry-level archery, his strength had increased, and he could now draw a 6-power bow, which significantly improved his physical condition. What previously took 2 hours to reach the foot of Tiger Head Mountain now took him less than an hour and a half. Following the winding path carved out by earlier travelers, Chen Sansi arrived at the midsection of the mountain, searching for signs of game. Yet after wandering around for quite a while, apart from some insects and sparrows, he discovered nothing. Normally, a qualified hunter would need the aid of tools like hunting dogs and animal traps, but he was too poor to afford anything beyond a bow. No, he had to succeed otherwise. The modest amount of food at home would quickly run out. Chen Sansi closed his eyes, trying hard to recall the extensive lessons from his father's youth. For instance, determining what kind of game could be nearby based on the feces, what kinds of environments certain animals preferred, the habits of various animals, and also how to walk through the jungle without alarming the prey, and so on. Tracking and stealth uninitiated. Progress 3-100. Utility none. Looking at the rows of text that suddenly appeared, Chen Sansi was somewhat baffled. Is this possible? Could it be that as long as it's a technical task, I can manage it? All right, it's time I earn my living by hunting. Curbing the joy of discovering he had more than one skill, he began to search for tracks more meticulously. This search lasted almost half a day. By the time Chen Sansi sat down to rest, his proficiency had also progressed. Tracking and stealth beginner. Progress 0-200. Utility keen observation, light steps. Chen Sansi's senses sharpened significantly. He could easily pinpoint the exact direction of birds' calls in the forest, effortlessly observe the subtle movements of small insects and ants on the ground, feeling as if everything was within his grasp. He got up and resumed his search, and soon near a bush, he spotted some animal droppings, round and black, the size of beans. There were also oval footprints in the loose soil nearby. A wild rabbit. The droppings are fresh, it must be nearby. Following the trail, Chen Sansi moved forward. Under the effect of tracking and stealth, he made almost no sound. He entered a wooded area and then saw in the distance a plump gray rabbit, focused on gnawing at the grass, completely unaware of any danger. What a fat rabbit. Chen Sansi's eyes turned sharp as he drew his recurve bow, his 3 fingers firmly gripping the bowstring, ready as a hungry wolf poised to strike. Whoosh. The sound of the arrow ripping through the air was heard. Within 40 steps, his arrow did not miss. In a blink, the arrow pierced straight through the rabbit. He had hit it, his first successful hunt in life. Chen Sansi excitedly ran over, picked up the rabbit from the ground, and weighed it a few times, estimating it to be around 7 or 8 jins in weight. Based on the current market price, this could sell for at least 60 copper coins. He wasn't in a rush to descend the mountain instead. He securely bound the rabbit with a rope and hung it on his body, continuing to search for new prey. Nearby, the calls of birds continued unabated. With the help of tracking and hiding, Chen Sansi quickly located 2 pigeons perched far away on tree branches. He knocked the arrow, drew the bow, pulled the string, and released the arrow, a sequence of movements as fluid as flowing water. A blurred shadow flashed by, and the 2 pigeons were shot through in a string, falling from the tree with a plop to the ground. Chen Sansi smoothly pocketed the pigeons. Pigeons, being highly nutritious, were priced slightly above rabbits. The 2 combined were worth 30 copper coins. He wanted to continue, but unfortunately it was getting dark, and he could only pack up and head down the mountain. Selling game required going to the restaurants in the county town. Along the way, he would pass through many villages even poorer than Yambian village, where each villager's face was gaunt and yellowed, and some lay motionless on the ground, leaving him to wonder if they were dead or alive. When they saw the game in Chen Sansi's hands, they all cast envious and greedy glances, but upon spotting the bow and arrows on his back, they could only forcefully suppress their sinister thoughts. 8 Treasures Restaurant. An hour later, Chen Sansi stood before the towering gold-plated signboard of the restaurant, pausing in his steps. This was the restaurant where his father used to sell his game. It was one of the top restaurants in the city, where a casual meal supposedly cost at least 3 to 5 taels of silver. Just now, by the roadside, there were people nearly starving to death, yet now he personally witnessed a rich man carelessly discarding a full plate of fresh food on the ground to feed to dogs. This is truly, wealthy homes reek of meat and wine, while bodies freeze to death on the roadside. A poor harvest of crops. If all the grain in the granaries were taken out, it might well be enough to feed the whole town through the winter. Chen Sansi felt emotionally moved. The shopkeeper who came out to greet him at the restaurant was an acquaintance of his father. 8 jin and 2 liang of rabbit meat, and a pigeon weighing half a jin, a total of 85 wen, said the slightly portly middle-aged man, dexterously maneuvering the beads on his abacus. Does that seem fair to you? Liu Hongda smiled and said, if you have good merchandise in the future, just bring it here, and I guarantee you won't be shortchanged a single penny. Chen Sansi took the copper coins. To earn nearly a kine of silver in one day is definitely enough for living expenses in normal times, but now with taxes due soon and debts to be paid, this amount is simply not enough. I must hunt larger game. As he was counting the copper coins, a skinny, dark-skinned youth came over to sell fish. Brother Shi. The youth recognized him at a glance. The corresponding name also quickly surfaced in Chen Sansi's mind. Zhang Shun, Aunt Li's child, with whom he had once bare-bottomedly played in the mud during childhood. If it hadn't been for Aunt Li taking Sister Lan to work, occasionally bestowing a little help, they probably would have starved to death by now. Shun, you've come at just the right time, said Chen Sansi, pulling out the still warm copper coins, the money I owe your family. Before he could finish, Shun interrupted him. Brother Shi, don't worry, I'm not in urgent need of money right now, said Zhang Shun while lifting the fish basket at his feet, showing the full catch within, which even included a large fish weighing 7 or 8 jins. It's you who have just recovered from illness and need money more. Pay me back when you are in a better financial position. He owed the family 2 kyan of silver. 1 kyan was not enough. He might as well wait until he could repay it all at once, both principal and interest. Bro, don't mention it. You're the one who taught me how to read when we were kids. Since both lived in Poyang County, they naturally went back home together. During their conversational walk, he learned that Shun's family had saved up more than 10 taels of silver and was planning to join a martial arts hall to learn martial arts soon. Martial arts, mused Chen Sansi, well aware that in this world, those able to practice martial arts held exceptional status. For a common family's child to enter a martial arts hall was to make something of oneself, and achieving even small successes would bring glory to the ancestors. With a progress panel on him that tracked his martial arts learning, he naturally wanted to practice martial arts as well. However, the tuition fees were hefty, and he first needed to get past the current difficulties and save enough silver. Upon reaching the town, Chen Sansi and Shun parted ways. He had not even reached home when he saw a graceful figure anxiously looking out at the doorway from afar. It was Gu Xinlin, of course. She had deliberately finished work early and gone home to cook, waiting for the man to return. As dusk approached and he was still nowhere in sight, she nearly panicked to the point of heading up the mountain to look for him. Brother, Gu Xinlin hurried over, half concerned, half reproaching as she said, "It's already dark and you just got back. Are you trying to scare me to death? Haven't I told you it doesn't matter if you can't catch anything?" Chen Sansi didn't rush to speak, but cheerfully pulled out a gray pigeon from behind his back. Ah, did brother she catch something? Before Gu Xinlin could recover, a bag of copper coins was thrust into her hands, and a gentle voice simultaneously sounded in her ear, "Tonight we eat meat." Half an hour later, on the dining table, besides the salted duck egg with rice, there was also a pot of fragrant pigeon soup. Ever since Xinlan's father passed away, their family hadn't had meat for half a year. Brother you're truly amazing. Gu Xinlin still couldn't quite believe it. I heard even Uncle Zhao from the village returned empty-handed today. I just got lucky, Uncle Zhao, and the others are old hands at Second Layer Mountain. They always bring back big catches. Chen Sansi gnawed on a pigeon leg, relishing the salted duck egg mixed with rice, feeling immense satisfaction in his stomach. He purposefully didn't sell everything for silver, just so he and Sister Lan could nourish themselves. But Gu Xinlin still refrained from eating the meat. After Chen Sansi urged her again and again, she finally ate a pigeon wing. After a satisfying meal, he sat on the edge of the bed, pulling Sister Lan to sit beside him. She lowered her head, her face flushed, fingers nervously intertwined. Today marked their first day of marriage. Under the flickering candlelight, Chen Sansi took his time to carefully observe Sister Lan's pretty face for the first time. Her fine arched eyebrows were charming, apricot eyes reflecting the candlelight as if autumn waters mirrored the moon. Her slightly flushed cheeks resembled peach blossoms, radiated an irresistible charm all over. And on top of that, she could read and was skilled in embroidery. If it weren't for the coarse hemp clothes she wore, she would be a perfect young lady from a reputable family. Sister Lan. Chen Sansi unconsciously drew closer. "What's wrong, brother You smell so good. Brother I still hurt, late at night." Chen Sansi leaned against the bed head, his arm still being tightly clung to. "Brother Gu Xinlin looked worried. "Did we offend that Qingsheng?" "Qingsheng." Gu Xinlin nodded. "I heard from the neighbors that Mr. Qin had been lingering at our doorstep for quite a while during the day." Chen Sansi took note. "It seems that fellow really isn't willing to let things go. I'll have to be more cautious in the future." He comforted her. "Go to sleep, Sister Lan, I'm here." Gu Xinlin was already exhausted and quickly fell asleep. These last few days, she somehow felt at ease. Chen Sansi leaned against the bed head and noticed a leftover old book at the bedside that hadn't been sold, so he picked it up and flipped through it. Skill, reading entry level. Progress 15,300. Utility, spirit refreshed, photographic memory. Not bad at all. While hunting during the day, when he realized the skill tracking, he wondered, could reading work too? It turned out he wasn't wrong. Not only that, but he had reached entry level right away. Looking at how the original body had accumulated knowledge, how come he never managed to become a scholar? Holding the book in hand, Chen Sansi estimated that if he were to take the civil service exam, he would surely pass. Unfortunately, the next exam wasn't for another 2 years, too long to wait. First, he needed to survive. After browsing the book for a while, Chen Sansi also fell into a deep sleep. Thud, thud, thud. Open the door quickly. The next morning, Chen Sansi was awakened by the urgent knocking. He told Sister Lan to dress and hide in the inner room, then he got up to open the door. Outside the door were 2 officials. One was holding a register and the other wielded a long whip, tax collectors. Without thinking, everyone knew what they had come for. Chen San, with all due politeness, said, "Sirs, please give me just half a month more and I will have the taxes ready." According to the regulations of previous years, the deadline for tax payment was still about 20 days away. He strived hard. Gathering 3 liang of silver should not be difficult. Chen Sansi inquired, "Then, sir, how long do I have?" 7 days. The tax collector held up 3 fingers. "Within 7 days, anyone who fails to pay their taxes will be sent to Heju to work on the canal." With that, the 2 clerks turned around and left, knocking on the next house's door, which had also not yet paid its taxes. Like heralds of doom, if they encountered any resistance, they would administer a couple of lashes. Why has the tax collection been advanced by so much? It must be related to the war and turmoil. Chen Sansi's Yambian village in Poyang County was situated right on the northern frontier of the Great Sheng dynasty. Northwards were the garrisons and the Great Wall, beyond which lay the barbarian tribes. In recent 10 years, the frequency of barbarian raids had increased. There had even been instances of small groups of barbarian cavalry breaking into the territory, plundering an entire village before making a brazen escape. It was only 3 years ago that the court sent a new elite military force to maintain control, stabilizing the situation, but the minor conflicts near the Great Wall never ceased. Not just the north, the south was also restless. Chen Sansi, although not well informed, was aware of the constant uprisings in the south. Although they were quickly suppressed each time, there was always someone new to take up the cause. 7 days, what's the use of hurrying us like this? Can common folk just conjure up silver and food out of thin air? As someone with basic historical knowledge from the modern era, he knew that the dynasty was in its twilight years and chaotic times were approaching, making life increasingly difficult for the common people. Brother Shi, what's going on? Inside the house, Gu Zinlin asked with concern. It's nothing. Chen Sansi didn't want others to worry unnecessarily. He pretended as if nothing had happened and, like usual, finished his archery practice, ate breakfast, then took his dry food and bow and left the house. Since he had found himself at the bottom rung in these chaotic times, he could only try to survive by playing by the rules. Gathering 3 liang of silver in 7 days was no easy task. Chen Sansi was under considerable pressure. It wasn't just him, the fellow villagers were all in distress. As he was about to leave the village, he saw a few familiar figures and frowned, attempting to avoid them. Little Stone, Qingsheng leading 2 ruffians, moved purposefully towards him. Why are you avoiding me? Chen Sansi could guess that the other party was planning to take advantage of the situation. He bluntly stated, Brother Qin, if this is about what happened last time, there's no need to discuss it further. Have you forgotten the tax collector's words? If we can't gather enough silver, we'll be sent to work on the canal. Qingxing put on a facade of kindness, feigning sympathy. Whoever ends up with that job, there's no record of anyone returning alive. Brother, take a loss here. Give me that young woman you're hiding at home, and I'll handle your taxes for you. How about that? If I really get taken to work on the canal, I'll accept my bad luck. No need for Brother Qin's concern. Chen Sansi said expressionlessly and started to walk away. Having learned the basics of archery, he relied on his physical strength considerably more when he spoke. However, it wasn't necessary to escalate conflicts just yet. Firstly, Qingxing had a group of ruffians at his command. Secondly, this scoundrel had a brother who practiced martial arts, purportedly very formidable, not someone to provoke lightly. Qingxing didn't stop him, just watched coldly as he walked away. Big brother, if you ask me, just rob him directly. Why bother with the silver? One of the ruffians complained loudly. Idiot. Qingxing smacked the ruffian on the forehead. Do you think the great Sheng dynasty has no laws at all? Abducting peasant girls used to occur frequently, but since the new Liangzhu governor took office, no one dared to commit such acts again. What should we do now? The rogue asked. Isn't Big Brother still waiting to use that woman to give brother a gift? What's the rush? Does he really think he can gather 3 taels of silver that quickly? Qingxing sneered disdainfully. By then, he'll be taken to work on the canal and won't have to spend a penny. 3 taels of silver within 7 days. It seems I must indeed hunt some big game. Once the tax matter is resolved, we'll find a way to deal with that Qin fellow. After arriving at Tiger Head Mountain, Chen Sansi noted it was still early. Many large animals only appeared at sunset, so he wasn't in a hurry and found a clearing to practice archery. When he practiced archery, he felt effortless and rather adept. Not to mention 100% accuracy within 40 steps, he also achieved over 80% of bullseyes within 50 steps, only it used up a lot of arrows. Crack, another arrow hit the bullseye, but the arrow broke upon impact. Chen Sansi felt quite distressed. A new arrow would cost at least 10 wen. However, arrows are consumables, and since all he had were used ones, wear and tear were normal. Skill, archery entry level. Progress 128, 200. Utility, draw 6 power bow, no misses within 40 steps. A panel appeared. If I push hard tomorrow, I should be able to advance to the next stage. Chen Sansi ate some dry food to fill his stomach, then got back to work. With his sharp senses, he missed no trace. Soon after, he found a rabbit near some bushes through its droppings. Without a doubt, one arrow pierced it through, and he bagged it. Isn't there any larger game? Chen Sansi was naturally not satisfied with just that. But even with his tracking skills, he found no signs of any large animals having been around that afternoon until the sun set, when he finally spotted a pheasant through some feathers on a hillside. The arrow struck like thunder. The arrow pierced the pheasant's body, and its inertia carried the corpse and pinned it to a nearby tree trunk. About 4 pounds. Pheasant is delicious, only second to pork in price, and this one could sell for about 70 wen, but it's still far from enough. Chen Sansi could now be sure that there were no large game animals around the outskirts of Tiger Head Mountain. After all, he possessed the skill tracking, and he would not overlook any clue. No trace meant there really was none. Tracking entry level. Progress 101, 200. Utility, keen observation, light steps. Tracking is also about to advance to the next stage. Perhaps I should consider venturing deeper into the mountains. The deeper the area, the more abundant the game, but also the more dangerous. Typically, only experienced hunters like Uncle Zhao from his village would venture there. Starting from Second Layer Mountain, there are wild boars and even big cats and black bears every year. Many hunters perish there. Previously, as a beginner in hunting, Chen Sansi wisely refrained from venturing too deep, but now it seemed he must. However, his archery was about to advance, so he might as well give it a try. I'll return and prepare well. Tomorrow, I'll scout around Second Layer Mountain. After making up his mind, Chen Sansi started to clean up the scene. When he was handling the wild chicken, he used too much force and accidentally broke the arrow shaft that was stuck in it. The quality of used arrows is worrisome. Chen Sansi shook his head, retrieved the arrowhead, and carried his game down the mountain. Having hunted all day, his stomach had been growling, but his spirit was still very full, always alert to his surroundings. It must be the effect of spirit refreshed. It seems that I should sparingly read more books at night, and not just think about happy times with Sister Lan. Archery, hunting, reading, I want to be a diligent person. It was still early today. When he passed through Yambian village, many villagers saw Chen Sansi with a chicken in one hand and a rabbit in the other, carrying a full load. You boy are capable. Little she is really amazing, just started hunting and can bring something home every day. PSHT like father like son. Lizai, look at you, sour grapes, can't stand to see others do well. What do I have to be sour about? This little money is not even enough to pay the taxes. Really though, when the topic of taxes came up, complaints could be heard everywhere. How many people's savings of a full year were squeezed clean? Brother, she wait up, I was looking for you. Shun. Chen Sansi looked at the skinny and dark teenager running towards him. What's up, Shun? Brother, do you need my help? Zhang Shun had come to ask about the situation immediately after selling fish today due to the issue of early taxation. You, aren't you still practicing your martial arts? Chen Sansi was somewhat moved. Gathering 3 liangs of silver in 7 days, no one had 100% certainty. If he could borrow the money in advance, it would naturally be better than good. Martial arts doesn't urge in these 2 days. Paying taxes is urgent. Zhang Shun scratched his head and said, honestly, brother, come with me to my house. We have some silver, 3 liangs of silver. For ordinary folks, this was absolutely a huge sum. Chen Sansi was touched. 9 for 13 return. I can't just use your money for free. Brother, what are you saying? Zhang Shun said, not to mention that you taught me literacy since I was young, but do you remember that time we played in the river? If it wasn't for you pulling me up, I would have drowned by now. Why mention this? It's one thing to say, but to help during tough times is indeed precious. Brother, wait here. I'll go home and get the money. Shun didn't give an opportunity to refuse and turned and ran back madly. Since the other party wasn't asking for interest, Chen Sansi felt uneasy about using the money with no return. The 2 families lived not far from each other, reaching the destination in 10 minutes. Shun's house door wasn't even closed. Just as Chen Sansi was about to visit, a gust of wind brought the sound of an argument to him. Shun, 3 liangs of silver, are you mad? Mom, that's my brother, she who saved my life when I was young. Saving your life, so what? Hasn't our family repaid him? When he fell ill before, wasn't it our family who paid for his treatment? Mom. Our whole family has been working day and night for so many years, barely saving some silver. Isn't it just so you can enter the martial arts hall and become a martial master? At least, have some pity on your father. He's been lame for half a year and still hesitant to spend money on treatment, and you just give away 3 liangs of silver to someone outside. Chen Sansi stopped in his tracks, silently set down a wild chicken and turned to leave. He did not hold any grudges for the unanswered help. In fact, he respected Shun's sentiment even more. Neither of them was from a wealthy family. Everyone had difficult days. He really had to rely on himself. Chen Sansi became even more determined to go to Second Layer Mountain. He reached the county's 8 treasures building before sunset. The rabbit weighed almost as much as the last one, sold for 71 wen. With the money in hand, he didn't rush home but went to the market to prepare for the trip to Second Layer Mountain the next day. Yo, Young Shi here again. Old Su greeted him warmly. Uncle Su, I'd like to buy some arrows. Chen Sansi's willow leaf arrows were okay for hitting rabbits and wild chickens, but if he truly met a large game with tough skin, they were not lethal enough. What kind are you thinking of? Uncle here has them all. Looking around, there were 7 or 8 types of arrows on display at the stall, all of high quality, some of which were obviously not something a civilian shop could make, belonging to the category of military ordnance. There was a garrison station 50 li outside Po Yang County City, and military ordnance circulating in the market was not a surprising matter. Not to mention, Old Su was from a military household, and with his son succeeding him and becoming a small flag, having a channel to resell some ordinary military goods was nothing unusual. Chen Sansi's gaze wandered over the stall. Most of the arrows were made of poplar wood, with bird feathers hanging on the tail, and their main difference lay in the arrowheads. Different arrowheads, different purposes. There were ones with strong penetrating power, ones with large wound profiles, ones for shooting horses, ones for naval warfare, and even specialized signal arrows for messaging, truly a wide variety. He finally chose a uniquely shaped arrowhead, wolf teeth arrow. As the name suggests, the arrowhead had two side hooks shaped like protruding wolf teeth. Once this arrow hit, the side hooks would firmly lodge inside the body, and trying to pull it out would tear off a large chunk of flesh if not removed. It would continue to grind the flesh. Whether for hunting beasts or hunters, it had a very strong lethality. Old Sue said, "This wolf teeth arrow is good quality. I sell it to others for 23 wen each, but for you 20 wen. Can it be cheaper? Any cheaper and I'd be losing money." Chen Sansi bit his teeth and bought 5. But he understood the principle of sharp axe making light work to make a sale. You have to be willing to invest. If conditions allowed, he would also like to buy a heavy bow. After all, the main force in killing with a bow and arrow lies in the draw weight. He intentionally took a longer look. The heaviest one on this stall was just the 4-force bow, with nothing heavier available. Only a heavy bow could pierce armor. It seems there was a limit to how far one could go in dealing in military arms. Money paid, goods delivered. The 2 arrowheads he had worn out previously, added together, deducted 11 coins, making the final payment 89 coins. A day's work for nothing and quite a bit out of pocket to boot. Chen Sansi put the wolf teeth arrow into his bag and hurried home. On the way back, Chen Sansi ran into Qin Xing and his ruffian followers, squatting on the essential path home, casting malevolent glances his way. They were clearly using this method to intimidate him on purpose. The evil spirit never leaves. It's impossible to hide. Better pay the tax first, then think of a plan. Chen Sansi chose to ignore them and went straight home. "Big brother, he's very arrogant. Shall I go beat him up?" The ruffians gritted their teeth and discussed sneeringly. "Beat him up." Qin Xing pointed at the bow and arrows on Chen Sansi's back and asked, "Do you know what those are?" "Bow and arrows. A 4-force bow, enough to shoot you stone cold. You think you can beat him if he can handle that thing?" Qin Xing was somewhat frustrated. At first, he thought Mr. Chen was just a scholar, and that going hunting in the mountain was simply a stroke of luck. But after some inquiries, he learned that the kid could actually make sales 2 days in a row, proving he really had strength and wasn't just fooling around. Hunters in the village were actually not easy to provoke. They had only bullied the kid because his father had died and he was just a scholar. Of course, in this world, having strength was useless, having money was important. Rabbits and wild chickens weren't worth much silver. If he couldn't gather 3 taels of silver in a few days, he'd still be under Qin Xing's thumb. Late at night, Chen Sansi got out of bed agilely. As for Sister Lan, she was too tired and had fallen asleep. "I'm still too young and impetuous." Chen Sansi was somewhat annoyed. He had promised to study at home. With no time for reading, he couldn't delay practicing archery any longer. Before going to the mountain, it was best to advance his archery to the next stage. He took his bow and stepped outside, coming to the clearing in front of the forest behind his house, beginning to practice archery under the moonlight. As arrow after arrow shot out, his proficiency continued to climb. He kept practicing until the late hours of the night. Only then did Chen Sansi return to his room to sleep for a few hours, getting up immediately upon hearing the roosters crow to practice archery. Shoo. Another arrow shot out, directly hitting an early rising sparrow looking for food from the treetop. Simultaneously, the panel changed. Skill, Archery Master. Progress 0500. Utility, Physical Enhancement, Natural Bowman, effortless operation of a stone bow within 70 steps, 3 shots in the blink of an eye with unerring accuracy. This time when the panel upgraded, not only did Chen Sansi's strength in archery improve drastically, but even his muscles and bones changed, causing his physique to surge. With this physique, even though he had never practiced martial arts, he could easily draw a 1-stone heavy bow, hitting a target the size of a palm from 80 meters away with every arrow. In the Dasheng dynasty, 1 stone is approximately 150 kilograms. This weight of bow and arrows was generally only used by those practicing martial arts. A target the size of a palm, seen from 80 meters away, actually appears as just a dot. As for the finger snap triple shot, Buddhist scriptures have recorded 20 finger snaps make 1 luoyu, 20 luoyus make 1 moment, and 1 day and night consist of 30 moments. According to this explanation, a finger snap calculation comes to about 7 seconds. Finger snap triple shot. That is to say, the 4 actions of drawing the bow, setting the arrow, and firing take about 2 seconds for 1 accurate shot. A 1-stone bow 80 meters, 2 seconds. Taken alone, these do not sound exaggerated, but when these 3 terms are combined, they're quite terrifying. Chen Sansi was somewhat surprised. He never imagined that proficiency could not only improve technique but also enhance physique. He felt his bones become more compact and solid, his arms and fingers noticeably longer. I don't know if this physique will be helpful for martial arts in the future. Anyway, he felt more confident about catching large game within 6 days. "Brother Shi, it's time to eat." The gentle voice brought Chen Sansi back to his senses. After hastily eating breakfast, he took all the remaining salted duck eggs in the house along with half a bag of sorghum. "What are you up to?" Gu Zinlin was puzzled. The salted duck eggs were understandable, but raw sorghum couldn't be eaten. What was he taking it to the mountain for? Gifts. Chen Sansi answered succinctly and was about to leave. Brother, she be careful these days. Gu Zinlin looked worried. Yesterday, when I was on my way back, I saw Mr. Chin loitering near our house again. I'm scared. I know, Chen Sansi's tone was firm. Don't worry, my dear, he can't hurt you. My dear, Gu Zinlin's cheeks flushed slightly. Having brother she say that, she indeed felt much less afraid. Second Layer Mountain was essentially a place where old hunters grouped together to go. One reason was the danger they had each other's backs. Also, if they actually caught something as big as several hundred pounds, they would need help to carry it down. Over time, this naturally formed a small community. To join this group, it was best to have someone familiar show you the way. Otherwise, if someone decided to take your belongings, deep in the dense woods, you might not even find the body. You're going to Second Layer Mountain. Zhao Kaio was somewhat surprised. Little Stony, how long have you been hunting? Isn't it that my family hasn't paid the taxes for this year yet? Chen Sansi honestly said, other than Second Layer Mountain, where else can I gather this amount of silver in such a short time? Hearing this, Zhao Kaio couldn't help but sigh. These days, the government was as fierce as a tiger. He hesitated for a moment. All right, but I have to say it up front, if you come back empty-handed, you can't blame me. That's natural, Uncle Zhao, rest assured. Chen Sansi nodded. On the way up the mountain, Zhao Kaio began to explain the precautions. It's true that you can get goods in the deep mountains, but it's also common for people to lose their lives if you encounter big worm or black bear. You'd better run quickly. And the most important point, avoid those in brocade clothes. Avoid those in brocade clothes, Chen Sansi queried. Yes, Zhao Kaio explained in a grave voice. Those who come to the mountain in brocade clothes to hunt are either martial masters from the martial arts hall or children of the wealthy. We can't afford to offend them. There were instances in the past where hunters fought with nobles over game, leading to direct loss of life. So later on, our hunters' activity area was limited to the south side of Second Layer Mountain, and few dared to go to the north side anymore. Just remember that. Finally, if you catch something too big to carry by yourself, shoot a whistle arrow into the sky. Nearby hunters who are empty-handed will come over to help carry it down the mountain, but of course, you have to pay them depending on the situation. That's about all I have to say. Be careful in everything. Even villagers might try to trick you. He took out a bonehead arrow from the arrow bag and handed it over. The bonehead arrow, like the whistle arrow, belongs to the group of signaling arrows, but its head isn't made of metal, it's made of wood with hollows, making a loud noise when fired, having no lethal power. Chen Sansi was very sincere. A few salted duck eggs in exchange for this information was absolutely worth it. During the conversation, the two of them had already arrived at the foot of Second Layer Mountain. To avoid competing for game, hunters generally operated independently, unless they agreed to group hunt fierce beasts. Second Layer Mountain was deep and dense. The moment Chen Sansi stepped into the woods, he spotted many animal feces hidden in the soil and footprints under the bushes within a 10-meter radius. Some hunting dogs can't even achieve what I do. I might not have a hunting dog, but I am better than a hunting dog, and this is just the entry level. He went all out, carrying bows and arrows, shuttling through the jungle, not missing the slightest movement. Second Layer Mountain had plenty of game, but mostly small creatures like rabbits and wild chickens. Large animals were similarly hard to find. Moreover, due to consecutive years of poor harvests and excessive hunting, the hunters of Second Layer Mountain were barely making ends meet, and it was common to return empty-handed. According to Uncle Zhao, the real abundance of game was on the north side of the mountain, but that was the hunting ground of upper-class people, and the poor without martial arts skills dared not venture there. Is even hunting oppressed? Chen Sansi didn't rush to hunt. At his current level, he could hunt small creatures like rabbits at any time. It was better to look for something bigger. Even a roe deer would do. His focus was at full throttle. Chen Sansi not only didn't feel tired, but he also felt the world becoming clearer and clearer in his eyes, as if he was about to enter another realm. Indeed, after breaking through the critical point, the panels surfaced like ripples on water. Tracking concealment mastery. Progress 0500. Utility insight shocking, light as a feather. After experiencing a mysterious sensation, Chen Sansi felt his senses were elevated to a new level. Now, he could even clearly observe animal fur on the ground. Some wild animals intentionally hide their droppings, but they can't conceal the fur that falls off unintentionally. Moreover, his enhanced perception was not only useful for hunting, but also essential for archery, which requires excellent eyesight. The palm-sized target center, 80 meters away, was merely a black dot, but if he could see even tinier things, naturally, his shooting accuracy improved. All these skills complemented each other. Combining this with the failing to forget after glancing once from reading, I feel like I've opened a Sherlock Holmes memory palace, but it's specially tailored for hunting. Chen Sansi bent down and picked up a black hair from the grass beneath his feet. This hair is half as long as a finger, fairly stiff, and not yet decomposed, indicating its owner was here not long ago. Every few steps he found similar hairs, and after about 100 steps, clear footprints began to appear. He started following the trail. The rugged, complicated mountain trail was exceptionally easy for Chen Sansi to navigate. His speed was surprisingly fast, and he hardly made any noisy embodiment of being light as a feather. I wonder if this counts as Kingong. There's movement. He slowed his steps outside a bamboo grove, approaching the source of the sound within. He suddenly came upon a strong, black wild boar. In tow were 5 piglets. It was searching for food in the mud at the forefront, with the piglets grunting cheerfully behind, a family of pigs happily unaware of the looming danger. Jackpot. This sow weighs at least 300 pounds, and the piglets are even more valuable. Chen Sansi visualized waving silver coins calling him. He repressed his excitement and crept as close to the wild boar as possible. Though his shots were long-ranged, naturally, the closer he was, the more powerful they were, especially against the tough skin and flesh of a wild boar too far, and it's hard to be lethal. Only when about 20 steps away from the wild boar did Chen Sansi stop on an upward slope. He quietly took the longbow from his back and notched a freshly made double-bladed barbed wolf teeth arrow. The 4-force bow now felt light as a feather in his hands, almost effortless to fully draw, feeling like he might even snap it with a bit more force. The bowstring was released, and the arrow flew instantly. Whiz. Since it was a back ambush, the arrow directly penetrated the buttocks of the wild boar, causing a sharp scream, and a flock of birds flew away in panic. Perhaps because the bow was too light, the arrow had penetrated only about 3 inches into the flesh. Instead of running away, the wild boar entered a frenzied state, ignoring the blood flowing nonstop from its body, and charged towards him with heavy grunts. Wild boars are also a kind of fierce beast. If an ordinary person was hit by a wild boar, they wouldn't die but would have to lie down for half a month. Chen Sansi remained calm. The second arrow was already on its way. Hoo. Another arrow added to the wild boar's body. It visibly hesitated, but it didn't stop, just continued charging at a slightly slowed pace. The third arrow followed closely, directly piercing its skull. This time the wild boar finally lay straight down dead. The 5 piglets, startled, scrambled in different directions. With the complicated terrain and the small size of the piglets, any ordinary hunter would likely miss at least 2, but Chen Sansi's archery skills were extraordinary. Whiz. In just a few breaths, all 5 piglets were pierced by arrows, dead beyond doubt. The arrows in Chen Sansi's arrow bag were just used up. Over 300 pounds of an adult pig plus 5 piglets. That should be enough for my taxes and leave me with a good amount of money. The only problem is getting it back might be a bit of a hassle. This place was deep in the mountains, dozens of miles from the county town. Even if one person could carry it, there was simply too much game to take all at once. Chen Sansi thought for a moment before shooting a bonehead arrow into the sky. I'm far from the meeting spot. I don't even know where Uncle Zhao is or if he can hear my signal. Sometime later, footsteps sounded from outside the bamboo forest. However, it wasn't Uncle Zhao Kaio who appeared, but a rough-looking man, muscular and with a scar on his face. When he saw the wild boars on the ground, he first looked envious, then incredulous at the sight of the young man's kill, and finally his expression turned rather odd. Brother. The man strode over, sizing up the youthful, tender-looking man. I've never seen you around. Chen Sansi introduced himself. Uncle Zhao Kaio from Yambian village brought me up the mountain. My name is Chen Sansi. I've been around for 3 or 4 days and haven't caught anything valuable. The man squinted his eyes. It's your first day up here and you scored all this treasure. Just luck. Chen Sansi bowed slightly. Please help me take the game to the county town, brother. I will pay you according to the village rules. Helping is no problem at all. While the man agreed verbally, his eyes darted around, but it's a long way from here to the county town, and about the price, well. He hadn't had any yield for days and was nearly unable to cook at home. Now that he had stumbled upon this opportunity, he certainly intended to extort a few extra copper coins. While the man was pondering, the sudden sound of a bowstring like thunder burst by his ear. He looked up and saw Chen Sansi had, unbeknownst to him, already released an arrow. At a distance, a rabbit in full sprint fell to the ground, 70 paces away. Plus, with the dense vegetation, the man hadn't even noticed the rabbit. What was most striking, though, was that he noticed Chen Sansi had seemed to draw the bow using just one finger for power, the other merely supporting the arrow without any apparent effort. The strength of one finger easily drew the recurve bow, and with such accuracy, could he possibly handle a one-stone bow under the right conditions? Since when did Po Yang County have such a young divine archer? No longer harboring ulterior motives, the man forced a bright smile. Brother Sanchi, no, brother Shi. Don't move, I'll go pick it up. I'll carry the game to town for free, let's be friends, he said, then hurried towards the direction of the rabbit. Chen Sansi stored his bow, shaking his head gently. With his keen perception that could even see the hairs clearly, how could he not realize this guy was scheming from the start? He had deliberately shown off his skills. If he didn't want to be bullied, he needed to display some strength. The man chopped 2 pieces of wood with a cleaver, and together with Chen Sansi, one in front and one behind, they carried the wild boar down the mountain. The man introduced himself. "My name is Wu Da. I live in the village next to yours. I'm 16 this year. Please take me under your wing in the future, brother Shi." Chen Sansi looked at the scar-faced man smiling at him, temporarily at a loss for words. This guy is 16. Wild boar, brother Shi nailed a wild boar. They had just reached Yambian village's entrance when the villagers burst into an uproar. A 300-pound wild boar isn't uncommon, but typically it requires the cooperation of 2 or 3 people. For one person to handle an entire lair of wild boars was definitely top-tier hunting. Not to mention, for the villagers, Chen Sansi was a scholar who had turned to hunting to survive. Word spread fast, and it did not take an hour before he became well known in the neighboring villages. At 8 Treasures Restaurant, the sow is 320 pounds, 18 copper coins per pound. The piglets, 20 copper coins per pound, altogether 60 pounds and 2 tails. The total is 69.64 copper coins. I'll make an executive decision on behalf of the boss and round it up to 7 taels of silver for you. And remember, if you catch fresh game in the future, don't go selling it to anyone else, little stone. Boss Liu Hongda waved his hand grandly, throwing over a pouch of money. Typically 1,000 copper coins are equivalent to 1 tael of silver, but silver is a harder currency, not always easily exchangeable, and the exchange rates often fluctuate. Giving silver directly was obviously a courtesy. Chen Sansi took the money pouch, feeling its significant weight. 7 taels of silver. Not only was he set for his taxes, but he also had enough to buy winter clothes. You lad are truly impressive. Boss Liu Hongda marveled. At this rate, it won't be long before you can move to the city. If you could learn a bit of martial arts, that would really be making something of yourself. Speaking of martial arts halls, does Uncle Liu have any recommendations? Now that Chen Sansi had solved his immediate problems, it was naturally time to consider learning martial arts. The most famous ones in Poyang County are Tianyuan, Tai Lei, Yunhe, and Zhao martial arts halls, but they only recruit apprentices during specific periods each year, and it's already too late for this year. Honestly, for us commoners, there's no need to aim for the top halls. Learning just a few moves to bluff people is usually good enough. But if you're set on a major hall, you might ask Shunzi. Shunzi, Chen Sansi was a bit perplexed. That kid has been frequently treating martial arts academy disciples to meals recently, just over there across the street, and look, there he comes now. Boss Liu Hongda pointed behind him. Across from 8 Treasures Restaurant, there was a relatively modest hall. Chen Sansi turned around and saw Zhang Shun stepping out of a diner with 2 young men in white robes. Brother Shi. Upon seeing Chen Sansi, Zhang Shun immediately ran over, his face apologetic. "Bro, I've been meaning to see you these past few days to talk about last time." Chen Sansi cut him off. "Shunzi, don't worry about me, I've gathered enough money. Your brother Shi just bagged a whole lair of wild boars today and earned 7 taels of silver from me." Boss Liu Hongda spoke up for him. "Really, bro, you're amazing. I wonder how long I'd have to fish to earn 7 taels of silver." Shunzi exclaimed in admiration, his envy pure and untainted by any other emotions. "By the way, this is for you." Chen Sansi took out 3 pieces of broken silver, ready to pay off the silver, both principal and interest. "Brother, I can't take this. I wasn't able to help you last time. That's a separate matter. Your dad also needs money for his leg treatment." After some back and forth, Chen Sansi finally managed to stuff the silver into the other's pocket and changed the subject. "Are you treating the Martial Arts Academy disciples to a meal?" "Yes." Zhang Shun lowered his voice. "I missed the Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy's recruitment period, so I thought I'd try something to see if they could accept one more disciple." He just happened to meet 2 disciples outside the academy, and they offered to put in a good word for him, which is why he invited them to dine and build relationships. This was already the 3rd meal. Even though the small restaurant wasn't as extravagant as the 8 Treasures Restaurant, it still cost quite a bit of money. "I see." Chen Sansi looked across the street at the 2 Martial Arts Academy disciples. One was picking his teeth and the other was patting his round belly and burping, seemingly impatient, urging little Shun, "What are you doing? Come on, weren't we going to enjoy some drinks? The senior brother I introduced you to is highly regarded by our master. You get what I mean, right? Don't be mad, brothers, I'm coming right now." Zhang Shun hurriedly said goodbye. Chen Sansi watched them walk away, feeling that the gazes of those 2 academy disciples seemed unreliable. I should remind Shun to be careful later. He didn't linger any longer and hurried off to the government office to pay the tax of 3 taels of silver. Seeing the tax officer check off his name in the register, he finally felt a massive weight lift from his shoulders. Only Qin Xing left. I wonder if he will try to cause trouble in other ways. I need to hurry home, or else Sister Lan will start to worry again. Chen Sansi rushed back home. At the home's entrance, Gu Zinlin was caught up chatting with a few women, who were all admiring how capable her man was, how he could read, earn money, and was handsome too. Ultimately, when a man earns money, even his shortcomings can be turned into advantages. Zin Lan, you must hurry to give your brother Shi a child. Don't worry about that. With Zin Lan's big hips, she'll definitely be able to have a son. The women kept bantering, making Sister Lan's cheeks turn bright red. Zin Lan, look, your man is back. Brother Shi. With no interest in small talk, Gu Zinlin hurried over to greet him. We're eating rabbit tonight, Chen Sansi said, smiling, holding out an unsold rabbit. Gu Zinlin didn't even glance at the rabbit. Her hands kept touching here and there. How are you, Brother Shi? Are you hurt? I heard that wild boars are really fierce. Chen Sansi was stunned for a moment. No worries, I'm fine. Brother Shi, please don't provoke such frightening things next time. After confirming that her man was unharmed, Gu Zinlin finally relaxed and helped him unload his things. Must be hungry, I'll go cook. Chen Sansi watched Sister Lan's busy figure and suddenly felt a profound sense of belonging. He had a home in this world after all. Soon, the aroma of food from the kitchen wafted around. It stirred such a craving in Chen Sansi's stomach that it wouldn't stop rumbling. Knock, knock, knock. Just as they were about to eat, someone gently knocked on the door. Who is it? It's me, Qingsheng. Hearing this name, Gu Zinlin's face turned white and she clutched at Chen Sansi's sleeve, indicating for him not to go outside to eat. It's fine, I'll go and see. Chen Sansi tucked the kitchen knife behind his back and went out to greet the guest. He thought Qingsheng, knowing he had paid his taxes, was either looking for a new problem or was ready to escalate things, but it appeared to be the complete opposite. Qingsheng was all smiles, holding a jug of the cheapest yellow wine. Ha ha ha, little brother. Chen Sansi furrowed his brow. What's this? Little bro, I am here to apologize. While speaking, Qingsheng casually patted Chen Sansi's shoulder, secretly applying force only to find that his adversary didn't budge. Damn it, where did this kid get such strength? He had just come home today and heard that the scholar named Chen had single-handedly killed a wild boar. Now it's autumn and wild boars with piglets are extremely aggressive, and there had been instances of hunters being devoured by them. Handling a wild boar solo is definitely no easy feat, yet this fellow is clearly just a useless scholar. Could it be he's naturally strong but took the wrong path, wasting his potential? Either way, Qingsheng decided to give up on Gu Zinlin. He had been thriving in the surrounding 10 villages for years, raising his brother alone and sending him to the best martial arts hall, not just because he acted rashly on the surface. Who to offend and who not to mess with, he knew very well. If he really offended a formidable hunter, he should not venture into the mountains for the rest of his life. Otherwise, he might just receive a deadly arrow to his back. As for women, there are plenty more to choose from. If Chen Sansi is not one to be easily bullied, there are plenty of others who are. Little brother, there has been some misunderstanding between us. Let's clear it up in front of the neighbors. How about that? Qingsheng deliberately raised his voice, attracting the neighbors who were cooking at home to come out and watch. Just as Qingsheng thought Chen Sansi didn't know better, finally, he heard the satisfactory response. You jest, Brother Qin. Chen Sansi showed a cordial smile. I've always been one not to hold a grudge, moreover. There's no real enmity between us. Being a scholar truly suits you, brother, generous indeed. Content. Qingsheng placed down the jug of wine. I won't disturb you any longer. Good, Brother Qin, take care. After closing the door, Chen Sansi looked at the recurve bow hanging on the wall. Clear the account. When I was down and out, he took advantage and almost ruined my family. Now that I'm not easy to bully, he wants to dismiss it lightly. Where on earth is it so easy? At the dinner table, Sister Lan, elated by the joyful events, unprecedentedly helped herself to 2 chopsticks of rabbit meat. Paying all the taxes due and ridding themselves of the local tyrant, anyone would have been happy. Brother She looked admiringly at her man, that Mr. Qin must have heard of your abilities and didn't dare to mess with us anymore. You are truly incredible. Being able to shoot even a wild boar, no wonder she always thought brother she was exceptionally strong. After dinner, Gu Zinlin sat beside the bed waiting as usual, but unusually, he was late coming into the room. It was only when she lifted the curtain that she saw Chen Sansi sitting under the candlelight, intently flipping through a book. Aren't you going to rest early today? Gu Zinlin was somewhat disappointed, but she quietly did not disturb him and went to sleep first. Skill, reading entry level. Progress 100-300. Utility, spirit refreshed, photographic memory. Chen Sansi gently closed the book, and after confirming that Sister Lan was soundly asleep, he tucked a kitchen knife at his waist, slung the longbow over his shoulder, and tiptoed out of the house, blending into the night. The brothel, sir, why not stay here for the night? Why bother going back? Scram, 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 I still have things to take care of. Qingsheng pushed away the courtesan who was holding him back and staggered out of the brothel. The cost for overnighting was triple. He wasn't foolish. The money at home shouldn't be wasted, and he needed to save it as a gift for his younger brother. Since he was young, he had lost his parents and had raised his younger brother by selling pancakes. Once he made a name for himself, he managed to save enough money to send his younger brother to the best martial arts academy in Poyang County. But practicing martial arts was indeed very expensive. The enrollment fee, master's tribute, and medical expenses were just the beginning. To receive the true teachings was yet another significant expense. The old folks at the county martial arts hall would generally pass on their skills only to their own sons, or direct disciples. Outsiders couldn't learn the real deal. His younger brother was no exception. He had been practicing martial arts for over 3 years and still couldn't learn the complete cultivation techniques. Fortunately, his brother was close to the young master. That young man was a debauchee who favored beautiful women. Perhaps by sending some beautiful women his way, there might be a chance to acquire the true teachings. Speaking of which, that Ms. Gu is really beautiful. Her looks, they just don't seem like those of a village girl. What a pity, such a pity. Thinking about this, Qingxing felt aggrieved. He actually had to apologize to someone with the surname Chen, but this was only temporary. Once his younger brother could spare the time, what was a hunter considered anyway? No matter how skilled, could a hunter be more formidable than a martial artist? Given the chance, he could have his brother deal with Mr. Chen in the mountains and even keep his family's young lady for his own enjoyment. Ha ha ha. Thinking of the young lady's buttocks, irresistibly round and plump, Qingxing laughed out loud. A gust of cold wind swept by, sobering him significantly. Looking around, he realized that he had unwittingly walked out of the town, surrounded by pitch darkness, with only the occasional crow caw breaking the deep silence of the night. Heh, my courage seems to be shrinking. For some reason, today Qingxing felt a vague sense of unease, as if someone was following him. He scoffed at himself and was just about to head home when suddenly another gust of wind came from behind. This gust was very sharp and precise, directly hitting the back of his head with a chilling iciness. This wind penetrated through the back of his skull and exited through the top, as if a horn was sprouting from his forehead. Qingxing fell straight down, never stirring again. Not satisfying at all, Chen Sansi emerged from the distant woods and approached to examine the body. When people practiced martial arts, they fought with swords and hand-to-hand combat. He had just pulled the bowstring from afar, and everything was over, making even the carried kitchen knife redundant. The process was too quick, leaving Mr. Qin dying too swiftly. Oh well, who makes me kind-hearted? Chen Sansi found about 3 fragments of silver on the body, just this little. This scoundrel has been plaguing the village, surely making at least a few dozen silver pieces a year. Where has the money gone? Is practicing martial arts that expensive for his brother? After pocketing the silver, he began to ponder how to dispose of the body. There were arrow wounds on the body, it definitely couldn't be left here. Hunters were few and far between within tens of miles. Cutting off the head separately would cover him in blood, making it even more difficult to handle. Just throw it in the mountains. Chen Sansi hoisted the body. With the light as a feather skill, carrying a corpse did not slow him down at all. In just 2 hours, he arrived at Second Layer Mountain, threw the body in a secluded grove, and returned home to Yambian village before dawn. Lying down next to the sleeping sister Lan, Chen Sansi took a long breath. I guess I've removed a menace for my fellow villagers, just not sure if his brother will come looking for me. I need to start practicing martial arts soon. He had no regrets. With Qingxing's character, apologizing was only temporary. His brother, gaining influence, would definitely seek double compensation in the future. Better to strike first rather than live in anxiety. The next morning at dawn, the rooster crowed. Chen Sansi, as always, got up early to practice archery. After mastering archery, the speed of improvement drastically dropped because the bow was too light. He could now pull a 1-stone bow. The 4-force bow was completely ineffective as a training tool. Heavy bows are not easy to come by. Even the martial arts hall wouldn't dare keep them privately, or it would be seen as plotting rebellion. Besides needing a heavy bow, it's time to schedule martial arts training. Chen Sansi silently calculated his next steps in his mind, while on the other hand, Xin Lan called him to breakfast. Clang, clang, clang. He sat down absent-mindedly, just picking up a cornbread, when suddenly the village was filled with the sound of gongs and shouting. The government. Chen Sansi's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly calmed down. It can't be because of Qingxing's affair. He only died last night. He's not worth such a big fuss. There must be something else. Indeed, the people from the county government's patrol office called everyone out and announced a major event. An assassin from the barbarian tribes had infiltrated Poyang County and murdered the Poyang County magistrate. The whole village was in an uproar. The government's people were here to search for the assassin's whereabouts. After gathering all the villagers together, the patrol office began searching every house and left grudgingly after half a day. The county magistrate has been killed. Xin Lan whispered. I remember this county magistrate had been transferred here less than 2 years ago. Seems like being an official isn't easy. Chen Sansi watched the departing constables, feeling something was odd. Why would a barbarian warrior kill the county magistrate? The forces guarding the border are from the garrison, not the county government. If they wanted to attack, they should target the skilled soldiers. Forget it. It's none of my business. Chen Sansi shook his head, lamenting that the world was becoming increasingly chaotic, which spurred him even more to earn money. With money, he could enhance his personal strength and protect himself in these turbulent times. After hastily filling his stomach, he took his bow and arrows and went hunting in the mountains. No one caused trouble, and Chen Sansi was living a peaceful life. For 5 consecutive days, his life was a simple cycle, hunting in the mountains, selling game at the restaurant, and then going home to sleep. As for Qingsheng, his body was gnawed to nothing but bones by wolves the day after he died, and Chen even took the opportunity to shoot a few of them. A wild rabbit of 6 pounds, 2 pheasants weighing 5 pounds and 3 ounces, plus a 50-pound roe deer, 8 treasures restaurant. Chen Sansi, like a mission turn and point in a game, habitually came here to sell game. Shopkeeper Liu Hongda clicked his abacus. Exactly 1 tael of silver, keep it up. A single tael of silver, if not for the expensive prices due to chaos and war, would be enough to sustain an ordinary family for a month. But he appeared very calm, considering he had recently earned a sum of 7 taels at one time. Unfortunately, wild boars were not that easy to find. If only I could go to North Mountain. Uncle Zhao and the others said that in the real deep mountains there's a chance to find exotic beasts one could sell for upwards of 10 taels or even an astronomical price. It's a pity without the backing of a powerful force. North of Second Layer Mountain was completely dominated by martial artists. If a country hunter dared to venture there, they might be beaten and robbed of their game at best, or even lose their lives at worst. It was very oppressive. I still need to inquire about joining a martial arts hall. Thinking so, Chen Sansi didn't rush to leave. After waiting about half an hour, he saw Zhang Shun coming to sell fish, carrying his basket. When the topic of martial arts halls came up, Shun began to curse, "Brother, don't even bring it up. Those two had no intention of helping me, they just freeloaded food and drink, consuming a whole 2 taels of my silver, however." He lowered his voice. "I didn't let them off cheap either. Yesterday, with a trap, I splashed them both with golden juice. It was at least a bit satisfying. Do they know it was you who did it?" Chen Sansi was a bit worried. In recent times, commuting back and forth to the county town, he had also encountered many martial arts academy disciples who were arrogant and unreasonable, even those who beat up ordinary people on the street without cause. Shun's way of getting back at them might bring trouble upon himself. In some matters, you either don't do them at all, or you must be ruthless in execution. Don't worry, they didn't see me. Zhang Shun changed the subject. "By the way, brother, aren't you also planning to learn martial arts? Got any plans?" Chen Sansi shook his head. "What about you?" "Sai, I'm worried too." Zhang Shun lamented. "Apart from the 4 great martial arts schools, the rest of the martial arts halls in the county town are not that cheaper either. And the worst part is having to do strenuous labor for 2 years before you even start learning the real skills. Without 3 or 5 years, it's impossible to learn anything substantial. But what can we do? I'm going to try out at a martial arts hall with a better reputation after all." It was consistent with what Chen Sansi had learned. In this world, it's not easy to change one's fate through scholarship, and it's even harder through martial arts. In a nutshell, ordinary folks don't expect to live a good life. Working his hands to the bone in a lousy martial arts hall for 3 to 5 years was out of the question. Apart from the martial arts halls, there was actually another place to learn martial arts: the garrison. But as a military household, he would have to go to battle and face the enemy, especially now with the current state of turmoil and war. Let's go ask around first. After saying goodbye to Shun, Chen Sansi went to the market to seek out Old Su. When Old Su heard his question, he couldn't help but chuckle. "How much silver does it take to become a military household? Little stone, have you lost your mind? You don't need a single coin to become a military household. Instead, they'd have to pay you." The garrison does want to recruit people, but how many are willing to go? The Great Sheng dynasty had a history of over 350 years. After the Grand Ancestor founded the nation, he implemented the garrison and commandery system. In essence, it was a system of military colony farming, 7 parts farming, 3 parts military readiness. At the beginning of the dynasty, Great Sheng had as many as 3 million military households, and they could be self-sufficient. The Grand Ancestor once said, "The soldiers of Great Sheng need not consume a single grain of rice from the people." Such an astonishing coincidence. Chen Sansi couldn't help but recall a figure from his past life who started his empire with nothing but a bowl and carved out his own territory through sheer ruthlessness. Like the Great Ming, the garrison system of Great Sheng deteriorated over time and was on the verge of collapse. 50 years ago, the chief minister had implemented reforms, which just barely extended the life of the regime until now. But listening to Old Su's tone, it seemed that the reforms were not very thorough, only managing to maintain appearances, while the reality was still on the verge of collapse. 350 years is actually quite a feat. After all, the Great Ming only lasted for less than 300 years. Why could the Great Shang dynasty outlast the Great Ming by 70 years? Was it because there were no foreign-educated emperors? Or was it because this world had martial artists who relied on military force to suppress and extend their lifespan? Old Su said, "Little Shanxi, do you want to practice martial arts?" Chen Sansi nodded in agreement. If you just want to strengthen your body, the martial arts halls in Po Yang County Town can satisfy you, but if you truly want to achieve mastery in martial arts, they are not enough. Either join a major school at the state level, or enlist in the military. But in all the land under heaven, is there a school bigger and stronger than the court? Old Su said earnestly, "Child, think it over carefully. If you really want to enlist, your uncle can get you in. But why join the military in these chaotic times? I'm speaking the sincere truth as an old man. Just living a stable life as a commoner is quite good. Like that silly son of mine, always dreaming of making a name for himself, not realizing if he has the fate for it, sigh." This matter indeed required serious thought. His mind heavy with thoughts, he walked home. Before he even reached the entrance of the village, he heard loud and noisy arguments coming from inside. A young man in a dark cyan robe with a sword at his waist was leading 4 or 5 people in the village, stopping everyone they met and asking questions, as if they were looking for someone. With Chen Sansi's hearing, he could make out the conversation from a distance, but he didn't hide, walking openly past them and as expected was stopped. "Brother, please wait." The leading young man, dignified and polite in his speech, but his gaze bearing a hint of disdain, asked, "Have you seen my elder brother Qingsheng?" "Brother Qin," Chen Sansi responded naturally, "I saw him a few days ago. What about him?" Qin Feng said coldly, "5 days ago, my elder brother disappeared without a trace, and there has been no word of him since." Disappeared? Impossible. Chen Sansi was quite surprised. Brother Qin was fine, how could he disappear? Qin Feng shook his head. "If there is any news, please inform us." Hiss. Chen Sansi stroked his chin. "A few days ago, barbarians infiltrated Po Yang County and killed the county magistrate. I wonder if it has anything to do with this." Qin Feng paid him no further attention and turned to question the next person. "I wonder how well this younger brother of Qingxing has learned martial arts. The few disciples around him are calling him senior brother. Seems like he holds a high status. If I attacked by surprise, could I kill him with one arrow? I really need to learn martial arts." As Chen Sansi pushed open the door to his home, he did not smell the familiar fragrance of cooking. Sister Lan hasn't come back yet. That's not right. It wasn't until half an hour later that hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. "Brother Shi, what's happened?" Chen Sansi asked. "Tax officials, collecting taxes." Gu Xinlin leaned against the door frame, panting for breath, barely able to speak. Chen Sansi remembered that today was the last deadline for tax payment. In previous years at this time, the tax officials would bring government office workers to tally up, and those who couldn't pay the taxes would be taken away for hard labor. "Don't panic, speak slowly." Gu Xinlin said haltingly, "Aunt Li, Brother Shi, you should go and see. Aunt Li's family can't pay the taxes and are about to be taken away. I ask you one last time, will you pay the tax or not?" The tax collector squinted his eyes, looking impatiently at the family of 3 before him. Zhang Shun said with righteous indignation, "Sir, our family paid the autumn tax 10 days ago." The tax collector held up the register in his hand, snorted coldly, "If you paid, then why isn't your family's name written here? Impossible." Zhang Shun shouted, "I saw with my own eyes as you wrote it. You're trying to deliberately collect the tax from my family twice. Slandering." The tax collector slapped his whip down, knocking the young man to the ground. "Why don't I collect double from other families but only from yours?" A bloody gash appeared instantly on Zhang Shun's face. He gritted his teeth, attempting to argue, but Aunt Li hastily stopped him, putting on a smile. "Shun, keep your mouth shut. If the official says we didn't pay, then we didn't pay." The child was young and unaware of the tax collector's ferocity. There's a saying, fear not the official, but the one who enforces. Don't look at the tax collector as just a minor official. Sometimes he's more terrifying than the county magistrate. "Sir, please wait. I'll go back home and get the money to make up for it." Aunt Li had no idea when they had offended the tax collector, planning to deal with the current problem before anything else. She hurriedly went to retrieve the money. Soon after, a desperate scream echoed from the house. "Oh heavens, where's the money?" The 13 taels of silver hidden under their water jar had vanished without a trace. Hearing the commotion, Mr. Zhang with a lame leg stumbled in, and after seeing the empty hiding spot, he fell to the ground. "Thief, there's been a thief." The tax collector lost his patience, whipping Mr. Zhang twice in the back. "Are you playing me for a fool here?" "Sir," Mr. Zhang grimaced in pain, "the silver was right here. There were 13 taels, 13 taels." The tax collector scoffed. "I could also say I have 3,000 taels of gold in my house. If you have no money, just confess your crime honestly, father." Zhang Shun, seeing his father beaten, rushed forward in a panic, only to be knocked down by a whip, his face covered in fresh blood. He lay on the ground, not understanding what was happening. Only when he saw two figures in white robes in the crowd giving him a triumphant smile did he have a sudden realization. It was you. Zhang Shun staggered to his feet and charged at the two disciples. Give me back my silver. Go to hell. The slightly overweight disciple kicked the young man down. Where's the proof? Zhang Shun could no longer contain his anger. You're in cahoots with the tax collector. Slandering. Hearing this, the tax collector raised his hand and delivered several more whiplashes, beating the young man until his skin was torn and flesh exposed. Damn troublemaker. Like a rabid dog, barking at everyone, take him away. The old fool to Kangju to repair the city wall, the youngster to Heju to repair the riverbank. The onlooking villagers were silent as cicadas in cold weather. Seeing this, almost everyone understood what was happening, but nobody dared to say anything. Officials, martial artists, neither were people ordinary folks dared to offend. If the lords wanted you dead, you had to die. Zhang Shun was covered in blood and dirt, screaming in extreme frustration. He had toiled from dawn to dusk catching fish, saving up for 4 whole years to learn a few moves, just to have an easier life in the future. How did it come to this? Was it because he hadn't worked hard enough? Shun, a powerful voice rang out. Chen Shanchi squeezed through the crowd. He saw the 2 martial arts academy disciples and quickly guessed most of the story. Shun's act of splashing the golden liquid had offended them, so they sought revenge by bribing the tax collector to tax them twice and then stealing the silver, aiming to directly cause the death of Shun's family. Thinking it over, Chen Shanchi himself felt a chill. If Qin Xing was willing to spend silver on bribes, he might very well have ended up with the same fate as them. He stepped forward. Sir, may I pay the tax on their behalf? Brother Shi. On hearing this, Zhang Shun felt so ashamed he couldn't lift his head. He hadn't insisted on taking out the silver to help Brother Shi before. How could he have the nerve to let Brother Shi help him now? Aunt Li and her husband felt the same shame, wishing they could just crawl into a hole and hide. Not just them, the watching villagers were also taken aback. The tax collector's face darkened. Boy, are you sure you want to meddle in this affair? I dare not interfere with the official's duties. Chen Sansi pulled the tax collector to a corner and pointed to Mr. Zhang, whispering, but this cripple, how could he handle the work? He's likely to die on the way, and that would just be a waste of food. The tax collector raised his eyebrows. You mean to say? Chen Sansi quietly slipped 2 taels of silver into his hand. Sir, let's forget about the cripple. As for Zhang Shun, he was disrespectful to you, so he deserves to do hard labor. That was all he could do. Clearly, the tax collector had come for Zhang Shun. Mr. Zhang was merely collateral damage. If Chen Sansi tried to intervene, it would not only fail to alter the outcome, but would also draw disaster upon himself. While he was speaking, the 2 martial arts academy disciples were staring at him intently from within the crowd. Better to save one if he could not save both. After all, Zhang Shun was young. There was at least a 20% chance he would survive the conscription labor. You sure know how to handle things, kid. The tax collector was amused. He took the money to teach Zhang Shun a lesson. The old man was essentially dispensable. 2 extra taels of silver, why not? Thinking this way, he discreetly accepted the silver and announced, the head of the Zhang family has made up his tax payment. Let him go and take the young one away to be dispatched to Heju. The decision was final. Those present mostly understood what had transpired. Little Stone, that move was clever. He didn't offend anyone and managed to save old Zhang's father. This kid really values loyalty and friendship. Such a pity he stopped his schooling. He would have made a good official if he'd pursued it. Little Stone, I am truly convinced by you this time. The villagers whispered among themselves, expressing their admiration for Chen Sansi's actions. Shunzi. Chen Sansi walked over to the thin and dark young man, gently patting him on the shoulder. I did my best. Brother, Zhang Shun knelt down with a thud. You saved my life and now my father's life. If I can make it back alive, I will be forever in your debt and work like an ox or horse to repay you. He knocked his forehead to the ground 3 times, making a loud sound each time. What the hell, putting on a grand play. Cut the crap and get moving. The government office constables took Zhang Shun away, while the tax collector continued to tally the next household. Aunt Li, watching her son being taken away, collapsed crying and lost consciousness, and Mr. Zhang sat numbly on the ground. Scenes like this, on the last day of the autumn tax collection, continued to play out. In Poyang County, at least 1/10 of the male population would be taken away. Most of them were farmers. After 300 years of land consolidation, more than 90% of the land in and around Poyang County had become the property of the rich people and the martial arts halls. The farmers were essentially tenants. Each year, they had to give half of their harvest as rent, and the remainder was taxed so heavily that they barely had enough to feed themselves. Spare me, sir. For several years, the harvest has been poor, and we are required to plant 10% spiritual grain on every acre. We simply cannot survive this way. Stop your nonsense, take them away, take them away. The great Sheng dynasty's taxation was multifaceted and intricate. The most bizarre was the Immortal tax. 50 years ago, in the 21st year of Longqing, Emperor Longqing had a dream. He claimed to have met an immortal in the dream, who gave him some seeds, and proclaimed that these could grow immortal herbs. These immortal herbs, when offered to the immortals, could ensure the empire's prosperity for thousands of generations. Consequently, from the 22nd year of Longking, the emperor decreed all cultivated land in the country must allocate 10% to the planting of spiritual grain, and those without cultivated land were required to pay the equivalent in silver tax. The problem was this spiritual grain was not some mysterious immortal plant. It was inedible and even poisonous, deadly poisonous. Anyone who consumed it would die instantly. This effectively wasted land resources, making life even more difficult for the already struggling tenant farmers. Chen Sansi stood by the field ridge within half an hour. He saw at least 3 or 4 households that had their men taken away, not even sparing men as old as 70. Such suffering, the people were suffering. They were oppressed materially, which was bad enough, but the mental oppression was even heavier. Officials and martial arts academy disciples were considered masters who would dare provoke them, just like what happened earlier when Chen Sansi saved someone. The look in the eyes of the 2 martial arts academy disciples was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. It seemed like a single wrong word could lead to his undoing. The feeling was truly unbearable. Just because he was a commoner, he was oppressed and exploited in every way, living his life with utmost caution. He suddenly made up his mind. Uncle Sue was wrong in what he said. In such an era, living peacefully was a luxury far beyond the reach of the common people. Only by fighting vigorously might they have the chance to turn their lives around. Tomorrow, I will enlist in the army. Brother Shi, are you really going to enlist in the army? On the couch, Chen Sansi and Gu Zinlin snuggled together. Is it because of what happened to Shunzi's family? Yes, but not entirely. This was just one of the things that stimulated Chen Sansi. He thought of Qin Feng. He had killed Qin Sheng, and although he left no evidence, who knew if his brother would suspect him? What if he used the same methods? How would he respond then? What's more, what if the other party didn't care about evidence and wanted to assassinate him anyway? He didn't even know the various levels of prowess among martial artists. Could he really protect his little household with just a bow? As for peace and stability, it ceased to exist the moment he was transported here and targeted by Qin Sheng. He would be persecuted sooner or later without taking the initiative, enlisting in the army. Not only could he learn martial arts, but he would also have a chance to gain status. Moving up in every aspect was the only correct way to seek security in a chaotic world. Chen Sansi spoke softly. What, you don't want me to go? You are the head of the family. It's up to you to decide what to do. I'm just afraid something might happen to you. Gu Zinlin said she had no objections, but her tone was filled with hidden resentment, and her almond-shaped eyes became moist, clearly worried about being left alone. Don't scare me with your doom and gloom, or I'll have to shut you up. No, don't. After 2 hours of intense discussion, the couple reached a consensus. Chen Sansi didn't rush to sleep but picked up a book to read. Unknowingly, he became absorbed, and his proficiency steadily increased. Upon reaching a certain point, he had an epiphany, finding the words on the page simple and easy to understand. Things that he previously couldn't grasp were now clear. Skill, reading expert. Progress 0800. Utility, witty and clever. Spirit, refreshed. Photographic memory. Witty and clever, unlike archery, which directly strengthened the body, the changes brought by reading couldn't be directly observed and required heartfelt experience. Chen Sansi's most direct feeling was that he could easily comprehend what he read and retain it in his memory. This should be very helpful for my martial arts practice, but why has the requirement for advancement increased so much? Moreover, the improvements this book brings me are getting slower. It looks like I need to read different books. It's the same with archery. Only the army has heavy bows. Enlisting is imperative. Closing the book, he too fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the sun rose as usual. Chen Sansi carried cured meat and food into the city. Is the county under martial law? From a distance, he saw armored soldiers at the city gate scrutinizing people entering and leaving. He inquired and learned that the barbarian martial artist who had attempted the assassination of the county magistrate not only evaded capture, but had returned and killed the master of the Yun Martial Arts Hall in the south of the city. What a ruthless man. Chen Sansi was filled with emotion. After a search and interrogation, he smoothly made his way to the market and found Old Sue. Since you've made up your mind, come with me. Old Sue didn't stand on ceremony. He took the items and led out a donkey cart, taking him out of the city. I'll take you to meet my son. The Dasheng military households were hereditary. If your father was part of a military household, then your family, generation after generation, would be military households. The father would serve until he was replaced by his son, and even if there were no sons, other male relatives from the clan would take over to maintain the number of troops. According to Old Sue, the military household registrations were numbered, and during the height of prosperity it was rare to recruit outsiders. Now they wanted to recruit people, but it was very difficult to find any. In the early stages of the nation's founding, the treatment of military households was quite good. They were issued grain pay based on the number of people in the household. they could learn martial arts for free, and they were even given winter clothes. The living standards were generally above those of the middle-class farmers, but gradually, everything started to change. The amount of military land somehow kept decreasing, and the soldiers' labor grew heavier and heavier. Old Su said that when he first enlisted, the situation was at its worst. Many military households could barely afford to eat with just their grain pay and had to work as tenant farmers for nearby gentry or martial arts halls, and some nearly became house slaves. With no other options, many military households simply ran away. For a time in the entire Liangzhu Guard, the number of deserters reached a staggering half. It wasn't until the chief minister Yan Liang took office later on, spending 10 years of hard work to save the situation, that he managed to keep the garrison system from collapsing to this day, though the combat strength had become very weak. On paper, Liangzhu's frontier had 29 guards and over 160,000 military household soldiers, but if there were actually over 100,000, it would be considered good. The real main force guarding the Great Wall was under the commander's 8 northern camps, the elite troops that deterred the barbarian tribes. The 8 camps had generous treatment, but only admitted the elite. You had to make a name for yourself in the garrison before you got a chance to join the northern camps. As the two chatted, they unknowingly left Po Yang County City. West of Po Yang County City lies the Hudu mountain range, and to the north lies the frontier Great Wall. Between the county city and the frontier Great Wall was where the army resided. The garrison stationed there were not the vast fields of tents seen on TV, but a number of villages built for living. If there's no war, the soldiers would live ordinary lives, farming at sunrise and returning home at sunset. The military camps between the villages served as command centers and training grounds. Although Po Yang County is a frontier, due to the presence of the Longhu mountain range making troop movement difficult, it usually does not need to directly face large forces of barbarian tribes. Often it's just small bands of cavalry, which is relatively safer, Old Su explained. Old Su stopped the donkey cart outside the military camp and signaled for the young man to follow him in. You want to enlist? Old Su had a son later in life. His son was not very old, probably not yet 30, with a short beard and an air of vibrant energy. Learning that his father's acquaintance's son had come, he didn't ask any further and helped with the registration into the rolls. Military households are exempt from the grain tax every year. If it's just you, your monthly pay is 4 coins of silver, 7 for those with a wife, and 1 tael of silver for families of 5 or more. My dad says you can hunt. Old Su interjected. Little she's quite exceptional in the villages for dozens of miles outside Po Yang County. Everyone knows he's a skilled hunter. Su Bin nodded. If you can't become a military soldier later, you don't need to go to the array soldier. You can be an archer, with a monthly pay of 1 tael and 5 coins of silver. They proceeded to the military camp for registration and reporting in the army record book, where he also received an old set of armor, a red hat, and a secret skill book. On the yellowed thread-bound book cover, it read Basic Spear Technique for Soldiers in 6 big characters. After receiving his items, from this moment on, Chen Sansi was a soldier of the Great Sheng Dynasty's frontier. The full name of his unit was the Ding Prefecture's Po Yang Left Army 1000 Households Frontier Defense Unit. Lately, they've managed to enlist a few people, he said. Tomorrow, you'll formally report to the camp. The 100 household officer will speak at the martial arts arena and teach you martial arts skills. Remember to prepare well. Your performance when you first enlist will determine your future in the army. Once you become an array soldier, you'll never have another chance to advance. This basic skill book, take a good look at it when you get back, and it's best if you can memorize it beforehand. It will help with the assessment, Su Bin emphasized. Then, ready to leave, he rested his hand on the knife at his waist. Old man Su chuckled. Bin, why not teach little she a thing or two in advance so he's better prepared? Su Bin's brow furrowed slightly, glanced at Chen Sansi and said coldly, I still have matters to attend to. You boy, we are all from the same village. What's wrong with helping out? Old man Su pointed at his son, ready to scold him. Uncle Su, Brother Bin surely has military duties to tend to. There's no need to trouble him, Chen Sansi knew well. He and Su Bin weren't close at all. Getting a few tips was already quite generous. How could he dare ask for more? Humph. On the donkey cart back to Po Yang County, Old man Su said grumpily, Little she, don't be like my foolish son, thinking himself a big shot just because he's a small flag, always looking down on people. If he won't talk, I will. The first 3 realms of martial arts are blood refining, bone training, and refining internal. Minor success in blood refining qualifies one as small flag, great success as flag leader, bone training qualifies one for hundreds commander, and refining internal for households commander. Of course, these are just the rough correspondences of realms to military ranks. The actual situation may be more complicated. As the rickety donkey cart traveled, Chen Sansi asked earnestly, what did Brother Bin mean by military soldier and array soldier earlier? Old Man Su explained patiently, be it sex or martial arts halls, there are qualifications required for disciples, and the army is no exception. Generally, there is an assessment after you join the military. If you pass the assessment, you can become a military soldier. If not, you will only be an array soldier. A military soldier can further practice martial arts, receive resources, and retains the qualification for military promotion. An array soldier, due to limited talent, cannot cultivate martial arts. They train collectively in battle formations and lack the qualifications for promotion. Archers, cavalry, they are all types of array soldiers, but with slightly better treatment. Heh, I myself have poor root bone, I'm just an array soldier. Chen Sansi nodded thoughtfully, understanding the implication. The status of a military soldier was akin to that of a university graduate from a military academy in his past life, with potential for upward mobility, whereas a big head soldier could only ever be a big soldier. I've told you everything I know, Old Man Su said somewhat awkwardly. As for the cultivation techniques, I never quite grasped them in my youth. Better not mislead the younger generation, you should study it carefully when you get back. Outside Po Yang County town, the two parted ways. Chen Sansi quietly contemplated. I definitely must become a military soldier, otherwise wouldn't my enlistment be in vain, and I wonder about my talent for martial arts. Back home, the meal had already been prepared. With the household's improved circumstances, they basically had white rice, salted duck eggs, and often meat with every meal. Gu Xinlin no longer went out to work as a female worker. Now she was a full-time housewife at home. At the dinner table, she brought up Qin Xing with surprise. Brother Shi, did you know that Mr. Qin has disappeared? His brother has been frantically searching for him lately, nearly out of his mind. Zhao San, who used to have conflicts with him, had an arm chopped off in the street. They say the blood was everywhere. It was terrifying. Zhao San was also a notorious thug, but he didn't operate in their area. Luckily, people in the village know that we've reconciled with the Qin family, otherwise they'd definitely come knocking. An arm chopped off in public. Martial Arts Academy disciples, truly arrogant. Luckily, Chen Sansi now had the identity of a military household. Even if Qin Xing's brother suspected him, he wouldn't dare to act violently in public. At most, he would strike covertly. However, he also needed to quickly enhance his own strengths. After dinner, Chen Sansi couldn't wait to arrive at the empty space behind the house and started reviewing basic spear technique of array soldier under the moonlight. Though called a spear technique, the content inside was actually about pilework, without any relation to weapons. Each page of the book depicted lifelike images, representing a pilework posture, with several lines of small text below that detailed precautions and cultivation experiences. His photographic memory finally came in handy, as spending only around 15 minutes, he firmly remembered 36 pilework postures and began to practice. Chen Sansi followed the drawings in the booklet, naturally pointing his toes forward, chest recessed and back pulled up, shoulders sunk and elbows drooping freely, top of his head pressing up as if supporting something, ensuring he did not let it fall, maintaining the standard of the posture. The movements seemed simple, but when he actually began practicing, he realized they were not as they appeared on the surface. Following the movements depicted, just after a few breaths, Chen Sansi felt his body changing. Starting from the soles of his feet to his calves, and then to his torso and arms, his whole body began to heat up, as if the pilework was some kind of activator, opening up some mechanism in the human body. In this state, Chen Sansi's physical and mental energy rapidly depleted, and he was drenched in sweat within just half an hour. Having mastered archery and significantly enhanced his physical condition, he was definitely among the best of those who had never practiced martial arts. Even so, he began to feel exhausted after training in the 5th pilework. He clenched his teeth and persisted until he had mastered exactly 10 pileworks, then finally couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground, his face turning pale. Just don't know if compared to others, is my speed considered fast or slow? After finishing the training, Chen Sansi's first feeling was hunger, the kind that made him dizzy. Brother Shi, I've made some food, would you like to eat something? A gentle female voice reached his ears. Chen Sansi then realized Gu Xinlin had not rested and had been waiting for him all this time, and even prepared supper. Without a second word, he rushed into the house and devoured the food wolfishly, swallowing 5 rolls of white bread and a bowl of rice mixed with pork fat, yet he still felt somewhat unsatisfied. Indeed, practicing martial arts consumes a lot of energy. After eating, Chen Sansi, watching Sister Lan tidying up the dishes, didn't even feel the slightest romantic inclination anymore, just pure exhaustion. Felt like eating meat was necessary. Even though his family's conditions had improved, they weren't lavish enough to eat meat at every meal. Looks like I need to be more generous to myself, can't just focus on saving silver. Exhausted, Chen Sansi lay in bed while Sister Lan massaged and relaxed his body, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, they hadn't even gotten out of bed when they heard Qin Feng had come to the village early in the morning to find his brother, clearly in worse temperament than before, obviously quite anxious. Chen Sansi paid no heed and went to report at the military camp after breakfast. "Where is my elder brother?" Qin Feng gathered all the local bullies who had previously worked under his brother's command and questioned them one by one. "Brother, we really don't know." A sharp-faced bully said, "We last saw our boss 7 nights ago. After dinner, he said he was going to the county town to have some fun and didn't take us with him, and then we never saw him again." Another bully cautiously mentioned, "Brother, that night was exactly when the county magistrate was assassinated. Do you think it could be the barbarians?" "Impossible," Qin Feng stated with certainty. Those barbarians on this trip would definitely not kill civilians indiscriminately. He seemed to realize he misspoke, paused, then corrected himself. "I mean, murdering people would only expose more traces." "Brother." The bullies looked helpless. "We even asked Zhao San, but beyond him, we really can't think of anyone else daring enough to harm our boss." Qin Xing had many enemies, but mostly they were vulnerable individuals like widows and orphans who would dare to provoke him. "I do know one person." The skinny bully spoke up. "That scholar from the Chen family had some disputes with the boss before." "The Chen family?" "Yes, the guy from Yanbian village who is the best at hunting." Poyang County left Army 1,000 households. Military camp. "Brother Bin," Chen Sansi reported on time. Su Bin held his sword by the waist, his brow slightly furrowed at the affectionate address "brother" in the camp, addressed by rank henceforth. "Okay, Su flag officer." Chen Sansi was indifferent. Only then did Su Bin nod in satisfaction, his face still expressionless. "Go change into your armor, then assemble at the martial arts arena. The Lord 100 households will teach you martial arts." "Okay." Chen Sansi casually found a corner and started to change into the armor he had previously been issued. Though called armor, its main body was actually cotton, but with armor pieces affixed to the surface. This armor was referred to as either cloth armor or dark armor. As for the real armor, like those seen in TV dramas, only military officers were allowed to wear them. The assembly horn sounded. Chen Sansi had just changed. Arriving at the martial arts arena, a wide, flat, yellow mud ground had already gathered about 30 or so people, scattered around, some spirited, some listless, some tall and robust, others thin as rails. About half of them were locals, the rest didn't seem to be from Poyang County. "Line up, line up." A soldier came to direct everyone to form lines. Following that, a fat man with a goatee beard took the lead, flanked by 2 officers, strolling out one foot after the other. Raising his voice, he introduced himself. "My surname is Wang, first name Zhai. You can call me 100 Households Wang. I am responsible for teaching you the basic martial arts of the border army. The pile work was distributed yesterday. You should all have received it. After pile work, there's spear technique. Combining the two for practice constitutes the complete basic spear technique for military soldiers. Today, I will personally demonstrate it to you." The chubby 100 households readied his posture, his bulky body as stable as Mount Tai, performing the pile work as smoothly as flowing clouds without a single deviation. Next is the spear technique. He reached out, catching an iron plum blossom short spear thrown by an adjacent officer. The spear, about 2.5 meters in length and not exceeding 3 meters, was still considered a short spear. The previously steadfast 100 households Wang, upon receiving the plum blossom spear, suddenly became very agile, his iron spear thrusting out like a storm, the sound of tearing air echoing throughout the martial arts arena. Leaving everyone stunned, it was their first time witnessing true martial arts. Before they could recover, a set of spear techniques coordinated with pile work was already demonstrated. That's it. The crowd looked at 100 households Wang, who had tossed aside the iron spear, clearly not intending to explain further. That quick, who could see clearly. Wang Zhai ignored the murmurs below, cleared his throat, and spoke sternly. "Let me talk about the assessment standards for the new soldiers. 3 days pile work, 7 days spear technique. Those who can fluently execute spear techniques combined with pile work within 10 days will become military soldiers, the rest will be array soldiers." For military soldiers, pay starts at 3 taels per month, with supplemental medicine provided every 7 days. Based on cultivation or meritorious deeds, one can be promoted to officer. Moreover, among you, anyone who can first cultivate the first strand of Qi blood will be directly promoted to flag officer, plus eligibility for next year's selected point. Direct promotion to flag officer. Hearing this, everyone was interested. Who wouldn't want to be an officer right away? Regarding the subsequent selected point eligibility, very few understood it. The 100 households on stage didn't seem inclined to explain either. Finally, a lean man with a goatee from the crowd dragged out his words and started explaining. This selected point means selecting the elite. 3 years ago, after the Lord Governor took charge of the entire Northern Territory, he started selecting elite from each garrison. Those who succeed in selected point could directly enter the Heavenly Strategy Camp and become direct disciples of Supervisor Sun. Tusk, I thought it would be a huge promotion and great wealth. Exactly, who doesn't know that confronting barbarians in the 8 camps requires risking one's life daily? I'm not going. Some were greatly disappointed. You know nothing. If you want to go far in martial arts, you need the guidance of a powerful figure like Supervisor Sun and the resources of the 8 camps. Right, where are there shortcuts to success without risking your life? Another group argued, enough, I've taught all I'm going to teach. 100 households Wang interrupted them, quite impatiently. Next, you practice on your own. For specific tips on pile work and spear technique, if there are things you don't understand, go ask a flag officer. Fishing his statement, he yawned, massaging his shoulders and scratching his back as he left. That's it, what was just taught? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The entire teaching process had not exceeded 20 minutes without even a detailed explanation or slow motion demonstration. Who the hell could learn it? The pile work they could somehow manage. They each had a manual and could mimic like drawing a gourd from a model. But what about spear technique? No one could remember it. Someone went to ask the small flag for advice. Only then did they find out it cost money. To demonstrate once was 30 coins, to teach hands-on was 50 coins. The prices were marked clearly, honest to all ages. Hearing it cost money immediately deterred most people. If they had money back home enough to eat well, who would join the army? Of course, there were also a few ambitious ones who wanted to make it as military soldiers, willing to pay to start learning from each action of pile work. Watching the absurd scene unfold, Chen Sansi was rather speechless. This was the damn military. This could be used to make money. No wonder the garrison was increasingly corrupt, its combat effectiveness ever declining. He couldn't help but shake his head. Luckily, Chen Sansi had a photographic memory he didn't need someone else to explain. He took a deep breath, positioned his stance firmly, and the familiar burning sensation returned. Each movement previously demonstrated by 100 households Wang had been firmly imprinted in his memory. Now, he checked for any missed or incorrect movements. After confirming there were no mistakes, he began practicing the new movements. In less than half an hour, about half of the 30 or so people on the martial arts arena had fallen, the strain of pile work being too much for most to handle. However, quite a few were still persevering. Chen Sansi keenly observed this. A boy younger than him was only slightly slower in practicing pile work, and his breathing rate was different from the others while practicing, seemingly having some special techniques. Upon closer inspection, it seemed extremely similar to what 100 households Wang had demonstrated. Initially, he thought the prolonged aura of the household officer was a trait of a martial artist, but now it seemed likely to be part of a cultivation technique. Are we practicing a compromised version? What do you mean? Chen Sansi looked at the flag officers waiting to collect money next to the martial arts arena. How could he not understand? The breathing skill was most likely also going to cost money. Truly plucking feathers from crossing geese. But according to Uncle Sue, it's already easier to learn something in the army compared to the martial arts halls. Let's master pile work first. He was confident about becoming a military soldier, though he might not immediately advance to flag officer to qualify for selected point. He also had no full guarantee. Keep working hard. Not far away, inside the tent, 4 or 5 military officers were gathered around a table, eating and drinking. In the midst of enjoying themselves, the tent was abruptly flung open. A high-ranking military officer clad in lock armor strode in. The officers immediately put down their food and drink, standing up all at once, greeting with clasped fists Lord 1,000 households. Lord 1,000 households Xiang Tingchen surveyed the mess inside the tent, frowning deeply. He berated them, idiots. Not training the soldiers, not practicing martial arts, just knowing to drink. If you're really that idle, go to Poyang County, help the city guards find barbarian assassins. A group of 100 households bowed their heads, not daring to make a sound. Xiang Tingchen scanned them one by one, his gaze finally resting on a middle-aged military officer. 100 households Luo, I've already submitted your promotion to Deputy 1,000 households to Commander. A reply should come soon. The middle-aged military officer showed surprise. Xiang Tingchen nodded, then continued to address the others. In recent years, barbarians' attacks have been constant. Our great Sheng dynasty is in need of more people. You folks should not always think about making trivial profits. Teach what needs to be taught. Yes, Lord 1,000 households is correct in his teachings. The officers echoed in agreement. Xiang Tingchen shook his head, lifted the tent curtain, and left. Within 3 seconds, the officers had picked up their drinks again. Come, come, come. Let's all toast to 100 households Luo. Here's to celebrating your promotion to Deputy 1,000 households. Ha 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 ha. They all congratulated Luo 100 households. Only Wang Zhai, while toasting, muttered something silently and secretly spat on the ground. Martial arts arena. More than 2/3 of the people were sprawled across the ground haphazardly. 1/3 were too exhausted to continue practicing, while the remaining 1/3 had given up from the start. For them, becoming a soldier was just a way to get by, or, for some, they had been forcibly conscripted. Only the last 1/3 were still doggedly persevering. Among them, Chen Sansi was making the fastest progress, having reached the 25th pilework. Next was a youth with a special breathing technique, who had reached the 17th pilework. Last, there was a bearded burly man who had just about managed to reach the 12th pilework. All three had started practicing as soon as they got the cultivation technique the night before. The rest, at best, had only managed to reach the 7th pilework. It seems that the physical improvement brought by my expertise in archery is quite remarkable. Chen Sansi couldn't believe how his natural bowman physique was benefiting him so much in martial arts. He wondered what the next advancement would be like. The youth and the bearded man beside him kept glancing over at Chen Sansi as if competing with him. Fuck this, Chen Sansi was somewhat speechless. When he reached the 26th pilework, he began to feel more and more drained and decided to stop. It wasn't because he was lazy, but he understood that one can't make haste when eating hot tofu. If he forced himself to continue, it might cause irreversible damage to his body and backfire. Seeing him stop, both the youth and the bearded man collapsed to the ground right after. Hey, what's your name? The bearded man wiped off sweat with his hand and asked, panting heavily. Chen Sansi replied. Chen Sansi, the bearded man exclaimed in surprise, the one from Yambian village. Chen Sansi was astonished, you know me. The man laughed heartily. In the country, who doesn't know the good-hearted and skilled hunter from Yambian village? That can't be right. Chen Sansi found it strange. Good-hearted and just referred to the time he saved Zhang Shun's father, right? But that was just a small matter involving 2 taels of silver, not something that should make him famous, surely. Zhang Shun's old mother berated and beat you just because you owed her family 2 coins worth of life-saving money. She even wanted to sell your wife to Qingxing to pay off the debt. You didn't hold any grudge, and on the contrary, you risked retaliation from Martial Arts Academy disciples and offered 5 taels of silver to save someone. The man was vigorously thumping his chest, his voice booming. Where else can you find such a loyal and just man these days? Brother, I admire you. Chen Sansi was full of question marks. He had been close with Zhang Shun since they were young, but when had they become sworn brothers? And since when had Zhang Shun's mother berated and beaten him? What did the matter with Qingxing have to do with Aunt Li? He wondered who could have spread such wild stories. Was this the so-called rumors compounding upon rumors? I share the surname Zhu with a single name Tong. Zhu Tong said with a clasped fist, if you don't mind, I'll call you Brother Chen from now on. Chen Sansi returned the gesture with a clasped fist. The other youth approached as well. My name is Song Yan. Your pilework is quite fast, impressive. You're not bad yourself, Chen Sansi said. Zhu Tong spoke rudely. Don't pay attention to this kid. Chen Sansi asked in confusion, Brother Zhu, what's this about? Before Zhu Tong could respond, Song Yan preempted. The cultivation technique you guys learned is missing a part, but mine isn't because 100 households Luo is my uncle. He taught me in advance. If you want to learn, you can offer 8 taels of silver to ask the various 100 households for instruction. You sure have the nerve, being able to say that with a straight face. Zhu Tong had happened to see this kid with 100 households Luo yesterday in the garrison, overhearing something about a breathing skill. Chen Sansi nodded, just as he suspected. Song Yan nodded too, and then went to find some steps to sit and rest. Zhu Tong pulled out a stuffed pancake from his bosom and handed it over. Chen Sansi didn't stand on ceremony, and while munching on the pancake, he chatted with Zhu Tong, getting to know a bit about each other's background. Zhu Tong was the pig killer from Zhu family village, who not long ago had beat someone up because he couldn't stand seeing a widower bullied and almost got sent to the southern region to labor. It had cost more than half of his family's silver to work things out and change it to enlisting in the military at his hometown instead. Old Zhu, pass me a pancake too. As the two of them were talking, a hand stealthily reached towards Zhu Tong's bosom but got slapped away. Scram! Chen Sansi looked up and recognized the man who had been explaining the meaning of selected point to everyone earlier, appearing to be almost 50 with patches of gray hair already showing. Zhu Tong introduced him with displeasure. This is Su Wenkai, a notorious layabout from Zhu family village. Hey, who are you calling a layabout? Su Wenkai protested. Zhu Tong sneered, there you go. With no one to do the work and earn the money after your mother passed away, you're short on tax payments, hence you were dragged here to fill the ranks in the military. Failing to pay taxes also could lead to military enlistment. As for Zhang Shun being sent to work on the canal, it was purely because he offended someone. You're talking nonsense. Su Wenkai retorted agitatedly. At home, I am one who reads 10,000 books, and when I travel far, I am one who travels 10,000 miles. I'm a man destined for great things. Zhu Tong spat out mockingly, calling yourself Wo Long, and yet you can't even pass the exam to become a scholar, and you're giving me lip. All right then, before I scram, how about giving me a pancake to eat, will you? Su Wenkai hadn't eaten for 2 days. In these past 2 years, unless there was a war, the garrison didn't even provide meals. If every meal was guaranteed, who wouldn't be a soldier? Such a disgrace. Zhu Tong in the end still threw a pancake to him. Su Wenkai immediately ran cheerfully to the side, took out a book, and while savoring the pancake, he read with relish. Chen Sansi noticed the heavy bundle behind him seemed to be full of books, so heavy that the old scholar could hardly straighten his back. Mr. Su, he initiated a conversation. Might I borrow a book to glance through? I'll return it to you undamaged after I'm done reading. At home, there was only one book left, and it was difficult to make further reading progress by reading it over and over. Buying new books seemed a waste of money, and upcoming martial arts training would require more silver. Not lending, Su Wenkai didn't even ponder over it. Chen Sansi hesitated for a moment, then asked again, Mr. Su Wolong, lend me just one book and I assure you I will return it without a single scratch. Ahem, Su Wenkai nearly choked on the pancake, then asked, what did you just say? Mr. Su Wolong, I said I wished to borrow a book from you to read, Chen Sansi repeated. Su Wenkai squinted his eyes in pleasure. Considering such sincerity, you must be a person who loves reading as well. Yes. Chen Sansi admitted frankly, I was a scholar too, tried for the scholar exams for several years without success, couldn't continue like that and hence ended up enlisting. Truly so? Su Wenkai's spirit lifted. Truly so. Good then, I knew it. Su Wenkai, filled with righteous indignation, said, the great Sheng dynasty's imperial exams are utter nonsense, testing only on rote essays. What's the use? Us genuinely talented individuals are all buried in obscurity. Pick whatever book you want to see. He spread out his bundle on the ground, showcasing an assortment of books ranging from poetry to storybooks, from histories to tales of the bizarre, everything one could want. If it weren't for gathering money for my mother's coffin and burial, I would still have a house full of books. The garrison didn't provide food. Normally, after a certain time, the military households would all go back home to eat. Chen Sansi also packed his things. Before leaving, he sought out Su Bin to ask if he could get a heavy bow. If proficiency alone was so helpful, achieving small achievement was even more promising, so he couldn't let his archery practice lapse. Bo Su Bin had been preparing to go home for a meal. He and his father did not live together, but near the garrison in a military settlement where he also had a wife. Come with me. Su Bin frowned, his expression displeased. The two went to the garrison's arsenal, and after speaking with the clerk in charge, they entered the warehouse specifically used for storing bows and arrows. You're using it for hunting, right? Su Bin said, normally speaking, before official allocation, soldiers are not allowed to possess weapons privately. However, I don't use bows and arrows, and a flag officer's position just became available, so you can use it for now. He paused. Additionally, I'm very busy, so unless there's something crucial, you should go to your superior. The underlying message was clear. He was helping with the bow and arrows this time, but did not want to be bothered again. All right, Shanchi will remember the help from Su Flag Officer. Chen Sansi was not someone who liked to bother others, but in order to improve, he had no choice but to be shameless this once. The clerk unlocked and pushed open the large warehouse doors. Su Bin finished his instructions and left, allowing Chen Sansi to choose on his own. On the wooden racks of the storeroom, an entire wall was hung with bows. Sheng Army's standard-issue bows and arrows primarily came in two types: the small Shao bow and the big bow. The big bow was also known as the Kaiyuan bow. The pulling force ranged from 4 forces up to 2 stones. The clerk in charge of the warehouse said, take whichever bow you can pull and then you will be given 20 arrows and an arrow bag. However, the heaviest standard-issue bow here is just the 2-stone bow. Heavier bows are used by military officers, and you need to custom order them from the army's forge, but ordinary people don't need them. He saw Chen Sansi taking down the heaviest bow from the furthest corner and hurriedly said, Hey, what are you doing? That's the heaviest, a 2-stone bow. That's what I want, the 2-stone bow. Chen Sansi's profile data showed he could easily pull a 1-stone bow, which meant he was not just limited to a 1-stone bow. Easily pulling it indicated that his strength was far beyond that. He estimated he could manage the 2-stone bow, though it would be strenuous. But considering that his strength would continue to increase with martial arts practice, it was better to opt for a heavier bow beforehand to avoid needing a new one soon after. 2 stones. The clerk looked up and down at the young man, who was clearly not a military officer. He quickly said, don't be reckless. I must remind you that there's a target range outside, and you need to hit the target from 60 steps away to take it with you. No problem. Chen Sansi did not waste words and went straight to the target range outside the warehouse. He held the bow and arrows, examining and getting accustomed to the feel. This bow, being the heaviest Kaiyuan bow, was made with high-quality purple bamboo as the core, Sangyu wood for the limbs, and cow horn and hardwood for the bow tip, making it structurally more complex than a recurve bow. He knocked an arrow and drew the bow, realizing that after 2 days of pile work, his strength had noticeably improved. Was the effect of practicing martial arts so immediately visible? No wonder it consumed so much of the human body. The 2-stone bow weighed about 300 pounds. Chen Sansi gritted his teeth, his back and arm muscles coordinating as he exerted force, veins popping on his forehead and slowly pulling back the bowstring. Whoom. A heavy sound erupted, the bow thundered and the arrow struck like lightning. Bang. Almost instantly, the arrow hit the target with a loud bang, punching a large hole through the 2-inch thick target and then landing far behind on the ground. Bullseye. The clerk hurried into the target range, looking at the hole in the target, exclaimed, 70 steps, a 2-stone bow, a bullseye. It was Chen Sansi's first experience with a heavy bow, and even he was startled by the powerful impact. If this were used against a person, even standard armor might not hold. You're new here, just starting martial arts. The clerk picked up the arrows and ran back. You can pull a 2-stone bow even before starting blood refining. Does Subin have such a fellow countryman? Chen Sansi asked, can I take it now? Sure, sure. The clerk nodded vigorously. Come here, I'll give you 20 more arrows. Just so you know, you'll have to pay for any damage when it's not wartime. It's 50 coins per arrow, so use them sparingly. A heavy bow naturally pairs with heavy arrows. The price is also higher than that of ordinary arrows. Chen Sansi had just shot an arrow and immediately felt an improvement in his proficiency. Skill, archery proficient. Progress 230, 500. Utility, natural bowman physique. Easily draws a 1-stone bow. Within 70 steps, snaps fingers 3 times, hitting the target every time. With the practice accumulated from hunting in the previous days, his proficiency was nearly half. With the heavy bow, it shouldn't take long to advance to the next stage. I'm so hungry. The physical exertion of that half-day was truly too much for Chen Sansi, and a single pancake was not nearly enough. He simply decided to head home with his bow and arrows. The garrison discipline was lax. Furthermore, since the soldiers lived in the nearby military village, they could go home anytime after reporting for duty. Chen Sansi didn't even have an official assignment yet, and no one was inclined to supervise him. When he was close to Yambian village, his attire of blue armor and red hat drew the attention of the townspeople. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you around these past 2 days, so you've joined the military households. Not going to lie, little stone, you actually look quite the part in that outfit. Imposing indeed, but I reckon you won't have many good days ahead. Uncle Lizai, you really ought to drop dead. Hess, you don't believe me, just wait and see. At these words, Chen Sansi stopped in his tracks and approached a middle-aged man with a mottled bald head and ringworm, saying, Uncle Lizai, what do you mean by that? Lizai looked around furtively, then lowered his voice. I heard from Ergu and a few others that Qin Feng's brother is planning to kill you. Qin Feng, so he had come looking for him, had he? Chen Sansi was not surprised nor afraid. With his military household status and without evidence, the other party definitely couldn't just harm him recklessly, not to mention the ongoing wars. The status of military households during peacetime and wartime was entirely different. Harming a military household without any reason was akin to challenging the court. Chen Sansi continued on his way into the village. As soon as he entered, he saw several of Qin Feng's underlings rushing off to report his arrival. Brother, Chen Sansi has returned to the village, but Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Qin Feng put away the long sword in his hand and turned to ask coldly, but what? He's wearing a military uniform. The ruffian said, I found out that he seems to have joined the army these past few days, wearing that armor. Shouldn't we avoid making our move directly? Qin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. From what he had gathered, the hunter named Chen could be the only one strong enough and possibly responsible for his brother's disappearance. He had initially planned to capture him, chop off an arm to force the truth about his brother's whereabouts, but now. I didn't expect him to have joined the military households. The great Sheng dynasty was in constant warfare at the time, and he was merely a disciple of the Martial Arts Academy. Attacking a military household in the street was purely suicidal. No, we can't let him train in martial arts. Qin Feng suddenly felt a sense of urgency. This guy used to be a scholar who couldn't even touch spring water with his fingers. The moment he picked up a bow and arrow, he had food to eat and his physical foundation isn't bad. If he truly becomes a military soldier and gains position over time, wouldn't my difficulties increase? I can't let things go smoothly for him. Absolutely not. Returning to the cozy small home, Gu Zinlin was bent over a desk, meticulously sewing clothes stitch by stitch. Upon seeing her man return, she immediately dropped her work and came out to greet him. I'm hungry. As soon as Chen Sansi spoke, Sister Lan busied herself in the kitchen. He sat down and began to read through the books he had gotten from Su Wenkai. The book titled The History of Dasheng was a history book, recording major events since the founding of Dasheng. Before Dasheng, there was a chaotic era similar to the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. The grand ancestor Cao Zai, originally a house slave, forcibly carved his way out during the turbulent times and reunified the fissured nation after more than 100 years. It's worth noting that Cao Zai was also a sword god. Rumors had it that he once used a flying sword to take a life from 10 miles away and single-handedly broke through an army of 2,300. Has this already exceeded the realm of martial arts? Chen Sansi quickened his reading pace. Indeed, Grand Ancestor Sheng was a unique figure in martial arts, and such exaggerated individual combat power never appeared again thereafter. For the next 300 years, every emperor pursued the martial arts prowess of the grand ancestor, but none succeeded. After Emperor Longking ascended the throne, he simply turned to Taoism. He even dared to use 1/10 of the country's land to cultivate spiritual grain to offer to the immortal. Did Emperor Longking really see an immortal? Otherwise, he's not a fool. Why would he willingly give up 1/10 of the tax revenue to make offerings? He's making offerings to the immortals, letting the common people foot the bill. Skill, book reading, small achievement. Progress 18,800. Utility, keen perception, spirit refreshed, photographic memory. Chen Sansi felt a surge of energy and simply closed the book as the meal was ready. Half a pot of rice, stir-fried beef, salted duck eggs, along with a bowl of fish soup. He devoured everything in a whirlwind, leaving nothing behind. Chen Sansi didn't sit idle for a moment and soon went outside after regaining some strength. I need to masterpile work entirely tonight. Late into the night in the countryside, a full moon, an old house, 2 figures. One outside the house, agile and tall, diligently practicing martial arts under the frosty moonlight. One inside the house, graceful and lovely, threading a needle by the flickering candlelight. Hugh. I've completed the 36 moves of pile work. Finally completing all the pile work moves, Chen Sansi collapsed exhausted on the ground. Having finished pile work, starting tomorrow he would begin practicing spear technique and the breathing skill, which he must not forget. After eating the prepared midnight snack, he rested briefly, then got ready to practice archery. Gu Zinlin followed him out, her almond eyes filled with reproach. She said reproachfully, "Are you trying to kill yourself?" "Don't worry, practicing archery isn't as tiring as martial arts training. I know my limits," Chen Sansi reassured her as he lifted his longbow, only to be abruptly stopped by her grab. "No more practice, you may not care about hurting yourself, but I do. We're not starving, why push yourself so hard? Come, let's go to sleep inside." The next day, the dawn gently broke and the light dispersed the mist. Chen Sansi started his morning with archery practice. Skill, archery mastered. Progress 350-500. Although drawing the 2-stone bow was exhausting, it improved his skill much faster. The sweat wasn't for nothing. Chen Sansi was satisfied. He checked the time and decided it was time to pack up and leave. Before heading out, he didn't forget to sift through his chest and pull out 8 liang of silver. Damn, that's expensive. After deducting the cost of food, drink, personal needs, and buying fabric for clothes over this period, he had only 12 liang of silver left, which nearly emptied his savings. After this busy period, I must continue hunting, can't lose the skill that feeds me. Having secured the silver, Chen Sansi put on his armor and reported to the garrison. Just as he was stepping out, someone called out to him. Zhao Kaio and Wu De came running, one after the other. "Uncle Zhao," Chen Sansi asked, "what's this about?" "Got a matter to discuss with you." Uncle Zhao looked at the armor on Chen Sansi without much questioning, as he probably already heard about it. "Right." Wu De took over the conversation. "Brother Shi, do you know about the black bear of Tiger Head Mountain?" Chen Sansi slightly nodded. He had long heard that there was a black bear on Tiger Head Mountain, and every year there were hunters who fell victim to it. That beast it has killed again. Uncle Zhao said through gritted teeth. 3 donkeys from the neighboring stone village went up the mountain some days ago and never returned, until last night when his father found him, and only his head was left, eaten by the black bear. Additionally, as there is hardly any game to hunt recently, a few of us discussed whether we could take down the black bear to exchange its body for some silver to get through the winter. However, we alone couldn't manage it, we need you as well. When the time comes, whoever contributes more gets more money. Bear hunting. Chen Sansi didn't rush to reply. It seemed like the surrounding hunters were driven mad by poverty and had started considering hunting the bear. With their hunting bows, they were no match at all. He indeed had a heavy bow, but it still posed a significant risk. "Let's wait a couple of days then." Chen Sansi agreed, and after briefly discussing the timing with them, they parted ways. As soon as he arrived at the barracks, he saw Zhu Tong cursing loudly. "Damn it, 8 taels of silver, why not just rob?" Having come to the barracks, he naturally wanted to give it his all. However, the garrison was too corrupt. To practice martial arts, one needed to pay first. Who knows how many talents were missed because of this? That's nothing. Su Wenkai was rather indifferent. "Do you know why we, who committed offenses, were not sent to serve far away but ended up in this military settlement? Because in recent years, the higher-ups have been investigating payroll fraud, and they are gathering numbers. They feel a loss if they don't seize this chance to make some silver. Brother." After Zhu Tong became familiar with them, he started using a more affectionate nickname and said earnestly, "Are you learning the breathing skill? I'll teach you." Seriously, after learning the breathing skill, practicing pile work isn't so exhausting, and the progress is much faster. Su Wenkai immediately grabbed him. "Old Zhu, are you seeking death?" "Old Zhu, I appreciate your kindness, but let's not." Chen Sansi shook his head. Zhu Tong was really naive. If the lower ranks were allowed to teach each other privately, how could those above make money? Looking around, there seemed to be 5 or 6 people who had learned the breathing skill. He was not planning on saving money after understanding the situation. he took his silver and went to find the household's Commander Liu. Commander Liu looked him over, and after asking his name, immediately refused, "I'm not available." Household's Commander Zhang, could you? I have others to teach. Household's Commander Zhang, I don't teach. Household's Commander Xing, I don't know how. Chen Sanchi tried several commanders in succession, and unbelievably, none were willing to teach him. The price was exactly the same. He realized something was wrong, and with a mindset to test one last time, he walked into the tent. Household's Commander Wang, who had taught them spear technique yesterday, was lying on a chair, idly eating peanuts with a pile of shells at his feet. Chen Sanchi saluted. "I have seen Household's Commander Wang." Wang Zhai glanced at him sideways, and after a long pause, sat up leisurely. "So, want to learn the breathing skill?" "Exactly. Agreed. Wang Zhai spat out the peanut shell from his mouth and spread out his large hand, gesturing with his fingers, "Bring it here." So straightforward. Chen Sanchi, who was almost ready to give up, had not anticipated this at all. Could it be that these commanders had earlier agreed to distribute the number of apprentices? A bit odd. But at this point, if he wanted to learn the breathing skill, he had to pay. With due respect, he handed over 8 taels of silver, and Chen Sanchi stood waiting quietly. "What are you stupidly standing there for?" Household's Commander Wang, unapologetically pocketing the money, then waved him away. "Sir, what does this mean? I'm tired today, I'll teach you in a few days." At that, Chen Sanchi's heart sank with a thud. "Sir, you should. I said 2 days. Can't you understand human speech?" Feeling the anger in the other party's tone, Chen Sanchi didn't dare to continue, respectfully bowed and withdrew from the tent. "Wait 2 days. I'm afraid it's not just 2 days and then another 2 days. By the time the 10-day assessment period is over, it'll all be old news. Others pay money and are willing to be taught, but when I pay, they refuse to teach. Even a fool could see he was being deliberately targeted." Since joining the military camp, Chen Sanchi had not offended anyone, so who was out to get him? 2 possibilities. First, Qin Xing's brother. He was dressed in a military uniform, so Qin Feng didn't dare to touch him but feared he might make some achievements in martial arts, so he targeted him in this manner. But Qin Xing's brother didn't seem capable of mixing up with the true inheritors. He shouldn't have the power to connect with the 100 households. So the second possibility, 100 households Luo. 100 households Luo's nephew is currently ranked second fastest in practicing pile work. He's worried that I might steal Song Yan's future. It makes sense now. Chen Sanchi felt an immense pressure. Climbing up the ranks is truly fraught with obstacles. How about it? Who's teaching you? I heard Household's Commander Liu teaches with the most patience and offers the best deal. Zhu Tong approached to inquire. After learning the outcome, he was furious. What kind of nonsense is this? Taking money and not teaching. I'm going to reason with him. "Old Zhu, you can't go," Su Wenkai advised. "This brother Chen must have offended someone." Zhu Tong scratched his head. "So what do we do? Among all these people, it's Stone who practices the fastest. The qualification for the selected point should naturally belong to him. Otherwise, what if I teach him on the sly? Surely nobody would notice." "Old Zhu, it's really not necessary." Chen Sanchi didn't want to drag others down with him. Even if the others had the breathing skill, he was still the fastest at practicing pile work. There might still be hope. With that thought, he took a plum blossom spear from the rack near the martial arts arena and started practicing. Spear technique. Zhu Tong was astonished. "Stone, you've started practicing spear technique now." Not just him, everyone at the martial arts arena took notice. "It's fine." Zhu Tong shouted loudly. "Stone is so impressive, everyone can see it, and if any military officer notices and reports it, there's bound to be a superior who would value his talent." Su Wenkai looked at him with the eyes one uses when observing a naive child and gently shook his head. Clearly, that's not how things are. There were no superiors around, but there were plenty of small flags, none of whom intended to poke their noses into others' business, including Su Bin, who passed by. He had just arrived at the camp today and heard the arsenal clerk speaking of his fellow villager as a divine archer, highly likely to become a military soldier, so he thought of taking a look. Then he saw Chen Sanchi being targeted, unable to learn the breathing skill even with money. This kid offending people as soon as he arrives. Su Bin glanced in the direction where Lord Thousand Households usually worked, took a step that way, but quickly retracted, and with a sigh went home. "It's definitely your second uncle." Zhu Tong grabbed Song Yan by the collar. "It's your second uncle who's making things difficult for Stone." I don't know." Song Yan's face turned red. "I didn't ask my second uncle to do that. HMPH. Zhu Tong cursed. "In my opinion, there's no need for an assessment. Just give the selected point qualification to you directly. I'm going to find my second uncle." Song Yan broke free and ran straight out of the army camp. Inside the tent, he found his uncle and voiced his doubts. "What's the matter?" The military officer Luo, who was reading military books at the desk, looked up. "Isn't this a good thing?" As he looked into his nephew's clear eyes, he put down the military books and continued. "I did have this intention, but let's not mention that I have yet to be promoted to Deputy 1000 Household 7 if I were. The other 100 households, especially Fatty Wang, wouldn't all be willing to listen to me." Actually, just yesterday, Lord Thousand Household sent us to cooperate with the Martial Arts Hall in the citywide manhunt for the barbarian assassins. Afterwards, the young master of Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy invited us for drinks, and your name came up over the table. Heaven knows how he offended the people of Martial Arts Hall. We've all been indebted to Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy for many years. Naturally, we should give them face. This. Songyan hung his head. Wouldn't this be too unfair to him? Fair to him. Luo Dongquan felt helpless toward his naively righteous nephew and put down the military books he nearly threw. Yanner, why worry about others? Focus on your training to get the selected point qualification. Your concern should be entering the governor mansion in the future. Do you not know that without a mentor or a family backing, one can never don the crimson robe embroidered with the immortal crane? Entering under Sun Dushi's command is your only hope. Out you go, don't bother me again. Meanwhile, in 100 Households Wang's tent, a couple of 100 households were gathered. Hey Fatty Wang, you sure are ruthless. Householder Xing joked, it's one thing not to teach the lad, but why did you also take his silver? Ha, the drinks are on me later for the brothers. Wang Zhai was very pleased with himself. But Household's Commander Liu spoke somberly. I remember that Chen Sansi seemed to be the fastest in this batch to learn the pile work. It's a shame to waste such a promising youngster. Since when has the army lacked promising youngsters? I also learned pile work in a day and a night. Wang Zhai dismissed. What the army lacks are true geniuses, ones who master pile work in half a day and spear technique in 3 days. Those are worth cultivating. That's right, after all, in our shabby place, any resource shared with others means less for ourselves. Household's Commander Liu stroked his chin, but if this lad doesn't make it, it looks like the selected point qualification will fall to Luo's nephew. If he really gets into the elite of the 8 camps, he could even manage to get Luo over as well in the future. That would be quite a leap to success, huh? Come to think of it, Fatty Wang, if you could bring along a genius, you might be able to return to the 8 camps. You don't want to stay in this desolate place forever, do you? I would like to, but darn it, where do I find a genius? Wang Zhai fiddled with the silver ingot in his hand, putting an end to the conversation. Martial Arts Arena. Chen Sansi began practicing his spear technique. With his superior memory, his mind seemed to have a slideshow that repeatedly played the scene of 100 Households Wang demonstrating the spear technique. Pile work, which already exhausted physical strength greatly. Add spear technique to that, and Chen Sansi immediately felt as if his chi power was being drained by a pump. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared and persisted. With every swing of the plum spear, his heart raced, and his lungs felt uncomfortably constricted as if he had reached his limit running, with a taste of blood in his throat. Breathing skill was likely meant to aid, to ease the pain and speed up the training. But if it was just an aid, that meant one could learn the complete spear technique without it. It simply meant enduring more pain than others. As for the speed, so long as one trained fast enough, being slightly slower was no big deal. As long as one doesn't falter in resolve, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Chen Sansi's teeth gritted audibly as he continued swinging the iron spear in his hands. 36 spear techniques, each one with 18 variations. Chen Sansi pushed through and finished the first 3 techniques. But at the same time, bolstered by the breathing skill, Song Yan also finished the pile work and began practicing spear technique, catching up significantly in progress. If only I could train harder and faster. Chen Sansi stopped. He decided to take a break and bring his archery to a small achievement level. The last time he had a breakthrough and obtained proficiency, it improved his bones and physique. If he could achieve a small achievement, the effect might be even better. Time to eat. The garrison was not too far but not too close either, about 20 miles from Yanbian village. To save time, he didn't go back home for meals, but went to an inn in the military settlement owned by a retired old couple. Give me 5 pounds of cooked beef, a bucket of liang rice, and a chicken. After Chen Sansi and Zhu Tong ordered their food before they could even start eating, someone else came over and sat down. Tired to death from your laziness, what do you want now? Zhu Tong had no pleasant expression. Brother Chen, Su Wenkai ignored him and said to Brother Shi with a cheeky smile, the pay won't come until next month and I'm completely broke and starving. Can I share your meal? Of course. Chen Sansi ordered 2 more dishes and some more staples. Brother Chen is such a righteous man, you'll accomplish great things one day. Su Wenkai unapologetically tore off a chicken leg and started devouring it, grease dripping from his mouth. She, you're too kind-hearted. Zhu Tong cursed, what's the use of feeding him? He's useless. Who's useless? Maybe one day you'll benefit from my presence. And besides, I don't eat for free, I can enlighten you about the state of the world, broaden your horizons. Su Wenkai swiftly polished off the chicken leg, sucking on the bone until nothing was left. Then, licking his lips and in a lowered voice, he asked, Gentlemen, what do you think of the fate of the great Shang dynasty? Of course, it's not exhausted yet. Zhu Tong muttered, although the officials are despicable, there are still more than 2 million military men and many generals. I heard the rebellions in the south have been quelled. Wrong. Su Wenkai continued to eat as he surreptitiously nabbed another chicken leg. Zhu Tong glanced around to make sure no one was listening before saying, "You mean to say that the barbarians will eventually destroy our great Sheng?" Completely mistaken. Su Wenkai shook his head vigorously. "The barbarians may seem fierce, but with Supervisor Sun they will never really succeed. I'd wager that the downfall of Sheng will be at the hands of its own people. You see, these rebellions may be quickly suppressed, but they keep cropping up, and with time, one of them is bound to break through." At that moment, Chen Sansi interjected, "It's like kindling a fire, which can eventually ignite the whole plain. SSS. Su Wenkai visibly paused at these words, as if savoring them, then slapped his thigh. "What an exquisite phrase. It perfectly conveys what I mean. Brother Chen, truly a scholar like me to be able to utter such a brilliant phrase. They were not my words." Chen Sansi explained, "Please continue, Mr. Su." Ahem. Su Wenkai cleared his throat. "I predict, within 5 years, the world will descend into complete chaos. That will be the end of the great Sheng dynasty's run and the time for Mr. Wolong to rise to greatness. Give it a rest." Zhu Tong found it annoying. "All you do is spout nonsense. You better figure out how to master pile work. If you can't even do that, you won't even qualify as an array soldier. You'll end up caring for horses or repairing walls." Chen Sansi looked at Su Wenkai, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Having received 9 years of education, it wasn't strange for him to foresee the end of the Sheng era and the onset of chaos. But Su Wenkai was a local, and moreover a rural one, for whom such foresight was quite impressive. Despite the awkwardness of always bumping into the Prime Minister, it seemed he genuinely had something of substance. After the chat, they returned to their meal with gusto. Sated with food and drink, Chen Sansi didn't continue practicing martial arts but instead took his bow and arrows to the shooting range. The more chaotic the world seemed to become, the more he felt the need to strengthen himself, not just in skill but in status too, to remain unscathed in the torrent. He drew the bow and notched an arrow. Bang, 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 bang. On the martial arts arena, a series of sounds like thunder exploded. After more than 50 arrows, Chen Sansi's arms began to ache, but he dared not stop, continuing to aim and release one arrow after another. Whoosh. Keep up. By the afternoon, a stir arose in the military camp. A few households' commanders gathered their soldiers, and a troop of over 300 fully armed men hurriedly set out toward the direction of Poyang County. If they're not heading to the Great Wall, then it's not an enemy invasion. But what in Poyang County could warrant mobilizing so many people? Most likely it's the citywide search for barbarian assassins. Not long ago, Chen Sansi thought that barbarian assassins would never be his concern, but now it seemed he might well be involved in such operations in the future. Forget it, continue with archery. Bang, 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 bang. As the troops passed by the shooting range, the thunderous sound of arrows caught the attention of the householders' commanders. Has this kid given up, not practicing his spear technique, but instead practicing archery? Householder Xing was chewing on a bamboo stick. Without the breathing skill, the pain of cultivating techniques is doubled. How many people can endure that? Household's Commander Liu gave a surprised sound, a 2-stone bow, 100 hits from 70 steps on the target. This kid is actually a divine archer. Indeed he is. Householder Xing also showed a look of surprise. Household's Commander Liu clicked his tongue in amazement. I wonder what he did to offend the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Such a pity, such a pity. Yo-ho, Householder Xing raised his eyebrows. Old Liu, that look in your eyes, quite affectionate, eh? Feeling tempted. I do indeed feel a bit sorry for the kid. Household's Commander Liu looked toward the shooting range. How about this? I'll ask the young master later what this kid did to offend him. If it's nothing serious, I'll help smooth things over. Deal, and you guys can't compete with me for him. I'm not that idle. Householder Xing turned to the left. What about you, Fatty Wang? I, Wang Zhai, have seen true talents in the 8 camps. Would I fancy such goods? Wang Zhai dismissed it with disdain. Let's hurry on, go to the city and get it over with, then drink and visit the brothels tonight. Bang. On the shooting range, Chen Sansi was alone, practicing from dawn till dusk. To save time, he didn't even go for dinner, simply asking Zhu Tong to send over some meat and dry food. He was drained of energy. The 2-stone bow became extremely heavy. Chen Sansi slowly lifted his arms, hooked his trembling fingers around the bowstring, and with all his might shot out another arrow. Bang. Once again, the arrow pierced the target. At the same time, the panel reappeared. Skill, archery, small achievement. Progress 0-1000. Utility, arms like apes, waist like bees, stunning physique, 3 shots in a breath, piercing yang at 100 steps. Familiar feeling assaulted him once again, and this time it was more intense than ever before. Chen Sansi stood there, feeling his archery skills improving rapidly, from 70 steps to 80 steps and finally 100-step piercing. A target the size of a willow leaf 100 steps away was nearly invisible to the ordinary person. yet he could hit it with every shot, and that 2, 3 shots in an instant. 20 instants make one finger snap, 3 instants, roughly 1 second. From drawing the bow to aiming and then firing, it only took 1 second. Even the top snipers of his previous life needed 2 seconds to aim. Besides the improvement in archery, more noticeable was his body. For some unknown reason, his body began to grow and reshape for the second time, with his bones changing to better suit bow usage, reaching the extreme limit. Archer. For archers, the longer the arms, the more suitable they are for pulling the bow. Thus his arms became sturdy and elongated, resembling those of an ape. The power of the back determines the upper limit of drawing the bow. Thus his backbones became more compact and his waist slim yet powerful. Ape arms and a wasp waist, the bones were astonishing. The whole process, as if anesthetized, was completed with rapid speed. Accompanied by this, the fatigue on Chen Sansi's body was swept away, leaving him feeling refreshed and full of energy. He opened his eyes again. Unbeknownst to him, night had already fallen. The vast target range was empty, with only the bright moon hanging high. Chen Sansi simply ate some leftover dry food from noon, then went to the martial arts arena, picked up the manhwa iron on the land chi, recalled the 36 basic military spear techniques, and slowly began to practice. The muscle strain from overlapping pile work and spear techniques followed, causing uncontrollable physiological shivers. He almost shattered his back teeth, yet his hands did not pause for a moment. Previously, when practicing spear techniques, his body resembled an aged, rusted heavy machine. Although operable, each movement required great effort, wasting much time. Now, with a small achievement in archery and a remodeled body of ape arms and wasp waist, it was like replacing old parts of the machine with new ones. Hence, when the machine operated again, although still heavy, it became several times smoother. The 4th spear technique complete, the 5th spear technique complete, the 6th route. He practiced one after another. Without the breathing skill to mitigate side effects, there were several moments when Chen Sansi felt his lungs about to burst and his throat clotted with blood. Every time this happened, signaling that his body reached its limit, he would pour a ladle of cold water over himself, rest for a moment, then continue. Chen Sansi, holding the white wax wood pole, felt increasingly familiar with the manhwa iron spear, and his practicing movements got faster. The 10th route, the 11th route, continue. The universe turned, days and nights shifted. Gradually, soldiers reported to the military camp, making it bustling. Su Wenkai emerged from the tent, stretching towards the sky. The day's plan starts in the morning. He was looking through a scroll book and faintly heard the sound of shouting, that kind which was strained to the utmost. Su Wenkai found it noisy and followed the direction of the sound until he saw the scene. The rising sun spread its rosy light across the sky. On the martial arts arena, there was a bare-chested youth. The youth wasn't very big, but his physique was exceptionally good, muscular yet streamlined, with a frame that was broad at the top and narrow at the bottom, looking from a distance like an inverted triangle. However, the youth was flushed all over, his eyes filled with blood, waving a manhwa iron spear as if he were a mad, starving wolf. Has Shanchi been practicing all night? Has he gone mad? Su Wenkai hurriedly went back to pull Zhu Tong awake. Since they were new and had no houses, they all slept in the dormitory tents. Old Zhu, you better go stop him, or there will be trouble. Zhu Tong arrived at the martial arts arena and couldn't help but shudder when he saw this scene. This wasn't trouble brewing. This was clearly. He was about to master it. He watched the youth's movements, which clearly showed the final route of the basic military spear technique. Outside the military camp, the clash of armor and disordered footsteps arose simultaneously. Soldiers who had left the previous day returned to camp with dark circles under their eyes. However, the few household commanders at the front were all glowing with vitality, full of energy. The new girls at the spring pavilion, they really are delightful, said one. Exactly, so tender they're almost dripping, another added. Fatty Wang, from now on we're kindred spirits. Please look out for us, another said. Ha ha ha, naturally, of course, Fatty Wang agreed. Guys, better keep it low for a while. Unlike them, Commander Liu looked haggard as if he hadn't rested well. Lord Thousand Households was furious, demanding that we must find that barbarian assassin within 10 days. He's truly angered this time. Old Liu, you're just too serious. Householder Xing said that barbarian's strength is no small matter. With the little silver we're paid, why risk our lives? You're right, who knows why the 1,000 households is so urgent. It's very likely that the barbarian has already fled. Wang Zhai stopped walking. What's that noise? At the edge of the martial arts arena, a dense crowd squeezed together, each stretching their necks to get a look inside. What's going on? I never see you this eager during regular training. Go away. Wang Zhai kicked a few people away, making a path through the crowd, clearing a view for himself. He saw a red tassel flashing and a manhwa iron spear constantly swirling in the hands of a young man, causing gusts of wind and scattering dust. It was the 36 basic movements of military soldiers' spear technique, a complete smooth sequence of 36 movements. Bang. On the martial arts arena, the manhwa iron spear moved like lightning, piercing through a dummy, scattering straw everywhere, as if splashing the enemy's blood toward the sky. It's done. Even without the breathing skill, he had managed to train in the basic spear technique. Regardless of whether he could become a selected point, at least his position as a military soldier was secure. Damn it, Commander Liu's eyes were wide as he tapped the shoulder of the person in front of him. Old Xing, wasn't he still practicing archery yesterday? Householder Xing dropped his toothpick in shock. Yeah, right. I also remember that when we left, he was still practicing archery. That means he started practicing the spear last night, and by this morning he could do it smoothly, said Commander Liu. Commander Liu swallowed hard, somewhat in disbelief. One night and he can perform the spear technique this smoothly. Learned in one night. What does this signify? Most importantly, this guy had no breathing skill. Without the breathing skill, not only would it greatly slow down the training progress, but the pain endured during the process is hardly less than the torture of prison. What kind of talent and determination must one possess to achieve such a feat? Moreover, how quickly could he master it if he had the breathing skill? Perhaps midnight, or a few hours, or even less. No way, this kid has to stay. No matter how he offended the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, I'll help him resolve it myself. Old Xing, you have no shame. Commander Liu snapped back to reality and suddenly noticed that Householder Xing had already eagerly moved forward. He rushed forward and tightly grabbed the other's arm. We had agreed that you guys can't compete with me for people. Bullshit, when did I ever say that? Householder Xing struggled hard. Blockhead, such a rare talent would be wasted in your hands. You're talking about me. If you weren't following in your father's footsteps, you wouldn't even make it to be a flag leader. Blockhead, wanna try? Let's go. The soldiers exchanged glances. They had heard that this boy had offended someone, and he should soon be unable to survive in the military camp. Yet, what they saw with their own eyes was two Lord Household commanders almost fighting over him. That's often how things are. If the young man merely had decent talent, they might have felt pity but wouldn't necessarily want to spend their connections to help. However, if they could see truly rare value in him, those connections wouldn't matter anymore. Just as Commander Liu and Householder Xing were arguing fiercely, a sly voice chimed in. Little Stone, we had a deal that I'd teach you in 2 days. Come on, today is the second day. Fatty Wang, Household's Commander Liu, and Householder Xing turned back. Wang Zhai had, unbeknownst to them, quietly walked up to Chen Sanxi's side, his face wearing a friendly smile, and personally helped him up from the ground. This Wang, Household's Commander Liu, pointed at the fat man's nose and scolded. You yourself said that you looked down on this kid's qualifications. Exactly. Householder Xing echoed. I think you are the most shameless. You two brothers are mistaken. What does this have to do with qualifications? Wang Zhai shook his head and said, I, Wang, have always valued loyalty and credibility. Since I have taken the silver, how could I not teach wholeheartedly? Very well, very well. Household's Commander Liu was so annoyed that his teeth itched, and he unconsciously pressed his hand on the hilt of his saber. Fat man, you also want to compete with me. Sansi, you better think it through. This fat man cherishes wealth as his life. I could teach you without charging a penny. Come with me. Without another word, Wang Zhai grabbed Chen Sansi and ran within a few breaths. The two of them had disappeared. Fat man, I will never again be your comrade. Householder Xing and his companion could only curse as they watched the dust settle, helpless to do anything but leave. Chen Sansi was somewhat slow to react, from being ignored to being frantically sought after. It seemed that those who were against him behind the scenes did not have absolute status and power otherwise. They would not have given him a chance to turn things around. As for which household's commander to choose to teach him, did he have a choice? 100 Households Wang was very strong, nearly pulling his arm out of its socket. The two stopped only when they reached the entrance of the camp. 100 Households Wang released his hand. Little Stone, come with me. The moment they entered the tent, Wang Zhai suddenly turned around and pressed his hand on Chen's shoulder. Chen Sansi instinctively wanted to dodge, but that hand was like the five-finger mountain, inescapable, pressing heavily on his shoulder and causing intense pain in his bones. Only after feeling Chen's body extensively did Wang Zhai nod in satisfaction. Ape arms and wasp waist, but most importantly, solid root bone, a truly good foundation. Ape arms and wasp waist. Chen Sansi nodded. In martial arts, talent is most important, followed by root bone. Wang Zhai sat pompously in front of the desk and explained, there's no need for me to explain talent, right? As for root bone, those practicing martial arts must first withstand much torment, and their bones need to be solid. Moreover, various types of root bone also indicate different specializations. Like archers, for example, they generally need to be tall and have long arms to easily draw a full bow, hence your natural aptitude for archery. Ape arms and wasp waist, coupled with hard bones, count as excellent root bone. You have grievances against me in your heart, right? Wang Zhai's small eyes gleamed. You think I took the money and still didn't teach you? Chen Sansi candidly said, I dare not. Dare not doesn't mean you don't have them. All right, don't feel wronged. Household's Commander Liu and Householder Xing can't give you this. As he spoke, Wang Zhai pulled out a booklet from his robes and slammed it on the table. On the surface of the booklet were the familiar terms basic spear technique for infantry. Seeing Chen's puzzled look, he pulled out another basic spear technique for infantry. Compare the two, see what differences these two books have. Chen Sansi did as told. Both booklets were complete basic spear technique for infantry, containing pilework, spear technique, and breathing skill. Through the text, he learned the importance of the breathing skill. Lacking the breathing skill, enduring more torment and practicing slowly might also allow one to master the spear technique completely, but it would absolutely be impossible to condense qi blood. The content of the two booklets regarding pilework and spear technique was exactly the same. But the breathing skill had many different aspects. The first type of breathing skill primarily assisted. Pilework and spear technique were too harmful to the body, so a special breathing method was used as lubrication, reducing the pain of training while slightly increasing the speed of cultivation. The second type was called the Hao Ran breathing skill. This type of breathing skill didn't offer any protection during practice and wasn't faster than the first type, but it was said the cultivated qi blood would be better than that of the first type. As for how it was better, he did not know. Fatty Wang peeled peanuts, eating and explaining. The qi blood cultivated from the breathing skill I gave you will be more enduring, tenacious, and robust, just like me. As for the other breathing skill, although it's faster, it's neither durable nor resilient, just like household Erkshung. I think you should understand what I mean. If not, it doesn't matter once you cultivate the qi blood, you'll naturally experience it firsthand. Chen Sansi pondered and asked, please enlighten me, 100 households Wang, why the same cultivation technique would have two different breathing skills. Castrated version, Fatty Wang said, the Hao Ran breathing skill is better, but it's not for everyone. If the root bone is not strong enough, it might ruin the person, and if the talent is not sufficient, it will greatly slow down the progress. Moreover, this thing is very costly in terms of silver. It's generally only taught in the 8 camps. I have informed you of both options, pros and cons. It's up to you to decide which one to learn. A cultivation technique from the 8 camps. Chen Sansi looked at Fatty, then at the cultivation technique. Are you looking down on me? Fatty Wang glared hard. Don't look at me as just 100 households now. I was also once a man of the 8 camps. 100 households Wang, you're being too sensitive. I meant no such thing. Chen Sansi quickly made a decision. I will practice the Hao Ran breathing skill. Good lad, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Wang Zhai brushed off the crumbs from his hand and called a subordinate to bring in Mei Hua iron spear from outside and started to teach him hands-on. Stack pile, hold the spear, breathe, integrate the 3. Take a deep breath however you hold your breath. Don't hold it directly in your lungs. Imagine this breath is the power stored in your body. Use this power together with each move you make. That's not how you breathe, that's normal breathing. You think the Hao Ran skill is no different. You need to use this power to stimulate your acupoints. Yes, that's it. Hiss. With the breathing instructions from the secret manual and the explanations from 100 households Wang, Chen Sansi tried a few times and then mastered the correct way to use the Hao Ran breathing skill. Each of his moves was coordinated with qi, which transformed into power, stimulating his acupoints and bones even more. What was originally a dual overlay of pilework and spear technique suddenly became a triple overlay. The discomfort almost made Chen Sansi gag. At the same time, a panel appeared in front of him. Cultivation technique, basic spear technique, uninitiated. Progress 8-100. Utility none for now. Pant. After just a few seconds, Chen Sansi felt weakened and almost stumbled. That's enough. Wang Zhai called a halt. Let's stop here for today. You learned the spear technique overnight. Even an ironclad body has its limits. You mustn't harm your body. Especially with food, you must eat at least 5 pounds of meat daily. Wild game is good, fierce beasts even better, best if it's exotic beast meat. Once you get the basic spear technique to entry level, you'll be in the blood refining realm, truly becoming a martial artist. When the time comes, I'll help you find Lord 1,000 households. As for the matter with Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, do you have any grudges with young Master Liang Zhan? Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. It became clear to Chen Sansi, who then said, I have absolutely no grudges with the Liang family. Oh. Wang Zhai seemed surprised, stroking his chin, his eyes flashing with thoughts. Not sure what he was thinking. I understand, you go and rest. Is it Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy? Walking out of the tent, Chen Sansi recalled the conversation he just had. Since it was Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy playing tricks, it must be Qin Feng's doing. He could actually get the young master of Tianyuan to help him out, which shows they're not ordinary acquaintances. Could it be that he has received the true transmission? Additionally, the 100 household asked if he had any grudges with the Liang family. Was he preparing to help him? The speed of Wang Zhai's attitude change took him by surprise, but upon further thought, it made sense. Most likely, he was of value to them. However, Chen Sansi remained calm about this and didn't feel it was hypocritical. The so-called human relationships are nothing more than a mutual back-scratching affair. Without kinship or friendship, where does genuine emotion come from? For this reason, Chen Sansi didn't fully count on Wang Zhai to solve this problem for him. He still needed to focus on training and improving his own strength. He returned to the martial arts arena. After the previous ruckus, everyone now looked at him in disbelief. She too, how did you manage it? Full of admiration, Zhu Tong said, I just saw Song Yan's second uncle turn green with rage when he heard about it. Chen Sansi was speechless. This was yet another offense. But it didn't matter. He couldn't shrink back just because he was afraid of offending people. I'm going to head home for a bit. Chen Sansi didn't waste time chit-chatting and started to pack up his things to leave the camp. It was not cost-effective to always eat at the restaurant. It was best to buy meat and cook for himself. After he left, within a few hours, the feat of mastering spear techniques overnight without any breathing skills spread throughout the entire left army 1,000 households of Po Yang. Many of the new recruits who had the intention to compete for the selected point position psychologically collapsed and gave up, shifting their goals to becoming military soldiers. It wasn't until 2 days later that people began to practice spear techniques, one after another. The fastest among them was naturally Song Yan. On the third day, he finally learned the spear techniques with the aid of the breathing skill, but still felt defeated. Second uncle, I can't compare to Chen Sansi. In a double courtyard house, Song Yan said with his head down, his tone dejected. You have to compete even if you can't compare. Luo Dongquan said with annoyance, you still have a chance as long as you haven't cultivated qi blood yet. 2 servants carried trays into the courtyard. On the trays were steaming hot-boiled meat and offal, with the most conspicuous item being a dark yellow, elongated organ slightly twisted in shape. This is a leopard's gallbladder. Luo Dongquan stated, bear heart and leopard gallbladder count as great nourishing medicine. Starting today, you will eat one every day. It will not only nourish your body but will also help you accelerate the cultivation of qi blood. 1 leopard gallbladder costs 10 taels of silver, and that kid with the Chen surname can't afford it. Second uncle, he is a hunter, Song Yan stated, and I heard he's a very skilled hunter. Upon hearing this, Luo Dongquan couldn't help but laugh. A hunter. Do you think those hunters outside Po Yang County can't even afford to pay their taxes? The really valuable things on Tiger Head Mountain are all beyond the second layer mountain in the deep forests. Those game animals hardly ever come out, and the hunters also dare not venture in. Why not? Why not? Because they're poor, Luo Dongquan said gravely. Poor people just need to barely stay alive, that's all. It's not their turn to make money, it's that simple. That's why I'm trying my utmost to send you climbing upwards. Only if you climb high enough can you bully others instead of being bullied. Second uncle, why do we have to bully others? Song Yan didn't understand. Hugh. After completing a set of spear techniques in combination with the breathing skill, Chen Sansi was covered in sweat and doused himself with a bucket of cold water. Cultivation technique, basic spear technique for military soldiers, not entry level. Progress 38-100. Utility none. Cultivating qi blood really isn't as simple as Zhu Tong said. He sat on a rock, catching his breath for quite some time. Chen Sansi had been training day and night for the past 2 days, but only made progress to this extent, still some distance from truly being entry level. Brother Shi, it's time to eat, Gu Xinlin called out. Coming. Chen Sansi sat at the table and grabbed an entire beef shank to nibble on. Gu Xinlin said sympathetically, you must be exhausted recently. It's okay. Chen Sansi inquired, is our home running low on money? We still have 1 tael and 3 coins of silver. Gu Xinlin had every detail of the household memorized. We can hold on for a few more days. Martial arts training is really burning through money. Chen Sansi commented with some irony. Within just a few days, he had consumed all the stored silver in the house. Yet even so, his body still showed signs of a qi blood deficiency. It seems that the meat from ordinary livestock has limited effects. He must consume game to make a real difference. Chen Sansi declared, I'm going up the mountain this afternoon. Are you going with Uncle Zhao and the others to hunt black bears? Gu Xinlin asked anxiously. Be careful, don't worry. Chen Sansi put down his chopsticks, and at the same time someone knocked on the door. It was Zhao Kaio and the others. Zhao Kaio carried a basket full of fish, Wu De held a jar of honey, and another honest-looking young hunter led a dark gray slender dog. After introductions, he learned the man's name was Zhuangyi. The 4 of them, familiar with the path, headed towards Second Layer Mountain. There's plenty to hunt south of Second Layer Mountain, but not much is valuable. Zhao Kaio said, including that black bear, it actually also comes from the north. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be our turn to take action. But that beast developed a taste for human flesh, and it's cunning too. It doesn't dare mess with those who practice martial arts, so every year around this time it quietly runs to the south of the Second Layer Mountain or the First Layer Mountain to attack hunters who go up the mountain. Even beasts bully the common folk, Zhuangyi said indignantly. We're here, Wu De pointed ahead, 3 donkeys and a few other hunters. It all happened around this area. They stopped in a relatively open and flat grassland, placed the bait they brought with them on the ground, and then hid in the distant woods, planning to rely on the autumn wind to spread the scent and attract the black bear. But after a long wait, they did not see any movement. Let me do it. Chen Sansi had not wanted to show them up before, but since this method wasn't working, it was better not to waste any more time. Tracking expertise mastery. Progress 35500. Utility insight shocking, light as a feather. It had been quite some time since he last went hunting in the mountains, and this was an excellent opportunity to improve his skills. With his piercing gaze, he soon found a piece of rotten fruit peel in the grass nearby, and then cylindrical feces wrapped with insects under a bush. For Chen Sansi, as long as he could lock down a general area, there were no traces he couldn't find. After he found the signs, the hunting dog followed over and discovered them too, barking excitedly as if it were in awe. To be admired by a dog wasn't that a bit odd? Hey, brother Chen, you're really amazing. Zhuangyi spoke honestly, you're even better than a dog. Do you even know how to talk? Wu De slapped him on the back of the head. Brother, she has real talent, learn something. Chen Sansi gestured for silence and continued moving forward. After about 4 miles, they arrived at a valley with a small creek in the middle. Even from a distance, Chen Sansi could see many traces left by medium and large animals in the forest across the creek. Across there is North Mountain. Wu De said with emotion, not only are there many large animals there, there's also a chance to encounter exotic beasts. One catch can make you rich. Unfortunately, we have to avoid the brocade-clothed, and don't dare to go over lightly. If we provoke disciples of the martial arts halls, we'll be in big trouble. Chen Sansi had long heard about this. What exactly does provoking mean? There's no standard. Zhuangyi took over. It's just bad luck if they don't like the look of someone. But it's different for you, brother Shi. Wu De said, if you could become a military officer in the future, you won't have to fear them. One step behind, forever behind. If he couldn't become a flag officer, he wouldn't even have the right to hunt, let alone not wasting any time. Chen Sansi continued towards the west, leading several people into a dense forest. After entering the area, traces of the black bear's life became noticeably clearer. There were claw marks on the tree trunks, footprints on the ground, and stones that had been turned over. Chen Sansi, on alert, kept his distance while searching for the black bear's figure. There's a tree hollow. Wu De pointed to the hollow of an ancient tree ahead, but it seems to be empty. As he said this, he was about to approach for a closer look. Watch out. Chen Sansi acutely sensed something was amiss and hastily stopped him. Behind you. Almost simultaneously, a massive figure emerged from the bushes and lunged at Wu De's back with a scarred face. The beast had been waiting for a long time. After stepping into the dense forest, he hadn't heard any noise at all, so he dared not get too close. Wu De and the others saw that the tree hollow was empty and thought the black bear had gone out to forage, relaxing their vigilance. They never imagined that the black bear, used to hunting humans, would now actively hunt them. No wonder the bait had been useless. This black bear was larger than its common kind, approximately 2.5 meters in length, weighing at least 700 to 800 pounds. A touch could hurt, making contact would mean death. Wu De didn't even have time to grab an arrow. His bow was smacked into 2 pieces, and he was about to be struck in the face by a thick bear paw. In the blink of an eye, a wolf teeth arrow accurately pierced the black bear's left eye. Roar. A sharp roar echoed. Zhao Kaio and Zhuangyi finally reacted, hastily shooting their arrows. However, because of their panic, the arrows from their 4 force bows didn't fully draw back and merely penetrated the skin, embedding in the fat of the black bear. They did not cause substantial damage, but it was enough to drive the black bear completely mad, causing it to furiously pounce towards them. Being too close, Zhao Kaio and Zhuangyi didn't have time to fire a second arrow and had to turn and run. The hunting dog barked wildly at the side, unable to even get close. Beast, come chase me, Chen Sansi shouted as he released another arrow. Since the black bear had its back towards him, preventing a lethal hit, he could only shoot it in the tough back. Nonetheless, because the arrow was heavy, it still half buried itself into the bear. Roar. The enraged black bear swiftly changed its target, charging at the person whose attack caused it the most pain at incredible speed. It might look bulky, but it was astonishingly quick when it ran. The sight horrified Wu De and the others. Run. But soon they could let go of their worries. Because Chen Sansi was even faster, his agility was like that of a monkey. Using the dense forest to dodge and weave, the black bear missed its attacks repeatedly. The blade of the wolf teeth arrow continued to cut into its flesh and bone. With dark red blood soaking its fur, the bear's speed gradually slowed. After gaining some distance, Chen Sansi drew his bow and prepared another arrow. Whiz, whiz, whiz. One arrow followed another in rapid succession, hardly pausing. The explosive power required to continuously draw a heavy bow at an outbreak of strength. Zhao Kaio and the others watched in amazement, but they didn't stay idle and assisted with their light bows from the side. Before long, the black bear was hit by numerous arrows, its movements growing sluggish. Once Chen Sansi confirmed he could finish off the beast without injury, he deliberately avoided hitting vital spots, leading it out of the dense forest. Taking advantage of its weakness, he picked up his plum blossom spear and charged forward. Such a perfect live target, how could he not make good use of it? Seeing this, Zhao Kaio and Zhuang Yi quickly collected their arrows. Chen Sansi methodically initiated his pile work, coordinating with the breathing skill. He thrust the Mei Hua iron spear towards the black bear, using the force of its resistance to simulate a battle. It must be said, the strength of such fierce creatures like bears is astounding. Even with severe injuries, the power of its swipes exceeded 1,000 pounds, and its collisions even heavier, reaching several thousands of pounds. Though Chen Sansi's strength had significantly increased after practicing martial arts, direct contact still forced him to continuously retreat under the tremendous power. Furthermore, the consumption of physical strength by his spear technique caused him to quickly break out into a heavy sweat. However, at the same time, his proficiency was improving at an extremely fast rate. As one bloody hole after another appeared on its body, the bear's attacks became so sluggish that there was no need to even dodge them, clearly on the brink of death from excessive blood loss. It was only then that Chen Sansi delivered a spear thrust from the eyeball to the back of the skull, piercing through and ending its life. Boom. The heavy body fell to the ground, completely lifeless. Cultivation technique, basic soldier spear technique entry level. Progress 47,100. Utility none. In just a short while, the progress increased by nearly 10 points. The effectiveness was indeed very good. Unfortunately, such ideal live targets weren't always available. Chen Sansi planted the iron spear into the ground, taking deep breaths to stabilize his physical condition. After a while, Wu De and the others came over, their eyes wide in disbelief. Even though the black bear was sluggish from excessive blood loss, it was definitely not an opponent just any ordinary person could contend with. Is this the difference between a martial artist and an ordinary person? Especially Zhao Kaio. He couldn't imagine that the boy who had approached him not long ago to join him in going to Second Layer Mountain had become much stronger than any of them in just over half a month. Uncle Zhao, Wu De, said Chen Sansi, it would be great if you could chop some sturdy wood to make a stretcher. Let's carry the bear back together. Zhao Kaio and the others didn't move immediately, standing and looking at him with an awkward expression on their faces. Little she. At last, it was Zhao Kaio who spoke. Can we take half of the share? In cooperative hunting, the earned benefits naturally needed to be shared among the participants, but they were admittedly a bit useless. From the beginning, it had been Chen Sansi who found the black bear's habitat. Then they had even been saved from a life-threatening situation. If it hadn't been for Chen Sansi being there today, the three of them might have ended up dead or severely injured. Conversely, even if they hadn't been there, given some more time, Chen Sansi could have worn the black bear down alive with his speed and heavy bow. But they had just paid their taxes and were so broke that they couldn't scrape 2 coins together. They had also spent quite a bit on bait for the trip, and to return empty-handed would be somewhat. Of course, if Chen Sansi really didn't agree, they could only accept it. Under the anxious gazes of everyone, the young man holding the spear in the sunset showed a brilliant smile. Uncle Zhao, what are you talking about? Half a share is too little, at least 2 portions per person, right? Ah, no. Zhao Kaio and the others almost thought they had heard wrong. They didn't deserve to take so much. They didn't even have the face to ask for it since he was willing to give. After much insistence, Zhao Kaio and Zhuang Yi firmly stuck to taking only half a share, whereas Wu De had thought about a whole share, but after getting a stern look from Zhao Kaio, also meekly agreed to half a share. Chen Sansi didn't press further. He knew they felt embarrassed. Getting more when you work more was only natural. Moreover, a 700-pound bear, including its expensive bear paws, could easily sell for 50 taels, so half a share amounted to more than 2 taels of silver. In usual times, this was equivalent to hunting 20 or so rabbits, so it wasn't like they had run around for nothing. Chen Sansi didn't feel pained about it. After all, before coming, he wasn't certain whether he could handle a black bear on his own, so for safety's sake, he had partnered with others. Having made such a choice, there was no point in regrets. It was just a matter of understanding his own strength, and in the future, he could simply hunt alone if necessary. Brother Shi, from now on, you're like my real brother. Wu De smiled, his facial scar making him look ferocious. The group quickly cut sticks and tied them with ropes, carrying the massive black bear and heading home. As they passed by a small creek in the valley, the hunting dog began barking at the opposite bank. Woof, woof, woof. He fixed his gaze, noticing 2 young men in long robes, looking discontentedly at the black bear on their shoulders from afar. Chen Sansi recognized them immediately. It was these 2 who had tricked Shunzi into repairing the canal more than half a month before. After the incident, he had secretly gathered information about these 2. One was named Li Hao, and the other Zhang Keo, both from Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy, but they were merely servant disciples, not even as qualified as the outer disciples. After years of training, they might not even have mastered the breathing skill or developed their chi blood. Unexpectedly, they would meet again. Woof woof woof. As if sensing the men's ill intentions, the hunting dog's barking grew louder. Little Blackie stopped barking. Zhuangyi quickly rushed to cover the dog's mouth. Don't provoke them. What are you afraid of? We're not fighting them directly. Wuda had not finished speaking when one of the young men promptly drew his bow and released an arrow. Good beast, dare to bark at Grandpa. Although he claimed to be shooting at the dog, his arrow was clearly aimed at a person. A willow leaf arrow whistled straight towards Zhuangyi. The two sides were only about 40 to 50 steps apart, and a 4-force bow was more than enough to kill a man easily. Zhuangyi's pupils dilated as the arrow rapidly enlarged in his view. His legs went weak and his heart chilled. In the blink of an eye, another wolf-teeth arrow flew from the side, precisely and impeccably severing the willow leaf arrow mid-air, using an arrow to block another arrow. What? Zhang Keo's eyes nearly popped out. A moving target so small and in such a short time. How could that be? The military officer's second stone-heavy bow. Li Hao's face turned unpleasant. Is it you? They both had recognized Chen Sansi as well. How has this guy become a military man? Let's go. Li and Zhang exchanged a glance and fled in panic, not even leaving a chance for Chen Sansi to speak. Only when they had gotten far away did they shout a threat. You wait, a bunch of cowards. As for Chen Sansi now, he didn't need to fear them anymore. After all, these were men even Qin Feng wouldn't bother with. The whole process, from the other party shooting an arrow to being scared off by Chen Sansi, took just a few seconds. So much so that Wu De and the others took a long time to realize what had just happened. Brother Chen, Zhuangyi's voice still trembled. You saved my life, aye. He was at a loss for words, unsure how to express his gratitude. It's nothing. Chen Sansi said calmly, if I hadn't retaliated, their next arrow would have been aimed at me. Even servant disciples from the martial arts academy dared to bully like this. It seemed he had to vie for the position of military officer. With the status of a military officer for protection, the arrow he shot just now wouldn't have been to block the arrow but to take a life. Let's head down the mountain. After a close shave, the party, carrying the black bear, headed back home. The county was still under martial law, and it was not known where that barbarian was hiding since he hadn't been found yet. It was almost as Chen Sansi had calculated. The black bear totaled 51 taels. The rest each received a little over 2 taels and 5 maces of silver. Chen Sansi kept the bear heart valued at 20 taels, undoled, and also kept 30 pounds of bear meat. In the end, he pocketed 20 taels of snowflake silver. It should last for a while. Cradling the still warm bear heart wrapped in lotus leaves, Chen Sansi hurried home eagerly. The bear heart was a great tonic, particularly beneficial for his recent deficiency in chi blood. Chen Sansi and Zhao Kaio returned to Yambian village together. Along the way, they were almost treated as heroes. After all, with the black bear dead, whether going up the mountain to hunt or gather herbs, it would be much safer. Some villagers wanted to send their children to him as apprentices. Others wanted to offer their daughters to him as concubines. A single bear equaled several dozen taels of silver, which in those days could buy the lives of many young girls of marriageable age. Chen Sansi naturally declined each offer politely. Even when he pushed open his door, 2 matchmakers coincidentally walked out of his house. How did all this come to my doorstep? Chen Sansi was speechless. You weren't injured, were you? Gu Xinlin, as always, checked the man's body to make sure he was unharmed before she breathed a sigh of relief. What do you think? What do you mean? What do I think? Chen Sansi was stunned for a moment before he realized she was referring to the matter of taking a concubine. He hurriedly shook his head. I need to focus on practicing martial arts. I don't have time for this. I figured as much, so I turned them down for you. Gu Xinlin helped him unload the bow and iron spear from his body and said softly, Brother Shi, whenever you want to find someone, just tell me, and I'll help you pick a good-looking one. Chen Sansi was somewhat surprised. It seemed that Sister Lan didn't care about this matter after all. Indeed, the mindset of ancient women was different. Sister Lan, please prepare this for me, just boil it in plain water without adding salt. Chen Sansi hadn't forgotten the important matter at hand. He took out the nearly 4-pound bear heart, which felt potent with vigorous life force even through the lotus leaves. Keep this silver safe. Remember to replace anything that's lacking at home, and also manage this bear meat for me. I plan to take it to the garrison in a couple of days to share. Having a female master in the house meant that he almost didn't need to worry about anything. Gu Xinlin started a fire in the kitchen. Chen Sansi went outside to practice his spear technique. After several sets of spear movements, he was so hungry that he felt dizzy, and there was a clear sense of deficit within his body. Fortunately, the meal was soon ready. Bear meat, pork, rice, wild vegetable, and egg soup, and most importantly, the hearty dish of bear heart. Chen Sansi picked up the bear heart and took a big bite directly. The taste of blood spread throughout his mouth, then rushed straight to the crown of his head, almost causing him to vomit. He covered his mouth and forcefully chewed and swallowed. Taste aside, the effects were genuinely good. As soon as the bear heart entered his stomach, Chen Sansi felt a warmth there, as if a small flame was burning. As his digestive system worked, the nutrients were quickly absorbed by his body, replenishing the deficit caused by practicing martial arts. He couldn't be fussy about the taste and stuffed more pieces of bear heart meat into his mouth. After consuming a third of the bear heart, Chen Sansi felt as if he were on fire. He hurriedly ate some other foods to fill his stomach, then rushed outside to continue practicing. The bear heart was indeed a great supplement he practiced until it was dark and did not feel the deficit anymore. If it wasn't for the need to rest his muscles, he would have considered practicing all night long. Cultivation technique, military basic spear technique not initiated. Progress 67, 100. Utility none. Efficacy skyrocketed, with 2/3 of the bear heart remaining. Producing his first thread of chi blood was just a matter of a couple of days. After putting away his spear and returning to the house, the great supplement effects of the bear heart were still active. Chen Sansi felt full of energy. Under the warm yellow candlelight, Gu Xinlin was rushing to finish sewing clothes. Since she no longer had to labor outside, her skin had become even more fair, and her fingers were no longer swollen from afar. She appeared as if carved out of white jade. To save silver, Gu Xinlin did not buy ready-made clothes, but instead bought various fabrics to make them herself. Chen Sansi quietly walked up behind her, and suddenly he whispered in her ear, "Wife, put on the red one, I'll wait for you in the room." Gu Xinlin hadn't heard his footsteps and was startled into trembling. She patted her chest, then her eyes drifted towards the fabric on the table. Red, her face flushed deeply. It was a half-finished red belly band. Chen Sansi stayed at home for 2 days. On the third day, thinking it was about time, he packed up his belongings and headed towards the garrison. Cloth armor and a red hat, carrying a bow and spear, full of style. The villagers frequently cast their glances. "Brother, she is about to become an official," one said. "Yes, I have a relative who serves in the garrison too. I heard, brother, she is doing quite well. PSH, I don't think his fancy days will last long. Uncle Lizai, you really can't speak anything good. Believe it or not, whatever." Uncle Lizai raised his voice loud enough to ensure brother she heard him. "Uncle Lizai." Chen Sansi approached. "Do you have something to say to me again? You're quite sharp, lad." Uncle Lizai leaned closer. "Guess what I saw recently? These past few days, I've been seeing Qin Sheng's brother frequently inviting a fat official from the military camp to drinks. Guess what he's planning? The fat official, Wang Zhai?" Chen Sansi speculated. Qin Feng has been frequently hosting Wang Zhai recently. He wasn't too worried. Wang Zhai had known long ago that he had issues with the people from Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. If he intended to harm him, why would he bother to teach how ran the breathing skill? Moreover, accepting invitations doesn't mean he agrees to help with affairs. He had experienced this firsthand. It looked likely that Qin Feng would waste his silver for nothing. Of course, Chen Sansi still needed to be cautious in case the other party became desperate. He had specifically inquired about it these past few days. He learned that half a month ago, Qin Feng had suddenly transformed from an external disciple to a true inheritor, but since becoming a true inheritor, he had only recently mastered blood refining. Chen Sansi was only a step away from entering blood cultivation. When the time came, he might be able to battle it out. The experience of hunting black bear had taught him that having a bit of extra strength wasn't that remarkable. With this in mind, he felt full of motivation. At the entrance to the military camp, he encountered Wang Zhai returning on horseback. Even from a distance, he could smell the thick scent of alcohol on him. Catch, he tossed him a flask, inside his dear blood wine. "This flask alone costs 3 taels of silver, but it's worth it. I bought it especially for you. Who says I, Wang Zhai, am stingy and treasure money as if it were my life? Don't listen to old Liu and the others spouting nonsense. Stick with me, and you won't miss out on benefits. You also strive for it, and try to cultivate your first strand of chi blood within 10 days. Chen Sansi bowed with his hands clasped. "I have reached a bottleneck practicing my spear technique, and was wondering if I might receive some guidance from you to prevent any deviations." Bottleneck? What bottleneck in the introductory period? Wait a minute. Wang Zhai sobered up a bit. You're about to start blood cultivation. At the martial arts arena. Chen Sansi swallowed the last piece of bear heart and gulped down a few more mouthfuls of deer blood wine, feeling an intense heat throughout his body, with chi power almost overflowing. He seized the moment to pick up his plum blossom spear and practice the basic military spear skills: pile work, spear technique, breathing skill. With the triple reinforcement, Chen Sansi's body entered a fully loaded state. Coupled with the supplement of meat and wine, his spear moves became faster and faster, not feeling the slightest fatigue or depletion. His heart was beating wildly, as if something was about to burst forth from within. Is this chi blood? He wondered. Chen Sansi knew this was the crucial moment for cultivating chi blood, so he dared not stop, continuously increasing the power of each move, exhaustingly extracting every last bit of physical strength and pushing his heart to the limit. Until his arms went numb and veins bulged all over his body, He let out a loud shout, gathering his last breath, and thrust the spear into a large stone at the edge of the martial arts arena. At last, a unique stream of hot blood flowed from his heart. Cultivation technique, basic military spear skill entry level. Progress 0500. Utility swift gun movement, amazing endurance. Blood refining introduction. Chen Sansi exhaled a turbid breath. The so-called blood cultivation introduction. It is the cultivation of a strand of special chi blood within the body. Those who practice martial arts are able to mobilize this strand of chi blood to enhance the power of their attacks. The stronger the chi blood, the longer the peak combat performance can be maintained. Just as Householder Xing had said, only after reaching the blood refining realm could one understand the importance of chi blood quality. This was just the beginning, and in the future, the gap between ordinary breathing skill and vast breathing skill would only grow wider. Stab me. Wang Zhai's shout came from beside his ear. I told you to thrust your spear at me. Chen Sansi did not understand why, but he didn't hesitate either. He picked up the Mei Hua iron spear, channeled his chi blood through his right arm, and stabbed towards the face of Lord Thousand Households. Clang. Fatty Wang struck with the sheath of his knife, confirming the strength was correct. Did you really cultivate chi blood? How long had it been? At most, only 6 days. Those who could cultivate chi blood within a month were regarded as having boundless potential. What did it mean to succeed in 6 days? What's more terrifying is that he cultivated using the vast breathing skill. It's true that the vast breathing skill is stronger, but it also means that cultivating chi blood through this method is much more difficult. Yet he only took 6 days. What kind of talent was this? After his shock, Wang Zhai tried to control his facial expression. You did quite well for being so nonchalant, kid. Nonchalant my ass. Hearing the commotion, Household's Commander Liu and Householder Xing also came to see and were astounded by the scene. To cultivate chi blood in 6 days, even in the 8 camps that would be considered top-notch talent, right? What had they missed out on? This young man might soon join the 8 camps, and if he got heavily relied upon, he could rise rapidly to become a sealed border governor or even a top-ranking official. By then, even if they received a bit of favor based on the past incense offerings, they could also ascend to heaven along with him. Although this was only a possibility, letting this opportunity slip through their fingers was infuriating enough. Old Xing, Household's Commander Liu rubbed his knife handle. Let's take care of him another day, shall we? No need for another day. Householder Xing grabbed an axe from the rack. Let's do it today. The martial arts arena quickly became lively. When everybody learned that while some were still practicing pile work, Chen Sansi had already cultivated chi blood, they were all stunned. Luo Dongquan was also drawn by the noisy voices, his face ashen. His good-for-nothing nephew would need at least 7 more days to cultivate chi blood, which was twice as slow. Get lost, I'm not in the mood to play with you all. Without paying attention to the 200 households, Wang Zhai led the young man into the tent. He first poured himself a bowl of wine and drank it, then said, Today, Household's Commander Xiang went to the county city. Once he's back, I'll report this. The selected point qualification rightfully belongs to you. Chen Sansi did not dare to take this seemingly avaricious fat man lightly. This guy might not look much, but his strength was extraordinary. That previous thrust, he had put in all his effort, yet the opponent had effortlessly blocked it with just the sheath of his knife. With such a huge gap in strength, one truly couldn't underestimate any military officer. You are now officially a martial master. Wang Zhai asked, what weapon do you plan to primarily train with from now on? Chen Sansi had not considered this question before. Fatty Wang explained the army camp system. During new soldier training, short spears are uniformly issued. After the assessment is over, military soldiers can choose the weapon they like or are skilled with, while array soldiers can only be assigned based on the needs of their unit. But don't think the basic spear technique of the soldiers is poor. This set of spear techniques was created by the most valiant general under great ancestor Sheng, and if it were in Jianghu, it would definitely be treasured by the average sect as a family heirloom. The reason it's used to train new soldiers is precisely because it's not easy to learn, and it can test a person's talent and potential. After testing, of course, you can change to what you prefer. Chen Sansi voiced his doubt. Won't changing weapons affect martial arts progress? You've only just started and haven't deeply specialized. It's quite easy to switch. Wang Zhai said, moreover, there's a saying, staff takes a month, saber takes a year, and a lifetime is needed for the spear. The treasure sword is hidden on one's person. Without a doubt, the spear is the hardest to learn, followed by the sword. With your talent, if you followed me to learn the blade, your cultivation speed would be even faster. How about it? Want to consider it? Chen Sansi understood the principle that a weapon's length added to its strength. In the future on the battlefield, long weapons theoretically had a higher limit. Besides, although spear techniques were difficult, it wasn't as if he couldn't learn them. He had never chased after quick success. Advancing step by step ensured a more solid foundation in his arts. I will continue to train with the spear. Chen Sansi made his decision. You do have ambition. Wang Zhai didn't urge him further but changed the topic, however. Sansi, with you being fought over by me and old Liu amongst others, do you feel like you're about to soar to the skies? No. Chen Sansi was aware of the value he had shown, which might be considered not bad, but he wasn't foolish enough to believe it was secure. Possibilities before they become reality are merely possibilities. He believed that so-called geniuses were never in short supply, but those who truly made it to the end and stood at the top were not necessarily those geniuses. Moreover, he never considered himself a top-notch genius. More often, it was about relying on one's own efforts. Fatty Wang telling him this probably meant he really saw him as one of his own. As long as you understand, that's good. You also need not be overly cautious. Wang Zhai personally poured 2 bowls of wine and handed one to him. Although I am just a 6th-rank householder within Poyang County's territory, I can still protect my subordinates. I will remember that. Chen Sansi picked up the bowl and drank it in one gulp. 100 households. Wang also drained his bowl, then tossed it aside, patted his stomach, and headed out the door. I'm off. I still have to join the Lord 1,000 households tonight to carry out a mission, fighting bloody battles. But following that, a rallying call sounded throughout the military camp. 100 households. Wang and households commander Liu gathered their men to head into the city. Entering the city again, are they still hunting the barbarian assassins? Chen Sansi contemplated. With all this chaos lately, it really isn't easy to make a move, but it couldn't be delayed any longer. Qin Feng had already become a true inheritor. The longer the delay, the more troublesome it would become. Time to change the approach. With all this chaos, the death of 1 or 2 people should be quite normal, right? Mr. Wang, you are so naughty. You are so big, hahaha. Spring Pavilion. In the private room, Wang Zhai, with a beauty in each arm, couldn't stop being fed grapes and sipping fine wine, thoroughly enjoying himself. Across from him sat 2 young men. One was dressed extravagantly, holding a folding fan, the very picture of a dashing gentleman. Wrapped around a lovely lady, it was Liang Zhan, the young master of Tianyuan Martial Arts Hall. The other young man, donned in a robe, equally presentable, was indeed Qin Feng. He had no women by his side and sat somewhat stiffly. Here, 100 households. Wang, I toast to you. Liang Zhan raised his cup in invitation. Sure. 100 households. Wang drank heartily. 100 households. Wang. Liang Zhan put down his cup and asked with a smile, what about that hunter from the countryside? How have you considered it? Mr. Liang is talking about whom? Wang Zhai feigned ignorance. Liang Zhan went silent for a moment, took out a 20-tael silver ingot from his sleeve, and slapped it over with a chuckle. 100 households. Wang, you really forget things so quickly, don't you? Wang Zhai glanced out of the corner of his eye and gestured with his mouth, the silver disappearing from his hand in an instant. Look at my memory. He slapped his forehead. I remember now. Is it that fellow named Kyan from Su family village? I'll take care of him, don't worry. Mr. Wang, you've misremembered. Qin Feng, unable to hold back, suddenly stood up. I'm talking about Chen Sansi from Yambian village. Qin Feng could no longer hold himself back. He had recently obtained the qualification of true inheritor and was on reasonably good terms with the young master, Liang Zhan. After learning that Chen Sansi had joined the army, he implored Liang Zhan to pull some strings and see if it was possible to kick him out of the barracks to deal with him easily. But later, Chen Sansi was taken under the wing of Wang Zhai. Therefore, Qin Feng entrusted Liang Zhan to invite the 100 households officer to a banquet. Fatty Wang, who was indeed infamous for his greed and lechery, would come whenever he was called, almost without fail. Everything was expected to go smoothly, but this invitation turned into 3 days of continuous entertainment. In the daytime, lavish meals and fine wine were served at 8 Treasures building, and beauties from Spring Pavilion kept them company at night. Over these 3 days, more than 20 taels of silver vanished for nothing. Naturally, Qin Feng couldn't afford such extravagance. The money was all provided by Liang Zhan, but this couldn't go on either. It was time to make things clear. So Qin Feng simply laid it all out. The moment Chen Sansi's name was mentioned, the private room fell eerily silent. Wang Zhai did not rush to reply, but languidly savored his wine before pushing aside the women and standing up. He moved toward Qin Feng step by step, with a clear smirk on his lips, but no trace of warmth to be felt. Ah, the Chen fellow, I do seem to have such a person under me. Come now, what's the grudge between you two? An instant ago, 100 households Wang had seemed like another dissolute bureaucrat, but at this moment he exerted a tremendous pressure on Qin Feng. Subconsciously standing up to answer, he said, Sir, my elder brother has gone missing, and I suspect. You suspect. Wang Zhai glared with his right eye, almost getting in Qin Feng's face. That means you have no evidence, right? No, I don't, Qin Feng admitted. But among the many villages around, the only person with the capability to hurt his brother was Chen Sansi. 100 households Wang suddenly changed his expression and started laughing at the gentleman, Mr. Liang. Look at your disciple, what a joker. His brother disappears, and he blames someone without proof. Isn't this just making a fuss? 100 households Wang, I'm not making this up. Qin Feng started to speak but then stopped mid-sentence. What could he say? That his brother wanted to abduct someone else's wife first. He cast a pleading look at Liang Zhan. The latter ignored him, going along with Fatty Wang's words. 100 households Wang has a point. I actually think it might be a misunderstanding as well. Young master. Qin Feng wanted to object but was silenced by a gesture from Liang Zhan. 100 households Wang. Liang Zhan continued, let's leave the matter here and continue drinking. Later, we'll call for a couple more top girls. No need, Fatty Wang waved his hand. These past few days I've been working with your martial arts hall to search for the barbarians. We've already narrowed down the area, and I reckon we'll find them tonight, so I need to go as well. Otherwise, Household's Commander Xiang may give me a hard time again. Let's continue another day. As for your brother's matter, I reckon it was probably those barbarians doing. He outstretched his stout palm and patted Qin Feng's shoulder twice. Once I've caught the barbarians, I promise to force the truth about your brother's whereabouts from them. After the two pats, Qin Feng almost spat out blood. Before he could react, Wang Zhai grabbed his sword and pushed open the door to leave. Young master. Ignoring the pain in his shoulder, Qin Feng said, what does 100 households Wang mean by this? What else could he mean? The smile on Liang Zhan's face faded. He's clearly telling us not to touch that kid. What the devil? Fatty Wang is well known far and wide for his cunning. Why would he suddenly take someone under his protection? Qin Feng asked, young master, what should I do? Liang Zhan opened his folding fan and gently waved it, his voice laced with helplessness. Don't think of this fat man as merely a 6th-rank officer. He has no small backing. He hails from the 8 camps, and rumors say he used to be able to speak directly to Supervisor Sun. Even though he's been relegated to the households department, he probably still knows a few high-ranking officials. Even I have to treat him politely. It's better not to provoke if avoidable, so let's drop this matter here. Stop. Qin Feng's brows furrowed as his voice uncontrollably rose. Young master, if I tell you to stop, you stop. Don't you understand? Liang Zhan slammed his folding fan down onto the table with a snap, scolding without warning. Hasn't this young master already spent dozens of taels of silver on your behalf? Isn't that generous and righteous enough? Qin Feng lowered his head, not daring to speak again, but his fists tightened in the shadows. Hee. Liang Zhan then turned and soothingly laughed. All right, Qin Feng, I know you and your brother were close, but isn't Wang Zhai there to protect us? We're untouchable, right? As the saying goes, a gentleman can wait 10 years to take revenge. After the assassin's incident last time, you were taken as a direct disciple by my father. Just cultivate diligently, and won't you be able to take your revenge later? Qin Feng remained silent. Come on, sit down and join us. Liang Zhan looked out at the night sky. After the hour of you today, the city will be under martial law. Household's Commander Xiang personally plans to capture that barbarian, so you'd better not go out. Qin Feng understood that no matter what he said, the other party would no longer help, so he took his leave. As the hour of you approached, the sky gradually darkened. All the way his thoughts were anything but calm. Could it really end like this? Or should he do as Liang Zhan suggested, diligently practice martial arts and seek revenge later? Absolutely not. Fatty Wang's protection of Chen Sansi showed that the boy's talent was probably extraordinary. If he delayed, where would his advantage come from? Most importantly, how could he cultivate in peace with his revenge unfulfilled? Since they were 3, they had lost their parents. It was his elder brother, Qin Xing, who raised him, selling pancakes to make a living, and later, when life got too tough, they had no choice but to engage in usury and human trafficking. But his brother was a good man. Now his brother had disappeared without a trace, neither alive nor dead. The only thing left was the golden lock his brother had given him when he was 10 years old. Wait, where was the golden lock? Qin Feng reached for his neck only to find that the amulet he always wore close to his body had disappeared. How could it? Wang Zhai. He suddenly remembered 100 households Wang patting his shoulder a few times. This was too insulting. Chen Sansi. Qin Feng was consumed by rage. If nobody would help him, he would take his revenge by himself. With his mastery of blood refining, killing a novice who had just started learning martial arts should be a piece of cake. As for what would happen after, he could only bet that there wouldn't be consequences. Qin Feng made up his mind. He hurried to pass through the inspection before the city gate closed, leaving the county seat and heading straight for his home in Yanbian village. The empty house no longer rang with the voice of his brother, laughing and playing drinking games, fueling the fire in his heart. Qin Feng searched through his belongings, pulled out a set of black clothes to wear, and covered his face with a black cloth. He sat down on a chair, cradling the treasure sword with both hands as he closed his eyes and concentrated. He was just waiting for the dead of night to slip out and kill. Caw-caw. Midnight, the night crows cawed. Qin Feng opened his bloodshot eyes. Just as he was about to take up his sword and leave the house, suddenly a ghostly voice came from outside. Qin Feng, your brother sent me to take you to him. Who? Qin Feng shivered. He immediately rushed outside, only to catch a glimpse of a dark shadow flashing by at the end of the road. Still daring to seek me out. Qin Feng gathered his energy and sprinted furiously, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to the shadow. Qinggong, you can perform Qinggong too. Could it be you, Chen Sansi? Qin Feng barely managed to fall behind the shadow. The two, one in front and one behind, chased each other, leaving Yambian Village and heading straight towards Tiger Head Mountain. They reached Second Layer Mountain. The shadow flashed again, burrowing into the dense forest and completely disappearing. Clang. The long sword unsheathed, Qin Feng held the sword in one hand, cautiously stepping into the dense forest. The night sky was crystal clear, the moon bright, stars sparse. The ghastly white moonlight scattered across the earth, broken by the dense branches into mottled shadows and light. With every step Qin Feng took, rustling sounds emitted from the surrounding thicket, unclear whether they were caused by startled bugs and animals or someone lurking in the shadows. He swung his sword forward in anger, cutting down swathes of plants to clear his view, but the shadow that had lured him out remained unseen. Who exactly are you? Weren't you to lead me to see my elder brother? Where is he now? Finally, that deep, eerie voice rose again. Your brother's head is nearly crushed by you, and you still ask me. What? Qin Feng was startled and looked down. Beneath his feet, embedded in the mud, was a stark white skull. Around the skull, scattered bones and pieces of clothing lay around. From the remains of the clothing, it appeared they had been torn apart by wild beasts. This was Qin Xing's clothing. How could he have forgotten? Brother, swoosh. Qin Feng roared, his heart suddenly turning cold. A wolf-teeth arrow pierced his heart from behind, protruding from the front. Thud, he had no strength left, nor the will to resist anymore. He merely gazed blankly at his elder brother's remains. The moonlight, salt-like, illuminated them both, one alive, one a ghost, two real brothers. Damn it, my heart is kind, I can't bear to see this scene. Since your brotherly love is so deep, I'll grant you both a reunion. Chen Sansi emerged from the shadows. He mobilized his chi blood into his arms, using the plum blossom spear technique powerfully, and pierced through Qin Feng's heart, ending his life. From start to finish, Qin Feng had never managed to see his killer's true face. Such is the terrifying nature of long-range weapons. If one can neither dodge nor withstand the blow, they are almost always incapacitated by a single strike. Clearly, mastery in blood refining was not enough to resist. Chen Sansi searched the body, finding 10 taels of silver. You're indeed richer than your brother. Besides that, there was a sword. Chen Sansi thought it over but decided not to take it. This sword, issued by Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, was too distinctive a feature and couldn't be sold off. In order to prevent anyone from recognizing the arrow and spear wounds on Qin Feng's body, he first pulled out the wolf-teeth arrow, then picked up the long sword, chopping the corpse wildly over a dozen times, ensuring that the wounds couldn't be identified before he was satisfied. Finally dealt with, having eliminated a major worry, Chen Sansi felt comforted. This trip, both his skills in tracking, stealth, and archery had improved significantly. Skill, archery, small achievement. Progress 51,000. Tracking and stealth breakthrough, tracking and stealth small achievement. Progress 0, 1,000. Utility night as bright as day, insight shocking, light as a feather, concealing breath and hiding. On top of the original basis, 2 additional effects had emerged. Though it was night, Chen Sansi could see every minute movement as clearly as if it were day. Concealing breath and hiding, self-explanatory, needs no further description. With these 2 skills, Chen Sansi was truly an assassin who came and left without a trace. It's time to go back. Tonight, there was a big commotion in the county city, unknown if it would spill over to the outside. Not daring to linger, he quickly retraced his steps under the cover of night. As he passed by Su family village, Chen Sansi sharply noticed some activity in the woods. Highly vigilant, he immediately climbed a tree, deploying his newly learned concealing breath technique. Instants later, he felt as if he had merged with the tree. Even the birds perched on the tree were not startled. Staggering footsteps came from the woods, resembling a drunkard who every few steps would crash to the ground, breaking the undergrowth, creating a crashing noise. Finally, the source of the noise entered Chen Sansi's field of vision. However, this was not a drunkard but a person gravely injured. The man who approached wasn't tall, his clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in blood with over a dozen knife wounds deep enough to expose his bones. One could even see his pulsating organs. Sustaining such severe wounds yet still able to walk was nothing short of miraculous. Where did he come from? Chen Sansi noted the man's attire, earrings, and a braided beard, not the style of the local people. A barbarian, that assassin. Weren't their Lord Thousand Household Xiang Tingchen in person last night along with 300 troops and countless disciples from the Martial Arts Academy to guard, and he still managed to escape. He didn't act recklessly but observed secretly. Cough, cough, cough. As the barbarian kept coughing up black blood, he staggered and fell into the bushes, repeatedly trying to get up only to collapse back to the ground. His state was clearly deteriorating fast, nearly at his end. There he lay on the ground, using his hands covered in sticky blood to dig under a rock, tremblingly scooping up the mud. It took great effort to carve out a small hole. Then he drew a box from his bosom and buried it with all his remaining strength. Is he hiding something? Chen Sansi watched intently. Cough, cough, cough. After burying the item, the barbarian scrambled to cover the spot with grass and branches. By now, he was practically only breathing in and no longer out, on the brink of death, yet he still persisted in crawling forward to get as far away from the hiding spot as possible. After about 10 meters, his body stiffened, and he moved no more. Chen Sansi waited in the tree for roughly 10 minutes, confirming the man was truly dead, before leaping down to poke open the soil with his long spear and retrieve the hidden object. What's this? Chen Sansi toyed with the palm-sized box, pondering. The fact that he strained his last breath to hide it meant it must be extremely valuable, but the question remains, why would an assassin carry treasures with him on a mission, or perhaps? The barbarian's purpose was to steal this item specifically from Poyang County. No, that's not right, Chen Sansi shook his head. There were still inconsistencies. Had he come to steal, the barbarian should not have lingered in the area after killing the county magistrate, and during that time also killed the master of Yun Martial Arts Hall. Moreover, what treasure could little Poyang County possibly possess? Intelligence even less likely. With the incident escalated to this level, even if it were intelligence, it would have been rendered useless was there still a need to bury it. The whole affair had been strange from the start. Neither the government office nor the martial arts schools had mentioned searching for any item, only capturing the assassin. Ahead, quick, suddenly, footsteps sounded not far off, swift and firm. Clearly the pursuers had caught up. Chen Sansi couldn't risk exposing his nocturnal activities, quickly restored the hole and placed a rock over it, then climbed back into the tree with the box. The ones who arrived weren't from the government office or the garrison. It was people from a martial arts academy, and only 3 of them. A middle-aged man led 2 direct disciples. From their attire, they were from Zhao's martial arts academy. The leader was the master, Zhao Ben Master, just the one, and he's dead. They discovered the barbarian's corpse. Zhao Ben's expression changed as he rushed over, searching the body. Where's the item? Search, yes. The 2 disciples drew their swords and began scouring the area. Of course, they found nothing in the end. Master, there's nothing. I reckon it must have been taken by some of the others. Damn, so close. Zhao Ben's fists whitened as he clenched them. It took a long while before he could suppress his rage. Did you leak any information tonight? Master, rest assured. Besides the masters of the 3 major martial arts academies, only a few direct disciples and Lord Thousand households knew that we were searching for an immortal treasure. The rest of the ordinary disciples and the official soldiers from the garrison think we were simply capturing an assassin. Good, Zhao Ben warned. This matter is critical to our 100-year plan. If any word leaks out, the consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, if any outsider learns even a fraction of information, they must be killed without hesitation. Go back. Also, carry the barbarian's corpse back and cut it open. Don't rule out the possibility that the item is inside him. Yes, watching as the group departed, Chen Sansi took some time to absorb the overwhelming amount of information from the conversation. Immortal treasure. They were searching for an immortal treasure, and Lord Thousand households Xiang Tingchen was in on this too. And hell, they were so ruthless as to kill any outsider who came into contact with it. Chen Sansi weighed the box in his hand. Well then, there's no way I can let anyone know I've touched this thing. It looks like it's mine now. He hid until the latter half of the night. After confirming the surrounding area was safe, Chen Sansi blended into the darkness and returned home before dawn. Without disturbing Sister Lan, who was fast asleep, he quietly took out the box by the bedside and examined it carefully. On the surface, it appeared to be just an ordinary sandalwood box, devoid of any decorative patterns and utterly barren, save for a strangely shaped keyhole. They called this thing immortal treasure. What did that mean? Could it possibly be a relic left behind by an immortal? Chen Sansi's curiosity was intense. He didn't have the key, so he tried to force the box open, but it wouldn't budge. Effortlessly, he could pull apart dual stone crossbows and even muster his chi blood, yet the box remained unyielding. In the end, it was still made of wood and could definitely be smashed open directly. But Chen Sansi was not foolish enough to actually do that. There could be some mechanism hidden inside, and brute force was likely to damage the immortal treasure within. Resigned, he could only put the item away for now, planning to take the opportunity to understand the box's mechanism and what could be used to open it later. Huff, Chen Sansi exhaled deeply. This night had indeed been a busy one. But now that Qin Feng was eliminated, and Qi blood was the first to be mastered, perhaps life would be a little more comfortable after his upcoming promotion to small flag and obtaining the selected point qualification. As these thoughts wandered through his mind, he used Gu Xinlin as a soft pillow, pressing her beneath him and drifted comfortably into a deep sleep. The next day, Chen Sansi got up early and went to the military barracks. He hadn't even entered when he overheard everyone in the camp discussing last night's events. You didn't go last night, so you don't know how chaotic the city was. I saw it all with my own eyes right next to it. Even Household's commander Xiong had to take action personally, working with the masters of Tianyuan, Tai Lei, and Zhao martial arts halls to corner that barbarian assassin in an abandoned courtyard. Just as they were about to capture the barbarian alive, a group of masked assassins emerged. Although their faces were covered by the styles of martial arts they used, they seemed to be barbarians as well, and even more formidable ones at that, each skilled in bone training and above. One even managed to exchange blows with Household's commander Xiong. They seriously injured the master of Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy and escorted the assassin out through the city gate. Of course, they also lost more than half of their own men. Listening to their discussions, Chen Sansi realized that the city must have experienced intense fighting last night. And something didn't sound quite right. The assassin was rescued. Then how did he end up dead from severe injuries? Could it be that the masked assassins had also come for the immortal treasure and had turned on each other after leaving the city? The barbarian assassin fortuitously escaped, but was mortally wounded and just happened to be encountered by him. If so, was it possible that the reason the box couldn't be opened was that the key was in the hands of the other group they mentioned? This matter was truly very complex. Arriving at the barracks, Chen Sansi saw that Wang Zhai hadn't arrived yet, so he decided to practice for a while in the martial arts arena. Chen Sansi. He had just picked up the plum blossom spear when someone called out his name. Turning around, he saw it was Song Yan's second uncle, Luo Dongquan, 100 Households Luo. 100 Households Luo gestured to him with a smile. Come over here for a moment. Master Luo. Chen Sansi planted his iron spear into the ground, standing his ground. If you have something to say it here. All right. Luo Dongquan, unbothered, clasped his hands behind his back. I have a favor to ask of you. 100 Households officer having something to ask for. Chen Sansi didn't overthink it and said, 100 Households Luo may speak freely, but I'm afraid I am of low status and might not be able to help much. You have great talent, the best I have seen in all my years of practicing martial arts. Luo Dongquan sighed, my nephew, he can't compete with you. But don't get me wrong, I have no intention of making things difficult for you. If one is inferior in skills, one should concede. I want to ask you to give up your opportunity for the selected point in the first half of next year to Yanner, and you take part in the second half instead. Of course, I wouldn't ask you to do this for nothing. He produced a silver note. This is a silver note worth 100 taels, which can help you buy plenty of blood replenishing soup and beast meat to increase your cultivation speed. It's just a delay of half a year, should be quite a good deal, right? There are 2 selected points every year, one in the first half and one in the second half. Each household's commander can only send one person at most each time. On the surface, half a year's delay doesn't seem like much, but why doesn't he let his own nephew delay for half a year? Only a fool would believe that. 100 Households Luo kept his smile. Fine, business not done, courtesy remains. Since you are unwilling, let's leave it at that. Don't take today's matter to heart. Old Luo, you're quite a character. A plump hand suddenly flashed by, snatching the silver note directly. Wang Zhai appeared silently at some point, with a grin that could not be concealed. You were planning to give this as a congratulations gift to Sansi, aren't you? My 100 taels, you're so generous. You really are the wealthiest. Damn it, Wang. Luo Dongquan reached out to grab the silver note back. Wang Zhai, quick as lightning, kept backing away while pocketing the silver note. Since you've given a gift, how can you take it back? Or is old Luo not really giving a gift? Are you trying to coerce and bribe him? Shall we inform Household's Commander Xiong about this? You. Luo Dongquan was speechless for a long while, eventually sneering and walking away. Chen Sansi watched, utterly dumbfounded. What skill 100 Households Wang had to make 100 taels with just a few words? What did old Luo want from you? Wang Zhai spit after Luo Dongquan's departing figure. Chen Sansi reported truthfully. Such a crafty mind, Wang Zhai scoffed. Do you know why he wants you to participate in the second half of the year? Rumor has it supervisor's son is getting on in years, and the first half of next year will be the last time he personally selects his direct disciples for the selected point. Starting from the second half of the year, it will be someone else teaching. Chen Sansi wasn't too surprised. Very well, try to avoid dealing with old Luo from now on, Wang Zhai said. Just wait here. Household's Commander Xiong and County Magistrate Zhang have arrived. They'll be blowing the assembly call soon to gather and inspect your batch. He began explaining the next steps. Selected point is usually chosen only from the newest recruited soldiers of that year. Only those who show talent in a short period of time, imply high potential, and are worth cultivating. In a while, Household's Commander Xiong Tingchen will personally check the cultivation levels. Then the county government's county chief will confirm the time of enlistment and whether there are any instances of favoritism or fraud. Once verified, it will be reported up to the Liangzhu governor's mansion. After that, the governor mansion will send a dedicated selection officer later on to personally confirm there's no deceit. Only then will it be time to go to the 8 camps in Liangzhu to participate in the true selected point to determine future status and position within the 8 camps. Buzz. 100 households. Wang finished talking. The assembly call just then sounded. The assembly call sounded. The new batch of soldiers gradually arrived and lined up in the martial arts arena. Not long after, clad in lock armor and with a saber at his waist, Xiang Tingchen appeared first, followed by a civil servant dressed in official robes. Xiang Tingchen's face was expressionless as he directly made his way to the high platform. He surveyed the crowd and slowly spoke in a deep voice. Those who have refined their qi blood, step forward. Out of 38 men, only Chen Sansi took a step forward. A hint of surprise flickered across Xiang Tingchen's usually unfathomable face, and he ordered, "Let a small flag spar with him so I can take a look." Su Bin, step out. Wang Zhai raised his hand to point and said, "Follow the rules. Use only the blood cultivation introduction level, but you are free to unleash any cultivation technique and help Chen Sansi practice." At the edge of the martial arts arena, Su Bin, who was unexpectedly chosen, was momentarily stunned but still stepped out. He looked at Chen Sansi with a complex expression. In these past several days, this fellow villager of his had been the center of attention. First, he was publicly fought over by several lords' 100 households. Then, he refined his qi blood in a mere 6 days. 6 days. He himself barely managed to pass the threshold to become a military soldier, and he couldn't even remember how long it took him to refine his qi blood. In any case, it took him years in the army to finally scrape together the rank of a small flag. If this youngster performed well today, he'd likely be promoted directly to small flag. Such limitless prospects. He, on the other hand, hadn't shown a good face to the newcomer on his first day of enlistment. Even more unlucky, somehow he was chosen to be the one to assess the newcomer. "What are you dawdling for? Begin," Xiang Tingchen urged. "Use the same level of qi blood and go all out. This will also let me see if your martial arts as military officers have made any progress. Old Su, they say this man is your fellow villager. Make sure you don't go easy on him." A few flag officers and Lord's 100 households chimed in from the side. They had often heard about a prodigy arriving at the garrison and had been eager to assess his true skills. Su Bin, as instructed, summoned a thread of his qi blood. The amount of qi blood could be controlled. Blood cultivation introduction was 1 thread, mastery was 2, and small achievement meant it spread throughout the limbs. Maintaining only 1 thread of qi blood was the equivalent of suppressing one's level to introduction. However, it was difficult to restrain the saber technique that had been accumulated over many years. In theory, if the two were to fight, he would have an absolute advantage. Even so, Su Bin felt somewhat nervous. Lord 1000 Households was personally watching the bout, having made his expectations clear. It meant if he lost to a newcomer in front of everyone, his prospects would be essentially ruined. On the contrary, if he could demonstrate some fierce moves and catch Lord 1000 Households' eye. His ambition since childhood had been to earn military achievements on the battlefield someday, but being born in Poyang County, he never even had the chance to face the enemy. Lacking cultivation resources, stuck in the blood refining realm for so many years, he was almost without hope of advancement. Today, however, was an opportunity. Both were fighting for their own futures. He wasn't willing to sacrifice his for the sake of helping another, so there was absolutely no chance of him going easy. He hoped that this younger brother, introduced by his father, would not blame him. "Sansi, in case I injure you, don't blame me." Su Bin drew his saber from its sheath, the 3-foot-long blade emitting a chill in the blazing sun. "Su Flag Officer, please come at me," said Chen Sansi, bracing himself with his spear raised. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, he hadn't truly sparred with anyone. This opportunity was also a good chance to see what level he was at. Good, watch the saber. Su Bin suddenly made his move. His body slightly bent. He dragged his saber as he moved, his gaze fierce like a ravenous wolf finally seeing flesh after days of hunger. In just 2 breaths, he reached the young man's side and his Yan Ling saber slashed horizontally. At the same time, a dot of cold light appeared in front. In the blink of an eye, this cold light became the gun tip, rapidly enlarging in Su Bin's pupils. The later man arrives before one who set off earlier. The saber is short, the spear long, the way of the long weapon. What a fast spear. Su Bin dared not advance further. Half a step more and he wouldn't strike the opponent, but likely be pierced first. He swiftly halted his steps, attempting to use his saber to break the spear shaft made of white wax wood. Chen Sansi clearly wouldn't give him this chance, retracting his spear by 3 inches, uniting waist and horse, mobilizing his qi blood to his right arm, and with a blocking and catching move, clashed the spear tip against the saber edge. Clang. A crisp sound of weapon impact rang out. The Yanling saber buzzed incessantly. The manhwa iron spear was even more incessantly trembling. Both men simultaneously retreated several steps, but for a long weapon, distance opened up means advantage. Su Bin had barely steadied himself when the manhwa iron spear stabbed at him again, forcing him to block with his saber. Fortunately, after many years of martial arts training, he had no problem with such intensity, able to parry it. But the basic spear technique of a military soldier is something everyone has practiced. Why were Chen Sansi's spear techniques so unusually fast and fierce, unlike ordinary people? And then there was Qi blood. Although it was just a thread of Qi blood, he had concentrated on refining it for years, and it should be somewhat stronger by all account. Yet facing that direct strike, he actually had no advantage in terms of power, barely gaining a slight upper hand by relying solely on his experience with saber techniques. How odd and baffling. Su Bin felt shame, worried about ruining the impression he made in the eyes of Lord Thousand Households. He wielded the saber in his hand with increasing aggression, aiming each blow at vital points, trying to exhaust his opponent's Qi blood this way. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing continuously rose, dust billowed in the martial arts arena. Chen Sansi kept retreating to maintain the distance advantage of the long weapon. Damn it, Wang Zhai couldn't help but curse. He had thought that it was Su Bin who had introduced Chen Sansi to the military camp, so he had deliberately called him out. Was this guy actually playing for real? He'd wait and see how this blind fool would be dealt with later. Meanwhile, Xiang Tingchen's eyes narrowed slightly, watching with great interest. Well done. The soldiers watching also began to cheer. Clang. Another clash of metal on metal. Chen Sansi narrowly avoided being hit. At a critical moment, he held his breath, twirled a spear flower, and pushed the metaphorical fierce wolf, which had come close to him, back to a distance of 7 steps. Su Bin was indeed a veteran. After several bouts, his arms grew numb, his shoulders ached, and his body and face were covered in sweat. Yet his Qi blood was still plentiful. He could go on. Rarer were such sparring opportunities, and his skill with the spear was improving rapidly. He treasured this chance. Come on. Su Bin swung his saber, one stroke after another, his eyes reddening. This was already the 8th round, and he still couldn't defeat his opponent. Since he had already offended him, he might as well do it thoroughly. No matter what, he could not become a worthless person in the eyes of 1,000 households. He spared no effort, the Yanling saber tearing through the air as if he were a raging wolf, using every possible means to rip into his prey. He planned to fight hard and fast to speed up the wear on his opponent, looking for a weakness. However, as time went on, Su Bin gradually noticed something was wrong. On the surface, the young spearman seemed to be on the defense all the time, but his Qi blood never waned. Instead, it was his own Qi blood that kept being expended, close to bottoming out. How can this be? A look of astonishment spread across Su Bin's face. Impossible. This kid had just begun cultivating Qi blood. He must run out after another 10 rounds. With that thought, he became even more violent in his saber techniques. But the reality was entirely different from what he had imagined. After another 10 rounds, he had used up most of his Qi blood, yet Chen Sansi still hadn't lost. This young man, looking out of breath and nearly done for, always managed to persist at critical moments, displaying terrifying endurance. Clang. Su Bin, due to his depleted Qi blood, slowed in speed and weakened in strength. It was then that the tide turned, and the Mei Hua iron spear shifted completely from defense to offense. Parry a grab, a stavery key point in the spear technique, was executed by Chen Sansi with precision and ferocity, combined with Qi blood, like a sudden downpour of a violent storm, instantly upon him. A moment's inattention could lead to a catastrophic injury. Now it was Su Bin's turn to be drenched in sweat. His Qi blood gradually dried up in the fierce fight. His hand holding the saber even began to cramp. He forgot about attacking, or to put it more accurately, he no longer had the opportunity. All he could see was the constant flickering of cold light and fluttering red tassels. This was impossible. Chen Sansi had only recently cultivated Qi blood. How could his endurance be so extraordinary? There were several moments when Su Bin almost tapped into his other Qi blood reserves, revealing the strength of blood-refining mastery, but he knew he had lost. 5 years. 5 years of martial arts practice, and he couldn't compete with someone who had half a month of training. Clang. In a daze, his Yanling saber was picked off, and the sharp triangular gun tip followed close behind, pressing against his throat. Su Flag Officer, I yield. Chen Sansi was sweating profusely. Even his eyes were soaked in sweat, and his physical strength was nearing exhaustion, yet he felt like he could still push on a bit longer if he gritted his teeth. Perhaps this was the chemical reaction produced by pairing amazing endurance with the Hao Ran breathing skill. However, his victory was not easy. After all, Su Bin was a military officer who had practiced martial arts for years and had achieved a small accomplishment in blood refining. This battle had been quite helpful to him. Cultivation technique, basic spear technique for military soldiers entry level. Progress 52,500. Utility, gun movement swift, amazing endurance. He personally experienced the effects of these 2 skilled descriptors. He estimated that any peer within 7 steps would be struck down before they had a chance to draw their sword. His spear technique was not only enduring but also swift, both long-lasting and fierce. Good. Atop the high platform, Xiang Tingchen loudly exclaimed in approval, his eyes brimming with gratification. The watching soldiers burst into applause and cheers. Fierce. Zhu Tong's voice was the loudest. Su Wenkai stretched his neck, equally energized by the sight. I see a hidden king's aura in Brother Chen. He is destined for greatness. What's the use of your looking? Zhu Tong cursed. You'd better focus on yourself. It's been 10 days and you still haven't grasped a single pile work. You're just waiting to be sent out to repair city walls. Brother Chen is truly formidable. Song Yan couldn't help but express his admiration. Su Bin's heart felt as dead as ashes. He had lost to a novice in front of hundreds of people. His chances of advancing in his military career from now on were pretty much over. Not only that, this duel had offended Chen Sansi. Previously, he could disregard him and not show a good face, and that was that. This time, he had been ruthless and had shown no mercy. If he had incurred resentment, once Chen Sansi rose to a high position, wouldn't it be easy for him to make life difficult for him? You won. Su Bin picked up his knife and dejectedly left the field. Chen Sansi didn't even have the chance to speak. Xiang Tingchen on the high platform was very satisfied with this competition. He looked towards the accompanying civil servant. Before Wang Zhai spoke with me, I did not believe him, but now it seems like our Po Yang 1,000 households have really produced a potential general. County Magistrate Zhang, no issues, right? No issues. County Magistrate Zhang had already checked the military register. I will report it to the Liangzhu governor's mansion after I return, and make clear the qualifications for selected point of this Chen Sansi. The matter was originally expected to be handled by the county prefect himself. However, since the prefect had died and a new one had not yet been assigned, it was temporarily entrusted to the county chief. Xiang Tingchen nodded, signaling Chen Sansi to step down and continue the examination of the other new recruits. How many of them have cultivated Qi blood in 10 days and how many have learned the spear technique? Out of 38 people, 6 stood out. Xiang Tingchen commanded, pair up in twos and show me a fight. Yes, the 6 responded. Before an hour had passed, the competition concluded, and one could basically tell how each person had performed. Song Yan is good, and in a few days he should be able to cultivate Qi blood. Xiang Tingchen mused, the qualifications for selected point in the second half of next year should not be an issue. Your name Zhu Tong, you're also not bad. Having 7 military soldiers among this batch is the highest turnout in the history of Po Yang County. All right, you may also step down for now. The rest, directly show me your pile work. 32 people performed pile work. About 15 or 16 of them hadn't even mastered pile work. The most absurd was a middle-aged man with a goatee who did not know a single move. This sight made Xiang Tingchen frown deeply, losing the patience to continue watching. That will do, the assessment is over. Chen Sansi, present. Chen Sansi answered. From this day forth, you are promoted to flag officer, with all the due treatment of the position, in addition to being equipped with a first-class warhorse. Xiang Tingchen looked to the side. Wang Zhai, he's your recruit, so he will be under your command from now on. You have a position for him, right? Yes. Wang Zhai hurriedly answered, there are quite a few empty spots. Xiang Tingchen continued for the others, fill in the vacancies under each household's commander if they achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation or earn military exploits in the future. Promote them then. After overseeing the evaluation, he left in a hurry, leaving behind the various households' commanders to deal with the subsequent trivial matters. First was to classify the ranks of the soldiers, and then decide who they would report to. When the selection officers come to pick people each year, it's also the time for those from above to investigate the issue of phantom soldiers. In recent years, the scrutiny has become stricter, and the phenomenon of phantom soldiers has decreased a lot, but it has not completely vanished. 1,000 households should have a full complement of about 11-20 people. Po Yang County reported about 1,000 people. In reality, there were only a little more than 900 people. This meant that there were nearly 100 vacancies. 30-something people, as long as they looked presentable enough to pass the inspection, were all picked by the military officers to fill the gaps. Chen Sansi also didn't have a full complement under him. He had 7 people. There was Zhu Tong, who actively clamored to come over, 4 fellow villagers, and 2 who were sent to the army as a punishment. Soon, only 2 or 3 old, weak, sick, and disabled remained unwanted by anyone, belonging to the kind that even a beggar hired temporarily from the street would look better. You don't even know how to stand in a horse stance. Go build the city wall in the neighboring county. No, my lord, I can do odd jobs. Odd jobs, can you feed a horse? I can learn. Learn, who has the time to teach you? Cut the nonsense, drag him away. Su Wenkai was one of those who nobody wanted. Brother Chen, seeing that he was about to be taken away, Su Wenkai, as if seeing a lifeline, rushed over and clutched Chen Sansi's arm desperately. Do you have a shortage of people under you? Let me follow you. Don't come and bring us misfortune. Zhu Tong said with extreme disdain, when we go into battle, you won't even know what to do, you'll just drag us down to our deaths. Who says I can't do anything? Su Wenkai said, full of earnest promises. Brother Chen, I, Su Wenkai, have a broad knowledge of astronomy and geography. I am good at arranging troops and managing affairs. Other than being too old to learn martial arts, I can do everything else. Take me in, and I assure you it will be worth it. Enough talk. Household's Commander Liu gave a signal, and 2 soldiers approached to restrain Su Wenkai. At that moment, Chen Sansi cupped his fist and said, Household's Commander Liu, please give this man to me. Are you sure? Household's Commander Liu looked puzzled. Aren't you afraid of wasting a spot under you? Think it over carefully. The issue of phantom soldiers had nothing to do with Chen Sansi, the newcomer. Which is to say, he didn't need to pad the numbers, and naturally, the stronger the combatants under him, the better. No problem, Chen Sansi insisted. I'll make him feed the horses for me later. Fine then, Household's Commander Liu didn't say much. As you wish. If you regret it, just let me know. Phew. Relieved from having to go work on building the city wall, Su Wenkai let out a long sigh of relief. Brother Chen, you really have vision. He's just too kind-hearted and got fooled by you. Zhu Tong cursed. About half an hour later, the soldiers were mostly allocated. The one in charge of the armory handed Chen Sansi a few slips, telling him that he could use them to collect resources. There was blood-replenishing soup, weapon slips, and also a horse. I still owe Su Flag Officer a bow. Chen Sansi wasn't one to shirk debts, but he couldn't find Su Bin in the crowd at the moment. Never mind, let's go check out the horse first. A horse. It was an extremely valuable strategic resource. Not all flag officers had one. The entire Po Yang 1,000 households had less than 30 horses in total. Chen Flag Officer, this horse of yours isn't an ordinary one. The head of the armory said with a grin. It's a top-grade Beihu that Lord 1,000 households took great effort to acquire from the prefecture city. There were only 2 in total, and he was willing to spare you one, a clear sign of how much he values you. Chen Flag Officer, you have a boundless future ahead. He ordered the coachman to lead a fine horse out of the stables. This horse was pure white all over, with strong muscles and a well-proportioned physique. As the wind blew, its mane danced in the breeze, resembling clouds in the sky. Would you like to give it a try, Chen Flag Officer? Be careful, though, the head of the armory reminded. This horse has a fiery temperament. I like them fiery. Chen Sansi mounted the horse. Skill, horse control, uninitiated. Progress 0-100. Utility, none for now. Horse control also counts, Winnie. Before Chen Sansi had time to think carefully, the white swan horse suddenly neighed to the sky and bolted out of the stables uncontrollably, bucking wildly, trying to throw off the person on its back. Damn, Chen Sansi almost flew off completely, hastily grabbing the reins with both hands and clamping his legs tightly around the horse's belly while stepping on the stirrups. It seemed easy for others to ride a horse, but one only knew how difficult it actually was after trying it themselves. Especially with a violent and untamed horse, one could easily lose their life if they weren't careful. Winnie. The white swan horse neighed as it charged haphazardly. Sitting atop, Chen Sansi only felt the gale piercing his ears, the scenery moving rapidly backward, and with the horse's resistance, it was like riding a roller coaster without any safety harness. Good beast. He simply hugged the horse's neck, trying to subdue it with pure brute force. Man and horse were locked in a standoff for an hour, with neither gaining the upper hand. It wasn't until both were exhausted that a temporary truce was called. Skill, horse control, not entry level. Progress 35-100. Utility, none. Are you a mare? Chen Sansi leaned over to check closely. His understanding of horses was limited, but he knew that mares were generally smaller. This one, however, was clearly an anomaly, incredibly strong. Ha 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 ha, hearty laughter came from behind. Chen Sansi turned around to see it was Xiang Tingchen. Dressed in plain clothes and without his armor, Xiang Tingchen had a more amiable look on his face, yet he still exuded an air of authority. A Lord 1,000 households holds a 5th rank official position. A 5th rank in Po Yang County is unparalleled, not just in terms of official ranking, but also in cultivation and power. Lord 1,000 households. Chen Sansi greeted with a fist and palm salute. How goes it? That horse isn't easy to tame, is it? Xiang Tingchen teased. It's supposed to be difficult. If this horse wasn't so fiery and occasionally harmful to people, they wouldn't have been willing to give it to me, and I certainly wouldn't have thought of giving it to you. Whether you can tame it or not depends on your own ability. The Lord 1,000 households hadn't come specifically to see him. Chen Sansi noticed that not far away, a coachman was leading out another white horse, likely the one prepared for the Lord 1,000 households trip, and they had just coincidentally met here. Do well, and if you need anything, just come to me. After speaking, Xiang Tingchen mounted his horse. His horse was very well behaved. Where is he going? Chen Sansi mused to himself. Did they find the key to unlock the immortal treasure last night, and were all those masked people caught? Was Luo Dongquan also there? Before leaving the horse grounds, he saw another black horse appear, matching pace with the white horse. The man on the horse was Luo Dongquan. Is he involved with the immortal treasure as well? These people were clearly keeping secrets from the court. His curiosity grew about what exactly was inside the box. Luo, stop bringing up selected point, Xiang Tingchen said firmly. At a time when the great Sheng court lacks manpower, continuing these internal conflicts would be disgraceful. Lord, Luo Dongquan looked reluctant. Next year's first half is the last supervisor selected point. So what? Xiang Tingchen pulled the reins. You need to understand something. The supervisor's power is too great, and coupled with his advanced age, His Majesty has long wanted him to step down. Joining the 8 camps at this time may not be a good thing. His Majesty has been looking for newcomers these years, wanting to reshuffle the Northern Territory. It's very likely that the 8 camps will be disbanded and reassigned to every corner of the land east, west, south, and north. At this critical juncture, if someone can distinguish themselves, they might very well rise to a high position under the future new supervisor. Luo Dongquan listened, utterly engrossed. That's why your lordship plans to cooperate with the martial arts hall to search for the so-called immortal treasure. But does such a divine item, that can rapidly enhance one's cultivation, truly exist in this world? Seeing how excited those old fools at the hall are, it doesn't seem fake. I'm not sure where those barbarians acquired such treasure. No wonder their raids have become more frequent since last year. Xiang Tingchen paused and then continued. You must remember, our main goal isn't the immortal treasure. Those fools, do they really think they can hide such a thing, if it does exist? The most important thing is to take this opportunity to make those martial arts halls and the rich people in the county bleed some money to prepare for next spring. My lord, do you really plan to go beyond the Great Wall and make a move against the Yuan tribe's branch? Luo Dongquan's expression grew solemn. The barbarians living near the Zai River have at least 2,500 fighters. We only have a total of 900 men, and we also need to report to the Ministry of War. Only after their approval can we dispatch troops. That's why I need war horses, crossbows, provisions, medical herbs. In other words, I need silver. During their conversation, the two arrived in the fields. Xiang Tingchen raised his riding crop, pointing at the vast farmland. Do you see? This land should all belong to our great Sheng, but what happened? 7 or 8 parts out of 10 now belong to the martial arts halls and the local gentry as private property. Now that wars are non-stop, when we need money, they aren't willing to contribute a single copper. The matter of the immortal treasure happens to be a good scare tactic to subdue them. With money and strength, once we achieve an unrivaled feat, there will be better opportunities for us in the future. Why be confined to the 8 camps? Old Luo, how long have you been with me? Luo Dongquan nodded. Come winter, it will be exactly 21 years. Lord, 1,000 households, rest assured. Luo Dongquan bowed with clasped hands. Your humble servant is willing to walk through fire and water for the Lord, and will not shy away from death. Let's go talk to those old fellows at the martial arts hall. The two, riding their horses, entered the city and made their way straight to Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Liang Zhan greeted them at the entrance. My father and several uncles have long prepared a feast, waiting for both lords. Please come in. After welcoming the guests, Liang Zhan did not hurry inside, but waited for a martial arts academy disciple to arrive. He asked, have you found him? To answer young master, no. The disciple replied, nobody was seen at the residences of the brothers in the city, nor at the old home in Yambian village. When asked around, everyone said they haven't seen Qin Feng. Disappeared. Liang Zhan tapped the palm of his hand with his folding fan. 8 out of 10, that soldier surnamed Chen killed him. Then young master, what should we do? The disciple, who was close to Qin Feng, felt heavy-hearted. Liang Zhan said coldly, what else can we do? We don't have any evidence. He's dead. Do you expect me to give you a sword so you can go to the army camp to seek revenge? The disciple fell silent. Liang Zhan sneered. Qin Feng was good, having joined their martial arts hall for several years, hardworking and loyal. Recently, by chance, he overheard his secret conversation with his father. Seeing how tight-lipped the lad usually was, he had not killed him but instead took him on as a direct disciple. But the guy was too stubborn and insisted on courting death. He'd advised and helped him. To Liang Zhan, Qin Feng's life was worth only those few dozen taels of silver. Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy wasn't lacking other direct disciples, and Liang Zhan wasn't foolish enough to take a risk to avenge him. This brother Chen is quite interesting indeed. After all, Qin Feng mastered blood refining, yet they say he was killed just like that. Such talent, I must make sure to befriend him after getting through this busy period. Last night also happened to be the time when the barbarians escaped from the city. How coincidental. Liang Zhan narrowed his eyes, thoughtful. Military camp. Chen Sansi and his people had familiarized themselves with everything. Starting tomorrow, they were to begin their official work. As for the job content, Wang Zhai was not around. No one knew where he had gone, but Household Commander Liu came over and explained everything to him in great detail. The 90-some people under 100 households Wang were mainly responsible for the 7 parts farming, 3 parts garrison aspect of garrison duty. In the morning they had to be at the military camp. practicing battle formations as a group. Military soldiers needed to participate in this before being promoted. In the afternoon, they would go to the Great Wall to keep watch and might also be sent to patrol the county town. As for the garrison troops, they had half a day of practice and half a day of work. Only military officers had more freedom. Most of their time could be spent on cultivation. When the beacon fires rise, the horns sound. Household's commander Liu pointed to the northern sky. If you see black smoke rising, it means the barbarian tribes are invading, and everyone needs to assemble at the first notice. However, it's been many years since we've seen beacon smoke rise up in this place. Also, do you not have a place to live yet? Chen Sansi nodded. When I joined the army, the manager told me there were no spare houses. There's no room for ordinary soldiers, but there are few houses for military officers. Come with me. Household's commander Liu led the way. In the military settlement, the vast majority of houses were as simple as those in Yanbian village, mainly made of mud bricks. However, walking 2 miles west to where the military officers lived, everything suddenly looked new. All were standalone courtyards made of blue bricks and solid wood, large and small, divided according to rank. This is a house only 100 households can live in, right? Stopping in front of a 2-entry courtyard, Chen Sansi said, "It doesn't seem appropriate for a small flag like me, does it? What's inappropriate? Who's to say you won't become 100 households before long?" Household's commander Liu said, "Besides, it's empty anyway, and Lord 1,000 households isn't going to care. Even if he finds out, he'll just turn a blind eye." All right. Chen Sansi understood it was a favor being given to him and didn't turn it down. Firstly, running back and forth between the military camp and Yanbian village every day was not only inconvenient, but also a waste of precious time. Secondly, his family's living conditions were truly humble, so moving to a better house would make life more comfortable for Sister Lan. Using a cart borrowed from the military camp for transporting grain and fodder, Chen Sansi went back to Yanbian village to move. "Shitu, you really became an officer." "For sure, he's even moving with a horse and cart. Once you climb up the ranks, you won't bother with us anymore." What Lai Zai said this time might actually happen. When Chen Sansi had just brought the cart into the village, the villagers were happy to watch the excitement, but gradually the smiles disappeared from their faces. Becoming an official, it meant that from then on they were no longer the same kind of people. Uncles and aunties are joking I'm just a small flag without even a rank. How am I an official? Chen Sansi didn't know what else to say. There wasn't much to move from his home, just a few quilts and some pots and pans, making the cart seem rather superfluous. This house is quite nice indeed. Arriving at the new house, Gu Zinlin was also very pleased and busily started to tidy up. Chen Sansi was not idle. After finishing the last 2 pounds of braised bear meat at home, he started practicing spear technique right there in the yard. After bringing out the chi blood, the effect of the bear meat was nowhere near as great as before. It was only equivalent to eating ordinary livestock before he had cultivated chi blood. Cultivation technique, basic spear technique entry level. Progress 72,500. Utility gun movement swift, amazing endurance. An afternoon only increased the progress by 20 points. It looks like I still need to buy things like bear heart for proper nourishment, and medicinal soups. As a flag officer, Chen Sansi could receive a bowl of blood replenishing soup every 3 days, but he didn't know how effective it would be. He looked up at the sky and realized it was already dusk. By this time, the people in the pharmacy should have stopped decocting medicines. With nothing else to do, he sat down and flipped through a book for a while. It was still the Dasheng book from before. Reading about the current emperor's great-grandfather, it mentioned that he was particularly fond of designing things and had invented numerous ingenious devices, including a wooden box specifically for the transmission of intelligence, named the Linglong Jade Box. This box contained mechanisms and had to be opened with a special jade key. Otherwise, it would burn from the inside out, destroying the intelligence. However, the box was lost after the emperor died. "Isn't this the box in my hands?" Chen Sansi felt relieved that he hadn't destroyed it with brute force, otherwise he would have truly lost a treasure. Skill, reading small achievement. Progress 51,800. Utility quick-witted, spirit refreshed, photographic memory. The next day, Chen Sansi finally didn't have to travel far. After breakfast, he took a leisurely walk to the barracks, first practicing archery for a while, then practicing spear technique. When he estimated that the time was about right, he went to look for Su Bin. It was also a twist of fate that Su Bin was under Wang Zhai's command as well, but after several rounds of searching, he didn't see him and had to ask other flag officers. Old Su. "Yesterday afternoon, I saw 100 households Wang beat him up and then he disappeared. 100 households Wang." Chen Sansi was taken aback. He realized something. When the sparring happened yesterday, it was very possible that 100 households Wang chose Su Bin hoping he would throw the match. "There's no need for that," he said. Chen Sansi was somewhat speechless. If he truly had thrown the match, it would have been of no benefit to either of them. He inquired about Su Bin's residence and then went to find him. Bin, have you lost your mind? Today, old Su had come from the town to bring a stewing hen for his pregnant daughter-in-law, and as soon as he entered, he saw the huge palm print on his son's face. Usually, Su Bin would go to the barracks to practice martial arts early in the morning, but today he hadn't moved even though it was near noon. He knew right away that something had happened. After some pressing inquiries, he finally understood the whole story. Little Stone is our fellow villager, and if he makes a name for himself in the future, it would only benefit you. How could you hit him with all your might? You deserve to be beaten, deserve it indeed. Su Bin kept his head down, saying nothing. In fact, from the moment he was chosen for the assessment, he was stuck in a dilemma. If he had thrown the match, wouldn't Lord 1,000 households have seen through it? Not throwing the match would offend 100 households Wang. The only good outcome was to be treated with respect by the Lord 1,000 households. The result was obvious. He ended up with the worst possible outcome. Afterwards, Wang Zhai found some pretext to slap him and demanded 20 taels of silver, threatening to beat him up every time he saw him if he didn't pay. All of his military pay went into practicing martial arts, and with his daily expenses, he had nothing left. Where would he find 20 taels of silver? Go find Little Stone, urged old Su. Hurry up, apologize to Little Stone and ask him to smooth things over for you. Dad, it's useless, Su Bin said without any sense of hope. During the sparring match, he had gone all out to the point of killing. With swords and knives being blind, one could easily end up bleeding for real. If the other party simply didn't make things difficult for him in the future, that would already be a mercy. How could he expect him to speak on his behalf? Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking interrupted the father and son's conversation. Soon after, a warm and amiable voice could be heard. Is Brother Bin home? It's me, Chen Sansi. After inquiring, Chen Sansi learned that he lived very close to Su Bin, only about a 5-minute walk away. He knocked on the door and announced his identity, and soon a young woman opened the door. Chen Sansi noticed the slight bulge in her abdomen. Is this Su Bin's home? Yes. The woman hurriedly called someone out. There came Su Bin, sporting a handprint on his face, and greeted awkwardly, Chen Flag Officer. He remembered that not long ago, he had requested the other to address him by his official title. How long had it been, and now everyone held the same rank. I really don't consider myself as an officer, just calling me Rock or by my name will do. Chen Sansi smiled and pulled out a slip from his sleeve. This is for you. This is. Upon seeing it was a weapon slip from the arsenal, Su Bin remembered he indeed had loaned out a bow and arrows before. What are you staring at? Apologized to Little Rock. Old Su came running out and kicked Su Bin on the buttocks. Su Bin's face turned red immediately. In the military camp, he never resorted to giving gifts or flattering others. He always proved himself through hard work. Bin, hurry up. Old Su was so anxious he was hopping, without Rock's help, offending 100 households Wang. Our whole family might end up unable to even eat. Su Bin felt his face burning, but seeing his wife's bulging stomach, he finally compromised. Flag Officer Chen, I've already said no need to call me Flag Officer. Before he could finish, Chen Sansi interrupted. At the camp, we call each other by our ranks, but at home there's no need to be so formal. If you don't mind, I'd still like to call you Brother Bin. What? Su Bin doubted his ears. You don't resent me. Why should I resent? Chen Sansi was candid. If it wasn't for borrowing the heavy bow, he wouldn't have so easily won the favor of the household officers, nor could he have built his chi blood so quickly. Admittedly, Su Bin's attitude might not have been the best, but help was help. The other could have completely refused to lend it. 100 households Wang is a bit. Chen Sansi couldn't compliment Wang Zhai's character anyway. I'll speak with him, no worries. Right, I knew Little Rock was good-natured. How could he not help you? Old Su said, aren't you going to thank him now? Su Bin looked at the youth. In this world, not repaying kindness with enmity was already good, and here was someone willing to disregard past grievances, even calling him brother. Furthermore, for him, it was really just a small effort. How could he face such decency? For some reason, when Su Bin looked at Chen Sansi again, he began to sense an indescribable aura about him that commanded respect. Respect might not be the exact word, but he couldn't think of a more fitting way to describe it at that moment. Swallowing his words, Su Bin finally simply offered a fist salute. From now on, anything you ask, I am at your disposal. Chen Sansi smiled. That's too much, but I do have a favor to ask of you. I'd like Brother Bin, whenever you're not busy, to spar with me on spear technique. I benefited a lot from our last exchange. At your service. Su Bin agreed instantly, but I really cannot accept this. He handed the slip back. I have a sword and that's enough. If you insist on giving me this, it means you still hold a grudge. All right. Chen Sansi didn't insist further. Little Rock, don't go, stay for dinner. Old Su insisted on not letting him leave. At noon, Chen Sansi and Gu Xinlin both stayed for a meal. Xinlin and Su Bin's wife, Lady Tong, got to know each other, and as both enjoyed needlework, they found a lot of common topics to discuss, hitting it off well, and even made plans to meet up in the future. Buzz. Halfway through the meal, the military camp sounded a rally call. "Father, we have to go," Chen Sansi said. Su Bin hastily put on his armor and grabbed his sword. "Shanxi, hurry, what's happened?" Chen Sansi purposely looked up at the sky but saw no signs of beacon smoke, indicating that there were no enemy attacks. When they arrived at the garrison, they were met by Lord Thousand Households, his face full of fury. Xiang Tingchen ordered in public, effective immediately, that half of the personnel within the households should search the city of Po Yang daily for witch god sect followers, not sparing even the martial arts schools, and conduct strict searches of each. If any were found, they were to be charged with the crime of colluding with the enemy and treason. What was the witch god sect? Why even search the martial arts schools? Hadn't they just cooperated recently to surround and attack barbarian assassins? "I'm not sure," he replied. Householder Xing said, puzzled. "All I know is that yesterday Lord Thousand Households and Luo Dongquan went to the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, and when they returned he was furious, stating that they were all parasites of the court, and it was time they learned their lesson. Lord Thousand Households is probably preparing to let the local lords bleed a little," Households Commander Liu said, stroking his chin. "Isn't he afraid of the higher-ups?" It was a well-known fact that the Great Sheng Court was heavily in debt. In earlier years, the garrison occasionally had delayed payments. On the other hand, the martial arts schools and local gentry were amassing wealth. The money in the hands of the hundreds of households was merely scraps between the lord's teeth. Nicely put, it was called a bribe. Harshly put, it was money thrown to beggars. Securing some wealth from the martial arts schools was naturally a good thing. But the problem was, if it was that simple, the court wouldn't have been so hard-pressed. The martial arts schools and local gentry included many who had retired from positions in the court. Some were blatantly businesses owned by current court officials. Who would dare touch them? On the surface, it seemed that their households wielded the greatest authority. In reality, which martial arts school didn't have connections with people in the prefecture or state offices? The actions of Xiang Tingchen were difficult for them to understand. Unless Xiang Tingchen has some leverage over them, Chen Sansi thought, though he did not voice it. And he was right. These people had been hiding from the court while searching for the immortal treasure. Xiang Tingchen had planned to use this matter to blackmail the martial arts schools, but it seemed the talks had broken down. "Move out." 500 households, leading over 400 soldiers, marched out of the garrison mightily. Chen Sansi and his subordinates were among them. Wang Zhai was not present, and 2 flag leaders led them instead. One surnamed Miao, the other surnamed Fang. Flag leader Fang. Chen Sansi asked, "Wasn't it barbarian assassins before? How did it become the witch god sect?" Flag leader Fang shook his head that night. The masked persons who suddenly appeared and rescued the assassin were said to be from the witch god sect, supposedly very notorious villains. "That's all I know. I know about this, I know." Su Wenkai rushed over excitedly, raising his hand. "Mr. Su knows," Chen Sansi said. "Please tell us." Ahem. Su Wenkai cleared his throat and began seriously. "This witch god sect. It originated from the barbarian tribes and has a history of 200 years. However, it declined long ago. Just about 10 years ago, they suddenly became active again and even supported the Yuan tribe to swallow up 3 tribes on the grasslands in one fell swoop, transforming from a small tribe into one of the 4 hegemons. These years, the barbarians who have been harassing the borders of Sheng are mainly from the Yuan tribe, with the other 3 hegemons mostly watching from the sidelines. You seem to know quite a lot." Zhu Tong was half skeptical. "You aren't making this up, right, Tui?" Su Wenkai proudly stated, "I traveled everywhere in my early years. You think I did that for nothing? No wonder you weren't at home even when your father died a few years ago," Zhu Tong said bluntly. Su Wenkai turned dark and fell silent. "Which god sect? Yuan tribe, border, immortal treasure." Chen Sansi connected the dots and realized it seemed to be a matter of great significance. Following their entry into the city, the 500 soldiers began a house-to-house search. However, they temporarily did not search the 4 great martial arts schools and other top-tier halls, focusing primarily on the smaller and lesser-known ones. This was Xiang Tingchen making an example of the smaller entities. The search continued until dusk, and they then left without any conflicts, but this was just the beginning. After wasting an afternoon, Chen Sansi went straight to the arsenal upon returning to the households, intending to exchange the weapons slip and then get a bowl of blood-replenishing soup. The weapon was not needed by Su Bin, of course. It could not be wasted. Conveniently, the plum blossom spear in Chen Sansi's hand was too common. Although it did not drag down his abilities, it also did not offer any enhancement. In the arsenal, various types of weapons filled the racks. Most were standard issue. A small portion was fine weapons made by military officers, among which spears were the scarcest, with only 2 or 3 varieties available. Chen Sansi's gaze fell on a long spear in the center of the last row. This spear was about 4 meters long, with a slim, reed leaf-shaped head, a red tassel following the blade, and a shaft slightly thicker than the plum blossom spears, also made of white wax wood but wrapped in bamboo strips after being oiled, coated in black lacquer, with a conical spear butt at the end. This spear is called the reed leaf spear. The arsenal keeper introduced. It was left behind by 100 households from before, and has been gathering dust here ever since. If Chen Keeg fancies it, you're welcome to take it. Chen Sansi took the long spear, weighing it in his hands, approximately 20 or 30 pounds, and began to practice with it immediately outside the arsenal. The spear technique that came with the soldier training was fundamentally a long weapon style. Wielding the reed leaf spear, his spear technique became even more adept. After practicing for roughly half an hour, signs of chi blood deficiency emerged. Martial arts really is a bottomless pit. Chen Sansi, carrying the spear, left. Not far from the arsenal was a pharmacy. From a distance, one could catch the scent of the medicinal herbs. The pharmacy was quiet, home to only an old man, 2 errand boys, and several jars simmering with content. "Elder, I've come to get some blood-replenishing soup." Chen Sansi passed over a slip. The old man took the slip. "Have you trained out your chi blood? If you haven't trained out your chi blood, you shouldn't drink the blood-replenishing soup." Chen Sansi, who had never encountered supplemental medicine, was clueless. "Is that so?" "Of course." The old man stroked his beard and explained, "All medicine carries a certain toxicity. Only martial artists who have trained out their chi blood can expel the poisons through sweat during training. Otherwise, drinking too much can lead to poisoning, eventually rotting the internal organs and rendering a person useless." Chen Sansi nodded to indicate he had indeed trained out his chi blood. "That's good then." Only then did the old man accept the slip, rising to select the appropriate herbs to concoct the medicine on the spot. While waiting, the two introduced themselves to each other. This old man's surname was Jiang, a hereditary medical officer in the garrison without any rank. After waiting quietly for half an hour, Chen Sansi held a bowl of blackish soup in his hands. He took a sip and almost retched right then. The taste was not only bitter and astringent, but also carried the faint stench of a sewage ditch. No wonder it was toxic. After drinking, it wasn't like the bare heart where chi blood would boil instantly. Instead, there seemed to be a foreign substance in his abdomen, causing slight discomfort. This must be the medicinal strength, which needed training to digest. Medical Officer Jiang said, "Next time, if you want to have some blood-replenishing soup, tell me in advance so you won't have to wait when you come." "All right." Chen Sansi's allowance was a bowl of blood-replenishing soup every 3 days, and he curiously asked Medical Officer Jiang, "If I run out of my allowance, is there any other way I can get the medicine?" "Buy it. Using a fan to control the heat," Medical Officer Jiang explained, "but you wouldn't be buying from me. You'd have to go to the pharmacy opened by the martial arts hall outside. The ingredients for 1 dose of blood-replenishing soup cost 10 taels of silver, and you can probably brew 2 bowls from it." "How much?" Chen Sansi was stunned. A bare heart was worth about 20 taels of silver. Anything that can enhance cultivation isn't made from ordinary herbs. They usually take at least 10 to 8 years to grow and are very rare. Can they not be expensive? But that's only part of it. Medical Officer Jiang patiently continued, "The main reason is the monopoly." "Monopoly?" Chen Sansi inquired. "Are you referring to the martial arts hall?" "Correct." Medical Officer Jiang, exhaling deeply, said leisurely, "Medicinal herbs used specifically for enhancing cultivation are extremely demanding in terms of growing conditions. There's only so much suitable land for medicine gardens, and most of it has been sold to the martial arts halls. Can they not be expensive? Why sell it?" Chen Sansi was somewhat puzzled. This was, after all, an absolute strategic resource. Dr. Jiang chuckled as he spoke. "What else could it be? Forthy, the officials are short on money. I heard from my father that when he was younger, our garrison's medicine garden had more than 200 plots scattered around. Then came a change in the county magistrate, who sold off a part of the land. After several decades, isn't it all gone? Kid, you are new and wouldn't know. Back in the day, not only salaries were owed, but also medicine. Many people left, preferring to hide their identities as house slaves for major sects in the prefectures and states rather than stay in the garrison. If it weren't for Elder Yan's reforms, reclaiming some of the land, you wouldn't have had any medicine to drink. But most of it is still firmly in the hands of the martial arts halls. Not even the 100 households officers can get as much as they want whenever they want. Exaggerated." Chen Sansi summarized with 2 words. The corruption had reached such a degree that he doubted the court would last much longer. No wonder Xiang Tingchen wanted to do something but had to resort to extortion still. It wasn't guaranteed to work. He took his leave and returned to the martial arts arena. The reed leaf gun swirled in motion. Pile work, spear technique, breathing skill, combined with chi blood circulation, his body began to operate under high stress. It was at these times that the medicinal effects were most apparent. Whenever the chi blood was trained to near depletion, the medicine would start to transform, stimulating every organ in the body, accelerating the refinement of chi blood in a continual cycle until a second thread of chi blood was born. That was the entry into blood refining mastery. After performing several sets of spear techniques, Chen Sansi was covered with foul sweat, but his proficiency made great strides. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he mastered the spear technique. Moreover, the power of that bowl of medicine was still present. not yet fully utilized it would be enough for at least 2 more days of practice. My cultivation level is still low. 1 bowl of medicine every 3 days is just enough for now. There's also no need for me to spend money to buy more, and if I buy some beast meat in between, I can push my training to the limit. Time to eat. It was getting dark and Chen Sansi packed up his things and went home. The meal was prepared early at home. As soon as he entered, Sister Lan helped him remove his armor, fetch water, and after eating, boiled water for washing his feet, a comfortable and smooth routine. Right. Gu Xinlan held the wooden basin. Someone came to see you today, hoping to invite you to be a guest tomorrow. Chen Sansi asked. Who? Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. After pouring out the water for washing his feet, Gu Xinlan began to massage Chen Sansi. It sounds like a luxurious place, like the Spring Pavilion, if I remember correctly. Qin Xing's younger brother seems to be training at Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, right? Chen Sansi lay on the bed, pondering the reason Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy was looking for him. Qin Feng? It was possible, but not very likely. Now that he was a Xuanfeng flag officer, his identity would be directly recorded at the Governor Mansion. Unless it was, it might also be because of the Immortal treasure. The incident with the Immortal treasure was entirely coincidental. He never expected to run into the barbarian before going out to kill Qin Feng. The Liang family's young master might suspect he had obtained the Immortal treasure. Fortunately, the other party was also speculating, without any substantive evidence. Moreover, since the martial arts hall and the military were not getting along well, they wouldn't dare do anything to him at this juncture. However, he did need to speed up enhancing his power. In the future, if they come again, just directly reject them. In the following days, aside from patrolling the city, Chen Sansi invested all his remaining energy into martial arts training. Blood-replenishing soup, beast meat, along with Su Bin's sparring far exceeded his expectations. 6 days later, he successfully made a breakthrough. An exhausted Chen Sansi planted the gun butt into the ground, feeling a second surge of hot blood flowing within him. No, it was different from others. The qi blood in his body wasn't threads but streams. Cultivation technique, basic soldier's spear technique expert. Progress 0-1000. Utility gun movement swift, amazing endurance, robust qi blood. Normally bringing forth a strand of qi blood is considered entry level, mastering the second strand. For the average martial artist, qi blood is only as thick as a thin rope. However, the qi blood that Chen Sansi cultivated is equivalent to several thin ropes twisted together, 2 to 3 times more than that of an ordinary person. This must be credited to the Hao Ran breathing skill, but undoubtedly the proficiency panel also plays a part. His endurance is already impressive, and now that his qi blood has become even more robust, he is a perfect fit for the battlefield. A battlefield is not about one-on-one duels, where killing an opponent ends the fight. Rather, it's about facing countless enemies in what are mostly battles of attrition. This is also where the military formations come into play. When a martial artist with blood refining great success, roughly the level of a flag leader, is confronted by well-trained array soldiers on the battlefield and gets trapped in a formation, they will typically exhaust their qi blood after slaying about 20 or so enemies and consequently collapse from depletion, only to be hacked to death by the chaotic blades. It's not because the martial artist is weak, but rather because the formations are strong during the recent drills. Chen Sansi took special care to learn alongside the others, taking a small military formation of 100 men as an example. Before close combat with bare blades, archers and crossbowmen first unleash a volley of arrows, followed by spearmen thrusting, then shield and sword fighters encircling, and finally hand-to-hand combat ensues. Don't forget that the enemy also has generals. It's not just you as a military officer. In such a scenario, no matter how high your rank as a martial artist, once you run out of manpower, you are bound to be worn down to death, unless your qi blood is truly very enduring. However, all of this is still too early for Chen Sansi to worry about. He won't be going to the battlefield anytime soon. You've mastered your qi blood. Su Bin stood frozen on the spot, motionless for a long time. How many days has it been? If this continues, it won't be long before you surpass me. After his breakthrough, Chen Sansi felt invigorated, but he didn't let his guard down mentally. Lately, the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy has sent people to invite him several times, all of which were declined. He was aware that this could not be a long-term solution, and that the issue needed to be addressed sooner or later. Young Master Liang Zhan of Tianyuan was at the bone training realm, and the martial arts hall master was even at bone forger. Great success. Blood refining was still at the bottom rank of martial artists, not even worth mentioning. If he could become a refining organ martial artist like Xiang Tingchen, who in Po Yang County would dare to provoke him? Time for work, time for work. It was almost time to patrol the city. Chen Sansi put away his reed leaf gun and called his men. Not only had he made a breakthrough, but his men had also improved. Zhu Tong had cultivated his qi blood in the past 2 days, and a military soldier named Wang Li would not be far behind, while the other 5 array soldiers had also learned the spear technique and started practicing military formations. Only Su Wenkai was unable to do anything. The other day he got kicked while feeding the horses, and fearing that he might die under their hooves, he was not asked to go again. Let's go patrol the city. Ever since the witch god sect incident occurred, people were dying daily within and outside the city. Rumors claimed that the witch god sect was bloodthirsty by nature, hence, the recent crackdowns have been extremely stringent. Yet despite this, no disciples from any martial arts academy were allowed to participate, clearly. The Lord Thousand households wanted to seize the immortal treasure before the martial arts academies, and then use it to coerce all the martial arts halls in Poyang County. Chen Sansi took his city patrols very seriously, attempting to locate traces of witch god sect followers. Unfortunately, he hasn't found any leads so far, and even if he did find them, his current strength probably wouldn't be enough to seize the items, so cultivating remains the most important thing. After advancing his qi blood to 2 strands, a bowl of blood replenishing soup every 3 days would most likely not suffice. During a break in his patrols, Chen Sansi went to the martial arts academy to purchase medicines. Zhu Tong accompanied him as well. Having some savings from slaughtering pigs at home, he too gathered enough money for medicine to speed up his blood refining among the 4 great martial arts schools. Yun Martial Arts Hall and Zhao's Martial Arts Academy had the largest business in medicinal materials, comprising 2/3 of Poyang County's trade. Among them, the quality of medicines from Yun Martial Arts Hall was the best. Arriving at Guixiang Street, Chen Sansi saw 2 Yun medicine stores. To be precise, one of them was the Yun medicine shop. It gives one the impression of Sprite and Thunderbolt, but in fact both are genuine. Lately patrolling the city, he had often heard news about the martial arts halls. After the county magistrate passed away, barbarian assassins killed the master of Yun Martial Arts Hall, leading to its split. It's said that the young master of Yun Martial Arts Hall had mediocre talent. At nearly 30 years old, he hadn't yet entered the bone training realm, while his uncle had made small achievement in that realm. After the old master's death, he took away his nephew's right to succession and became the new hall master. Not only that, but he also kicked his nephew out with a single kick, leaving him only a group of insignificant servant disciples and a medicine shop. Since he was not allowed to use the original name, he had to settle for Yun. To compete, Yun Medicine Shop even offered discounts blood replenishing soup, which would normally cost 10 taels, was only sold for 8. More advanced than blood replenishing soup were the 9 revolutions replenishing essence soup and the medicine baths required for the bone training realm, which were also essentially discounted to 70 or 80% of their original price, but still outrageously expensive. 9 revolutions replenishing essence soup would cost 25 taels for 1 dose. Chen Sansi simply couldn't afford that. He had saved up 20 taels from hunting black bears and obtained 10 from killing Qin Feng, but his daily expenses were also high. He couldn't go without various exotic beast meats, leaving him hardly any silver left. In the end, Chen Sansi bought 2 doses of medicine, spending 16 taels. There goes my savings. Chen Sansi felt like his heart was bleeding, and those 2 doses of medicine would last only about a week. It seems that he still had to rely on his hunting skills to make big money. Fortunately, as a flag officer, he could freely venture deep into Second Layer Mountain. Hunting something valuable shouldn't be too difficult. It would only mean some delay in his martial arts training, but that was a necessary sacrifice. He had heard that a tiger could sell for 100 taels of silver. An exotic beast would be even more expensive. Exotic beasts were rare, but there were frequent tales of big worms on Second Layer Mountain. He would inquire about it, and if he could hunt down a tiger, the silver he earned would be enough to quickly reach small achievement. Back in the military camp, Chen Sansi saw 100 households Wang, who had been missing for a few days. The latter claimed he had gone to the prefecture city to visit relatives and was very pleased to learn of his breakthrough to expertise. Good, you're doing well, kid. You've got the style I had back in my day. Wang Zhai fumbled in his bosom and pulled out a golden lock. This is for you, as a reward for your diligent practice. A longevity lock. Chen Sansi knew about this object, typically given by elders in the family to young children. Wang Zhai's willingness to give it away meant it definitely wasn't his own, and it was very likely swindled from someone else. He declined. If you don't want it, forget it. Where is there such a good superior like me, willing to buy gold for subordinates? 100 households Wang wore it around his own neck. You're asking for leave to go up the mountain tomorrow, right? Go on. Chen Sansi took his leave, and as he was almost at his front door, 2 figures suddenly appeared, blocking the road ahead, one in front and one behind, old and young, resembling a master-servant relationship. Flag Officer Chen, I had invited you several times without success, so I took the liberty to visit. Please excuse my presumption, said Liang Zhan as he held his folding fan and bowed with clasped hands. Please honor us with your presence at the spring pavilion for a gathering, plenty of beautiful women and wine. You are quite presumptuous. Chen Sansi spoke indifferently. I have matters to attend to, so I won't trouble Mr. Liang with the expense. I have no malicious intent. Liang Zhan stepped forward, lowering his voice. Rest assured, the matter with the Qin brothers won't be pursued by Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. What Qin brothers? Chen Sansi said blankly. I don't understand. The other party might indeed not pursue the matter with Qin Feng, but it's more likely that they wanted to use this to get him talking, to ask if he had left the city that night, to see if he had any chance of coming into contact with the immortal treasure. Flag Officer Chen really is a master at playing dumb. Liang Zhan's smile didn't reach his eyes, and he gave a sign to the old servant behind him. But I still hope you can grace us with your presence for a meal. Please. The old servant extended a pair of withered tree branch-like hands, reaching out to grab him. Chen Sansi's brows furrowed, his grip tightening on his spear. Oh, isn't that Mr. Liang? Before Chen Sansi could make a move, a sharp voice rang out. Wang Zhai stood in front of the old servant and cheerfully said, What wind has blown such an honored guest our way? Forgive me for not receiving you from afar. May I ask what brings Mr. Liang here? Chen Sansi interjected. Mr. Liang was thinking of inviting me to the spring pavilion. Really? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhai burst into joy, his small eyes squeezing into slits. Mr. Liang, that's not fair. Why invite Sansi and not me? Let's go together. Damn. Liang Zhan hastily retreated, squeezing out an awkward smile. 100 households. Wang. Actually, I just wanted to inquire about something, and since Chen Keeg is busy, we should reschedule. He then attempted to leave. Wang Zhai stepped forward and grasped his shoulder. He's busy, but I'm not. Let's go. I've heard that the spring pavilion recently got some fresh girls. So tender. 100 households. Wang. Liang Zhan struggled to free himself. I just remembered I also have something urgent. I must go. Wang Zhai's face fell. Has Mr. Liang grown distant from me? Not at all. Liang Zhan took out a silver ingot weighing 5 taels from his sleeve. Truly, I have urgent matters, but next time for sure. He stuffed the money into Wang Zhai's hands and then hurriedly grabbed his servant to flee. Nearly lost 20 taels of silver. After confirming that no one had followed them, Liang Zhan sighed in relief. At the tavern, this fatty Wang wouldn't hold back. He'd order anything expensive, and even with a large family business, Mr. Liang couldn't afford to throw money around unnecessarily. Master, the old servant asked, are we just letting this go? Guess what I just saw? Liang Zhan gestured around his neck. That kid Qin Feng's longevity lock has ended up around fatty Wang's neck. This has nothing to do with the Chens. The old servant said in surprise, could 100 households Wang have come into contact with the immortal treasure? No. Liang Zhan analyzed. If he had acquired the immortal treasure, would he dare to show off the longevity lock so blatantly? It seems my previous worries were unfounded. The immortal treasure has indeed been stolen by the people of the witch god sect. Uncle Wu, we must hasten, exhaust all means to find the immortal treasure before Xiang Tingchen does, or else we'll have to spend a fortune to buy it. Don't worry, master. The old servant bowed. The trustworthy disciples from the Martial Arts Academy have all been sent out. This Mr. Liang is getting tighter with his money, huh? I'm giving this to you. Wang Zhai was about to throw the silver ingot to Chen Sansi, then stopped midway and changed it for 2 taels in smaller denominations, split 50-50. Chen Sansi wanted no less and pocketed the money. What did he want from you? Wang Zhai's narrowed eyes gleamed, clutching the golden lock around his neck. It was about that kid. What's his name? Chin something. I'm not sure. Chen Sansi feigned confusion. He hadn't expected the golden lock to belong to Qin Feng. No wonder Liang Zhan had glanced at it several times just now. Qin Feng's death could likely not be concealed much longer. But in fact, as long as it didn't involve the immortal treasure, no one would trouble him over the death of a Qin Feng. Ha, you don't trust me. Wang Zhai found it amusing. Do you remember what I told you before? No need to be overly cautious about such matters. If you killed someone, what's there to fear? With me here, no one dares to touch you. Chen Sansi conservatively said, I really don't know. Some things, even when both parties well understand, it's still best not to articulate them. Look at you guarding against others. All right, let's not hide things anymore, lest you always suspect I have designs against you. Wang Zhai suddenly turned serious. In Poyang County, no matter whom you offend, I will help you, even if it's household's Commander Xiang. I have but one request of you. Should the day come when you can enter the 8 camps and become a personal disciple of the Lord Governor, I only ask you to convey a message for me. Tell the Lord Governor that I, Wang Zhai, wish to make amends through meritorious deeds. I only ask for a chance from the Lord Governor, even if it's to be a coachman or to face death. I want to die in the 8 camps. Chen Sansi had indeed heard some rumors in the military camp, such as Wang Zhai coming from the 8 camps and even knowing some high officials there, but making amends through meritorious deeds. That phrase sounded quite severe. Given that Wang Zhai was 100 households, his realm would not exceed bone training. A bone-training martial artist, how grave a crime could he have committed to talk about, making amends through meritorious deeds? And it sounded as if he was quite familiar with Commander Sun before. Alas, since the other party had already said so much, Chen Sansi also had to take a stand. He solemnly said, "100 households Wang, rest assured, if I really live up to expectations and enter the 8 camps to meet Commander Sun, I will surely deliver the message no matter what." Good, good. Wang Zhai nodded repeatedly. "From now on, don't call me 100 households, just call me Fatty since we're brothers. Is that appropriate?" Chen Sansi asked. "Pretentious, why wouldn't it be?" Wang Zhai cursed, waving his sleeve as he left. "If those from the Liang family come looking for trouble again, let me know. I'll cover my face at night and take care of him for you." At this moment, as Chen Sansi watched Fatty's hefty back, why did he feel that the phrases greedy as life and cunning villain seemed somewhat out of place when applied to him? Of course, one shouldn't judge a book by its cover, nor should one easily believe what others say on the surface. Actions are what truly matter. He stopped pondering and went home to consider tomorrow's hunting. Improving his strength was urgent. This feeling of being approached at home was something Chen Sansi did not want to experience again. Lion. If he could hunt a lion, it would be very useful for a long time. Tomorrow he would go back to Yambian village and ask Uncle Zhao. Although they did not have the strength to hunt lions, having roamed the mountains for years, they surely knew where to find one. Although he possessed tracking skills, he still needed a rough area, or else how long would it take to search the vast Hudu mountain range? After dinner, Chen Sansi also prepared and drank some blood-replenishing soup, practicing until late into the night before resting. The next day, Chen Sansi rose early. Going to Yambian village was not close, and he wanted to ride a horse to save time. He failed again. This horse was fiercely defiant, utterly refusing to be subdued and continuously acting up. Fortunately, his proficiency had increased quite a bit. Skill, horse control entry level. Progress 75, 100. Utility, none. After 1 or 2 more tries, he would enter the initial stage of horse control skill, surely subduing it then. Having a means of transportation was crucial. Leaving the military camp, he went straight to Yambian village. "You want to hunt tigers?" Zhao Kaio, Wu De, and Zhuangyi were all there, ready to team up to hunt wolves. "Yes." Chen Sansi nodded. "Uncle Zhao is an experienced hunter, he surely knows. Okay, let's go up the mountain together." The group of 4 arrived at the creek at the border between the north and south peaks of Hudu Mountain. Zhao Kaio pointed toward the southwest direction. 5 years ago, old Liu from the village saw a big worm in a cave 20 miles in this direction. He was so frightened that he wet his pants on the spot. Luckily, he wasn't discovered and managed to run back. However, I'm not sure if the big worm is still there now. Chen Sansi bowed his hands, ready to cross the creek. From afar, he could already see the traces left by animals in the forest on the other side. All silver, Zhao Kaio and the other 2 stood there, eagerly watching him. "Uncle Zhao." Chen Sansi knew they were having a hard time. "How about we do it together?" "Not at all, not at all." Zhao Kaio waved his hands repeatedly. "Black bear almost took our lives, let alone big worm. We would only be holding you back. We dare not go." "Little stone, you be careful too. Big worm is even more dangerous than black bear." "Uncle Zhao." Wuda looked longingly at the lush forest on the other side. "What if we also go over there? Not to hunt tigers, but even hunting a mountain goat would be good." "Are you crazy?" Zhao Kaio chided. "Have you forgot how old Liu died? He ran over there to hunt because he couldn't survive 3 years ago, ended up shooting a deer, but the Martial Arts Academy disciples coveted it and wanted to snatch it. Those people didn't want to pay for it and shot him full of arrows. If I hadn't risked going over, you wouldn't even see his body. Just because one couldn't survive and went hunting on the other side, did that mean one deserved to die?" Chen Sansi felt heartbroken. He dared not urge further. He could go to the other side without issue, but since he wasn't a high-ranking official, if something happened to Uncle Zhao and the others, it wouldn't be worth it. After saying goodbye to the 3 men, Chen Sansi, carrying a bow and arrow and holding a gun, leaped over the creek and plunged into the dense jungle. North of Second Layer Mountain, Chen Sansi's track concealment was fully activated, with no trace escaping his notice. Rabbits, roe deer, goats. If he wished, within 10 minutes he could be carrying a goat down the mountain to his home. But a wild goat of around 100 pounds could only sell for 2 pieces of silver. That might have been fine before, but now it was too little. His target was a tiger, or at the very least a black bear or a leopard, some kind of fierce beast. Following Zhao Kaio's suggestion, Chen Sansi headed toward the southwest. Along the way, he occasionally encountered Martial Arts Academy disciples adorned in brocade robes. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Sansi wore cloth armor this time up the mountain. Seeing his armor and heavy bow, the disciples indeed dared not provoke him, and mostly went about their own business after a glance or two. Why are there so many people? Chen Sansi traveled 5 miles and encountered at least a dozen people. Even for hunting, they shouldn't appear in such dense numbers. Moreover, many of them didn't even carry bows and arrows. Instead, they roamed back and forth with knives or swords, appearing as if they were searching for something. Which god sect? It didn't seem like it, because these people looked relaxed and most of them were dressed as disciples of the Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy. Chen Sansi took notice. A gust of wind blew, and with his exceptional hearing, he overheard the conversations of the Martial Arts Academy disciples. White deer. The master is injured. Whoever finds the white deer will be rewarded with property. It's tough. I heard the white deer likes to eat medicinal herbs, and those herbs alone cost at least a dozen pieces of silver. Chen Sansi figured out what was going on. The night Qin Feng died, a battle had broken out in the city. Xiang Tingchen and the masters of the three big martial arts halls were arresting barbarian assassins when they encountered the witch god sect. Master Tai Lei was seriously injured and needed an exotic beast, the white deer. For healing thus, a reward was offered. No matter the level of the disciple, anyone who could present the white deer would be immediately taken as a core true inheritor and also manage a portion of the properties in the future, which is why they were running into the mountains like headless chickens. Chen Sansi made a mental note of the exotic beast's characteristics and continued to hurry forward. Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy. He hadn't seen Zhang Kao and his companion. Otherwise, he would have shot a few arrows at them regardless. After traveling another dozen miles, he arrived at the midsection of a mountain peak. At the side of the winding and narrow path stood two martial arts academy disciples with bows on their backs, one of whom had a bow that Chen Sansi estimated was a 7-strength bow, already considered forbidden weaponry. Holding iron swords, they looked ahead with hesitant expressions and were reluctant to move forward. Chen Sansi ignored the two of them. "Hey," a martial arts academy disciple called out to him, "you dare to go forward? There's a big worm inside this peak, I know." Chen Sansi answered perfunctorily, showing no intention of stopping. "You're still going, aren't you afraid of death?" The martial arts academy disciple noticed the big bow on the newcomer's back and his eyes lit up. He looked at his companion with the prohibited 7-strength bow and, getting his approval, proposed, "How about we cooperate? The brother Wei next to me is a blood-refining warrior with small achievement." They had discovered the presence of a tiger on this peak only in recent days. But due to the court's ban on heavy bows and their limited cultivation, they wouldn't normally dare to provoke it. Wei Su took the risk of acquiring a 7-strength bow, but was still not very confident he could take down the big worm. Close contact with the beast would be more than a blood-refining warrior could withstand. Finding someone carrying a 2-stone bow was an unexpected surprise. "Brother." Wei Su, full of confidence, said, "I have blood-refining minor success, and with our combined strength, taking down the big worm will be a piece of cake. Once successful, we'll split the proceeds 60-40. I'll take 60, you take 40. How about it?" Chen Sansi frowned upon hearing this and, uninterested in further engagement, quickened his pace. Wei Su was staggered, clearly not expecting to be treated as if he didn't exist, arrogant. "Brother Wei, he doesn't want to cooperate, so what do we do?" his junior asked. "I've glimpsed that big worm from afar once. It's incredibly formidable. Where does he get his confidence from?" Wei Su said angrily, "Let's follow and see. Maybe the big worm will eat him and we can take advantage at the rear. Someone else has their eyes on this big worm. If I had come 2 days later, I might have missed my chance." Chen Sansi crouched on the ground, scooped up a handful of dirt, and from it extracted 2 rather stiff orange hairs, followed by claw marks, buried feces, and dried bloodstains in the grass. He knew this process by heart. Like following a thread, he traced it to a hidden cave halfway up the mountain. The cave, with a diameter of roughly 5 meters, was concealed by dense grass and branches, easily overlooked if not examined closely. About 20 zhang from the cave's entrance, amidst the thickets, one could vaguely see rotting clothing and chilling white bones. It seemed the deceased had been there for some time. 99% sure the big worm lives inside. Of course, Chen Sansi would not foolishly charge in. In the confined space, the advantages of bows and long spears disappeared, so he needed to find a way to lure the big worm out. Whoosh. Chen Sansi suddenly turned and loosed an arrow. 100 paces away, a passing roe deer got grazed by the precise shot, leaving behind a trail of blood. Hiss. The foolish roe deer let out a piercing scream. Whoosh. Another arrow shot, landing near its feet. Startled, the roe deer bolted towards the cave's direction. Chen Sansi had deliberately not killed it. His experience hunting black bears had taught him that a dead lure might not attract the game, but a live one was different. Predators like tigers, with their strong territorial instincts, wouldn't allow any infringements. Creature carrying the scent of fresh blood running around and calling out on its territory was certainly not something the big worm would tolerate. Chen Sansi climbed up a tree to a vantage point, then continually prevented the roe deer from leaving the vicinity with arrows, forcing it to stay near the cave, its wounds bleeding as it ran chaotically. The process went on for a full 5 minutes, the huge commotion scaring away the birds in the woods, but the pitch-black cave remained eerily silent, ineffective. It shouldn't be. Tigers are ferocious and murderous. They usually don't hold back. Just as Chen Shanxi was considering other approaches, a gloomy wind swept through the mountains. Wind follows the tiger, clouds follow the dragon. Here it comes. A robust shadow, as mighty as a mountain yet as nimble as a leopard, burst out of the silent cave. In the blink of an eye, it pinned the roe deer to the ground, its sharp fangs accurately clamping down on the carotid artery. After a few feeble struggles, the roe deer became a lifeless body. What a majestic king of the mountains. Chen Sansi focused his gaze. The tiger was more than 10 feet in length, weighing no less than 700 or 800 catties, its golden fur dazzling in the sunlight, and its saber-like claws dripping with blood. Its orange-yellow pupils emitted a fierce light, letting out a roar that shook the area for miles. No wonder ordinary people would be petrified at the sight. After hunting the roe deer, the big worm did not rush to feast, apparently not hungry, purely bothered by the noise. It grabbed its prey, intending to drag it back inside the cave. Right at that moment, Chen Sansi's two-stone bow was drawn taut as a full moon, a wolf-teeth arrow whistled through the air. Bang. The arrow collided with the tiger's skull, making a dull sound and got firmly stuck, piercing through the bone but failing to reach the brainstem and deliver a fatal blow. Such a tiger must be close to an exotic beast. Roar. In pain, the big worm roared and with a swipe of its paw broke off the arrow shaft in its forehead. Then, with a gust of gale, charged towards the direction of its attacker. Only by witnessing a big worm charging at oneself could one truly grasp the sheer force of a tiger descending the mountain. Chen Sansi remained unflustered and calmly drew his bow and affixed an arrow. Another arrow. This time he chose the tiger's most vulnerable spot, its eyes, as his target. The mighty rush of the ferocious tiger was as fast as lightning, and its intimidating presence made aiming at its moving eyes as difficult as achieving the feat of 100-step piercing. Yet Chen Sansi was someone who could accomplish 100-step piercing. Roar. A deep, organ-shaking wail echoed as the arrow blinded the tiger's left eye. Whoosh. Next was the right eye. The tiger's both eyes were blinded, its white whiskers stained red with blood. What was terrifying was that despite such pain, it still didn't stop its charge with its last bit of vision. It leaped and climbed up a tree in a matter of seconds, determined to tear its attacker to pieces. A tiger can absolutely climb a tree. Chen Sansi had prepared for this. He jumped to an adjacent tree a step ahead while not forgetting to turn around and shoot another arrow. The fight of a trapped beast is particularly fearsome. The big worm appeared to be still alive, but it wouldn't last much longer. He just had to delay. Patience was key. Reliant on its remaining sense of hearing to gauge location, the tiger followed with a leap of its own. Chen Sansi shifted trees and shot arrows, and the big worm was struck by the arrows. This cycle repeated several times. Regardless of the tiger's vigor, it was but a beast in the end, riddled with arrows and blind. It soon could not hold on any longer and fell from the tree 10 meters high. Once it lost its ferocious breath of life, the big worm could no longer bear the pain. It struggled wildly, spinning in place while swinging its claws and fangs, its blood painting a scarlet trail on the muddy ground. It was over. Chen Sansi was about to end the hunt when he detected the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps with a twitch of his ears. The two martial arts academy disciples from before appeared. "Brother, let me help you kill this beast," said Wei Su, drawing his sword and rushing over. At this point, the mighty tiger was at its last gasp. Barely a hit away from death. Assistance was unwarranted. It was clear that they only wanted to help as a pretext to claim a share of the spoils. Get lost. Chen Sansi was sparing with words, and in an instant, he shot an arrow from his Kaiyuan bow. A gust of cold air brushed against Wei Su's neck, causing him to freeze in place, unable to move for a long time. Only when hot blood trailed down his neck and soaked into his collar did he realize the danger he had narrowly escaped. It was a close shave. He was inches away from having his artery penetrated by the arrow. Elder brother. His junior brother at his side was similarly terrified. How could this man be so ruthless? They only wanted a piece of the action, some silver for their troubles. They never intended to harm anyone, yet this fellow greeted them with an arrow right off. And what a swift arrow it was. All they saw was his hand reaching into his arrow bag at his waist, and in the next second the arrow came flying at them. Wei Su clutched at the wound on his neck, retreating continuously. He didn't dare advance another step. Fight back, he wasn't blind. If this young man could nearly kill the big worm, couldn't he easily kill him as well, up in the tree? Once Chen Sansi had intimidated them, he stowed his bow and arrows and wielded his reed leaf spear in a reverse grip. His arms, muscled and lined like entwining snakes, poised the spear tip toward the tiger's head, and he descended from the heavens. The sharp spearhead penetrated the tiger's head, pinning it to the ground as he knelt on the tiger's body. He felt its life force rapidly ebbing away until it stilled completely before withdrawing the bloodied spear. Having dealt with the big worm, Chen Sansi then dragged over the previously killed roe deer, hefting both prizes on his shoulders. Not quite 1,000 pounds. No big deal for a martial artist skilled in blood refining. It was only at this moment that Wei Su came back to his senses. As they watched the youth carrying the body of the mighty tiger, They kept retreating to maintain a safe distance, speaking hesitantly. Who are you to act so domineeringly? I'm merely a small flag in the army. Chen Sansi was not afraid at all. All that mattered was strength. If these two really dared to retaliate, they'd be shot dead before they could even raise their hands. In a word, if they couldn't withstand his arrows, being of a higher realm was of no use. Blood martial artists did not possess the characteristic of having a body resistant to blades. Nonsense. Wei Su had never seen a small flag with such impressive archery. Moreover, his master had warned that Xiang Tingchen was looking for trouble lately, and they must not provoke anyone in the army, or else no one would care if they died. He and his junior martial brother let him pass with trepidation, fearful of another arrow. Chen Sansi walked past them, fair and square. He was no longer afraid. In the rich depths of Second Layer Mountain, he was not only able to come, but also to make people from the martial arts hall bow their heads. This tiger hunt had improved his proficiency in two skills, tracking and hiding. Small achievement. Progress 55 1000, skill, archery. Small achievement. Progress 151,000. However, his archery was improving more slowly than before. It had to do with the bow. Chen Sansi had previously made a special two-stone bow, which after his increase in martial arts prowess felt too light to pull. Looks like I'll need to change my bow and arrows. For a bow stronger than 2 stones, I'll have to custom order it from the craftsmen at the forge in the households. Then again, the bones of this big worm are clearly harder than the average fierce beast. Can they be used as material for a new bow? He crossed the stream. Chen Sansi returned to the south side of Second Layer Mountain. Zhao Kaio, Wu De, and Zhuang Yi unexpectedly were all waiting for him here. After all, it was a tiger hunt and they were worried. Another reason was the fear of the young man being targeted by the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy. Even if something unexpected happened, they couldn't have helped much, but they still wanted to wait. Putting it bluntly, if an accident did occur, there would at least be someone to retrieve the body, ensuring that it wouldn't be left unclaimed. This was another reason hunters stuck together. It seemed they were overly concerned. Brother Chen, you're really fierce. Zhuang Yi eyed the big worm's claws and fangs. The thought of it being alive was so daunting he didn't dare imagine. The hunting dog at their feet lay down submissively, not daring to take a deep breath. Wuda's eyes almost popped out. Can a martial artist really kill a tiger? Sansi has truly made something of himself, not only defeating a tiger but also seeming untouchable by others. Zhao Kaio laughed. Then let's make haste down the mountain. Chen Sansi looked at the others. In comparison, their catch seemed quite meager. They had only caught some pheasants and hares, nothing major. Chen Sansi suddenly stopped, placed the tiger on the ground, and spoke. Uncle Zhao, I can't move it on my own. Can you all help me take it to the town? We'll stick to the rules as usual. Brother Chen, you were able to kill the big worm. You should be able to carry it, right? Zhuang Yi said naively. Shut up. Zhao Kaio glared at him. This fool didn't realize that Sansi was pretending to be unable, because he saw they hadn't caught much. It was a way to offer them some copper coins under the guise of needing help. The group of 4 arrived in town. Upon appraisal, the big worm was indeed extraordinary. Although it wasn't considered an exotic beast, it wasn't a normal fierce beast either, and the price was accordingly higher. The tiger weighed a total of 700 caddies and was valued at over 150 taels in total. However, Chen Sansi kept the tiger heart, gallbladder, skin, bones, and 50 caddies of meat for himself, ultimately receiving 68 taels of silver. For the idiot animal, they got 1 tael of silver. The resources for blood refining minor success are almost enough. All affairs taken care of, silver tucked into his belt, the sky had already begun to darken. Zhao Kaio and his 2 companions hurried back. That cult has been causing a lot of trouble. Recently people are dying every day. Let's hurry home. Brother Shi, be careful too. The witch god sect. Chen Sansi felt it was strange. In theory, those people should be laying low in Poyang, so how dare they come out and make trouble? It was unclear when they would find them. With silver in hand, Chen Sansi arrived at the medicine shop, only to find it closed. Not just Yun medicine shop, but Cloud Crane medicine store was closed too. Am I too late? He wasn't in a hurry. Coming tomorrow would be the same. Upon rushing home, Gu Xinlin and Su Bin's wife, Sister Tong, were in the courtyard working on shoe pads. They shrieked in fear and trembled like flowers in the wind when they saw someone draped in a bloody tiger skin storm in. Brother Shi. Gu Xinlin's heart pounded and she said with disbelief, you killed a big worm. Chen Sansi awkwardly dropped his things and apologized to Sister Tong. Sister-in-law, I didn't know you were here. It's fine, it's fine. Sister Tong, looking at the blood-soaked youth, didn't dare stay any longer and left in a flurry. Brother Shi really. Once she recovered, Gu Xinlin came over to help unload. Sister Tong is pregnant, you know, blame me. Chen Sansi took off his armor. Sister Lan, it's been hard on you. Cook the tiger heart and tiger meat together. As for the tiger skin, deal with it when you're free. Maybe make it into a blanket or something. It was deep autumn and the days were getting colder. Tiger skin could be used for warmth. All right, you start by washing your face. Gu Xinlin turned and busied herself in the kitchen. One by one, dishes were brought to the table. Needless to say about the tiger heart and meat, there was beef, salted duck eggs, white rice, and on top of that, blood-replenishing soup made with medicinal herbs, a very rich meal. Chen Sansi bit into the tiger heart. Brother, she may be. Eat less of that, Gu Xinlan urged hesitantly, biting her lip and blushing. Chen Sansi paused. He remembered after eating bear heart last time, his chi blood was overly abundant, and he had given Sister Lan quite a tough time. It's okay. Chen Sansi continued to eat in large bites. I am not like before, I can control it now. Purchased alone, the tiger heart would cost at least 30 taels of silver or more, and that wasn't even a sure deal. After all, big worms weren't as common as rabbits that you find everywhere. Having gulped down a few bites of tiger heart meat, Chen Sansi's body began to heat up like fire, an effect even stronger than that of the bear heart. Besides, he also felt an overwhelming surge of aggression. As if he were that ferocious tiger, wanting to indulge in a bloodthirsty killing spree. Taking advantage of this vigor, Chen Sansi stuffed 2 mouthfuls of beef to sate his hunger and finished the simmering blood-replenishing soup before picking up the reed leaf gun and went into the courtyard to practice. In the depth of autumn, with many trees outside their home, dry leaves blown into the courtyard covered the ground. The long spear whistled, sweeping up the dried yellow leaves in the yard, as if thousands of butterflies were dancing gracefully around the youth. But these butterflies were exuding endless killing intent. They flew faster and faster, nearly turning into a tornado as if they intended to shred everything that approached into dust. Intense killing intent, yet breathtakingly beautiful. Gu Xinlan watched, almost mesmerized. How many days had it been? Just over a month ago, they were still worrying about paying the taxes. Now, not only were they well fed and clothed, but the man had also learned a great martial arts skill. It was like living a dream, one practicing martial arts, one watching. Unknowingly, the sun set and the twilight dimmed with stars lighting up the night sky. Chen Sansi, drenched in sweat, finally stopped. He exhaled a long breath and planted the long spear under the plum tree in the courtyard. Cultivation technique, basic spear technique proficient. Progress 121,000. Utility gun movement swift and fierce, amazing endurance, chi blood robust. This tiger meat truly is exceptionally effective. Tomorrow I'll buy more supplemental medicine. Within half a month, I must be able to break through to small achievement. Hiss. Even after practicing spear technique for several hours, Chen Sansi still felt the effect of the tiger heart meat and blood-replenishing soup continuing to work, making his blood boil, but his muscles did indeed need a short rest. Come, wipe your sweat. Gu Xinlan had already prepared a towel in advance, patiently and carefully wiping the young man's forehead. Hungry, right? What do you want to eat, eh? Her delicate wrist was suddenly grasped tightly. Brother, what are you doing? Chen Sansi directly picked up Sister Lan around the waist and headed straight for the bedroom. I told you already, don't eat so many beast hearts. The next day, when Chen Sansi arrived at the military camp entrance, he just happened to encounter a troop of people returning covered in dust. Riding at the front was Luo Dongquan. In the middle of the troop, a cage held a man. The man wore the clothes of the Shang dynasty's commoners, but his appearance still seemed somewhat out of place, creating a sense of dissonance. Luo Dongquan glanced at him without saying a word and led the troop into the military camp. Householder Xing. Chen Sansi found Householder Xing at the end of the troop. This person, could it be? Yes, he's from the witch god sect. Householder Xing cursed and said, this kid has got guts and audacity. We're hunting them throughout the city, and he still dared to run off to the spring pavilion to seek out the ladies. He's got that much nerve? Chen Sansi asked. Of course. Householder Xing said, if it weren't for me being next door trying to compete for Miss Ru Yan, who would have thought? A truly under-the-lamp darkness. Chen Sansi didn't care about this. What he cared about was the immortal treasure. Have all the people from the witch god sect been caught? Not all of them. Householder Xing touched his nose, but it'll be soon. We've caught one. Aren't we afraid we won't make him reveal where the rest are hiding? It'll only take a few more days. Chen Sansi sighed with relief. The affair wasn't over, which meant the immortal treasure key hadn't been found, and there was still a chance. Of course, he would act according to circumstances and wouldn't risk his life for it. After all, he held the box in his hands. He just needed to know whose hands the key fell into, and then he could plan slowly. Watching the troop enter the military camp, Chen Sansi also busied with his own matters. He went to the forge and stated his needs. The person in charge, a bare-chested middle-aged man named Niu Gai, had spectacularly developed muscles. Stopping his work, he wiped the sweat off his head with a torn cloth. What weight of bow do you want? 10 stone. Chen Sansi had only a few pieces of the tougher parts of the tiger bone left. Tiger bone. Niu Gai picked up the skull to feel it. Replacing cow horn hard wood to make the bow is good, but to make the bow's body, it's slightly lacking in resilience. I suggest you use purple gold bamboo that's over 50 years old. Even with that, it's hard to make a 10-stone bow, at most 6 or 7 stone. 6 or 7 stone? Chen Sansi asked, how can a 10-stone bow be made? He still hoped to make a heavy bow that would be effective for training so he wouldn't have to keep changing bows and arrows. New Guy explained generally, bowstrings are made from cow horn and cow tendon, with limited upper bounds. Even if you force a 10-stone pull strength bow, the practical utility would be very poor. Tiger tendon won't work either, unless it's from an exotic beast of the bovine species, or an even better exotic beast. What about deer? Chen Sansi paused. I meant an exotic beast white deer. Deer tendon is flexible, and exotic beasts are especially so. Certainly it can be done. New Guy said, if you can really find an exotic beast of the deer species, I can definitely make you a bow that surpasses 10 stone. However, it's agreed that you will cover the cost of the materials yourself. New Guy, counting on his fingers, said, 50-year-old purple gold bamboo, plus other rare materials, will cost at least 50 taels. How much? Chen Sansi gasped in shock. Did you think mutant purple gold bamboo was easy to find? New Guy bluntly stated, actually, if you ask me, a 6 or 7 stone bow would suffice. If there's really a war and you have a crossbow cart, why bother? Keep the tiger bone here for now. Chen Sansi didn't plan to change his decision. When I get the exotic beast tendon, you can make the bow. It looked like he really needed to find a way to get that white deer. Exotic beasts were rare and costly. Acquiring the white deer would ensure he wouldn't lack the 50 taels for materials. After parting with the craftsman, Chen Sansi returned to the barracks. After morning drills ended, he would routinely patrol the city in the afternoon. During a break, he went to buy medicinal materials, only to discover that the Yunhe medicine store sign was dismantled and replaced with Yun. Was this because the young master was completely devoured by his uncle, or what was happening? Sir, you weren't here yesterday and are unaware. Flocking to the commotion, Su Wenkai saw his confusion. The young master of Yun Martial Arts Hall recently advanced to the bone training realm, and last night he ambushed and killed his uncle, reclaiming his family property. Advanced, in Chen Sansi's memory, wasn't it said that the young master of Yun had mediocre talent and might be stuck in the bone training realm for life? How much time has passed since his uncle usurped the family property, and now, suddenly, he's advanced? Was he concealing his skills all along, or was there another explanation? Luckily, Yun Medicine Store resumed normal operations and didn't raise the prices despite successfully reclaiming his family property. It still maintained an 80% discount. 2 preparations of the replenishing essence soup. 2 paper packages tied with rope were handed over, costing 50 taels of silver. The silver he had earned from the tiger wasn't even warm yet, and most of it had already been spent. Training in the martial arts hall was indeed extortionate, but after all, it was an investment in himself. He couldn't be stingy. After buying the medicine, it was also time to switch shifts and return to camp. Mr. Su, Chen Sansi found the old scholar. Do you have books that record exotic and rare beasts? Yes. Su Wenkai hurriedly searched for the book. His wooden bed wasn't large, with more than half covered in books, leaving just a small space for sleeping. Su Wenkai didn't even search. He precisely and accurately pulled out a book, specifically the one documenting exotic and rare beasts. The book I took before, I haven't finished yet. I'll return it to you together later. Why so formal, sir? If you want to read a book, just come and take it. Su Wenkai was considerably diligent. Chen Sansi knew this guy was afraid of being deemed useless and kicked out recently. He'd been calling him sir very affectionately, to the point where it couldn't be stopped, though there was actually no need for it. He took the book home, and while waiting for the meal to be prepared, he started flipping through it. The book, titled Journey Through Mountains and Rivers, was written over 1,000 years ago by a traveler who loved exploring mountains and rivers, recording his experiences. Further east 300 lay, called Standing Mountain, abundant in water, devoid of trees or grass. There lives a fish, its form resembling a cow, possessing. The method of recording content in the book was similar to the classic of Mountains and Seas, which Chen Sansi had read before, and even some of the creatures were the same. Further west 300 lay, at Xi'an Mountain. It abounds with chiming snakes, resembling snakes but with 4 wings, emitting sounds like clanging. Citing these predicts a severe drought in that region. It's all silver. Chen Sansi was engrossed as he read. He flipped a few more pages and finally saw what he was looking for. Further south 100 lay, called Hu Mountain. Therein lives a white deer with 4 horns on its head, ears that hear in all directions, feeds on treasure fungus, its meat slightly sour, greatly nourishing. White deer. It looked like the Hu Mountain range really did have one. First, I'll enhance my cultivation, and when I reach small success in blood refining, I'll head to the mountains in search of the white deer. Chen Sansi closed the book. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it was October. The weather in the Northern Territory was growing increasingly cold. For 10 consecutive days, Chen Sansi continued to perform his routine diligently. Martial arts practice, eating, patrolling the city. Regarding the witch god sect, it was said that the captive was very stubborn. After being tortured for 7 consecutive days without confessing a single word, he found an opportunity to bite off his tongue and committed suicide. Thus, the lead was broken and the search of the city continued. Chen Sansi, however, was not in a hurry. The later the things arrived, the more advantageous it was for him, at the martial arts arena. Having just consumed a bowl of replenishing essence soup, Chen Sansi felt every pore in his body heating up. The effect of the replenishing essence soup was twice that of blood-replenishing soup. He cupped his fists and said, "Su Flag Officer, today I would like to trouble you to exert your full strength." Full strength. Holding a saber, Su Bin was momentarily stunned. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Chen Sansi nodded. At the same cultivation level, the opponent had long been unable to put any pressure on him. Good. Su Bin did not refuse. He had wanted to give his all for a while, not because he wanted to win, but because, with the same chi blood, this youngster was too terrifying. In front of the young man, he was like a training dummy, posing no threat at all, relying solely on years of saber technique to avoid utter embarrassment. Watch the saber. Su Bin shouted loudly as his small success level chi blood suddenly erupted, charging forward and slashing down with a saber as if a wild wolf was descending from the sky. Chen Sansi also went all out, with 2 streams of chi blood condensing on his arms, turning his Lu Yi long spear into a blur of shadows. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing, Su Bin was astonished to find. Even with his full strength, he could no longer suppress the young man. The opponent's blood-refining mastery, in terms of pure strength, was not inferior to his, not to mention endurance. Within 10 exchanges, Su Bin's hand that held the saber went numb, his vision blurred, and he began unable to predict from which direction the opponent's long spear would thrust, his lower stance becoming increasingly unstable and chaotic until he finally fell to the ground. "Stop, stop, stop, no more fighting," he hurriedly shouted. Clang. Chen Sansi withdrew his spear and stepped forward to help him up. "Much obliged, Brother Bin." Majestic breathing skill, advantage of long weapons, gun movement swift, strong chi blood. One advantage after another stacked up, he could indeed easily win against blood-refining minor success. Are you about to reach small success?" Su Bin noticed something was amiss. "How many days has it been?" "Maybe I've taken a lot of supplemental medicine." Chen Sansi looked at the panel. Cultivation technique, basics of spear technique mastery. Progress 910, 1000. Utility gun movement swift, amazing endurance, strong chi blood. As he predicted, he would break through to small success within half a month. The silver totaling over several dozen taels was indeed not spent in vain. "I cannot accompany you in training anymore." Su Bin wiped the cold sweat away. This was too terrifying. It wasn't a matter of supplemental medicine at all. If it were him, no matter how much supplemental medicine he took, he couldn't possibly improve at this pace. Instead, he might even get poisoned. This youngster could very well become a refining organ martial artist, or even higher in his lifetime. "Brother Bin, you've worked hard. I'll treat you to a drink tonight." Chen Sansi knew well that sparring was not an easy task. Done. Su Bin did not refuse. Buzz. Just as the two were preparing to leave, the assembly call sounded unexpectedly. An order officer, riding a fast horse, sprinted between the military camp and the garrison, his voice loud and clear. 300 garrison soldiers assemble. Traces of the witch god sect discovered in Po Yang County City. Assemble to encircle and suppress. Assemble to encircle and suppress. Assemble quickly. What are you dawdling for? Military orders are as mountainous. Do you no longer value your lives? Under the order officer's urging, within the time it took to drink a cup of tea, all 300 garrison soldiers had gathered. Chen Sansi was naturally among them. Leading the group were Householder Xing and Household's Commander Liu, with no sign of Xiang Tingchen. "Depart." At the command, the entire army struck out. This is really sudden. For Chen Sansi, it was his first time executing a real face-to-face mission with the enemy. Whereas 100 Households Wang, he's not here. Household's Commander Liu came over and said, "This morning, under the pretense of hosting a banquet, Lord Thousand Households gathered all the masters of the 4 great martial arts schools at the 8 Treasures restaurant, then sent 100 Households Wang and 100 Households Luo to accompany them with 200 men. They haven't returned yet." Banquet. This was likely holding the martial arts halls under house arrest to prevent them from interfering with this operation. It seems that today they truly found the hiding place of the witch god sect, and Xiang Tingchen was bound to obtain the immortal treasure. It seems there's no time to enhance my strength. I'll have to adapt as things come. Still, as always, Chen Sansi wouldn't take too great a risk for a treasure. Xiang Tingchen was personally involved, and it had reached the level of fighting suited for refining organ martial artists. He couldn't get involved even if he wanted to. He would act on opportunity. If there really was a chance, he would give it a try. If not, he would let it be. Lord Thousand Households captures people just to capture them, but why keep the martial arts halls under arrest? Is it related to them letting blood? Household's Commander Liu and Householder Xing also felt something was off. But the specific reason, if the higher-ups didn't say, they wouldn't ask. Some things are not better off known. Sansi. Household's commander Liu patted his shoulder. When we arrive at the location later, you don't need to rush forward. Just lead your men to block off the rear. Fatty Wang really treats you well. Householder Xing, carrying a battle axe, added for this matter. He even remarkably agreed to invite us to Spring Pavilion. Chen Sansi stepped back to find his men. Haha. Zhu Tong seemed somewhat excited. He had broken through in blood refining a few days ago and was fretting about having no place to use his martial skills. Let me kill some barbarians. Su Wenkai was visibly trembling, clutching a spear more like a crutch in his grasp. He stammered, Sir, I heard that the followers of the witch god sect kill without blinking. I really don't know any martial arts. Useless, you better run then. Zhu Tong, as always, kept cursing him, you coward. I Su Wen am not afraid to die. Su Wenkai clung to his spear and declared loudly, I'm just afraid of dying. Unnoticed, Zhu Tong couldn't be bothered to engage. Military soldier Wang Li was relatively calm. Flag officer, sir, what should we do later? Follow the commands of the householders' commanders. Chen Sansi looked at his men. Don't be frightened, it's just a siege. The real experts will be handled by household's commander Xiang. We'll most likely just be blocking off the road. Besides, since the day we enlisted, we knew this day would come. Sir's right. Wang Li agreed. Rather than being at a total loss when we really go into battle someday, better to take this chance for a trial. The group joined the ranks. The 300 men marched mightily towards the direction of Po Yang County, but their destination was not the county town. 5 miles outside the south city gate of Po Yang County, there was a temple known as the Golden Bell Temple, where followers of the witch god sect had been hiding until yesterday when one of the local military soldiers, who had gone to offer prayers, spotted something suspicious and reported it to the commander. Outside the south city gate, there was a small hill. At the foot of the hill, a 2-story-high bluestone stele was erected, carved with the words Golden Bell Temple. Beside the stele, a winding staircase led up step by step, where lines of devout pilgrims queued up to reach the Vermilion Temple situated at the mid-slope. Although there were many people, the place was exceptionally quiet. Only the buildings veiled by ancient pines occasionally let out the sound of the bell and wafts of faint incense smoke. Outside the temple, there was a tea house where pilgrims could rest. Xiang Tingchen, dressed in casual clothes, sat on a long bench, sipping his tea calmly. By his side sat 2 similarly dressed military soldiers. One was surnamed Feng and the other Zhao. Household's commander Feng whispered with his head down, My lord, the garrison should arrive within the time of half an incense stick, encircling the Golden Bell Temple, but should we not evacuate the civilians? Evacuate? Xiang Tingchen, expressionless, toyed with his teacup. If we evacuate them, wouldn't that be the same as signaling the witch god sect followers? But Household's commander Feng said with a distressed expression, there are about 20 people from the witch god sect, and it's bound to cause a big commotion. If we don't evacuate, I'm afraid many innocent bystanders will be injured. Xiang Tingchen's voice was icy. What does it matter if a few peasants die? Lord Thousand Households. You, Feng and Zhao, the 2 households' commanders, were at a loss for what to say. To accomplish something, there's always a price to pay, isn't that right? Xiang Tingchen gently placed down his teacup, speaking in a deep tone. For one to succeed, thousands must perish. That is always the way of the world. But they are civilians. Household's commander Feng mustered his courage. I think we should still. Enough. Xiang Tingchen interrupted. Feng Yang, Zhao Kang, listen to my orders. You too, lead a team of elite soldiers and infiltrate the temple disguised as pilgrims with me, and make sure that Liu Jingqi and Xing Qiyuan block every path down the hill. Let one escape and you'll answer to me. Yes. Feng and Zhao dared not say more, quickly leaving to convey the orders. After 300 garrison soldiers left the city, under the command of various military officers, they dispersed and surrounded the small hill where Golden Bell Temple was located from all sides, the whole process being swift and silent. Chen Sansi and Fang Zongqi, along with 50 men, were positioned at a pathway down the hill's flank, lying in ambush within the dense foliage on both sides, tasked with trapping anyone trying to escape. Fang Zongqi issued orders at just the right volume so everyone could hear clearly. Spear soldiers are responsible for blocking the path. Archers find a spot with a clear view. Shield and blade soldiers protect the spearmen, and be ready to kill anyone who gets close. For each witch god sect follower's head, military soldiers are rewarded with a bowl of blood-replenishing soup, and array soldiers with 3 ounces of silver. Higher ranks are rewarded separately. When someone fires a whistle arrow from the mountain, it means the battle has started. Lord Thousand Households order, no one is to be spared alive. After these orders, nearly 50 people took their positions. Sir, sir. Su Wenkai's red hat was askew on his head, and he could hardly hold his spear steadily. I really don't know martial arts. Mr. Zhu. Chen Sansi began. Keep an eye on him when the fight really starts. Brother Chen, just indulge this old guy. Zhu Tong was holding a long spear, with a black iron hammer strapped to his back, complementing the cultivation technique he practiced, though he also held a standard-issue long spear. Before becoming a military officer, Martial soldiers likewise needed to integrate into military formations on the battlefield without disrupting the formation. Only military officers had the freedom to command and move as needed. Get over here. Zhu Tong, as if plucking a chicken, pulled Su Wenkai over to his side. The crowd fell silent, the atmosphere in the woods laden with tension. Many among them had never truly fought with real swords and spears, so how could they not be anxious? Thankfully, there were enough of them that it wasn't too frightening. Chiu. It was unclear how much time had passed when a sharp cry rang out, breaking the eerie silence. Golden Bell Temple, the back courtyard's Zen rooms. Two barbarians disguised as monks are kneeling on futons. Outside, the clash of weapons and screams of agony are ceaseless. Squad leader. The thin-lipped monk is uneasy. Xiang Tingchen has sent people to surround Golden Bell Temple. What should we do? If the jade key also falls into their hands, wouldn't that be? The man referred to as squad leader is calmer. He takes out a piece of jade from his bosom and hands it to the thin-lipped monk. Squad leader, the thin-lipped monk is panicked. This is absolutely impossible. The immortal treasure is of utmost importance. How can it be entrusted to me? Xiang Tingchen knows me. The squad leader speaks indifferently. He will surely fixate on me, and with the object in my possession, it will be even less safe. I will hold off the man named Xiang. You find a way to escape. If there's really no way, then hide the jade key. The thin-lipped monk carefully accepts the object. Do we really have to die here today? It's all because of that damn traitor who handed over the immortal treasure so easily. Otherwise, Chuoba Yuan's 2 divisions would have united the grassland long ago, and seizing the great Sheng Court's place would be within reach. There's no need to panic so much. The middle-aged man truly resembles a high monk who has attained enlightenment, speaking soothingly and serenely. Even if we fail, the sect hierarch and Great Khan still have other plans at worst. We would just trade benefits with the old emperor of the Sheng dynasty. He's coming soon, you should go. Yes, the thin-lipped monk takes the jade key and disappears out the window. Bang. A corpse crashes into the wooden door of the Zen room like a boulder. Xiang Tingchen steps over the corpse and into the room, the He Miao long sword in his hand still dripping blood. He speaks deliberately. Give me the object. Sigh. The squad leader sighs lightly, taking 2 copper maces from behind. Lord Thousand Households, you don't even know what the immortal treasure is. Why go to such great lengths? After you're dead, I'll naturally figure it out. Inside the Zen room, the sword light flickers. About 20 minutes after the whistle arrow was fired, people began to flee from the mountain to the side guarded by the troops. Get ready. Fang Zonki raises his hand, preparing to give an order. Help. The monks at Golden Bell Temple are killing people. As the crowd draws closer, the officers and soldiers realize something is wrong. The number of people running down the mountain is close to 100. The Witch God sect isn't attacking with a large army taking back roads through the wild and sneaking in. Dozens of people might be possible, but how could there be so many? It's clear at a glance that most of them are common folks. Wait a moment. Fang Zonki quickly stops the archers who are ready to shoot and shouts to the crowd, stop. No one goes down the mountain. Everyone, stop, sir. There is a monk killing people at Golden Bell Temple. Save me, sir. Let me go. Please let me go. The frantic crowd isn't willing to listen. Fang Zonki draws his crescent moon curved blade and sternly rebukes. I am telling you to stop. Don't you understand? Anyone who takes one more step forward will be treated as a witch god sect follower and summarily executed. Seeing the flashing silver blade, the people are forced to halt. Chen Sansi witnesses the chaotic scene and knows that many innocents are bound to die today. It seems that to avoid alarming the enemy, this Lord Thousand Households would rather more civilians die. Nobody move. Whoever moves will be shot dead. Flag leader Fang spoke cautiously. Horse flag officer. Most followers of the witch god sect are barbarians. Take a squad, go up there and scrutinize each one. Fortunately, they were aliens, and even if they disguised themselves in clothing and makeup, their facial features and accents were still distinguishable. Plus, by questioning them about their family backgrounds and residences, and despite taking some time, one could eventually identify them. There was no hiding it any longer. The witch god sect followers in the crowd couldn't hold back any longer. A man pretending to be a wealthy elder raised his hand and struck, slapping the heart on the back of an old man in front of him. The old man spewed a mist of blood and died on the spot. The crowd that had just been brought under control once again erupted into chaos, everyone screaming and panicking, fleeing in all directions. Brothers, kill, carve a blood path. The followers of the witch god sect no longer hid their identity, revealing their hidden weapons and began killing in the confusion. Do not panic, flag leader Fang shouted, clashing with that wealthy pretender without forgetting to direct. Form squads with the men from each small flag, assist each other, and create formations to encircle and kill. The witch god sect devotees were clearly trying to scatter and escape. So the numbers they encountered were not large, about 7 or 8, and without any Bone Forger realm masters among them, it seemed the masters had already broken through elsewhere. Chen Sansi, commanding his men and coordinating with another flag officer, circled around a one-eyed man. Zhu Wang Li, and others, wielding spears, jabbed at the follower from all directions. The man had the strength of the blood, refining early stage and dual-wielded swords, wildly slashing and chopping. He managed to approach by sheer brute force, but was quickly pushed back by soldiers with shields and swords, and was once again caught in a desperate struggle. Add to that, there was a flag officer on the army's side, also in the blood-refining early stage, coordinating the attack. Within less than 10 exchanges, the witch god sect follower revealed numerous flaws and was stabbed all over by the chaotic spears, bleeding from multiple wounds. This was the might of the military. Those sects in Jianghu could not match this fighting strength. Chen Sansi wasn't idle either. He would draw his big bow fully, and upon the string's release, the arrow would soar. The wolf-teeth arrow flew through the gaps in the chaotic crowd, piercing through the face of a witch god sect follower over 100 paces away, nailing the head onto a tree trunk with a thud, causing instantaneous, painless death. Die. A blood-refining early-stage witch god sect follower approached from the flank, raising a crescent moon curved blade in an attempt to ambush. How could Chen Sansi's keen hearing not detect him? Anticipating this moment, Chen Sansi turned and shot an arrow just as the attacker raised his blade. Being no more than 10 steps apart, the impact from the arrow carried the attacker backward, and before he even fell to the ground, he was caught up by a long spear, the blade slicing through his neck, severing the head from the body. Like a kicked ball, the head rolled far along the slope with a rumble. The melee did not last long. The army's side had more people and quickly entrapped the witch god sect devotees, who, despite their stubborn resistance, probably couldn't hold out for much longer. I wonder how the main battlefield is doing. Chen Sansi looked toward the direction of the Golden Bell Temple. Had Xiang Tingchen gotten what he desired, he held his reed leaf gun, ready to help quickly resolve the fight. Swoosh. Dozens of yards away, the sound of branches being broken underfoot arose. Someone hidden for a long time was trying to escape amidst the chaos. An escapee. Upon hearing the noise, Chen Sansi immediately gave chase. Through the trees, he could vaguely see a brownish-yellow figure flash by. The forest ahead was dense, obstructing most of the view. Chen Sansi, relying on his hearing and the footprints on the ground, pursued cautiously, not taking any rash action since he didn't know the capability of his opponent. It's always wise to be careful. It wasn't until he had covered several miles, and the view became clearer, that he finally caught sight of the person he sought. A pointed-mouthed and cheeky monk clad in a monk's robe, but with earring holes in his ears, clearly not dressing in the style of the Shang dynasty's commoners. Chen Sansi knocked an arrow, ready to shoot, when another group quickly approached. This group carried ordinary long swords, each wearing black clothes and masking their faces with black cloths. There were 4 of them in total, blocking all escape routes and stopping the pointed-mouthed monk. A third-party force. Chen Sansi recognized someone familiar among the masked people. Is it him? He concealed his breath and hid, watching secretly. Stop right there. The masked leader's blade pointed at the person, a follower of the witch god sect. Amitabha. The sharp-nosed monk pressed his palms together. Sirs, please do not speak nonsense. This humble monk is a monk from the Golden Bell Temple. A monk? Then why are you running around in such a panic? The masked man barked coldly. Cut the crap with that face. Who could you fool? Meet your death. No more words were wasted. All 4 of them made their moves simultaneously. The monk didn't hesitate either. His hands, at some point, were already quietly equipped with a pair of gloves wrapped with iron wire, directly clashing with the sword's blade, instantly sparking and creating sounds like that of blacksmithing. Both this monk and the leading masked man are in the bone training realm. Chen Sansi could tell that their power clearly surpassed that of the blood-refining warriors. They were both adept at bone training. Especially the sharp-nosed monk, who seemed frail but was incredibly fierce in action. His aura was just like that of a fierce tiger from Second Layer Mountain. Apart from the masked leader, the others were no match. In just a few exchanges, they all suffered injuries, holding their swords, not daring to approach, covering from a distance. The masked leader and the monk were locked in fierce combat. When the fight was at a deadlock, another figure silently appeared, launching a surprise attack from behind. It was yet another practitioner of bone training. 2 against 1, the monk finally started to falter. Hiss. The masked leader found an opportunity, landing a sword strike on the monk's shoulder. The sword did not cut off the entire arm as imagined, but got stuck in the middle after cleaving through bone, unable to completely sever it. Is this bone training? Are bones really so hard that swords have trouble cutting through? I'm afraid even my 2-stone bow wouldn't be able to kill a bone training martial artist directly. It seems that getting a 10-stone bow is imperative. Chen Sansi continued to watch the battle. Any combat at a higher realm than his was helpful in gaining experience. On the battlefield, the situation became gradually clear. Ultimately, even a double-fisted monk could hardly fend off 4 hands, and after being struck by a sword, the disadvantage quickly widened. The blood-refining warriors, who had only dared to watch from afar, also moved in to look for an opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sounds of blades tearing through clothing resounded one after another. The fake monk was like someone splashed with a coat of red paint, though the bones were hard to break. The flesh had been stripped off in many places, some still clinging to his body, shaking as if they might fall off at any moment, looking extremely unsettling. Finally, the masked leader found an opportunity, thrusting a sword into the witch god sect follower's carotid artery. Blood spurted like a fountain. He fell stiffly to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Search. The masked men quickly began searching the body, but found nothing. Nothing on him. The immortal treasure isn't with him. Should the young master consider going up the mountain? The item is most likely already in Xiang Tingchen's possession. Let's go. We came here to scavenge. If we can't find anything, then that's that. Getting caught by Xiang Tingchen would be the end for us. It looks like we're going to have to pay a high price after all. Take the body and withdraw. Listening to the conversation, Chen Sansi confirmed the guess in his mind. The masked men were Liang Zhan and that old servant. This young master, despite rumors of spending his days in brothels, had not fallen behind in cultivation. At 25 or 26 years of age, assuming he had practiced martial arts for 10 years, reaching the bone training realm was definitely outstanding in Poyang County. To kill him, I still need to improve my strength. Chen Sansi had not forgotten that Liang had come looking for him. If it weren't for Wang Zhai's presence, although it wouldn't have been life-threatening, it wouldn't have been pleasant. Feeling controlled by others was truly unbearable. He didn't linger, returning the same way he had come. Did Xiang Tingchen really get the immortal treasure? Chen Sansi felt regretful, but he always felt that something was not quite right. Carefully thinking about it, which god sect followers blending in with the common people is actually not a good way to get away. The military had already arrived, and even if they were truly ordinary people, they would definitely scrutinize their ancestry back to the 18th generation before releasing anyone after confirming there were no issues. Compared to slipping through unnoticed, they seem more like they were trying to attract attention. Had it not been for Chen Sansi, in such a chaotic scene where even the snapping of branches dozens of meters away could be heard clearly, no one would have noticed the fake monk. But there was nothing on him. Hidden away, Chen Sansi couldn't help but recall the scene when he first got the Linglong Jade box. With a try-and-see attitude, he searched along the way back, not finding any signs of the soil having been disturbed. Am I overthinking it? Wait a minute. A bird's call above him drew his attention to a pine tree's bark, which had fresh signs of being stripped off. Chen Sansi immediately climbed up, and at the highest point of the trunk, he found a fist-sized tree hole. There's a snake. With quick eyes and hands, he pressed down on the snake's head and pulled it out. It was a poisonous green snake. Looking inside the hole, there was nothing else. However, there were bloodstains on the snake's lower jaw, as if it had been torn apart by someone, and scales were missing from its body. Could it be? Without hesitation, Chen Sansi used both hands to pry the snake's jaws apart, yanking to both sides, tearing the snake in half, and there it was, a piece of green jade stone, the very jade key recorded in the Dasheng book. Stuffing things inside a snake's belly, that's quite clever. He couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of whoever did this. Even if one made a mark on the snake, it may not be possible to find it later. It seemed that the witch god sect would rather lose the item than let it fall into someone else's hands. It must be said that this method was indeed effective. Any normal person would never have found such tiny traces, but he happened to encounter them. Chen Sansi secured the jade stone and ripped out the snake's gallbladder. The green snake wasn't worth much, but every little bit counts. After everything was done, he threw the snake's carcass back into the hole. Before long, other animals would come along, lured by the scent of blood, and clean it up. Looks like Household's Commander Xiang has made a wasted trip this time. Chen Sansi returned to the foot of the mountain. The chaos was still not over. The witch god sect followers were stubbornly resisting. The remaining 2 or 3 even took the common people as human shields and ran in different directions. Indeed, they were covering for the fake monk. After the fake monk had left, the witch god sect followers began to think of ways to save themselves. The people from the garrison had spread out in pursuit. Their ranks were quite thin, and no one was paying attention to Chen Sansi's movements. It was not until dusk that the last witch god sect follower was captured, and the cleanup of the battlefield began. In terms of casualties, 3 garrison soldiers died, and 2 were injured. Among the 2 who died, just one was a military soldier, the rest were array soldiers. But they killed 7 witch god sect members, and captured 1 Alivil blood refining warriors. Indeed, there's strength in numbers. After all, they had 1 flag leader and 5 small flags on their side. If the scene hadn't been so chaotic, preventing archers from being of much use, it would have been entirely possible to suffer even fewer casualties. I killed a blood refining mastery, and a small achievement I should be able to exchange for a few bowls of blood replenishing soup. Chen Sansi was calculating. His subordinates were also gradually returning, with no casualties and having jointly killed 2 people. Okay, stop hugging me. Zhu Tong impatiently pushed Su Wenkai away. It's all over. Look at you being such a scaredy cat. Whistle. The whistle arrow was fired again. 300 garrison soldiers were ordered to assemble in front of the Golden Bell Temple. Xiang Tingchen, with blood-stained clothes, slowly walked out of the temple gate. His he-meow blade was broken, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth, but the human head he held in his hand declared that he had won this murderous battle. 200 household commanders stepped forward to report the summary of the operation. About a month ago, followers of the Witch God sect sneaked into Poyang County and coerced the abbot of the Golden Bell Temple to help them conceal their identities. As for the specific reasons, they are still unclear. My lord, in this crackdown, we have slain a total of 28 followers of the Witch God sect, including 6 in the bone training realm and 15 in the blood refining level. In terms of numbers, it is about the same as the previous roundup. We have also interrogated all the temple visitors and local residents on the mountain, and only let them go after confirming they were not involved. Those who could not be immediately identified have already been imprisoned in the county government's jail. Liu Jingqui, clenching his fists, said, theoretically speaking, it would be very difficult for anyone to escape. Very difficult. Xiang Tingchen's eyes were like those of an eagle, staring at them. Does that mean, however, that someone slipped through? Please forgive us, my lord. Liu Jingqui knelt on one knee. The Witch God sect is treacherous and cunning, using civilians as human shields. The situation was indeed too chaotic, but even if a few got away, they were just minions and would surely not dare to cause trouble again in the future. There are some things Xiang Tingchen couldn't say outright. He fell silent for a moment, then spoke again. Evacuate the Golden Bell Temple. Gather all the followers of the Witch God sect, dead or alive, together. I will personally verify them. Yes, sir, the bloody battle was thoroughly over, but most of that blood was that of the civilians. By rough estimates, at least 40 to 50 people were dead. Such sin. On the way down the mountain, Su Wenkai kept muttering, if I were in command, I certainly wouldn't have let so many die in vain. Keep dreaming. Zhu Tong was also very dissatisfied with today's events. Damn it, I thought Xiang Tingchen was something special. Turns out he's just another ruthless character willing to achieve his goals by any means necessary. Do you two no longer wish to keep your tongues? Fang Zhangqi cast a warning glance at them. My lord, I was just joking. Commander Xiang's leadership was exquisite. Su Wenkai immediately changed his tune. Zhu Tong, however, just scoffed and said no more. Sigh. Fang Zhangqi shook his head but did not pursue the matter further. At least we have eradicated the followers of the Witch God sect. No more people will die because of them. Lately, there had been no shortage of mysterious disappearances around Poyang County. Chen Sansi walked silently at the edge. For the bureaucrats of the ancient feudal dynasty, what were the common people? They were nothing more than NPCs in their simulation games, created for the value of production as long as one could gain greater benefits from an incident. The loss of many NPCs was nothing more than a number to them. It served Xiang Tingchen right to come back empty-handed. Moreover, he couldn't openly investigate the matter. After all, it was done covertly, behind the court's back. The jade box and the key are in hand. Chen Sansi quickened his pace. I want to see for myself what this object is that they fought so fiercely over. With just one command, over 80 monks of the Golden Bell Temple were thrown into prison, and the entire temple was evacuated and sealed, forbidding anyone to go up the mountain without permission. Inside the Great Hall, the bodies of over 20 Witch God sect followers were neatly lined up beneath the golden body of the Buddha, while Xiang Tingchen, holding a short knife, individually slit their bellies open, allowing blood and organs to spill out all over the floor. Where's the object? The squad leader is dead and the followers are captured. For this, Xiang Tingchen had also suffered a minor injury, yet couldn't find what he was looking for. He had turned the entire Golden Bell Temple upside down. Footsteps sounded from outside the hall. Luo Dongqun stepped into the Great Hall, involuntarily retreating half a step upon seeing the filth on the floor, and saluted with his fist, My lord, I have returned. Xiang Tingchen, angered, threw the short knife aside and asked in a deep voice, At today's banquet, did any martial arts hall master leave midway? Replying to my lord. Luo Dongqun answered, The masters of the 4 great martial arts schools, Tianyuan, Tailei, Zhao and Yunhe, were all present at the 8 Treasures restaurant. Wang Zhai and I were watching them the whole time. Xiang Tingchen then asked, What about their subordinates? They were also there. Luo Dongqun, lowering his head, the Martial Arts Academy disciples above the Bone Training Realm were all called to the 8 Treasures building. By me not one was missing. Are you sure? Xiang Tingchen emphasized. Luo Dongqun's head hung even lower, almost touching the ground. This subordinate is sure. Old Luo, there's no need to be so nervous. I trust your work. Xiang Tingchen folded his arms behind his back and paced back and forth in the hall. He felt stifled inside. It seemed that the item had most likely been taken away by someone who had slipped through the net. My lord, Luo Dongqun asked, could it be that the immortal treasure has not been found? Xiang Tingchen narrowed his eyes, and after pondering for a moment, he spoke, Old Luo, Go tell the 4 great martial arts schools that I have the item in my possession. If they want it, they can have it, but they must exchange something for it. First, I want an ample supply of medicinal herbs, at least doubling the amount for everyone in the garrison. Third, all the martial arts schools in the city must provide me with a total of 300 men, with no fewer than 3 skilled in bone training. If they meet these 3 conditions, I will give them the immortal treasure. Luo Dongquan could not believe it. My lord, isn't this a bit too harsh? Harsh, Xiang Tingchun scoffed. Do you know what old man Liang told me on the night of the incident? He said that with the immortal treasure, within 20 years, I could make it to the position of the great general of the left army governor mansion, and the 4 great martial arts schools could also be stationed in the capital city, joining the ranks of the first-class martial arts schools. Compared to that, what's the harm in spending some money and shedding some blood? My lord is wise. Luo Dongquan said, with money and resources, it seems that as soon as the Ministry of War's approval comes through, my lord will be able to achieve great things next year. By the way, old Luo, Xiang Tingchun changed the subject. You are nearing the refining internal stage yourself. It so happens that I remember Liang Feng has a few rare medicinal herbs. Demand them as well and I'll share half with you. Lord Thousand Households is so considerate. This subordinate will repay you with his life. Luo Dongquan thanked him and was about to carry out the orders. One more thing. Xiang Tingchun stopped him. In a while, the new county magistrate will arrive. For some reason, the selection officer from the governor mansion is coming ahead of time as well. Make sure you arrange things properly when the time comes and don't let what happened last time occur again. Yes, Luo Dongquan complied with the order. Xiang Tingchun watched his retreating figure, his gaze deep, the immortal treasure. Either the witch god sect successfully took it away, or it was hidden near the Golden Bell Temple. If it was the former, there was nothing that could be done, but if it was the latter, he could still search slowly. In any case, he should first fool the martial arts schools into paying up. Any longer and it would be too late. The emperor plans to cultivate a group of new generals in the northern territory. Just one impressive battle would be enough to draw attention. Once the supervisor steps down, I'm sure to be taken under the wing of the new supervisor. The Xiang family has been confined to the land of Poyang County for 3 generations. In his lifetime, Xiang Tingchun was determined to break out no matter what. Even if it meant using the people of Poyang as stepping stones, it didn't matter. The garrison. After assisting with headcount, Chen Sansi hurried back to his home, dug out the Linglong jade box from the underground of the backyard, and then returned to his bedroom, locking the door behind him. He pulled out the key from his pocket. The key was made of pure jade, intricately built, and not only was the pattern complex, but the tip was irregular in shape and just so happened to fit the lock of the box perfectly. Just as the records had stated, 1 box to 1 jade key. If the jade key was destroyed, not even the gods themselves could open the box. He inserted the jade key and turned the mechanism. With a click, the wooden box opened. Inside was another iron box. Fortunately, the iron box didn't need another key to be unlocked. He lifted the lid. Inside was filled with a pale yellow substance, slightly warm and soft to the touch, somewhat resembling animal fat, lamp oil. Just a box of lamp oil. Chen Sansi didn't believe it. He re-examined the Linglong jade box, confirmed there was nothing else inside except the self-destruction mechanism, and that there were no secret compartments. The witch god sect, Xiang Tingchun, the martial arts halls. Was this the thing that all these forces were desperately fighting over? According to Chen Sansi's summary, neither the martial arts halls nor Xiang Tingchun necessarily knew what the immortal treasure was. The only one with insider knowledge, the witch god sect, were all tight-lipped and refused to divulge anything. It definitely couldn't be this simple. Chen Sansi went to the doorway of the kitchen, scooped out a very small amount of lamp oil with his finger, and gently applied it to the wooden log used for splitting firewood. Then he found a fire stick and blew a tiny flame onto it. Boom. The moment the tiny flame made contact with the lamp oil, a fiery red blaze erupted violently, as if a fire dragon burrowed out from the void, instantly climbing to a height of 2 to 3 meters. In just a few breaths, the wooden log was reduced to ashes. You should know this log was half a meter in diameter and 30 centimeters high. Normal flames would struggle to light it, and if it wasn't split open, burning it completely to ash would likely take a full day and night. Even at a distance of 2 steps away, Chen Sansi felt he was almost roasted. What sort of power was this? What kind of animal fat was this that the flames it burned with were so terrifying? Definitely not a common item, Chen Sansi admitted, somewhat shaken. The substance was powerful, but why were they so desperate to get it, to use as a weapon? He weighed the iron box, half the size of a palm in his hand. So little of it, how many times could it be used? That shouldn't warrant such a scramble, right? Chen Sansi judged that the fire must have another purpose. He inspected the Linglong jade box once again, and after repeated confirmations concluded, indeed, there was nothing else. It seemed the method of using the flame might lie in the hands of the witch god sect. That was a dead end for now. A A small disappointment welled up in Chen Sansi's heart. However, the fire was very powerful, and it could indeed come in handy at a critical moment. As for its true purpose, that would have to be figured out one step at a time. My current goal is to become a selected point and enter the 8 camps. I need to enhance my strength as soon as possible. Chen Sansi tidied up the items, preparing to rest well for the night to rejuvenate. He was only a window pane away from a breakthrough. The next day, at the military camp, Chen Sansi drank a bowl of replenishing essence soup, and while his chi blood was at its peak, picked up the long spear and practiced the soldier's basic spear technique he had already mastered. It was noon, and the sun was high in the sky. Suddenly, a thundering sound of breaking the air rang out on the empty martial arts arena. It made the nearby soldiers turn their heads to look. Under the sunlight, every movement of the reed leaf gun reflected blinding golden light off its tip. As the long spear swung faster and faster, the golden lights began to connect with each other. From a distance, it appeared as if a golden snake was wildly dancing in the void, or as if a golden brush was painting majestic landscapes, creating an urge in onlookers to draw closer. Yet the continuous fierce sounds of the air being torn apart reminded everyone that this wasn't a beautiful scene, but a lethal martial technique. The long spear whistled, the figure moved swiftly. The scene of flashing lights lasted for the time it would take half an incense stick to burn. Then, at a certain moment, everything suddenly stopped. All the golden light converged to a single point and at a speed invisible to the naked eye, landed on the training post of the martial arts arena. Bang. The training post, as thick as an adult man's shoulder and 2 meters high, exploded outwards from the point of impact, scattering wooden splinters and chips all around, flying far before landing in the ground like a rain of arrows. Curious soldiers who loved excitement nearly got hit by the flying splinters and collapsed on the ground, thoroughly shaken. The youth slowly withdrew his spear, his defined and toned muscles glossed with sweat. Under the autumn sun, his body appeared enshrouded in steaming white vapor, as if he had emerged from flames. Small achievement. 2 strands of chi blood turned into 4, merging into the limbs. Cultivation technique. Soldier's basic spear technique. Small achievement. Progress 0 2000. Utility gun movement swift, amazing endurance, robust chi blood, blood birth phenomenon. The newly added effect confused Chen Sansi for a moment. Blood birth phenomenon. Does it refer to the blood undergoing some change? He tried to mobilize his chi blood and noticed that his blood was exceptionally hot. Compared to before, each surge of chi blood had more explosive power. Could it be related to the bone training realm after blood refining? Congratulations, Chen Keeg. Many people came up to congratulate him. Fang Zonki said with emotion, such talent really makes the rest of us envious. It's just that I've spent more silver, Chen Sansi said modestly. If I hadn't hunted for money to buy medicines, my breakthrough wouldn't have come this quickly. What you say, isn't hunting a skill too? Fang Zonki was even more envious. As martial masters who had achieved great success in blood refining, they could naturally pull the heavy bow with ease. But being able to pull the bow didn't necessarily mean they could shoot accurately. Even after spending a lot of time training, they wouldn't reach too high a level, let alone achieve 100-step piercing and hit targets they could hardly see. Some things really are determined by talent. Chen Sansi sought out Wang Zhai in private to ask about his upcoming cultivation problems. You've broken through again. Wang Zhai almost spat out the wine in his mouth. At this moment, his heart was no longer purely happy. The astonishment far outweighed it. Less than a month into martial arts, and he had already walked a path that takes most people many years, or even their entire life to travel. Heaven truly wasn't fair. 100 households Wang. Chen Sansi asked, is there anything I need to be wary of after achieving great success in blood refining, and is there a connection to the bone training realm? Not bad insight, Wang Zhai said, holding his wine bowl and explaining. Blood refining is, as it suggests, training the blood. After achieving great success, the chi blood flows through the entire body, and then you can start bone training. Only with high-quality chi blood can the bones and flesh forged by the blood be better in the future. This is also why I gave you the Haoran breathing skill in the beginning. Blood refining is the foundation, and without a solid foundation, you're starting at a loss. You should be able to feel it. Among those of the same realm as you, there are very few who are a match for your 3 unions. As you progress, the gap will become even wider. Refining bones with blood. Blood indeed plays a crucial role in the upcoming realms. Chen Sansi wasn't sure if the blood birth phenomenon was exclusive to his proficiency panel, so he didn't bring it up for the time being, planning to see the effects first. You kid, you're really something, Wang Zhai calculated with his fingers. Your cultivation speed is fast enough. Our garrison is about to receive a large batch of medicinal materials, and you are likely to start bone training before next spring. Chen Sansi picked out the key point from his words. Is the garrison about to receive medicinal materials soon? Heh, don't even mention it. Wang Zhai found it interesting, took a sip of wine, and said, "Yesterday at 8 Treasures Building, those old bastards from the martial arts halls were acting all haughty, saying the garrison was confining them and they wanted to find someone to petition against us. But this morning they changed their tune completely. Once the 4 great martial arts schools agreed, the local squires and rich merchants also had to fork out money. This time we're going to strike it rich." Chen Sansi was skeptical. From the sounds of it, had Xiang Tingchen succeeded in getting leverage over the martial arts halls? But with the item in his hands, why would the martial arts halls obediently follow orders, unless Xiang Tingchen was playing a game of bluffing? Quite a calculation, not afraid of being exposed at all. That afternoon, close to dusk, Wang Zhai's words came to fruition. Disciples from various martial arts academies came in droves, pulling carts and delivering countless supplies. Warehouse for medicinal materials is on the left, grain to the right. Isn't the quantity here incorrect? You're short by 200 stones of grain. Make sure it arrives before sundown tomorrow. The chief storekeeper led several clerks, verifying the quantities of supplies cart by cart. The long unused warehouses of the military camp were being utilized once more, and the grain storehouses were filled to the brim, so much so that the sacks were almost spilling over. Consecutive poor harvests. The big households had plenty of grain. Buzz. The assembly call was sounded, and the order officers summoned everyone to the martial arts arena, proclaiming that Lord Thousand Households had an important announcement to make. Martial Arts Arena. Apart from those looking out from the Great Wall, all the officers and soldiers at the garrison were assembled. Xiang Tingchen strode onto the high platform with a bold step. Even from dozens of steps away, everyone could sense that Lord Thousand Households was in high spirits. "Brothers," Xiang Tingchen's voice boomed like a great bell today, "I have 2 matters to announce. Do you still remember, at the beginning of our nation's founding during the Yangcheng era, our court had over 3 million soldiers, yet not one lacked food or clothing, and all were high in fighting spirit. Alas, calamities and disasters have been unending since then, to the point where our Po-Yang County even experienced wage and food shortages in the early years, resulting in many brothers suffering from hunger and cold, who were forced to flee and become refugees. I, Xiang Tingchen, hold an inescapable responsibility for presiding over this place. I apologize to all the brothers here. However, that kind of situation will absolutely never happen again. The 4 great martial arts schools and many elders in Po-Yang County really could not bear to see the brothers protecting our nation endure such hardships. Hence, they have donated a large amount of provisions, medicinal materials, as well as horses. Therefore, the first matter is, starting from today, the salary for every array soldier will increase by half a month, with an extra stone of food. For military soldiers, their monthly salary will double, as will the provision of blood-replenishing soup. For military officers, their remuneration will double. Additionally, from now on, you can purchase all kinds of medicinal materials directly in the barracks at half the price of outside pharmacies. Having said this, the crowd erupted into cheers. Double, a stone of food every month. What did a stone of food per month mean during years of bad harvest? It meant that this year, not only could everyone survive the cold winter without hunger, but they might even have some money left over to buy winter clothes. The military soldiers were equally excited. The vast majority who joined the army came from poor families where could they afford blood-replenishing soup priced at 10 taels a portion. Yet relying solely on the garrison's provision was far too insufficient for increasing their cultivation. What the Lord Thousand Households said was like manna from heaven for them. Zhu Tong clenched his fist. With enough blood-replenishing soup, I too have the chance to advance further in the martial arts. Like him and Wang Lei, they actually had fair talent. It was only their poverty that held them back. While everyone was busy rejoicing, Su Wenkai slightly shook his head. I'm afraid we're headed for war and it's going to be a tough fight. Really? Zhu Tong was skeptical. That makes sense. Why else would those bastards from the martial arts hall suddenly be willing to fork out the money for us? There must be a catch. Let me finish speaking. Xiang Tingchen signaled for silence. Next, the second matter. It must be clear to everyone why the Po-Yang Thousand Households was established. Fend off the barbarians from the alien race. For thousands of years, the barbarian tribes have coveted our houses and fields, longing to enslave our wives, children, and elders, and to use our heads to fertilize their pastures. It was the Grand Ancestor and his successors who personally led expeditions against them numerous times, beating them so badly they couldn't raise their heads for 200 years. But now they are eager to move again, wanting to revive the tragedy of the former dynasty. How can we, as men of valor, sit and await death? With the approval of an official document from the War Department, I as the official will lead a campaign to exterminate the barbarian tribes around the Zai River at the start of next spring. Therefore, I hope that in the coming days, brothers will train diligently so that you can serve the court well on the battlefield later. As long as you slay enough enemies, becoming a noble or a general is not impossible. After these words were spoken, the martial arts arena fell silent, a stark contrast to the excitement before. Become a noble or a general, there really weren't many with such grand ambitions. They simply wished to lead a safe and stable life. But since they were part of the army, fighting and killing on the battlefield was an unavoidable fate. Fortunately, it was always better to go to battle on a full stomach than on an empty one. This was also why Xiang Tingchen went to great lengths to secure funds and provisions from the martial arts hall. An army without full pay will have no fighting will. Conversely, with great rewards, there will be brave men. A troop can possess combat effectiveness only when it has sufficient resources, ensuring it won't collapse at the first blow. Announcing this in advance is not a cause for concern regarding alarming the snake in the grass. The barbarians always had spies among us. The large-scale donation of funds and provisions by the martial arts hallfuls would know what was being prepared for. Instead of keeping everyone in the dark, it's better to start training in advance to prepare both mentally and physically. After finishing his speech, Xiang Tingchen strode away, giving the soldiers time to digest his words. Chen Sansi had been mentally prepared for some time. The selected point assessment would take place after the spring season. In other words, before he went to the 8 camps to participate in the selected point assessment, he would also be a part of this battle. Mr. Su, Chen Sansi asked, do you know the combat strength of the barbarian tribes around the Zai River area? You've asked the right person, Su Wenkai replied without hesitation. I, lacking in many talents, once dedicated 5 years to studying the distribution of the barbarian military forces. The Zai River tribe is a branch of the Yuan lineage. They have been living in this area for several decades and have well-trained soldiers. A conservative estimate would be 2,000 men. Among them, there is one with refining internal skills, and the numbers of blood refining and bone training military officers are roughly the same as those in our 1,000 households garrison. However, they have more horses than we do, and their archers are of higher quality. Chen Sansi pondered, in your opinion, how much chance do we have of victory when the spring begins next year? Please come with me, sir. Su Wenkai led him to a secluded and vacant corner and started drawing in the sand with a stick. Almost all the important strategic passes along the northern border of our Shang dynasty are in constant friction with the barbarian tribes, so it's certain no spare troops will be sent to reinforce us. At most, the Nding Prefecture Guard might deploy another 1,000 households garrison to back us up, ensuring that if we suffer a defeat outside the Great Wall, it would prevent the barbarians from conquering Poyang County. But they would definitely not leave the safety of the city to join the battle lightly. That is to say, our 1,000 households garrison is essentially an isolated force. What are you two whispering about? Zhu Tong quietly approached. What are you scribbling with that broken stick? Big lug, don't get in the way. Su Wenkai stroked his beard, looking at the simple military distribution on the ground, and said perplexed, it's strange indeed. Waging war against the barbarians is a matter of national importance. Why send only 1,000 or so men to attack a scattered tribe? Success or failure won't make much difference in the grand scheme of things. Sir, what are your thoughts on this? Chen Sansi answered, this is a performance to show off one's capabilities to the superiors. Wise as always, sir. I feel the same way. Su Wenkai surveyed their surroundings before continuing in a cautious tone. Household's commander Xiang is planning to achieve success at the cost of countless lives. That statement was still somewhat understated. To put it bluntly, Xiang Tingchen was ready to use the lives of 900 men from the Poyang 1,000 households garrison to secure his own future. The reason the Ministry of War might have agreed was probably because the matter involved various powerful factions within the court. The waters ran deep. As for our odds of victory, Su Wenkai continued, the barbarian warriors are robust and their horses strong, but they aren't skilled in military formations. Furthermore, the nomadic tribes are at their weakest at the onset of spring each year. If we can get more bone training martial masters from the martial arts hall to assist us, and if the Nding Prefecture is ready to back us up, we could win, but it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. Zhu Tong, who had been confused the whole time, finally understood the last part. How dire would that be? Su Wenkai gravely said, both of us would have to die. That's quite dire indeed. Zhu Tong grabbed his collar. Lazybones, don't you often brag about your warfighting abilities? Then think of a way. How can we avoid a disaster? Su Wenkai spoke earnestly. I do have a strategy that could at least reduce our losses by 20%. Only 20%. Zhu Tong disdainfully retorted. What's the difference between that and no reduction at all? I'm Wolong, not an immortal. Saving 20% of the forces in this type of siege warfare would be a great saving of manpower. Su Wenkai tossed aside the stick. I need to offer my strategy to the commander. With that, he ran towards where Xiang Tingchen had his offices. Zhu Tong counted on his fingers. With over 900 men in our garrison, what does 20% amount to? Chen Sansi said with resignation, it's reducing 20% of the casualties, not saying that the whole army will be wiped out. Then how many is that? Zhu Tong was even more puzzled. Before he could figure it out, Su Wenkai returned. He quickly asked, "How did it go? What did Lord Thousand Households say?" Su Wenkai was so angry that his face turned red, and he stomped his foot shouting, "Incompetent commander, incompetent commander." The commander's tent wasn't far away. Chen Sansi, following the direction of the wind, faintly heard a "get out." He shook his head and stood up to leave. The battle was inevitable, and he never intended to avoid it. However, it seemed that he really needed to undergo bone training before the spring. After bone training, one could withstand blades and weaponry, not losing combat effectiveness from minor wounds on the battlefield. Ever since Xiang Tingchen announced the plan for the coming spring, the military discipline at the household's garrison had become much more stringent. The daily drills had doubled, and anyone leaving the camp needed to ask for leave in advance. Even the several hundred households were no longer allowed to spend their days indulging in food and drink. They were required to participate in the drills as well. However, the military households were very obedient. Because they had achieved days of being well-fed and well-clothed, those with a pursuit in martial arts were also able to drink more blood-replenishing soup and enhance their martial arts. For 10 consecutive days, Chen Sansi practiced martial arts within the military settlements. Cultivation technique, soldier's basic spear technique, small achievement. Progress 552,000. Utility gun movement swift, amazing endurance, strong chi blood birth phenomenon. The tiger heart and tiger meat had long been consumed, and the 9 turns blood replenishing soup had been drunk clean. Fortunately, there was significant improvement in proficiency. Furthermore, purchasing medicinal ingredients had become much cheaper. The 9 turns blood replenishing soup was now available in the barracks, and it was only being sold for 15 taels of silver, yet it was still expensive. Time to go hunting again. The bottomless pit, ah. If it were not for practicing martial arts, Chen Sansi would probably have become a wealthy man by now. White deer. By hunting a white deer, even after setting aside what he needed for himself, he could still sell it for several hundred taels. Not only would resources sufficient for blood-refining minor success be secured, but bone training was also almost within reach. But such white deer were not so easily captured. The Travels Through Mountains and Rivers was a book from a millennium ago. Since its publication, countless people had flocked to the Hudu mountain range to capture them. It was fortunate they had not gone extinct. He had inquired about information, and it seemed that the Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy had not found one even after searching for half a month. Chen Sansi arrived at the pharmacy. "Do you have lingjai for sale in the barracks?" White deer, fond of treasure mushrooms. Medical Officer Jiang quickly brought out a brown lingjai from the storeroom. This 20-year-old black ganoderma, ground into powder and added to soup medicine, can enhance the effects of replenishing essence soup, 10 taels of silver. "Do you have any fresh ones?" Chen Sansi observed that the lingjai had obviously been dry for a long time. "Heh, you're in luck, there actually is." Medical Officer Jiang took out another box, inside of which was a fiery red lingjai. This was delivered by Yun Martial Arts Hall just this morning. 30-year-old red cloud ganoderma, 20 taels. However, it is for healing injuries and does not greatly help in improving chi blood. Chen Sansi said, "It doesn't matter as long as it counts as a treasure mushroom." Treasure mushroom. Jiang, the medical officer, shook his head. "At the very least, it has to be over 100 years old. One is worth 50 taels. A 20-year-old lingjai cannot be considered a treasure mushroom. Such expensive medicinal materials are not currently available at our garrison. You'll have to buy them outside." 50 taels. Chen Sansi was shocked by the price. The bait alone was worth 50 taels, and there was no guarantee that a white deer could even be caught. It was only because the reward offered by the Tai Lei Martial Arts Hall was so high that their disciples were willing to spend so much money on hunting it. Chen Sansi, for the time being, really couldn't come up with that much silver. He decided to try his luck first and find another way if it didn't work. Having made up his mind, Chen Sansi asked Wang Zhai for leave and left the barracks with his bow and arrows. Sansi. As he was passing near Yanbian village, Zhao Kaio caught up with him. "Uncle Zhao, you're not going up the mountain to hunt." Chen Sansi was somewhat surprised. After the Northern Territory's winter arrives, the snow would seal the mountains, making it hard to hunt anymore. Hunters should be the most diligent in the late autumn. Zhao Kaio said with a bitter face, "It's not that I don't want to, it's that I don't dare." "Don't dare?" Chen Sansi asked, "What's happened? Has someone been bullying you?" "It's the witch god sect." Zhao Kaio's tone was filled with anger and fear. Recently, every day for the past 10 days, people have been disappearing from the countryside, especially the hunters from the surrounding villages, many of whom have not returned since going up the mountains. "Are you sure, Uncle Zhao?" Chen Sansi solemnly said, "I took part in the mission to encircle and suppress the Golden Bell Temple. I was personally involved, and 99% of the witch god sect followers were slain on the spot. Even if 1 or 2 slipped through the net, they couldn't possibly stir up more trouble. Could it be that a big worm or a black bear has come down the mountain to eat people? It's impossible, absolutely impossible." Uncle Zhao said excitedly, there are no bones left, do you understand, Shanxi? Not even bones can be found. Even if it were a big worm, it should leave some bones behind. Uncle Zhao, don't get worked up. Chen Sansi said soothingly, have you reported this to the authorities? Of course we did report it. Zhao Kaio said, the lord at the county office said they would look into it thoroughly and told us to wait, but to date there has been no progress. Just yesterday, little Li from the next village risked going up the mountain to hunt a wild chicken to nourish his pregnant wife, and now he is nowhere to be found. Chen Sansi frowned. Even if there were 1 or 2 witch god sect followers left, they couldn't cause such a huge commotion. There must be another group involved. Could it be that Golden Bell Temple was just one of them? But at the same time, it doesn't make sense to have so many people infiltrate Poyang. Furthermore, in the last few days, he hadn't heard anything in the military garrison about deploying people to hunt down the followers of the witch god sect. Uncle Zhao, rest assured. Chen Sansi said, after I return, I will report this to my superiors. There's something else. Zhao Kaio said somewhat embarrassingly, but still spoke up, Shanxi, could you let us follow you up the mountain? Winter is almost here, and we haven't prepared enough charcoal and winter clothes for our homes. But with what has been happening recently, who dares to venture into the mountains? You know martial arts and can even kill a big worm with you. We would not be afraid. It seemed he had been waiting on this path for a very long time. It was even possible that he had been waiting for several days, just to finally catch him going out hunting. Of course you can. Chen Sansi agreed readily. Zhao Kaio was somewhat at a loss for words. A month ago, the other party had come knocking on his door with food, asking him to lead the way to Second Layer Mountain. A month later, he found himself in need of the young man's protection. Soon, Zhao Kaio called over Wu De and Zhuangyi, and the 4 of them set off for the mountain together. At the familiar creek, they parted ways. Chen Sansi instructed Uncle Zhao, if you encounter danger, fire a whistle arrow and I'll come running as soon as I hear it. All right, Shanxi, you be careful too though, we can't be of much help to you, Zhao Kaio said. Chen Sansi turned and plunged into the mountain forest. So many deaths, wasn't that a bit exaggerated? It made him somewhat nervous. However, after walking forward for about 2 li, he didn't notice anything amiss. There were still many martial arts academy disciples hunting. The people from Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy were still searching for the white deer. I'll go back and tell 100 households Wang to help look into it. Chen Sansi focused his attention and began searching for tracks of the white deer. Unlike before, whether it was a big worm or a black bear, Uncle Zhao would point out the general direction. This time, it was all up to him, and even with tracking skills, it might be troublesome. After all, there's no record in books about where white deer live, and with the Hudu mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, it's uncertain how much time it would take to find one. Let's search deeper. Common deer species like to dwell in deep, secluded places. The white deer is also a deer, and its habits might not be so different. Chen Sansi began to traverse the mountains. By the afternoon, after crossing over 2 mountain tops, he had not yet seen any sign of the white deer. However, the vegetation became increasingly dense, nearly leaving no place to set foot. Gazing into the distance, he could see a valley about 5 li away, quiet and profound. Let's have a look. Chen Sansi harnessed his energy and hurried forward, ready to explore. But before he could get close, several disciples in long robes rushed out, forming a human wall to block his path. Halt, you are not permitted to go any further. Stop right there, why should I stop? As he spoke, Chen Sansi had already knocked a wolf teeth arrow onto the string of the Kaiyuan bow in his hand. You have such a murderous aura. The Martial Arts Academy disciples looked at each other, involuntarily stepping back several paces. We haven't even struck you, so why come up and want to shoot people? That's right. Someone accused, we're telling you to stop because ahead is private property. Private property. Chen Sansi was skeptical. The Martial Arts Academy disciple continued. The valley ahead is the medicine garden of our Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Isn't that private property? The Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy's medicine garden. Chen Sansi had heard from the medical officer Jiang before that many of the land suitable for cultivating medicinal herbs nearby had been sold to the Martial Arts Hall. It seemed he had stumbled upon it by mistake. Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, that is, the Liang family's territory. The Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy didn't do much business in medicinal materials, but that doesn't mean they didn't have their own medicine garden. Such a large valley it is. The surname Liang, at the age of 25 or 6, could engage in bone training. He must have consumed a lot of medicinal materials. What's all this noise about? Young master. A brocade-clad young master holding a folding fan approached, and the disciples stepped aside. It was the eldest young master of Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, Liang Zhan. Young master. A disciple complained, a guy from the garrison came here and we didn't even do anything to him, but he came up wanting to shoot us with arrows, so arrogant. Oh, Brother Chen. When Liang Zhan saw who had come, he rebuked his subordinates. Even my brother you dare to stop. If you get shot, you deserve it. Young master, it was he. Smack. Liang Zhan knocked on the disciple's head with his fan. Stand down. Yes, sir, the Martial Arts Academy disciples all stepped back. Brother Chen, I trust you've been well. Liang Zhan gave a fist salute. Last time I intruded upon you rudely, and I am here to offer an apology. There's no need. Chen Sansi couldn't be bothered to bicker with this man, so he put away his bow and arrow and left. Killing this fellow, for the time being, was out of the question. The other party wouldn't dare to make a move on him lightly, and there was no need to waste time here. Liang Zhan didn't stop him, silently watching as the other man walked away. Young master, a disciple approached. Are we just letting him go like that? Nonsense. Liang Zhan scolded. You want to provoke him and have him bring over the soldiers from the garrison. Think before you act next time. Do I really need to come out and smooth things over for you? By the way, what is he doing in the Medicine Valley? The disciples speculated lately. People everywhere are looking for the white deer. Looking for the white deer. Liang Zhan swayed his folding fan. As I recall, you need a treasure to find the white deer, don't you? Do we still have 100-year-old treasure in our medicine garden? If so, pick one and send it to him later. Young master, the disciple voiced in surprise, 100-year-old treasure is worth a great many dozens of silver. If I tell you to send it, you send it. Liang Zhan turned and walked into the valley. The fact that Chen Sansi achieved blood-refining minor success after practicing martial arts for a month had already spread from the barracks. In his life, everything he did was after careful deliberation, yet the one thing he regretted was offending this man in his efforts to help Qin Feng. But who could have imagined that a poor hunter from the countryside would turn out to be a martial arts prodigy? Most terrifying was that this kid held grudges. Moreover, the grudge deepened when he came knocking on the door, questioning him in a strong-arm manner. Every time he thought about how Qin Feng's remains hadn't even been found to date, Liang Zhan felt a chill down his spine. Simply killing him. He wasn't tired of living yet, not to mention Fatty Wang was protecting him. Xiang Tingchen also needed people. If he dared to touch Chen Sansi, Xiang Tingchen would dare to forcibly push him to the grassland as a vanguard to die next year. What he feared now was that, as days passed, the youngster's cultivation would skyrocket to a height utterly unshakable. In comparison, if he could resolve the enmity early, what was spending some silver worth? Even if the enmity could not be resolved, now was not the moment to turn hostile. A suitable opportunity was needed to make a move against him. What's that Liang fellow hiding deep in the mountains for? Whether it's for gathering herbs or planting, there's no need for the young master himself to come, let alone with so many people in tow, not allowing anyone to approach within 2 miles. Wait a minute, the hunters who have gone missing on the mountain, could they be related to them? A terrible speculation suddenly rose in Chen Sansi's heart, but there were logical inconsistencies. Why would the martial arts school kill people for no reason? I must be overthinking it. Chen Sansi refocused on his search for the white deer. Unfortunately, by evening he still hadn't had any luck. It seems I'll need to use the treasure as bait after all. First, I'll have to hunt something else to exchange for some silver. Exotic beasts are hard to find, but fierce ones are not. In a dense forest, Chen Sansi found the paw prints of a large cat on the ground. Susu. No sooner had he stepped into the territory than he heard light leaping sounds from overhead, rapidly approaching from the southeast, northwest, all directions. In the dim forest, spots of eerie green light flickered on. Those were the pupils of cheetahs. 5 cheetahs stood atop the trees, looking down from a distance at the intruder on the ground. They attacked simultaneously, rushing towards the hunter in the middle with incredible speed, in a pincer move. Cheetahs are born swift. A distance of around 50 feet for them takes only 4 or 5 seconds. For an ordinary hunter, such a brief span of time would be enough to fire 1 or 2 arrows. The targets would still be fast-moving, and there was no guarantee of hitting them once they got close enough to tear and bite. The hunter either had to fight hand-to-hand and win or become a meal in the belly of the beast. On the ground, Chen Sansi took a deep breath, then his bowstring snapped like thunder. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. He became a hunting machine, firing arrows in rapid succession in different directions, each one striking its target's heart with unerring precision. In just over 3 seconds, 4 cheetahs fell to the ground. Only the cheetah from behind, shielded by the trees, had managed to get closer. It leaped from the tree, revealing claws and teeth sharp as sword blades, but it was pierced through by a glint of cold light, suspended forever in mid-air. Chen Sansi's reed leaf spear had been waiting for a long time. Plain and simple, a cheetah hunt. Tracking concealed presence, small achievement. Progress 105 1000. Skill, archery, small achievement. Progress 190 1000. The 5 cheetahs he kept the most valuable parts for himself, and the rest could sell for 30 or 40 taels of silver. Adding that to the silver saved at home, it just about added up to enough money to buy the treasure. Chen Sansi stuffed all the cheetahs into the net he had brought and then carried it on his back, returning the way he came, by the stream. Zhao Kaio and the others had been waiting since morning. Their earnings were dismal, only a few wild chickens and rabbits. They were no longer surprised by the young man catching a cheetah. Did you encounter any danger? Chen Sansi asked. No. Zhao Kaio shook his head. The 3 of us stuck together didn't run into any danger. Uncle Zhao, it's not just the mountain hunters who are missing, is it? Chen Sansi pressed on. That's not the case. Wu Du intercepted. Many people were still at home on the previous evening, yet they disappeared the next morning. Not only the countryside, but there are also disappearances in the county town, although not as many as in the countryside. Am I being paranoid? Chen Sansi glanced toward the direction of the Medicine Valley and didn't linger any longer, joining the others to descend the mountain, mulling over the matter in his heart. There must be a secret to this. It's definitely not something the witch god sect's love for killing can explain. His thoughts went to the lamp oil that could ignite crimson flames. Could it be related to the lamp oil? After all, these troubles first began when the immortal treasure appeared in Poyang. Before that, Poyang County was a place where birds wouldn't even poop. Where would all this chaos come from? Even if the likelihood of a connection was small, Chen Sansi would still try to investigate. Having the immortal treasure in his possession, but not knowing how to use it was also troubling. County Town, it was almost exactly as Chen Sansi had estimated. The most valuable parts of the cheetah were the gallbladder and heart, with the remaining parts totaling 46 taels of silver when sold. After handling the goods, he rushed back to the garrison before nightfall. Running back and forth like this is really a waste of time. Still, I need some sort of transport. Recently, Chen Sansi had been cultivating day and night, barely practicing with his arrows, and he had only visited the stables once. Thinking it over, he didn't go home but instead went to the military camp. Nay. The white horse became restless and neighed as soon as he approached the stables, continuously stomping its hooves as if threatening. Chen Sansi's temper flared in an instant. The moment he opened the gate, the white swan horse charged crazily towards the outside. Chen Sansi grabbed the saddle in one swift motion and leapt onto the horse's back, directly giving it a whip. The white swan horse, pained by the whip, ran even more fiercely, trying with all its might to throw off the rider. Chen Sansi steadied himself while using the reins to forcefully make the horse run in the direction he directed. With his minor success in blood refining, his chi power was naturally not something a horse could resist. At first, the white swan horse continued to struggle, but as time passed, perhaps because it was drained, or perhaps realizing that resistance was futile, it gradually became obedient. After half an hour, it was as responsive as an arm extension. In Chen Sansi's hands, the reins were as easy to manipulate as a steering wheel, moving as he willed. Skill, horse control entry level. Progress 0-200. Utility, the horse acknowledges its master, minds melding. A treasure horse. The system called it a treasure horse. It seems its bloodline is indeed not bad, just a bit stubborn. As for mind melding, it's an indescribable mystical feeling. If he had to describe it, Chen Sansi felt that the white swan horse, despite their short time together, was as familiar as an old dog that had been in the family for 20 years, with a telepathic understanding, able to mutually grasp each other's intentions. This was crucial. On the battlefield, the bond between a military officer and his warhorse was the closest of comradeships. A good coordination could sometimes save lives. He remembered reading in a book of Dasheng that the grand ancestor Cao Zai had once been a house slave in charge of tending horses for a prominent family and had formed a bond with a young colt. Later, during a pursuit, it was that colt that had saved Cao Zai's life. Otherwise, there would have been no Dasheng dynasty from the Cao family. Having tamed the white swan horse, Chen Sansi planned to go home and rest. When they reached the stable, however, the white swan horse was very resistant, indicating it did not want to live in the cramped stables. Chen Sansi didn't mind. His home had plenty of space for keeping a horse, so he decided to bring the fodder and stone trough back home as well. Brother, she looks quite impressive. Gu Xinlin watched her man riding a horse into the courtyard and couldn't help but feel her heart flutter. Even though he was just a flag officer, in her eyes, brother, she increasingly resembled the generals in the folk tales. Ravenous, Chen Sansi ate dinner and then consumed a leopard's gallbladder before continuing to practice with his spear in the courtyard. The spear whistled through the air like thunder, and surprisingly, the horse wasn't scared at all. It just stood under the osmanthus tree watching him, occasionally nibbling on some fodder until it was utterly exhausted late at night and fell asleep standing up. After finishing his spear practice, Sister Lan had also boiled some hot water for Chen Sansi to bathe and change his clothes. I have finished processing the tiger skin you brought back. Gu Xinlin showed the tiger skin rug. How about I turn it into a garment for you? It would definitely keep you warm in the winter. Chen Sansi lounged in the bath barrel, were it for me to see. Ah, before Gu Xinlin could react, the man added, I mean, wear just that and nothing else. Brother, she. Gu Xinlin's cheeks reddened to her neck. Who have you been learning from? Your tricks are getting more numerous. Who makes someone dress up as a tigress? The next day, white dew clusters softened the morning with the sound of horse hooves. Chen Sansi rode the white swan horse to the military camp for roll call. After the training had ended, he came to Wang Zhai's tent to report the possibility of the witch god sect's presence in Poyang, hoping he would inform the 100 households to dispatch someone for an investigation. Then, he requested a day off, preparing to head back to the mountains. He was determined to capture the white deer. Not to mention a pressing need for a heavy bow, the white deer itself was also a powerful supplement, increasing cultivation speed faster than even the tiger heart. Even if he had to spend 50 taels on bait, it was worth trying. After requesting the leave, Chen Sansi had not yet left the tent when his subordinate Wang Li approached him. "Sir," Wang Li reported, "someone from Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy wants to see you, from the Liang family." Chen Sansi hesitated for a moment, let him in. If they were to meet, it would be in the military camp. Soon, Wang Li led the visitor in, but it was not Liang Zhan himself, rather a disciple from the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy, Chen Qig. The disciple first gave a fist salute, then took out a delicate sandalwood box from his bosom. "My master knows you have been hunting deer recently, and has specially picked a 100-year-old treasure fungus from the Medicine Valley. Additionally, my master also has a message for you." Chen Sansi pondered the other's intent. The Liang, are they afraid of him? That seemed unlikely. The local ruffian Qin Xing once showed fear when faced with a bow, which was understandable. But Liang Zhan was a bone-training martial artist who had bravely fought against witch god sect followers. Why would he feel the need to apologize to him, an ordinary blood-refining warrior, such a capacity to bend or stand erect? This person must not be underestimated. Chen Sansi was on high alert. He initially intended to refuse the treasure fungus, but seeing 100 households Wang's eyes gleaming, he changed his mind. "I'll accept the item. Thank my regards to Mr. Liang." Wang Zhai had traits worth learning. When dealing with such people, there was no need to speak of righteousness. Sugar-coated bullets. Sometimes one must swallow the sugar and spit out the bullets. Perfect. Spending 50 taels of silver on bait was extravagant. Better to buy supplemental medicine to enhance cultivation. "Good that you've accepted it." The Martial Arts Academy disciple breathed a sigh of relief. "Before coming here, my master instructed that if Chen Qig did not accept the gift, I was not to return." "What about mine?" Wang Zhai held back for a long while. "My lord and your master are close friends and fellow travelers. Doesn't he have anything for me?" "100 households Wang, this. The Martial Arts Academy disciple coughed awkwardly. "I must return to report. I'll take my leave first." Having said that, he left hurriedly without looking back. Wang Zhai cursed. "The Liang family is truly a bunch of opportunists. Knowing that you will soon enter the 8 camps and be recruited into the governor mansion, they think to ingratiate themselves with you." He spoke earnestly. "You must put in more effort. The more they respect you now, the greater the backlash you will face if you fail in the selected point in the future." Chen Sansi clearly understood this principle. That made it all the more important to cherish his time. He took up his weapon, mounted the white swan horse, and left the military camp, heading straight for Tiger Head Mountain. With the treasure fungus, the likelihood of finding the white deer should greatly increase. At last, he didn't have to go out on foot anymore. Riding a horse not only saved energy, but also increased his speed. When the white swan horse ran at full speed, it gave Chen Sansi the feeling of flying in the sky, as if his hooves barely touched the ground. He must have covered 1,000 miles by now, right? He hadn't even estimated the time when he had already arrived at Yanbian village. He called for Zhao Kaio to join him and tied the horse in front of Zhao's house. The mountain was rugged and home to wild animals naturally. One couldn't ride a horse up the mountain. The group arrived at a small stream. "Uncle Zhao, why don't we cross the river with Shanxi?" Unable to bear it anymore, Wuda said, "This mountain isn't theirs, why shouldn't we go?" "Uncle, I think it's feasible too." Zhuangyi, scratching his head, said, "If we follow Brother Chen, they definitely won't dare to mess with us." "No way." Zhao Kaio was adamant. "Don't make trouble for Shanxi." He pushed the two away. Chen Shanxi didn't interrupt. It wasn't that he was afraid of trouble. Indeed, the people from the martial arts hall wouldn't dare to mess with Zhao Kaio and others in his presence. But what about after they separated? Chen Shanxi needed to train and fight wars. He couldn't possibly spend all his time protecting them, unless he could truly make the people from the martial arts hall fear him from the bottom of their hearts. Clearly, it wasn't yet the time for that. After parting ways with the others, Chen Shanxi headed directly into the depths of North Mountain. He encountered prey along the way, but didn't stop. He kept going until he reached the summit, where he paused to survey the surrounding mountain peaks from a high vantage point. Among them, a peak that was entirely red stood out sharply. The mountain was covered with maple trees, resembling a vast sea of fire. Generally speaking, deer should prefer to live in the green forest where food is plentiful. But the reason why exotic beasts are called exotic isn't only because of their unique lineage. Their requirements for living environments might also differ from others. Since he hadn't found any in several green forests, it was worth a try. The two mountains were not far apart, roughly 10 miles away. As Chen Shanxi approached Feng Mountain, he discovered many people from Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy nearby. Among them was Wei Su, whom he recognized, along with some others who seemed to hold higher positions. This group gathered here must have discovered something, indicating that he hadn't gone to the wrong place. As expected, when he got closer, he heard their discussion. Yesterday afternoon, just halfway up the mountain, Mr. Wu almost caught the white deer, but that animal has an astonishing sense of hearing. It detected us from tens of yards away. With a jump several meters high, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, it must still be on this mountain. Mr. Wu said we don't need to capture it ourselves. If we can help locate its general vicinity, there will be a hefty reward. Even though they kept their voices very low, Chen Shanxi could hear every word clearly, jumping several meters high. No wonder the white deer tendon could be used to make a heavy bow. Since it had appeared, it must have left behind traces. No matter how subtle the signs, he could find them. He suddenly had a target and quickly headed to the mountainside. How come he's here too? Wei Su saw the armored youth and couldn't help feeling anxious. Big brother, this is the guy I told you about before, the one who hunted a big worm alone and even shot an arrow at me. Oh no, what if he finds the white deer before us? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and search. Our lavish fortune depends entirely on that white deer. Joking aside, if they managed to cure the old master's injury, inheriting a shop would mean no more worries for the rest of their lives. Midway up the mountain. Within the dense maple forest, fiery red fallen leaves were everywhere. Several arrows were embedded in the ground, clearly the remnants of a failed hunting attempt. Chen Shanxi bent over, meticulously searching around the arrows. Soon he found a strand of snow-white hair on a red maple leaf. Ordinary deer hair is stiff, as thick as a needle, but the hair of the white deer was as soft as cotton and even finer than down. Every 30 steps or so, he would find a few such hairs. Following them through several patches of woodland from the middle of the mountain to the other side of the peak, he ended up at a dead end, with only a cliff in sight. Chen Shanxi lay on the edge of the cliff, looking down. The cliff wasn't very deep, about 40 to 50 meters. Fortunately, there were plenty of footholds, and relying on his light as a feather skill, he clambered down the cliff with the agility of a nimble monkey in no time at all. At the base of the cliff, everything reverted from fiery red to the dark green typical of a forest. The area teemed with birds and beasts, and was rich in a variety of plants and trees, truly brimming with life. It seemed like a place where the white deer would live. Chen Shanxi opened the sandalwood box he had brought, inside which lay a shiny black, cloud-shaped lingjai. A breeze wafted by, carrying a unique fragrance that instantly refreshed the mind. Indeed, it was a treasure. He placed the lingjai in the clearing, and then hid themselves 10 meters away in the dense woods, preparing the arrow and fully drawing the bowstring. Keeping the bow fully drawn was a massive drain on strength for most people. Chen Shanxi did this because he knew the white deer had ears that heard in all directions. It was highly likely it could hear the sound of the bowstring being drawn. This was probably why the Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy's people had failed. He had been detected in advance. Together with his concealing breath and hiding technique, he blended perfectly into the forest. During this time, birds even landed on his shoulder to rest, mistaking him for a piece of wood. He didn't have to wait long. About 15 minutes later, a snow-white, agile figure quietly emerged from the cliff. It didn't even need a foothold and ran up the nearly vertical cliff. It turned out to live in a cave halfway up the cliff. No wonder it couldn't be found anywhere on the mountain. The white deer was clearly attracted by the lingjai. Initially, it moved quickly, but as it approached, it began to slow down and became cautious. It basically paused with every step it took, but despite its caution, it ultimately didn't notice the danger lurking in the shadows. Whoosh. Just as the lingjai was about to reach its mouth, the white deer sensed something was amiss, but in an instant, it leaped 3 meters high in the air. Unfortunately for it, the wolf teeth arrow was a step ahead, piercing its skull. The white deer fell dead mid-air, and by the time it hit the ground, it had already turned into a corpse. Quite a fast reaction. If Chen Shanxi hadn't drawn the bowstring beforehand, he might not have hit his target. After overcoming numerous obstacles, he finally got his hands on it. The resources from a single white deer were enough to sustain him up to nearly the Bone Forger realm, saving him a great deal of time. Going down the mountain might still lead to trouble. Carrying a white deer down the mountain was akin to carrying gold bricks through a bustling market. At first, only 1 or 2 martial arts academy disciples followed from a distance. Soon, they gathered like wolves that smelled blood, with as many as 20 or so people closely following him. Unfortunately, Chen Shanxi was no child. Even with the gold bricks right before their eyes, no one dared to make a rash move. Even Mr. Wu can't do it. Wei Su stared at the hole in the exotic beast's head. How did he shoot the deer? Let's stop him first and talk later. The eldest disciple, Huang Tao, said as he stepped forward. Be careful, big brother. Wei Su cautioned, this man is petty and extremely murderous. Afraid of what? Didn't you say he's just a small flag? I've already reached blood refining great success. Why should I be afraid of him? Huang Tao shrugged off his junior's hold on his arm and rushed forward to block the way. Chen Shanxi wore an expressionless face and feigned ignorance. Is there a problem? Brother. Huang Tao clasped his fists as a greeting. We plan to pool money to buy the white deer from you at the market price. No loss to you, how about it? Not selling. Chen Shanxi said and was about to bypass him. Stop. Huang Tao's tone intensified. If you don't give us this face today, don't think about leaving, I advise you. He was only halfway through his sentence when a flash of cold light suddenly zipped past his face. There was a snap sound as if something had fallen to the ground. After being stunned for 2 seconds, intense pain set in, and Huang Tao covered his bleeding cheek and wailed, my ear, my ear. Are you still buying? Chen Sansi withdrew his reed leaf spear and said deliberately. Due to the fast speed of the spear, not even a drop of blood stained the gun tip. Madman, you madman. The Martial Arts Academy disciples were shocked. Our big brother didn't do anything to you. Why would you attack? He didn't do anything to me, Chen Sansi scoffed inwardly. It was not that they didn't want to, but that they were wary. This ear deserved to be sliced off. I'll kill you. Huang Tao was furious, his chi blood of great success level bursting forth, and despite the pain, he drew a long sword, aiming to strike at the youth's face. Stop. At the critical moment, a sharp shout rang out. A man around 40 years old sprinted over, standing in front of Huang Tao, Mr. Wu. The disciples of Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy immediately gathered around their mainstay. Mr. Wu, you came just in time. This lad. You must be the Xuanfeng flag officer Chen Sansi, right? Despite the mixture of accusations, Mr. Wu Song ignored them and instead praised fine spear technique, fine courage. Surrounded by so many, yet you dared to strike first. Mr. Wu should see, it was your people who tried to forcefully buy and sell first. I was merely defending myself. Chen Sansi realized that this man was very likely the fifth son of the Tai Lei master. They were in the wrong, they deserved to be thwarted. Old Mr. Wu Song said sternly, but Flag Officer Chen, you may have heard my father is injured. We need the exotic beast to heal him. Could you possibly sell me the deer heart? I am willing to pay far above the market price in silver. Not selling. Chen Sansi flatly refused. He had inquired with the medical officer. The deer heart was the most beneficial part of the white deer for one's cultivation. It was priceless. No amount of silver could quickly capture a second deer. He needed to seize this chance to reach blood refining great success and prepare for bone forging. How could he possibly give it to someone else? No need to worry about them making a move. If they really wanted to fight, they would have snatched it already. Why talk so much? I take my leave, Chen Sansi said, carrying the white deer and leaving. Mr. Wu Song stood still, watching, offering no resistance. Mr. Wu, Huang Tao couldn't believe it. Why did you stop me? I should have taught this kid a lesson. Fool, I saved your life. Mr. Wu Song berated. He cut off your ear and you still didn't react. Do you think you could last a few rounds? But isn't he just a small flag? Huang Tao finally began to feel scared. A small flag was at most blood-refining minor success, but he was a great success. Useless. Mr. Wu Song roared angrily. Dozens of people, all useless. Searched for a month and didn't even touch the butt of the white deer. Yet someone else got it by just going up the mountain. Useless, all useless. Pick up your ear. I told you to pick up your ear. So frustrating. On the way down the mountain, Chen Sansi felt stifled. The reason he had not taken the lives of the Martial Arts Academy disciples was because he had noticed old Mr. Wu watching from not too far away. That guy was in the bone-forging realm. From the surface, he hadn't suffered a loss, but that was because the other party was wary of his status. Ultimately, they feared Xiang Ting Chun, feared the governor mansion, and even feared Wang Zhai, but not him. And the land belongs to the people. Why should he have to look at their faces when hunting? Seclusion. Only personal strength was the foundation of everything. The people from the martial arts hall hung around him like wolves all day, making Chen Sansi feel uncomfortable all over. The next time this happens, he would make the martial arts hall's people bleed rivers. Back at the creek, Chen Sansi saw Zhao Kaio and several others lifting a goat. It seemed that today's harvest wasn't too bad. Brother Chen also bagged a goat. Zhuangyu waved from a distance. That's a deer and it's an exotic beast. Zhao Kaio corrected. Good gracious. Wuda craned his neck. How much silver would that fetch? Be satisfied with the goat. Zhao Kaio was quite content. The group descended the mountain. Upon reaching the tavern, Chen Sansi was invited into a VIP room to slowly settle accounts. Deer blood wasn't easy to preserve, so they left behind 5 kilograms. The best parts of the antler were all taken. There was only one heart, which they also took. Each type of animal had valuable parts that differed. For example, the gall of the white deer comparatively wasn't worth much, and such internal organs were all sold off. The sinews were also kept. Then it was the meat of the deer. The meat of an exotic beast would greatly diminish in efficacy if left too long. Chen Sansi himself kept around 100 kilograms. In the end, what could be sold was sold, showing a total of 280 taels on the books. Plus the treasure Zhuangzhan sent that sold for 60 taels. This sum of money was enough for an ordinary person to live affluently in the prefecture city. But for those practicing martial arts, it was merely a resource for a certain phase. Over 300 taels of silver had to be bundled to fit. Chen Sansi, carrying the heavy silver, rode the white horse to the garrison's forge. This sinew, new guy holding the white sinews and gently pulling them, said, "You actually managed to get the sinew of a white deer. Great stuff. I'll definitely make you a bow of over 10 stones come back in 30 days. After giving his instructions, Chen Sansi inquired about the witch god sect. It's been said. Wang Zhai chewed peanuts as he drank. Household's commander Xiang got so angry that he slammed the table on the spot and ordered Luo Dongquan to continue the investigation, ensuring it must be clarified before the new county magistrate and selection officer arrive. Selection officer, Chen Sansi asked, weren't they supposed to come after spring began? Don't know the reason, but it's been moved up this year. Wang Zhai squinted. I estimate it's not for you, but rather for a general purge. A purge. Chen Sansi remarked, similar to an imperial envoy coming over for inspection. Yes. Wang Zhai nodded. Every year, the selection officers travel thousands of miles to various counties and prefectures, not just to receive people, but more importantly, to enforce military discipline and execute a few beyond saving. Just last year, the garrison's household's commander next door took bribes and secretly replaced someone's eligibility for selected points, and when discovered, was directly sent to Liangzhu to die in a suicide squad. If 100 households like him are found out, there are those who get executed on the spot. Otherwise, why do you think they fear the governor mansion? And why do the people from Martial Arts Hall dare not touch you? Why are you looking at me like that? Chen Sansi said indifferently, worried about you. Worried about me. Wang Zhai pondered the meaning behind the words and suddenly understood. You think I'm also beyond redemption. Am I so disreputable in your eyes? He defended himself vehemently. The silver I gather has its legitimate uses. When the selection officer arrives, don't talk nonsense. When are they coming? Chen Sansi asked. Don't know exactly, but definitely before it starts snowing, Wang Zhai replied. That said, wasn't the selection officer also going to participate in the spring conscription? Chen Sansi inquired about the attitude of the governor mansion regarding this matter. As far as I know, the governor mansion does not approve, Chen Sansi said. 100 households. Wang was well informed, but this matter was approved by the Ministry of War, and you know who is above the Ministry of War, don't you? I suspect that the reason the selection officer came early was to see if it was possible to stop them. Above the Ministry of War were naturally the Emperor and the Regent Crown Prince, and perhaps a few key decision-makers at most. That damn Xiang Tingchen. 100 households. Wang tapped his fingers on the table. He wants to use this chance to join the forces under the Crown Prince faction, using us brothers as stepping stones. The Crown Prince. Was Xiang Tingchen trying to ingratiate himself with the Crown Prince faction? Ever since the 30th year of Longqing, the emperor had begun to cultivate Taoism, delegating the governance to the Crown Prince. Now, in the 72nd year of Longqing, the Crown Prince had been governing for 40 years. Now, with the emperor's tacit approval and the Ministry of War's endorsement, the Crown Prince had started selecting military officers from the border to cultivate his confidence, clearly targeting the governor mansion. Don't worry, this isn't the first time this has happened. 100 households. Wang saw through his thoughts. In the 57th year of Longqing, His Majesty once believed slanders and had the governor imprisoned in the imperial prison. And what happened then? That same summer, an external enemy attacked the south, and without the Lord Governor, 7 cities fell within a month. Even our 8 camps suffered a devastating defeat, with the Black Tortoise camp completely wiped out. Wasn't he reinstated as the governor, and within half a year turned the dire situation around? 3 years ago, when the barbarian tribes were restless, it was Supervisor's son who presided, keeping the barbarian tribes at bay to this day. So let them fuss, anyone in the great Sheng dynasty could be replaced, except for son Dushi. 100 households. Wang concluded triumphantly. Chen Sansi did not know much about these matters. If it was true, this supervisor's son was indeed formidable, but the more formidable he was, the more the old emperor probably feared him. There's also one most crucial point. 100 households. Wang took a deep breath, speaking gravely. Since you're obsessed with martial arts, do you know who has the world's #1 spear technique? Supervisor's son. Chen Sansi didn't even need to guess. Correct. 100 households. Wang spoke with admiration. If you want to reach the pinnacle in spear technique, there's no better teacher than Supervisor's son. You mustn't change your mind about going to the 8 camps just because of some villain's scheming. I haven't planned on changing my mind. Even knowing the risks, Chen Sansi was still very likely to go to the 8 camps. Where else could he go? Follow Xiang Tingchen. Speaking of which, was 100 households. Wang previously from the 8 camps. As Chen Sansi gradually became more familiar with him, they could chat on different topics. Which camp were you in and what position did you hold? I was in. 100 households. Wang began to speak, then swallowed his words and chuckled. Forgot. It's been so many years, who remembers? He clearly did not want to talk about it. Chen Sansi did not ask further. He reiterated his request for the other party to keep an eye out for any cases of missing people, then busied himself with his own matters. He returned home, ate the cooked deer heart. A feeling entirely different from that of bear heart or tiger heart spread throughout his body. Ever since the blood birth phenomenon, each time Chen Sansi practiced his spear technique, the pain felt doubly severe, as if not blood but flames flowed through his body, constantly burning him. But after eating the deer heart, strands of refreshing coolness continuously flowed from his stomach to his limbs and bones, healing his damaged body. Thus, Chen Sansi became more and more spirited with each practice, not needing to rest at all. His proficiency also improved rapidly. No wonder a deer heart was worth 200 taels. The effect was many times better than that of a fierce beast's heart, and not only beneficial for cultivation, but likely also great for maintaining health. Continue. Chen Sansi was unaware that it was already deep into midnight. Inside the house, Sister Lan had long changed into her newly sewn Mandarin duck-style top and was sitting quietly at the bedside, waiting. According to the usual pattern, every time the young man consumed a beast heart, a hectic night ensued. She had grown accustomed to it. Why was today out of the ordinary? She waited until the late hours of the night until, unable to keep her eyes open, Gu Xinlan fell into a deep sleep, drowsy and groggy. Time flows like a relentless river, never pausing for a moment. Behind closed doors, time seems to fly especially fast. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. The weather in the Northern Territory was growing increasingly cold. Fortunately, after the pay increase, the soldiers of Po Yang thousand households had more money in hand and did not have to suffer from the cold. At the martial arts arena, Chen Sansi was sparring with Fang Zongqi. The effects are best when the sparring partner is a realm higher in skill. Fang Zongqi, full of confidence at first, had a markedly terrible expression on his face after less than 5 rounds. Is this really just small achievement in blood refining? Strength, speed, endurance, in which aspect is he inferior to me? To put it more precisely, he seems to be much stronger than me who have reached great success in blood refining. Struggling miserably to reach the 10th round, the web of Fang Zongqi's right hand holding the saber split open, blood gushed out continuously, and his arm became numb and stiff, almost forgetting how to execute the saber technique he learned. Surrounding them were onlooking soldiers, most of whom were his subordinates. Seeing that he could no longer hold on, Fang Zongqi quickly said, "Enough, it's a draw, a draw." Fang Zongqi, with his trembling right hand hidden behind his back, said, "You must be close to achieving great success in blood refining, right? It should be in the next few days." Chen Sansi did not deny it. Cultivation technique, basic spear technique of a soldier minor success. Progress 1855-2000. Utility swift spear movement, amazing endurance, robust chi blood, blood birth phenomenon. The effects of the exotic beast's flesh are astonishing. Together with Chen Sansi being relatively affluent, even foregoing blood replenishing soup for the 15 taels per dose of 9 revolutions replenishing essence soup, how could his speed not be fast? Well done. Fang Zongqi said with emotion, "Once you reach great success in blood refining, you too could be promoted to a flag leader, leveling with me. I've benefited from your care during this period, Fang Zongqi." After the enhancement of his cultivation, Chen Sansi's promotion to flag leader was a certainty, but he feared he would end up a leader in name only. After all, the garrison didn't have that many men. Where would he suddenly find 50 men to command out of thin air? At most, he'd be treated with the privileges of a flag leader's rank, but in title only. Training in the morning, patrolling the city in the afternoon. Ever since they reported the cases of people disappearing, Xiang Tingchen had promptly started to dispatch daily city patrols. Moreover, he was very irritable. Most of those ranked flag leader or higher were scolded on a daily basis. After all, the selection officer was about to arrive, and not to mention the matter of the immortal treasure, just the fact that people were dying daily without any catch of the murderer could lead to a charge of dereliction of duty against him. The problem was, they truly couldn't find anything. So many deaths certainly couldn't be the work of just 1 or 2 people. But Po Yang County was such a small place, there couldn't possibly be another place like the Golden Bell Temple for them to hide, unless the murders were not committed by the witch god sect at all. In that case, it would be natural to find no clues. Chen Sansi's mind, involuntarily, thought of the Medicine Valley he encountered on the mountain that day. Being barricaded from such a distance, it was completely abnormal. He just couldn't understand, why would a martial arts hall commit murder? He would go up the mountain to take a look. It would also provide an opportunity to hunt something. There was still nearly 200 taels of silver at home, which was enough, but it would also not be bad to hunt something like a black bear. After all, he couldn't make the trip in vain. Early the next morning, Chen Sansi set off. In recent days, there are still people missing, it's just that. Zhao Kaio and a few others followed behind. They're all countryside folk. The countryside, neck-deep in martial arts training. Chen Sansi had not participated in the patrols and was aware of the deaths, but he did not know about this detail. Yes, Wuda said at first there were disappearances in both the county town and countryside, but gradually it changed to only countryside folk going missing, to put it plainly, the poor. Chen Sansi felt even more that something was wrong. The witch god sect didn't discriminate whether you were rich or poor when they killed. This kind of thing only one's own people could do. After heading up the mountain, he made his way towards Medicine Valley. Before he even reached his destination, he could see from afar 3 figures standing on the road that led inevitably to Medicine Valley. Liang Zhan, Mr. Wu of Golden Bell Temple, and another youth around 30 years old. This youth had a cloud pattern on his garment. Additionally, considering his mannerisms and how he stood as an equal to the other two, it could only be the young master of Yun Martial Arts Hall, who first had his family business usurped by his uncle, only to later make a comeback. Why recently have all these pampered young masters taken a liking to delving into the deep mountains and dense forests? It's one thing for a single person, but three gathering Tojdurdo they have too much time on their hands. Moreover, 2 li away from Medicine Valley, it's all guarded by Martial Arts Academy disciples. Not even letting a bird through it's clear there's some unspeakable secret. Thinking back carefully, the master of Yun Martial Arts Hall, who was mediocre for half his life, suddenly had a breakthrough at a critical moment. In the town, it was also around those few days that people started to go missing. And then there's Old Five's song. There were rumors that his father was at death's door, desperately in need of white deer for healing. And what happened? So much time has passed, and there hasn't been any news of a funeral at the Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy. On top of that, Old Five's song doesn't seem to be in any hurry at all. No wonder last time I watched helplessly as he took away the white deer. It's likely they have some special way of healing. All the pieces of the puzzle fit together. The disappearances of the commoners, they must be connected to them. It's just there's no evidence for now. Chen Sansi has no plans to approach Rashleigh either. Just before his eyes, there were 3 practicing bone training. Inside Medicine Valley, there must be a few old servants hidden away. Concealing breath and hiding is not the same as invisibility technique. If caught by these people, they could very well do something drastic in desperation. First, I'll go back and break through to great success in blood refining. Besides, the 10-stone heavy bow is almost ready. Ensure that I can retreat safely even when encountering someone in bone training, then come back here to explore further. Having made up his mind, Chen Sansi left quietly without a sound. We can't have any more deaths. Liang Zhan advised the two beside him. Let's put a halt to it for now. It doesn't matter. Old Five's song, however, confidently said, we're only taking peasants from the countryside, nobodies who won't have anyone to seek justice for them. Xiang Tingchen has started investigating again, doesn't Old Five know? Liang Zhan sighed and said, let's just stop for a while. Anyway, your father's injury has been healed, and besides, we still lack the key immortal treasure. Killing more people won't increase its utility. Brother Pan. Old Five's song looked towards the young master of Yun Martial Arts Hall. You're not still hiding something, are you? Absolutely not. Pan Quan's expression tightened. It was with the help of you two that I was able to take back my family business. How could I continue to hide anything? The immortal treasure must be in the hands of Xiang Tingchen, I guarantee it. That bastard Xiang Tingchen. Old Five's song cursed. We sent him a month's worth of money, grain, and medicinal materials, and he won't even show us the shadow of the immortal treasure. Indeed, we can't go on like this. Liang Zhan said worriedly, up to now, we still don't even know what the immortal treasure is. Could Xiang Tingchen at least open the box and show us? As refining organ martial artists, they're going too far. On one hand, we don't know what the immortal treasure is, and on the other, even if we had the immortal treasure, we wouldn't know how to use it. This situation is ridiculous. First, stop supplying the money, grain, and medicinal materials. We can't keep compromising blindly. I agree with this opinion. Leaving Medicine Valley, Chen Sansi hunted down a black bear. For him now, it was completely possible to deal with it easily on his own. He went to the creek to meet up with Zhao Kaio and the others. Unexpectedly, they had caught a few wolves. Seems your hunting luck has improved recently. Chen Sansi first congratulated them, then threw a wet blanket. However, I advise you to not go up the mountain for the time being. There may be danger. Everyone knew the martial arts academies were responsible for the killings, so it was only right to warn them. Why, brother Shi? Wuda asked, puzzled. We've finally found a good spot. We'll definitely be able to shoot wolves again tomorrow. Could stones be harmful to us? As the oldest, Zhao Kaio knew there was a reason behind it. Starting from tomorrow, we won't go up the mountain. Zhuangyi expressed his difficulty. Our family can hardly scrape a meal together. I'll give you the grain. Chen Sansi now was not short of money. No way, consider it a loan from me. You can pay me back next spring. With Chen Sansi insisting, they finally agreed. After selling the black bear, Chen Sansi rushed back to the garrison, planning to achieve great success in one fell swoop. Military camp pharmacy. There's no more medicine left. Chen Sansi, who had come to purchase supplemental medicine, was informed that the warehouse was empty, with only blood replenishing soup available, not replenishing essence soup. On the 3rd of each month, it is the scheduled time for the martial arts hall to send money, grain, and medicine materials. Medical Officer Jiang fanned the flames with a cattail leaf fan, speaking unhurriedly. They are already several days late, and there's still no sign of them. I knew it. How could they be willing to keep sending things? Just this month, they must have lost hundreds of thousands of silver taels. Give me a bowl of blood replenishing soup first, Chen Sansi said. He could roughly guess what was happening. Xiang Tingchen's act of getting something for nothing was almost at its end. The people from the martial arts hall weren't fools. How could they be willing to keep giving things away without receiving anything in return? He didn't know how Xiang Tingchen would deal with it next. Anyway, it was none of his business. It was nothing more than the medicinal materials becoming expensive. If it really came down to it, he would just have to make a few extra trips into the mountains. If he couldn't find exotic beasts, there were always plenty of black bears and big worms. He drank the entire bowl of blood-replenishing soup in one gulp. Chen Sansi picked up his long spear and went to the martial arts arena to make his final breakthrough. The blood-refining realm, from entry level to small achievement, the chi blood evolves from a single strand to 4 strands, flowing through the limbs, achieving strength far beyond that of an ordinary person. But any cultivation technique is not solely reliant on the limbs. Take, for example, spear techniques, which require not only strong arms but also the coordination of the waist, and the lower stance must be stable enough to unleash sufficient power. Therefore, having chi blood circulating only through the limbs is not enough. Only after achieving blood refining great success, with chi blood running through the entire body, forming a Chinese letter great shape internally and fully utilizing the body's strength, can one truly exhibit the full power of a cultivation technique. Wielding the reed leaf spear in his hand, Chen Sansi concentrated on feeling the changes in chi blood within his body. The 4 burning streams of his chi blood had already reached their limit with the practice of the cultivation technique and were in a state where they could no longer improve, just a step away from breaking through and integrating throughout his entire body. However, it was always just a little bit short. It felt as though it was about to come through, yet each time it would retract again. Patience. Although Chen Sansi hadn't been practicing martial arts for long, he had endured more hardships than anyone else. Consuming beast meat and pouring down supplemental medicine required frantic cultivation to metabolize. Every time he did pile work and used the grand breathing skill, it was painful every single time, so he was not lacking in patience. It was merely a matter of time. Calming his mind, Chen Sansi tediously repeated his spear technique over and over again. Wang Zhai saw this and hurriedly pulled Xiang Tingchen over. Don't deceive me. Xiang Tingchen was full of disbelief. No more than 2 months at most, blood refining great success. Household's commander Xiang doesn't believe it. Wang Zhai said with a grin, I heard that you got a lot of good medicine materials from the Tianyuan Liang family, including a 300-year-old ginseng. Ginseng only helps blood-refining warriors. What do you want it for? Xiang Tingchen realized, it's rare indeed. This is the first time I've seen you asking for something for someone else. All right, I promise you, if he makes a breakthrough, I'll give him the ginseng. In the midst of their conversation, the two arrived at the martial arts arena. When they saw the dazzling display of the long spear in the open space, even Xiang Tingchen's eyebrows revealed astonishment. Fatty Wang, with him achieving blood refining great success so quickly, won't he develop inferior blood? Rest assured. Fatty Wang patted his chest and said, I taught him the world's best foundational technique. It's solid, at least superior chi blood, which won't hold him back no matter how high or far he goes in the future. You really have something to fall back on. Xiang Tingchen did not doubt it and lamented, tell me, what exactly did you do to end up being sent here? I even specifically looked it up. There's not a single famous general in the 8 camps with the surname Wang. Household's commander Xiang really thinks highly of me. Wang Zhai said with an expressionless face, I'm 43 this year, and still in the bone training realm. How could I ever be qualified to be a general? I'm just a hanger on doing miscellaneous tasks. Xiang Tingchen said no more and quietly watched the youth on the martial arts arena. In the end, Chen Sansi simply closed his eyes, relying entirely on muscle memory to practice the spear technique, while focusing 100% of his attention inside his body, carefully feeling the flow of chi blood. He didn't know how much time had passed. He felt the light outside his eyelids grow darker and darker, until it was all black, until his spear-wielding hands stiffened and lost their agility, until his lungs expanded to their limit and seemed ready to burst and spew blood at any moment. Thump. Just as his body reached its limit and seemed unable to hold on any longer, all 4 streams of chi blood flowed back into his heart, and when it coursed out again, it was no longer in 4 streams but had transformed into thousands of strands penetrating his limbs and bones, permeating his entire body. For the typical blood-refining warrior at great success, chi blood would form a large character within the body, but for Chen Sansi, it spread throughout his entire body. This was the true meaning of chi blood permeating the body. Cultivation technique, basic spear technique of a military soldier, great success. Utility, blood of the dragon elephant. All entry effects were encompassed by blood of the dragon elephant, enhancing the effects significantly. Chen Sansi began circulating his chi blood again and could feel blood of the dragon elephant seemingly tempering his bones and meridians. No wonder blood refining is important. Within the bone training realm, One relies on the cultivated chi blood to temper the bones. The higher the quality of chi blood, the better the effect. He just wasn't sure what level blood of the dragon elephant was. The system no longer displayed progress, and he needed to switch to a bone training cultivation technique. He should go and ask Wang Zhai about it. Good. As he was lost in thought, a cheer sounded in his ear. Chen Sansi opened his eyes. He then realized that not much time had actually passed. Looking at the sky, it had been only about 2 hours. However, the commotion had been great, drawing many onlookers. The person leading the cheers was Xiang Tingchen. His eyes showed a mix of admiration and envy as he said, "Just 2 months of practicing martial arts and reaching blood refining great success. Our Po Yang 1,000 households have truly produced a genius." Chen Sansi held his long spear and cupped his fists. "Commander Xiang flatters me. No need for modesty. From this day on, you're promoted to flag leader." But Xiang Tingchen smiled wryly. "Though there is a vacancy, we have no extra manpower to allocate to you. Let's start you off with the treatment of a flag leader. Later, if more people enlist, they will be prioritized under your command. Additionally, this officer will reward you with a 300-year-old blood ginseng. Those under your command will also receive rewards. Military soldiers will get 2 doses of replenishing essence soup, and array soldiers will receive 2 taels of silver. The silver will be provided by this officer himself." Chen Sansi was certainly not going to be polite. "Well done." Xiang Tingchen nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the watching soldiers and scolded, "All of you train diligently and you'll earn your rewards too." After speaking, he strode away, hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. Returning to his tent, Luo Dongquan followed close behind him. "My lord, those people have sent their reply. Truly, people won't give up until they see the hair caught." Xiang Tingchen then asked, "What about the witch god sect followers? Were they found? I am incompetent." Luo Dongquan said, bowing his head, "You have 500 men to search the city daily and still can't find them." Xiang Tingchen felt a headache coming on. If he couldn't find the witch god sect followers who slipped through the net, where would he get the immortal treasure for the martial arts hall? To hell with the immortal treasure. No matter what, it shouldn't affect the campaign plan for next spring. It seemed that without taking some drastic action, he wouldn't get them to listen. Endure when it is bearable, but when it is no longer bearable, then stop enduring. Xiang Tingchen crushed the teacup in his hand into powder. "Luo, think of something. We need to pin an offense on the martial arts hall." "My lord." Luo Dongquan was astonished. "This seems improper." "What's improper about it?" Xiang Tingchen said coldly, "They have backers. Do you think I don't? Who do you believe approved my deployment of troops? Just do as I say." "I understand, my lord." 100 households. Wang. Earlier you mentioned that chi blood cultivated has quality differences, so what quality would my chi blood be? Chen Sansi voiced his doubts. The chi blood developed through a lower-tier breathing skill is symbolized by a big character. The bigger and thicker this character, the better. After refining the Haoran breathing skill, it will be at least twice as strong as the chi blood produced by ordinary breathing skills. More than that depends on talent. Being able to circulate it throughout the body is naturally best. You're asking about this, surely you haven't. Wang Zhai placed a hand on the youth's body. "Circulate your chi blood so I can see." Chen Sansi complied. "Your chi blood is of the highest quality." Wang Zhai exclaimed, "Just like me when I started, it circulates throughout the body, but the time spent is significantly less. Steady, even if the supervisor himself were to come, he would take you in. Highest quality." Chen Sansi cautiously inquired, "Is there anything more special?" "There is 1 in 10,000. Wang Zhai explained patiently and in detail. "Those individuals possess an innate martial arts physique, born with a body different from ordinary people, learning the same martial arts faster and with better effects. For example, the Tiger Sha physique, the Golden Python physique, they are destined to reach great heights in martial arts. But don't be disheartened, your bones are definitely sufficient. You can reach great heights as well." Chen Sansi nodded, pondering quietly to himself. There really were abnormal bodies, but all were innate. His dragon elephant blood belonged to the acquired category, and moreover it wasn't a physique but merely a phenomenon occurring in the chi blood, seemed similar to archery. The proficiency panel would, over time, transform him more suitable for the cultivation techniques he practiced. Select a cultivation technique. Wang Zhai was prepared and pulled out 3 booklets from his bosom. After you achieve great success in blood refining, you must start practicing bone-strengthening skills. Each of these 3 is a subsequent book tailored to different emphases in the basic spear techniques of infantry. Chen Sansi aimed his gaze, and the names of several cultivation techniques were Flying Snake Wind Spear, Heaven Python Breaking Formation Spear, Undying Golden Snake Spear. These are only available to me. The rest from the households can only study advanced spear skills. Wang Zhai explained, "These 3 books focus on speed, strength, and endurance, respectively. My recommendation is the Heaven Python Breaking Formation Spear. Cultivating it results in an incredibly fierce spear technique, unmatched on the battlefield. The commander himself had studied this in his youth. Next, the Flying Snake Spear technique moves like the wind, capable of taking a life within a blink of an eye from 20 steps away. In the world of martial arts, speed is unbeatable. As for the undying golden snake, it's also known in the eight camps as the extraordinarily ordinary spear, not as fast or fierce as the previous two, its only advantage being that it consumes chi blood more slowly in combat. However, this is also relative and varies from person to person. Before he finished speaking, Undying Golden Snake was already in Chen Sansi's hand. I choose this one. Are you sure? Wang Zhai seriously said, this isn't a joke, think carefully. Sure, Chen Sansi had thought it through deeply. For long-range assaults, he had archery. In terms of speed and fierceness, his previous enhancement entries covered it, now encompassed by the dragon elephant blood, only to yield better effects, lacking nothing. In his view, the only way to survive on the battlefield was through endurance. He remembered the first spar with Su Bin. It was by relying on endurance that he had won against someone of a higher realm, and then there was the time at the Golden Bell Temple. Among the witch god sect followers were quite a few fierce men, but what use were they? Their fierceness didn't last long before their chi blood was depleted, eventually being hacked to death by a group of array soldiers. Young man, it seems you have experienced the benefits of the Haoran breathing skill, obsessed with endurance. Wang Zhai brought out a jar of wine. Everyone has their own path, I won't say more. Want to join me for a drink to celebrate your promotion? Chen Sansi had previously promised to lend grain to Zhao Kaio and the others, best not to delay. Congratulations, Chen Zongqi. Once outside, many people came up to congratulate him. However, the happiest were under his command. Their leader had achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, and they also got to reap the rewards. 2 portions of blood-replenishing soup, which would cost 60 taels of silver at market price. What a concept. Following stone was the right choice. The silver spent on practicing martial arts has all paid off in one go. Zhu Tong was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Su Wenk also managed to get 2 taels of silver, extremely pleased. He followed behind. My lord, are you leaving the camp? I need to go home too. Let's go together. Chen Sansi asked, hasn't your family lost its home? What are you going back for? To erect a monument. Let's go. Chen Sansi habitually carried his bow and arrows and spear. He loaded 2 bags of rice on the white swan horse and walked leisurely along the road with Su Wenkai. The white swan horse didn't need to be led attentively, it automatically followed closely behind them. My lord is truly impressive. Su Wenkai patted the horse. Even such a spirited horse can be tamed by you. You will surely achieve great things in the future. Chen Sansi didn't know how to respond to such clumsy flattery. Su Wenkai cleared his throat awkwardly and changed the subject. My lord, do you need me to write an article for you to recruit some hands? Recruit hands? Chen Sansi asked. You mean the vacancies under me? Exactly. Su Wenkai spoke earnestly. I must admit, I am somewhat skilled in judging people, and having interacted with you these days, I have grown increasingly convinced that you are extraordinary and will definitely achieve great things in the future. Stop, stop. Chen Sansi's scalp tingled awkwardly as he interrupted. Let's talk about recruitment later. There's no rush. How can you say there's no rush, my lord? Su Wenkai spoke vividly. Remember, the grand ancestor of the former dynasty started a rebellion and killed officials while being deported for military service, and many of those with him later became founding heroes. And about our dynasty's grand ancestor, the sworn brothers he made during his time as a house slave formed the cornerstone of the Shang dynasty's foundation in its early years. From this, it can be seen that to achieve great things, one must recruit a team early. Achieve great things. The more Chen Sansi listened, the more uneasy he felt. What are you planning to do? Cough, cough, my lord, please don't misunderstand. Su Wenkai said, the war is coming in the spring. The more people we have under our command, the better our chances of victory, right? You right then. This was what Chen Sansi observed as he traveled. He saw many villagers still in tattered clothes. Joining the army, at least, allowed them to have enough to eat and stay warm. Of course, the price might be dying on the battlefield. Whether they could be recruited or not, it would be left to fate. All right, Su Wenkai was particularly excited. Watch closely, my lord. Chen Sansi began to wonder what this guy was doing all day if he wasn't training. As the two chatted leisurely, they reached the entrance of Yambian village. Sansi, you've got some nerve coming back. You've brought disaster on the villagers. A familiar, bitter voice came through. Chen Sansi remained irritated. Uncle Lai Zai, what's the matter now? How have I brought disaster upon the villagers? Yes, you've ruined Zhao Kaio. Uncle Zhao. Chen Sansi frowned. What happened to him? I told him recently not to go up the mountain. Who said anything happened on the mountain? Uncle Lai Zai pursed his lips. Many students from the Martial Arts Academy blockaded Zhao Kaio's house in the village. You must have offended someone. Could it be Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy? Chen Sansi asked. Who exactly was there? The ones who last time trapped Zhang Shun to repair the canal, and one with a missing ear, whom they called Big Brother. Uncle Lai Zai looked at the young man mounting his horse and warned, you really dare to go. There's a whole group of them. Aren't you afraid of being killed? Let's go. Without responding, Chen Sansi charged on the white swan horse into the village. Being killed, it wasn't certain yet who would be the one in danger. The white swan horse disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving Su Wenkai coughing in the rising dust. He covered his mouth with his sleeve and asked, "Neighbor, how many of them are there?" "More than 30. Uncle Lizai widened his eyes, each one armed with a sword, very intimidating. Upon hearing this, Su Wenkai did not follow into the village instead. He turned and ran toward the direction of the household's office. "Are you sure they have a good relationship with Chen Sansi?" "Positive." Huang Tao, his face half wrapped in bandages, sat on a stool. In front of him were two martial arts academy disciples bowing and scraping. They were Zhang Kao and Li Hao. How could Huang Tao, who had had an ear chopped off, easily swallow this grudge? He hated that kid in the garrison, hated him so much his teeth itched. But he couldn't beat him in a fight, so he had to resort to underhand tactics. His fellow servant disciples, Zhang Kao and Li Hao, knew this and ran to offer their advice. They said they had a way, although they couldn't kill Chen Sansi, they could teach him a lesson. That was to strike at the people around him. "You think you're great, you're tough, what about the people around you?" "Positive." Zhang Kao affirmed with certainty. "We saw with our own eyes last time that Chen Gai leading those 3 hunters. They killed a black bear and even shot an arrow at us. Their relationship is surely good." They harbored resentment but lacked the guts and strength for revenge. Having finally caught an opportunity, of course, they wanted to get involved. "This move is definitely effective." Li Hao said proudly, "That kid used to have a brother who was sent by us to work on the canal, his fate unknown to this day. What can he do to us?" "Eldest senior brother, are you really sure about this?" Wei Su at his side was somewhat anxious. "Mr. Wu said before, don't provoke him lightly." "What about my ear?" Huang Tao said angrily, "I dare not kill him, but do I even dare not touch a few poor hunters? Let him see that people suffer because of him, it's at least a consolation." "Exactly." Zhang Kao egged on, "We called over 30 brothers today. He's just one person, what's there to fear? Moreover, it's broad daylight. Would he dare to kill someone in the street?" "Well said." Huang Tao waved his hand commandingly. "Bring those few hunters up here." Several martial arts academy disciples brought up 3 hunters with bruised and swollen faces. They were none other than Zhao Kaio, Wu De, and Zhuang Yi. "Let go of me, damn your ancestors." "Deserve a slap, who are you cursing?" Zhang Kao stepped up and slapped him. "You, on what grounds are you arresting us?" Wu De's mouth was bloody. "We haven't broken any laws." "Haven't broken any laws." Li Hao reached into his robe and pulled out a cracked jade pendant. "Then what's this? You steal our eldest senior brother's property and now deny it. You're talking nonsense, you're framing us." Wu De cursed loudly. This morning, martial arts academy disciples suddenly burst into his home and found a jade pendant that he had never seen before. They accused the 3 of conspiring to steal. The framing was crude and brutal, with no logic. "Paupers," Huang Tao said coldly, "you go hunting on the mountain and steal my things. Rural folk are truly low. You're also from the countryside." Zhuang Yi shouted, "Aren't you Huang Tao? Your family used to weave straw mats in Cayenne family village. It's only after your sister became the concubine of the 70-year-old Mr. Feng in town that you got to join the martial arts hall." "Shut your mouth." Huang Tao, overcome with rage and embarrassment, stomped on his face. "Blather any more nonsense and I'll smash your head into pieces." Zhao Kaio, being older, understood that arguing was futile. He pleaded, "Sir, please show us a way out. How can we get you to spare us? Compensate." "You couldn't afford it anyway." Huang Tao revealed his true purpose. "I'm magnanimous and will give you a chance. Go call Chen Sansi over here. Let him come and apologize for you." We don't know Chen Sansi," Zhao Kaio startlingly declared. "Uncle Zhao?" Wu De and Zhuang Yi looked bewildered, wondering why he would say that. Zhao Kaio gave a slight shake of his head, signaling with his eyes. He had seen the truth. These people were targeting Chen Sansi. There were 7 or 8 men standing in front of them, with at least 20 more hidden nearby, each with a treasure sword hanging at their waist. Clearly, they dared not trouble the military garrison, hoping to use them to lure the hunter out into the street to make things difficult for him. Indeed, Zhao Kaio knew he was implicated for no reason, but if it weren't for their insistence on having the hunter lead them up the mountain, this wouldn't have happened. Having benefited from his kindness, one couldn't complain when faced with such a situation, nor could they harm the hunter. They might not understand martial arts, but they knew these were dozens of martial masters. Even if the hunter could fight a tiger, he would suffer greatly if he came. "Don't know him." Huang Tao saw through his thoughts. "You dogs, beat him." Zhang Kao and Li Hao were the first to raise their hands. In no time at all, the 3 of them were covered in blood, bruised all over. This scene was witnessed from a distance by many villagers of Yambian village, but they were angry yet dared not speak. Huang Tao lost his patience. "Forget it, Wei, you go to the garrison to trick Chen out, me." Wei Su's head shook like a rattled drum, clearly lacking the courage. He pointed at Zhang Kao. "You 2 go." "Ah, brother." Zhang Kao and Li Hao kept retreating. We don't know where the households is located." Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves, like war drums, rang in their ears. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a cloud of dust rising at the end of the muddy road. A white steed rushed out from the midst of the yellow sand. On the horse sat a young man in armor, carrying a bow, arrows, and a long spear on his back. The dust was so thick that his expression could not be seen clearly. "It's him." Zhang Kao and Li Hao sighed with relief. "He's come." Good timing. Huang Tao showed a hint of joy. He shouted in the direction of the young man, deliberately loud. Chen, your fellow villagers stole from me. I advise you to stay out of this. Hunter, they are many. Be careful. Zhao Kaio wanted to give a warning, but was too injured to raise his voice. Shut up. Huang Tao kicked him, continuing to shout, if you really want to meddle, that's not impossible, but you'll have to kneel and apologize for them. Otherwise, I'll chop off their limbs and send them to the county government prison. Duh. No response came, only the sound of the hooves racing. Chen, our elder martial brother is talking to you, didn't you hear him? Zhang Kao and the others took a step forward. Get off your horse. They didn't have the courage to approach him alone, but with over 30 fellow disciples standing behind them, they suddenly found their courage, and it was considerable. Still no response, just the warhorse rapidly approaching. Why do I feel something is not right? Li Hao felt a bit uneasy, noticing that the young man on the horse had at some point replaced the reins in his hands with a bow and arrow, and was aiming at him. Bang. Under everyone's gaze, a black shadow flashed past, directly piercing through Li Hao's heart. He fell headfirst, motionless. Zhang Kao's mouth hung open. This was nothing like what he had imagined. To kill upon arrival, how could he dare? The faux courage he had borrowed instantly shattered. The second arrow swiftly followed, its head piercing directly into his mouth and exiting through the back of his skull, killing him instantly. Everything happened too quickly. Both Huang Tao's group and the sneaking villagers were rendered speechless, standing petrified in place. Hush. Finally, it was the young man's voice that broke the silence. I don't have many arrows left. Chen Sansi lowered his head to glance at his arrow bag and calmly stated, aside from Huang Tao and Wei Su, anyone else who wants to live can leave. However, I will only count to 10. 10. As the countdown began, everyone suddenly snapped to attention. Murder. The villagers of Yambian village had never seen such a bloody scene before, not to mention the murderer. It was their once familiar Stone. Just a few months ago, he had been holding saint books, intending to sit for the imperial examination. Suddenly, he was holding a bow, having killed a man. What high office has Stone taken on to dare kill a martial arts academy disciple in the streets? Well done indeed. 8 out of 10 people had been bullied by those from the martial arts hall. After all, many farmers had their land cheaply bought up by landlords with the help of martial masters. You've got some nerve. Huang Tao came back to his senses amid the shock. A small flag, committing murder in the street, is there no law? The young man on the horse showed no emotion as he slowly drew an arrow and notched it to the bowstring, muttering 9. Fellow brothers, let's take him down together. Huang Tao drew his sword. Even if Ting Chun himself came today, there's no reason to protect him. The clanging sounds continued to erupt. Blades of gleaming swords were unsheathed, 30-odd martial artists blocking the path of the white horse. 6. The countdown did not stop. The people from Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy were getting panicked. Was this person really planning to kill them all? What are you afraid of? Huang Tao roared. He is just one person. Big brother, perhaps we should call Mr. Wu. The people from the martial arts hall, after all, were not an army. These disciples, not only did they not receive a salary, but many also had to pay tuition every year. Bullying others was one thing, but dying for it. Don't joke, no one is a fool. Right, big brother, I also think we should call Mr. Wu to handle him. 3, 2, clatter. Before the countdown ended, the vast majority of martial arts academy disciples turned on their heels and ran. Why are you running? Huang Tao's shouts were futile, and soon only 5 or 6 people remained, either hotheads or those closely related to him. Even Wei Su was about to run. You stop right there. Huang Tao grabbed Wei Su, pulling him back. Mr. Chen said, you can't escape with me. Chen Sansi raised his longbow. Ladies and gentlemen, time's about up. As his words fell, the Kaiyuan bowstring sounded like thunder, arrows shooting in rapid succession. Whoosh. 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 Whether it was the disciples with blood cultivation introduction or blood refining minor success, as long as they were still present, they were shot through the head one after another at speed and accuracy unmatchable even if they desperately tried to close in. These people all died instant brain deaths without any pain, enjoying sheer bliss. Big brother, I told you not to come. Wei Su's voice carried a sobbing tone. He tossed his sword to the ground, desperately trying to run. Splurch. Before he could even lift his leg, his back chilled and he died from the arrow. In less than 10 seconds, only Huang Tao was left. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Arrow after arrow, each hitting its mark, leaving no chance even to dodge. Drive. Chen Sansi put away his bow and charged forward on his horse, wielding a long spear with the force of thunder towards the last remaining man. I will fight you with all I've got. With no retreat, Huang Tao summoned his chi blood to face the towering warhorse charging at him. He was utterly defeated in terms of courage. Moreover, with Chen Sansi having achieved great success in riding a warhorse, not even a single exchange occurred before the reed leaf gun pierced through Huang Tao's heart, skewering his body and carrying it dozens of feet through the air before Chen Sansi stopped his horse, pulled out the long spear, and let the body slide to the ground. All returned to dead silence. The yellow mud road of Yambian village was stained red with fresh blood. Oh my goodness. Lai Zai was so frightened by the scene, he sat down on the ground, crazy, crazy. Brother Shi, Zhao Kaio barely managed to regain his senses from the shock. How do we handle this? Brother Shi took on so many of them by himself. Wu De first admired, then worried, having killed so many martial arts academy disciples. They will come looking for you immediately. Brother Shi, let's run together. Zhuangyi suggested, let's go to the next county, become bandits in the mountains. Chen Sansi, however, was calm and composed. He had long wanted to kill Li Kao and Zhang Hao, no need to mention it. The rest couldn't be allowed to stay either. It wasn't because he enjoyed killing recklessly and without consideration for consequences. Keeping these people around would be like having a pack of hyenas constantly surrounding him, swarming in at the first sign of vulnerability. However, he dared to kill because he had the confidence to do so. Recently, military supplies had been interrupted, giving Xiang Tingchen a headache. If things escalated to an unmanageable point, Chen Sansi could completely expose the affairs of Medicine Valley. Xiang Tingchen dreamed of having real leverage over the martial arts hall. Even if he couldn't find evidence, given his knack for conjuring benefits from thin air, he would create some. At this time, the Martial Arts Academy and the army were at odds. There was no need to worry about making a big fuss. In dealing with people and affairs, one must judge the situation. Moreover, Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy was not like the other three. It was currently very weak. The old master was just recovering from a serious injury. Though not dead, he was still in closed-door healing. The only one active outside was Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu had not trained in bone training for long and was practicing an inferior breathing skill from Jianghu. Chen Sansi, with the blood of the dragon elephant enhancing him, did not just have a good chance of winning complete retreat without issue, was 100 certain. Zhao Kaio naturally was unaware of these details and worriedly said, Brother Shi, let's run fast. Uncle Zhao worries too much, there will be no trouble, Chen Sansi reassured him as his ears twitched slightly. More people are coming, you guys go hide inside the house first. He heard groups of people urgently approaching from both the front and back ends of the village. Damned fools, why didn't you stop them? Mr. Wu was sprinting, with a disciple struggling to keep up behind him. Mr. Wu, he is the eldest apprentice brother, how could we stop him? At such a critical time, why does this fool always seek trouble? We should have never accepted him. Mr. Wu's expression was grave. A few hours ago, his father, still recovering from an injury, was invited by Xiang Tingchen to a banquet at the Eight Treasures building and hadn't returned since. It was definitely about the issues of money and food supplies. Xiang Tingchen would definitely find a way to make things difficult for them. And at this very time, he learned that Huang Tao had led people to surround Chen Sansi. If that kid got hurt, wouldn't it hand the advantage right into the hands of someone surnamed Xiang? What's going on? As Mr. Wu neared the place, he encountered a large group of his own disciples running out of the village. Mr. Wu, the disciples previously terrified, managed to pull themselves together upon seeing him. Mr. Wu, it's terrible. Someone was killed. Someone was killed. Did you kill Chen Sansi? Mr. Wu felt a sense of foreboding. The last time on Tiger Head Mountain, he had seen the young man, and although powerful, he was after all only a small achiever of blood-cultivating introduction. Huang Tao had taken more than 30 fellow apprentice brothers, including 7 or 8 of blood-refining minor success. If they surrounded him, Chen Sansi was bound to suffer. Yet the answer that came was completely the opposite. No. The disciple, breathless, it's that military household. He went on a rampage, killed so many of our people. What? Mr. Wu quickened his pace. When he arrived at the scene, he saw bodies scattered all over the ground. Huang Tao, Wei Su, along with several true inheritors. Mr. Wu looked at Chen Sansi seated on the back of a horse and flew into a rage. How dare you, you wretch? These true disciples were all cultivated with a tremendous amount of effort. Just to be slaughtered like chickens and dogs. Wasn't he at small achievement in blood refining? He broke through again. But even if it was at blood refining great success, Huang Tao was as well, and he had many helpers around him, so how could they all get killed? Are they all useless? After the shock had passed, Old Five Song was once again enveloped in rage, and he roared, have you gone too far? Come, come, seize him for me. The disciples who had been scared off before, now that Mr. Wu of the bone training martial artist personally took charge, regained their courage and cautiously drew their swords, edging towards the white swan horse. Who dares to make a move? Just at that moment, a voice with a trace of age and cunning rang out. Su Wenkai was seen rushing back, breathless. Following him were the officials from the Po Yang 1,000 households. Leading the charge was Fang Zonki, followed by Su Bin, Zhu Tong, Wang Li, and others. Together, they numbered around 40 or 50 people. Chen Sansi hadn't noticed Su Wenkai before. It seemed he had gone back to fetch people. The garrison officials carried long spears and lined up on either side of him, confronting the Martial Arts Academy disciples. My lord, Su Wenkai said breathlessly, 100 households Wang and households commander Xiang aren't in the camp. I could only find Fang Zonki. Why are there so many dead people? Fang Zongqi, looking at the corpses on the ground, realized the situation was serious. He steeled himself and cupped his fists. Mr. Wu, is there a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding your mother's head. Old Five Song, unable to control his emotions, said, you killed so many of my people, and you say it's a misunderstanding. What do you all want by coming here with so many people to kill even me? Of course not. Fang Zongqi tried to mediate. How about this? Let Chen Zongqi come back with us first, and after Lord Thousand Households returns, we'll discuss how to handle this. I don't need you. Old Five Song was beside himself with anger today. I will personally capture him alive and take him before Xiang Tingchen to see how he intends to explain this to me. As he spoke, he snatched a sword from the hand of a disciple nearby and prepared to take action himself. Chen Zongqi. Fang Ping, his voice low, advised, you should leave first. We'll stall them for a while. Wait, what are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, the young man beside him charged out with his spear raised and riding his horse forward. He's a bone-training martial artist. Fang Ping couldn't stop him and could only watch helplessly as the two sides clashed with incredible speed. There's a world of difference between blood refining and bone training. Where did you get the courage? Old Five Song's chi blood erupted, and the meridians in his body suddenly swelled, wrapping around his bones inch by inch with a sound like popping beans. His muscles bulged as if he were a humanoid beast. The moment he moved, his feet left deep pits in the yellow mud, with the scenery on both sides retreating rapidly, and in a flash he was only about 10 steps away from the white horse, his treasure sword roaring like thunder, fast as lightning. Thunderbolt sword technique. Old Five Song was consumed by rage. He focused on the reed leaf spear raised high in the young man's hand, planning to dodge this strike and then close in quickly, first to slay the warhorse, then sever the young man's arm, and finally to capture him alive. When they were about 7 steps apart, a cold light suddenly flared. Without knowing when, the spear tip was thrusting forward. Old Five Song had concentrated all his attention on the long spear, yet he failed to notice when the opponent made his move. How did he do it? He quickly abandoned his offensive stance to block with his treasure sword. With one strike, both sides didn't stop advancing and passed by each other. Old Five Song's sword in his hand continued to tremble, his anger lessening, replaced by astonishment. This move. He hadn't gained any advantage. At most, he had used his realm to suppress the opponent, gaining a slight upper hand in strength. Chen Sansi reined in his horse, no less tense. Old Five Song, just at entry level in bone training, already possessed such fierce power. Bone training martial artists should not be underestimated. Fortunately, he had the augmentation of the dragon-elephant bloodline to compensate for most of the disparity, and all he had to do next was to give it his all, and he might well be a match for his opponent. Again, Song Laowu launched another attack. The others watched their fight, unsure of what to do. He just achieved great success, and he can spar with a bone trainer martial artist. Fang Ping couldn't believe it. But the situation was urgent, and he had no time to be astounded. We can't let them go on fighting. No matter who gets injured, there's no easy way out. I need to find Lord Thousand Households. What a coincidence. Not long before, a large number of troops had been called away from the garrison, including Wang Zhai, Liu Jingqui, and several other 100 household officers. They were escorting a cart of something to the county city, seemingly on a mission. Those left in camp were the ones who had relations with Chen Sansi naturally. They had to come and see what the trouble was. He was unable to manage the situation now. Blinded by rage, nobody could stop them. Brothers, kill, huh? Zhu Tong's eyes bulged as he swung his war hammer, ready to charge forward. Kill my ass. Fang Ping scolded, do you think you are on a battlefield? Have you lost your mind? Zhu Bin, keep an eye on them. I'll go look for 100 households. Wang, we must stabilize the situation and not let it escalate any further. He rushed toward the county city in great haste. Are we really just going to stand here and watch? Zhu Tong pointed at the Martial Arts Academy disciples. There are so many of them. Are we going to let Chen Sansi take them on alone? As Song Lao Wu and the young man fiercely fought not far away, the Martial Arts Academy disciples were itching to move in. At any sign of the young man faltering or getting injured, they planned to gang up on him. You surname Su, Zhu Tong cursed, how has Chen Sansi treated you in normal times? Don't make me lose respect for you. Damn it, do you think I need you to tell me that? Su Bin drew his reed leaf gun. Brothers, surround those from the martial arts hall. Flag leader Fang said not to act rashly. Another small flag tried to intervene. Su Bin ignored him. Zhu Tong was right. Since meeting Chen Sansi, Su Bin knew very well how Chen Sansi had treated him. If he didn't help at a time like this, would he even be a man? Su Bin had always been conscientious and responsible, and his men respected him and were willing to follow his orders. As for Wang Li and the others, needless to say, they had just received favors, and even if they didn't go up to help, they couldn't stand by and watch their boss be ambushed. There was also a small flag that was willing to help. The 50 government soldiers that came to Yambian village, 30 of them charged out and encircled the Martial Arts Academy disciples. What are you doing? The Martial Arts Academy disciples looked at the dense long spears. You drew first blood, and now you dare surround us. Are you planning to massacre innocent people? To hell with innocent people. Zhu Tong smashed his hammer into the chest of the man who spoke, who instantly spat blood and passed out. The rest of the Martial Arts Academy disciples immediately clammed up. Nobody move, Su Bin roared. Anyone harboring ill intentions will be executed without mercy. The Martial Arts Academy disciples, for the most part hooligans at heart, promptly stood at attention, all glancing towards their boss, Mr. Wu. If Mr. Wu could just defeat that kid, there was no rush for them to act tough then. Su Bin watched the fight anxiously. The two men fighting were at a level he simply could not get involved in. He could only hope that Chen Sansi could hold on until Fang Zonki could summon help. Sword shadows and spear glimmers crossed and flickered. Battle horses neighed fiercely, and figures moved swiftly. Every time their weapons collided, Chen Sansi had to exert his full strength to parry. It's no wonder old Fifth Song was so confident before he made his move. The gap between bone training and blood refining was indeed vast. However, for Chen Sansi, as long as he could withstand the first onslaught, it meant that he would not lose and even had a very high chance of winning. Because he could keep it up indefinitely, the power of the dragon-elephant bloodline was not only formidable, but its efficiency far exceeded that of ordinary Qi blood. With the same amount of Qi blood consumption, an ordinary person could deliver one strike, while Chen Sansi could deliver at least 3. As time dragged on, the longer it went, the greater his chance of winning naturally became. The person who understood this most deeply was naturally old Fifth Song himself. What kind of freak is this? His thunderbolt sword technique was definitely considered excellent in a place like Po Yang County. Plus, with his bone training and blood refining, he was suppressing across levels. That he couldn't take down his opponent quickly was one thing, but after dozens of exchanges, he hadn't felt the slightest sign of being able to win. The youth's spear technique was pure and refined. Although it appeared that he was always on the defensive, in reality, if he was the slightest bit careless, the next second the spear tip would be thrusting straight at his face. Additionally, the opponent was riding a warhorse, looking down from above, coordinating with a long spear over a meter in length to sweep in all directions. Old Fifth Song couldn't get close at all and could only ever gamble against the sharp spear tip, unable to even injure the horse below. His heart grew impatient. After all, it's just the realm of blood refining. I want to see how much longer you can hold out. Old Fifth Song roared with fury. He overworked his Qi blood, his long sword slashing like a storm without giving any respite, aimed to force the opponent to expend a large amount of Qi blood and win by the accumulation of his realm. This made the spectators very anxious. Wang Li, Zhu Tong cursed, if the situation doesn't look right, the two of us will go up together and mess him up, all right. Wang Li nodded. Zhao Kaio and Wu Do also quietly grabbed bows and arrows, ready to ambush at a moment's notice. Only Su Bin felt increasingly familiar with what he saw. Yes, it was this feeling. We don't need to interfere. Chen Sansi has a 90% chance of winning. How can you tell? Just watch. Indeed, another 20 exchanges passed. Old Fifth Song's explosive power began to wane with time. In contrast, the young man's condition didn't seem different from the beginning. It was impossible to see how much longer he could hold on, but it was old Fifth Song who began to show flaws, giving his opponent the chance to counterattack. Several meters apart, the gale-like onrush of the reed leaf spear was either a thrust to the face or a stab to the throat, each move deadly like a bloodthirsty venomous snake. Clang, clang, clang. Old Fifth Song continually swung the sword to cut down the snakes, but one after another kept coming, faster and more numerous. Eventually, they were everywhere and unstoppable. He had no choice but to dodge frantically, twisting his neck and head to evade, looking like a thrilling acrobatic performance. Cold sweat broke out from his body, and old Fifth Song realized a frightening fact. If this delay continued, it wouldn't be a matter of whether he could win or not, but whether he would die. Having achieved great success in blood refining, his strength hadn't diminished much, but he had been able to last for so long. How was this possible? He could fight no longer. The rage in old Fifth Song's heart was gradually extinguished, and he regained his composure. Clang. He exerted all his strength to chop away the spear tip, then leaped backwards consecutively to quickly distance himself. Chen Sansi leapt up from the saddle, like a tiger pouncing in midair, quickly closing the gap. He thrust out the reed leaf spear in his hand, aiming directly at his opponent's chest. This thrust was extraordinarily swift. Old Fifth Song couldn't block in time, nor dared to. He dodged to the side, narrowly allowing the spear to graze past him. However, the spear blade still opened a chasm on his chest, with fresh blood gushing out. Bang! Chen Sansi didn't retract his spear. The dragon-elephant blood in his body surged wildly. Holding the shaft like a club with his body and horse's momentum combined, he unleashed a bear gang force and swept it across the opponent's chest. Old Fifth Song was sent flying several meters backward and crashed onto the yellow muddy ground. Under the effect of inertia, he rolled several times before stopping, his face covered in fresh blood and his fine clothes became utterly disheveled. Stop, hold on, he supported himself up with his sword. I concede, I'll no longer pursue the matter of killing my disciple. Let's call it quits. The crowd was stunned. A blood-refining warrior won against a bone-training warrior. Farewell. Old Fifth Song, no longer caring about his appearance, dropped the words and fled. Old Fifth. The encircled disciples of the martial arts hall shouted loudly, but clearly their old fifth did not plan to care for them. Good, it's just as well to stop here. A few dead disciples of the martial arts hall shouldn't be a big problem. Su Bin and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but soon they tensed up again, because the youth seemed not ready to let go of this old fifth. Chen Sansi withdrew his spear, picked up the Kaiyuan great bow, then bent down to pull out an arrow from a corpse, and drew the bow without a moment's hesitation. Swoosh. Old Fifth Song, who had run nearly 100 steps away, kept looking back to watch. When he saw the other party drawing the bow and knocking the arrow, he thought to use the sword to strike, but he was a moment too slow. The wolf-teeth arrow whistled in, piercing through flesh and lodging in his chest, not reaching the heart but shattering bones on impact. Mr. Song staggered to the ground, looking up at the young man chasing after him, his face contorted in a ferocious snarl. You kill my disciples and that's one thing, but do you really dare to kill me? Why shouldn't I? Chen Sansi's fierce shout echoed through the village. The white swan horse responded to his call, and he once again mounted, pointing his reed-leaf long spear straight ahead. Gathering all his chi blood power, he focused it entirely upon the long spear, and combining it with the charging warhorse, he rapidly closed in on his enemy and thrust the spear downward. Mr. Song was unable to resist at all. His treasure sword shattered upon contact and dropped to the ground. The sharp and elongated gun blade was unstoppable as it thunderously pierced into his body. Mr. Song lay on the ground screaming, using his last strength to grasp the spear shaft desperately, preventing the gun tip from penetrating deeper into the wound. The white swan horse did not stop. The long spear, embedded in the opponent's body, dragged across the ground. Mr. Song's clothes were torn and his back agori messed. The strength in his grip on the spear shaft weakened more and more. Blood bubbled from his mouth as he made a final effort to save his life. My family pays tribute to the Lord Prefect every year. Killing me is a death sentence. Puchai. Chen Sansi couldn't be bothered to respond. He twisted the spear shaft, causing the gun tip to churn within the opponent's body, drilling through bones before mashing the heart like a drill. Mr. Song's hands slackened, and he breathed his last. In Yambian village, an eerie silence prevailed. Chen Sansi raised the long spear high. Brothers, rest assured, I killed Mr. Song. I will go to Lord Thousand Households myself to explain the situation. It has nothing to do with you all. 8 Treasures Restaurant. Private room. Fine wine and dishes filled the dining table, yet no one moved their chopsticks. Xiang Tingchen sat in the seat of honor. In front of him were the masters of the 4 great martial arts schools of Poyang County. My speech is over. His gaze swept over each of them, each word heavy. Who agrees and who opposes? Don't even think about it. Master Song Nanshan of Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy was the first to speak out. His hair and beard were white, his breath weak as if he had just recovered from a severe illness, but his words were firm. Commander Xiang, you're too aggressive. I see no need to continue this discussion. He tried to rise, leaning on his walking stick. Luo Dongquan, guarding the door, flashed his blade. Master Song Nanshan demanded angrily, what does this mean? It's obvious. Xiang Tingchen helped himself to a drink, speaking leisurely. Today, whether you agree or not, you won't leave through this door unless you do. Master Song, you are the oldest and most experienced here. I hope you can set a good example. I've made myself perfectly clear. Master Song Nanshan snorted coldly without seeing the thing. Don't even think about getting another copper coin from us. Well said. The master of Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy banged on the table, echoing, Xiang Tingchen, I suspect you don't have the immortal treasure at all and have been deceiving us all along. Master Liang, there's no need to test me. Xiang Tingchen narrowed his eyes. I'm telling you one last time, cooperate honestly, and after spring the thing will be delivered to you with both hands. Master Song Nanshan stood his ground. What if we insist on seeing the thing first? Then I might just find something in your mansions. Xiang Tingchen spoke indifferently, for example, armor or crossbows, or perhaps a large number of long weapons. Nonsense. Master Song Nanshan's anger aggravated his injuries and he coughed violently. Pointing at his nose, he scolded Xiang Tingchen, don't forget we're grasshoppers on the same rope. Making a big scene benefits no one. Xiang Tingchen's eyes darkened, threatening me. Master Song Nanshan turned to the others. Don't be afraid of him, he's just bluffing. I'll personally clear things up with the officials about the weapons and armor. As for the immortal treasure, he wouldn't dare make it public. Xiang Tingchen's right hand silently rested on the hilt of the knife hidden beneath him, but he did not draw it. The opponent was right. Just planting some armor and weapons was not quite enough. Even if they resorted to force, they couldn't exterminate all the 4 great martial arts schools. They had to pick a target to make an example of. The atmosphere tensed as if blades were drawn. Outside, an argument could be heard. Lord Thousand Households has given orders not to enter. Please relay a message as I have urgent news to report. Luo Dongquan went to check and soon returned, quietly reporting to the commander. A flag leader has come looking for you, named Fang Ping, he says. As Xiang Tingchen listened to the report, the murderous intent in his pupils surged, and his voice grew several times more forceful, finally having a suitable target. Song Nanshan, you've got some nerve. Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy disciples committing murder in broad daylight, seen by hundreds, and you still say you don't have rebellious intentions. Death awaits you. Before Master Song Nanshan could comprehend the situation, his head was severed with a single slash. Pass my order. Xiang Tingchen was full of killing intent. Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy has plotted rebellion. We must immediately dispatch troops to suppress them, leave none alive. Mad dog. The remaining 3 martial arts hall masters were shocked and dismayed. Xiang Tingchen, you mad dog. Indeed, I am a mad dog. Xiang Tingchen's eyes were bloodshot. By tomorrow dusk, I want to see the military granaries replenished. Otherwise, you all die with this mad dog. Witnessing Mr. Wu being stabbed to death, the Martial Arts Academy disciple was scared out of his wits, and his treasure sword clattered to the ground. Whether it was the villagers from Yambian village or the soldiers from the garrison, they all unanimously turned their gaze toward the youth on horseback, their eyes complex with respect tinged with awe. My lord need not worry. Only Su Wenkai came over, stroking his beard, and said, we should just go straight back, and Lord Thousand Households will certainly not blame you unduly. At most, you'll be given a title for atonement and meritorious service. You do see clearly, that's what Chen Sansi had been thinking from the start, not to mention the matter of military supplies. War was imminent. It was not possible to shake one's own people's morale on account of outsiders. What he was truly worried about was that the disturbance wasn't big enough to manage to kill the old man from the Song family too. Fortunately, Chen Sansi was confident about achieving small achievement in bone training before spring came. No matter the outcome of today's events, he could face them calmly. He had planned to call everyone to return to camp first, when he suddenly heard someone approaching rapidly on horseback. Whoa. Song Old 5, I want your damn life. One could see Wang Zhai's portly figure pressing down on a brown warhorse, holding a long and sharp mo blade in his hand, with over 100 soldiers following him from afar, charging towards Yambian village at breakneck speed. Stone. Upon seeing everyone, he pulled the reins to stop. Are you all right? Where's Song Old 5? Dead. Chen Sansi calmly replied, I would trouble 100 households Wang to take me to report the situation to Lord Thousand Households. You did him in? Wang Zhai didn't believe it until he saw the corpse with a big hole in the chest. Then he showed a gleam of delight. Good, good, good. I was worrying over nothing for you. He had been sent out a short while ago, in charge of figuring out a way to smuggle armor and weapons into the martial arts hall. Once the task was completed, he had been waiting in the county city. It was only after the incident in the 8 Treasures restaurant that he learned about the situation in Yambian village. Worried that Chen Sansi was no match, he hurried over immediately. This lad is killing across a great boundary, truly a formidable being. Great news. Without saying much more, 100 households Wang raised the mo blade high and blurted out a command like a thunderclap, reverberating in everyone's ears. Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy is plotting rebellion. Execute them all to the last man. After a brief hesitation, the soldiers began to carry out the orders, launching a one-sided massacre against the Martial Arts Academy disciples. The villagers of Yambian village were initially shocked but slowly realized that those dying were the same martial masters who had previously oppressed them, and they began to think it was all a dream. I said they should be killed long ago. Zhu Tong didn't care where the command came from and swung his hammer into the air, plotting rebellion, extermination. Chen Sansi hadn't anticipated the sudden turn of events in front of him, and only after inquiring did he learn what had happened. What a ruthless and decisive move by Xiang Tingchen. In pursuit of career advancement, he went mad with desperation, using such a method to force other martial arts halls into submission, unafraid of mutual destruction. Of course, this undoubtedly saved him a lot of trouble. Chen Sansi, carrying his spear, quietly watched as blood flowed like rivers in Yambian village. He knew that after today, no one in Po Yang County would dare to oppose Xiang Tingchen ever again. This was the true essence of using power to bully others. With sufficient personal strength and soldiers at his command, with desperation, he feared no one and could overturn the table at any moment. Overnight, the nearly century-old Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy crumbled to dust. From the Song family's clan members to the Academy's disciples, every single one was executed, and all their assets and money were confiscated. But rather than causing chaos in Po Yang County City, there was unprecedented peace and harmony, especially in the military camp. For several days in a row, starting from 5 a.m., Martial Arts Academy disciples lined up to donate military supplies, cart after cart, as much as needed, showing a proactive and generous spirit. Chen Sansi couldn't help but shake his head repeatedly. The martial arts hall in Xiang Tingchen had resumed cooperation, and it became rather difficult to expose the issues with Medicine Valley. Times had changed. Bringing it up now, Xiang Tingchen would likely cover for them, considering the martial arts hall was still needed and couldn't just be completely eliminated. Fortunately, Chen Sansi's goal was achieved. Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy was utterly ruined. As for the matters of Medicine Valley, he would look into it himself. He began a closed-door training, desperately striving to enhance his cultivation, hoping to enter the bone training realm as soon as possible. Compared to basic spear technique for soldiers, the number of pile work stances in Undying Golden Snake Spear was doubled, and the number of maneuvers was increased to 49. There were many extremely tricky movements to master, making the training quite arduous. From entry level to great success, bone training corresponds to 4 phases. They are training muscle, bone strengthening, skin training, and marrow refining, respectively. Training muscle, as the name implies, is to nourish the meridians with qi blood. Moreover, it can also initially increase the hardness of the bones. That's why the blood refining realm is considered the most crucial foundation in martial arts. Only with a high enough quality of cultivated qi blood can one nourish a robust physique. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to a widening gap, eventually becoming an insurmountable divide that blocks further progress. The blood of the dragon elephant, obviously, counts as a decent foundation. Executing the spear technique with complex pile work, and driven by the breathing skill, the dragon elephant blood circulated methodically within his body, constantly nourishing Chen Sansi's meridians at every moment. In just a few days, he could feel his meridians becoming tougher. Many previously difficult movements gradually became possible, and in turn, evolved into more intricate maneuvers. When tired from training, Chen Sansi would eat a red ginseng raw, blood ginseng. It was given to him earlier by Xiang Tingchen. This substance could alleviate the pain of cultivation and enhance the quality of his qi blood, benefiting him immensely. Cultivation technique, Undying Golden Snake Spear, upper not entry level. Progress 15-100. Utility, blood of the dragon elephant. Just like the blood refining realm, the bone training realm has 4 phases from entry level to great success, with the difficulty gradually increasing. Entry level is the easiest, whereas achieving perfection at great success is the real challenge and bottleneck. Of course, the difficulty of reaching entry-level bone training is far greater than that of blood refining. Additionally, the cultivation technique is incomplete. The Undying Golden Snake Spear is divided into upper and lower volumes, which can be cultivated all the way to refining internal organs. But the technique for refining internal organs isn't available in Poyang County. Military officers at the great success of bone training must report upwards for approval, whereby a designated person would teach the refining internal organs technique, which must not be disclosed. Otherwise, it is considered a heinous crime of treason. This is also a method by which the court maintains control over local areas. Local Jianghu forces are not allowed to have individuals whose cultivation surpasses that of the military's leading figures. After training until completely exhausted, Chen Sansi stopped to rest. He took some silver and headed to the forging workshop. From his skirmish with Mr. Wu, it was clear that the 2-stone bow had difficulty achieving a lethal blow against a bone-training martial artist who was on guard, and that was just during the training muscle stage. If it were during the bone-strengthening stage or higher, its lethality would only diminish. Acquiring a heavier bow and arrows was imperative. "It's been ready 2 days ago. I was wondering if you forgot about it, and was about to look for you," said Niu Gai as he quickly brought out the item. This bow, with a pulling force of 15 stones, can penetrate solid rock. Chen Sansi took the new bow and inspected it in his hands. This bow was made from 50-year-old mutated purple-gold bamboo for its body, top-quality sangyu wood for its limbs, the sturdy skull of a fierce tiger for its bow tips, and its bowstring was made from exotic beast tendons worth hundreds of taels of silver. Holding it upright, it nearly reached the height of a person, looking rather intimidating from a distance. "I've also prepared matching arrows for you," said Niu Gai, bringing over an arrow bag filled with all kinds of brand new arrows. Sleek, sharp, triangular armor-piercing arrows, flat and wide shovel-shaped chi pai arrows, metal-made whistle arrows, and hollow-centered arson iron arrows, among others. Fire arrows. Chen Sansi was intrigued and specifically took one out for examination. Arson iron arrow. The rest of it was no different from regular arrows. The unique feature was a hollow iron cage on the front of the arrowhead, which could be stuffed with oilcloth. Once lit, it would be shot out and typically used to attack enemy camps, burning down structures like grain reserves and campsites. Its individual killing power wasn't great. Chen Sansi took the tiger bone bow outside, notched a triangular arrow, and aimed at a rock over 100 paces away. Slowly, he drew the heavy 2,000-pound bowstring. The moment he let go, the rebounding force of the bowstring could easily slice through human flesh, and the triangular arrow turned into a shooting star as it thunderously flew toward its target. When it collided with the rock, it let out a loud bang. The arrow effortlessly embedded itself into the hard stone. Cracks spread outward from the arrowhead, and within moments the rock over half a meter high shattered into pieces scattered across the ground. Skill: Archery, small achievement. Progress: 151,000. This arrow shot significantly increased his proficiency. Chen Sansi was thoroughly satisfied. If he were to encounter an opponent like Old Song the Fifth again, there would be no need for a drawn-out battle, just one arrow would kill. It was indeed worth 50 taels of silver. He took his leave and headed to the pharmacy to purchase medicine. As his realm improved, his need for supplemental medicine grew increasingly high. Each stage of martial arts practice corresponded to specific medicinal ingredients. Therefore, blood-replenishing soup was of no help for bone training, and the efficacy of replenishing essence soup had greatly reduced. There was a specialized bone-nourishing soup available for consumption, with the original price of each prescription being 98 taelstwis, as much as replenishing essence soup. Even when purchased in the military camp, it would cost 50 taels of silver. There was also a more expensive medicine bath, costing 100 taels of silver for 2 baths. Chen Sansi originally thought that with over 200 taels in savings, he could be considered wealthy, but now he realized he was still poor. These medicinal ingredients were so expensive partly because they truly were rare and often required decades of cultivation. On the other hand, practicing martial arts was a way to transcend social class. If the poor could easily turn their lives around, what would the lords do? With only so many resources available for enjoyment in the world, how could they possibly give them up easily to those beneath them? It was not impossible for the poor to rise up, but they often had to pay 100 or 1,000 times the price. Being a lackey in a martial arts hall or selling one's life in the army, each step was fraught with hardships. If you don't have silver, you can exchange for it with military exploits, but there's some time before the battles begin. I can't just sit around doing nothing. I still need to find a way to make money. Tigers and black bears aren't found everywhere in great numbers. Relying on quantity isn't reliable. It would be best to capture an exotic beast. According to records of the mountains and rivers, the Hudu mountain range originally had 17 or 18 kinds of exotic beasts, but now only 2 or 3 remain, with the white deer being one, and another being an old monkey that mimics human weapon use, although it hasn't been seen for over 20 years. But it was still an idea. Especially since Chen Sansi possessed tracking and concealment, what others couldn't find, he might be able to. In the end, although vast, the Hudu mountain range was still somewhat barren. Chen Sansi heard that in the areas around the 8 camps in Liangzhu, there were boundless mountain ranges teeming with exotic beasts, and the number of ferocious beasts was countless. It seemed he had one more reason to head to the 8 camps. Staying in a godforsaken place like Po Yang, advancing and refining internal, was the limit. There simply were no higher-level cultivation resources. Wang Zhai told me that the selection officer would arrive before long. I must hasten to improve my strength. Chen Sansi gritted his teeth and spent a huge sum of 100 taels to order 2 servings of bone-nourishing soup. My lord, just as he was preparing to go back for a meal, Wang Li found him. Lord Chen, many folks from Po Yang County have gathered outside the military camp, clamoring to see you. To see me? Chen Sansi puzzled. What's the matter? Our 1,000 households is well off and looking to recruit soldiers to fill vacancies. A lot of people have come, but they're all insisting on seeing you. Wang Li explained. They're saying in all their years they've never seen an official who still cares about the life and death of the folks from his hometown, nor someone who would kill a martial arts hall's beast in the street. How many people have come? Over 100. So many. Chen Sansi hurriedly followed him. At the entrance of the military camp, there was a recruitment desk that was now surrounded by an impassable crowd. Zhao Kaio, Wu De, and Zhuangyi were all among them, and it wasn't just people from Yanbian village. It seemed that more came from the surrounding villages. My lord, your fame has spread throughout Po Yang these past 2 days. Su Wenkai was quite excited. I haven't even written anything yet, and so many have come. This is a great opportunity. Silence. Luo Dongquan, with a saber at his side, stood in front of the desk and shouted at the crowd. I've said it. Those who wish to join the army register one by one. The official here will make arrangements afterward. We want to enlist, but will only follow Brother Shi. Wu De at the forefront had a loud voice. Let us in to see him. This matter isn't for him to decide. No matter what Luo Dongquan said, it was ineffective, as the cacophony nearly drowned him out. Brother Chen. Zhuangyi, with keen eyesight, was the first to spot the newcomer. Have you all thought this through? Brother, we'll die even if there's no war. Zhuangyi's face was still bruised. If it weren't for you, we would have been beaten to death by the martial arts hall's scum already. Right. Zhao Kaio also said, I've discussed it with my family, and with winter approaching, we simply can't survive without joining the army, even though there's only a meager soldier's pay. Moreover, since we've come here, we all certainly want to follow you. I also want to learn martial arts. Wuda clenched his fist. Someday I'll kill them all, as long as you all have thought it through. Chen Sansi paused for a moment, but I'm currently only a flag leader and can only take in about 40 people under my command. First, have everyone line up to register. What a mess we look like, all in disarray. As soon as he said this, even as Luo Dongquan had been yelling to no avail, the villagers really stopped their clamor and quietly queued up. Seeing this, Luo Dongquan frowned. Not only that, but once the spots were filled, the commotion started up again. Make it clear we're only following Chen Zongqi from Yambian village. What nonsense. Luo Dongquan said angrily, he's just a flag leader who can have at most 50 men under his command. So what if there are a few more? Exactly. If it really comes down to it, why don't you just promote him? Is an officer position something you can just bump up on a whim? Luo Dongquan looked at them with contempt. The army has its own rules. You country folks should stop making a scene here. Go to hell. A hot-tempered villager cursed. Disdain for us country people, huh? If you're so capable, then why post notices everywhere, begging us to join the army? What rank are you even? Are you jealous because we're enlisting with Chen Zongqi instead of you? Just get out of here. Damn it. Luo Dongquan, seething with rage, drew his blade, raising his voice several times higher. If you want to join the army, follow the rules or else get the hell out of here. What the hell are you doing? Seeing the murderous knife, the villagers finally felt frightened, retreating en masse and daring not make another sound. We knew it. You dog officials don't see us as humans, right? Promises of soldiers' pay must also be a lie. It's common knowledge that military camps are in arrears. Let's go. They really had no intention of continuing to register and stamp their marks, and they turned to leave. Chen Sansi glanced at Luo Dongquan, helpless. After all, he was indeed just a mere flag leader. He had no obsession with how many men he led, but with this kind of attitude, it would probably be difficult for the 1,000 households office to reach full strength. Fellow villagers, wait a moment. Xiang Tingchen suddenly appeared, blocking the way of the dispersing crowd. His face wore a gentle smile that somewhat clashed with his temperament. I assure you, not only will the soldiers' pay not be delayed, it will also increase. No one answered. It seemed very few believed him. After all, the reputation of the Po Yang 1,000 households had been rotten for hundreds of years. Xiang Tingchen spoke again. I can also promise that all of you will be under Chen Zongqi's command. How about that? Upon hearing this sentence, the people who were about to leave paused. Lord 1,000 households. Luo Dongquan protested. One flag leader. How can he manage more than 100 men? That doesn't conform to the rules, does it? Rules can be changed. Times of need, who says we must stick to rigid standards? Xiang Tingchen beckoned. Chen Zongqi, I leave this matter entirely in your hands. Understood. Chen Sansi bowed with cupped hands. On the side, he oversaw the villagers as they pressed their handprints one by one. Once everyone was registered, he gathered them all at the martial arts arena, organized them into lines, and checked their names against the list. It was then that a familiar sensation stirred within him. A panel appeared before his eyes. Skill: commanding soldiers untrained. Progress 0-100. Utility: none. Commanding soldiers. Chen Sansi wasn't too surprised. Even riding a horse would have a proficiency level, so it wasn't strange that commanding soldiers had one as well. Perhaps previously, because he was just a small flag with too few people under him, he hadn't met the activation conditions for this skill. It seemed that in the days to come, there would be one more thing to be busy with: archery, horse control, martial arts, reading, commanding soldiers. It's a bit overwhelming, but having many skills does not burden one. Since he had chosen to join the army, he naturally had to learn to lead troops in battle and not just be a dead soldier who charged into enemy lines. Chen Sansi finished counting the number of people in the martial arts arena, a total of 115. That was a few more than the full quota managed by households, and most of them were young, like Wu De, who was only 16. There were also middle-aged men like Zhao Kaio, but not many. Chen Sansi had a photographic memory, firmly imprinting each face and corresponding name in his mind. Central Army Camp, sir, this shouldn't be allowed. Luo Dongquan watched the scene at the martial arts arena from a distance. These people came for that kid, and now they're all under his command. Isn't this the equivalent of setting up an independent power base within the households? Old Luo, do you think I'm being too indulgent with Chen Sansi? Xiang Tingchen poured tea for himself from a purple sand teapot, his voice devoid of any agitation. Think about it. Why am I doing this? You value talent, Luo Dongquan had to concede. This boy indeed has exceptional natural talent, and his future is boundless. Value talent, haha. Xiang Tingchen couldn't help but laugh. What use is my valuing talent when come spring? He flies up to the branch and becomes a phoenix. What ties will he still have to me? Luo Dongquan bowed his head. Please enlighten me, sir. You just mentioned being worried about him having his own hilltop. Xiang Tingchen looked at the villagers on the martial arts arena, who couldn't even line up properly. Do you think after a few months, how many of them will still be standing here? I understand, Luo Dongquan said with realization, Sir is winning people's hearts. This way they will willingly go to their deaths. Even if that kid is eligible for selected point, according to the Governor Mansion's way of doing things, they won't let him leave before the battle. So he might very well die on the battlefield too, Xiang Tingchen said sternly, glad you understand. So there is no need for you to continue holding a grudge against him over the selected point matter. If he is still alive after next year's campaign and you have the guts, I won't interfere with whatever you want to do. But right now, there are a lot of situations we need to deal with. Xiang Tingchen said in a grave tone, I've received news that the new appointed magistrate is recommended by Elder Yan, hand-picked by the emperor. Hand-picked, Luo Dongquan understood the implication. A mere 7th-rank magistrate doesn't need to be hand-picked unless something big is about to happen in the place he's appointed. Xiang Tingchen scoffed, and accompanying the magistrate is the magistrate of the larger region. For the sake of the Song family, Luo Dongquan asked, could this cause trouble? Rest assured, sir, I am at your command at all times. On the ancient road the western wind sweeps past, and stallions gallop as the sunset casts a red glow and the day's light fades. Upon the seemingly endless official road, 2 red-maned stallions race on before the other. Leading is a young woman, followed closely by a fair-faced young man, both around 18 or 19. Clad in a tight-fitting red dress, the woman's delicate hands pull on the reins, her slender waist sashing with a saber slung at her side. Her natural beauty is framed by a halo of clouds, her flawless complexion speaks the language of flowers, and although her hair is styled elegantly, an air of valor emanates from her. Sister, the young man trailing behind, equally handsome, carries a long spear and a bow and arrow on his back. He yawns and says, why do we meddle in the affairs of selected point? For a mere Po Yang County town, is it worth it for us to traverse mountains and rivers? As closed-door disciples, should we not be prudent? The woman spoke with an earnest tone, her voice cool and serene. Moreover, we have other tasks at hand. Military deployment. The young man sighed. This affair clearly smells of the crown prince's doing, and it's unstoppable. Father had clearly promised that after the barbarian conflicts ended, he would return to his fields, yet they still refused to wait. Over the years, they've been planting their own generals everywhere, even sent a supervisor to Liangzhu, and have stuffed many of their people into the 8 camps. What's most detestable is the eldest apprentice brother, sister, for their cow family's empire. How many of our Sun family have died over the years? Big brother, second brother, and... It's not just for selected point. Sun Li's eyes gleamed with profound depth. There are other matters we need to investigate. Investigate what? Why didn't father tell me? Would it be of any use if he told you? Sun Li noticed the sudden quiet behind her and slowed down her pace to look back. The young man had at some unknown moment reined in his horse and silently raised a 3-stone heavy bow, aiming towards a poplar grove flanking the official road. On a patch of open ground about 70 paces away, a hare was nibbling at the grass. He pulled the bowstring taut as a full moon, his gaze determined and his posture perfect. After aiming carefully and finding the right moment, he suddenly released his fingers. The arrow whistled through the air with imposing force. A loud thwack rang out as the arrow skewed off course, striking the trunk of a poplar tree half a meter away from the hare. The hare glanced at the arrow shaft, then at him, and continued to graze. Enraged, the young man drew another arrow and let it fly. This time the arrow simply vanished without a trace, nowhere to be seen, a grievous miss. This is too much. The young man stowed his bow, took up his spear, and spurred his horse into a gallop, charging straight into the poplar grove. Only then did the rabbit realize the danger. It tried to flee, but it was too late. With a spear thrust, the young man pierced the rabbit, lifting its body high with satisfaction. Got it. Sun Buki. The woman in red closed her eyes, biting down on her silver teeth. If you truly don't wish to go, then go back to Liangzhu by yourself. Sister, don't be mad. I just couldn't resist hunting when the opportunity arose. I'm ready to leave now. Sun Buki, with a playful smile, carefully stowed the rabbit and returned to the official road. You spend all day hunting and shooting birds. What a sight. Sun Li chided him as if she were frustrated with his refusal to meet her expectations. With the way you act, what will become of the 8 camps in the future? Sister, I never once imagined taking over the 8 great camps. Sun Buki hastily responded, wouldn't it be lovely to go back to our old home and wait for father to lay down his arms and return to farming? Are you truly prepared to continue serving the old emperor? Sun Li fell silent, her heart burdened with worry. Retire from military service and return to civilian life. Anyone could do so, except for their family. Without someone continuing to wield military power in the army, did they truly believe the old emperor would let the Sun family land safely? Such naivety. The siblings continued their journey. Finally, before nightfall, they could vaguely see a small city emerging at the end of their line of sight. Po Yang County town, they had arrived. Courtyard, Chen Sansi took advantage of the medicine's effects to practice his spear technique. The utility of the bone-nourishing soup, in conjunction with the regulation of the breathing skill and qi blood, conditioned his muscles and bones, producing a tingling sensation that made the pain inflicted on his body less intense. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear upper not entered. Progress 65-100. Utility, blood of dragon and elephant. In a few more days I'll be able to train my muscles. After muscle training I'll visit Medicine Valley. Recently, the number of live disappearances has greatly diminished. Presumably, the martial arts halls have restrained themselves but not completely ceased. Chen Sansi had also tried other uses of lamp oil. For example, feeding a tiny amount to a rat, then the rat died. Clearly, this stuff was not for eating. It was most likely for starting fires. Chen Sansi wiped off his sweat and sat down at the stone table under the courtyard's plum tree, flipping through a few military books. In the past 2 days, he had summarized 2 methods to improve his proficiency in commanding troops. 1. Read military books and learn theoretical knowledge. 2. Practice, preferably practice military formations. Actual combat would definitely improve proficiency, but there was no opportunity at the moment. Leading troops into battle is indeed a technical job, not just about taking a group of people to fight and that's it, he thought. Chen Sansi benefited greatly. Before deploying troops, planning must begin half a year or even longer in advance. Decide how many men and weapons are needed, how much food and forage, how to transport them, and the estimates of losses. If it's a campaign, one also has to consider the weather and climate, the difficulty of the journey, whether soldiers will be acclimated or face ambushes, and if so, where it's most likely to occur. When dealing with a large number of troops, even relieving oneself requires special arrangement, not simply a matter of pulling down one's pants. War is an extremely complicated affair, not something one person can take complete charge of. It requires the collective operation of an organization. This demonstrates the importance of having capable people as subordinates. Also, military formations. According to the military books, special formations can enhance the combat power of soldiers to some extent. For instance, killing a martial artist who has achieved great success in blood refining with a lower-grade technique usually costs about 20 lives. Under a special formation, the number can be reduced to 15. It doesn't seem like that much on paper. But each digit represents a living person's life. Small numbers add up, and a lot of manpower can be saved after a battle. However, since they are called special formations, naturally not everyone can learn them. Firstly, the commander himself must understand it. Military books have illustrations of formations, many based on the principles of 8 diagrams, which ordinary people cannot fathom and require time for in-depth study. Secondly, even if one understands it, they must be able to use it. Practice is practice, combat is combat. No matter how ingenious the formation, if it breaks after a single charge or falls into disarray once attacked, it is as good as useless. Therefore, remote garrisons usually train in the most basic fundamental formations. Only elite troops will apply special formations in actual combat. The top armies will even have formations composed of martial soldiers. Formations are still a long way off. Chen Sansi had just finished teaching them pile work. He hadn't even distinguished between military soldiers and array soldiers, but fortunately, teaching martial arts skills also counted towards progress. Skill, commanding soldiers not entered. Progress 48-100. Utility, none at the moment. He should be able to enter the initial stage before the new soldier's assessment ends. Chen Zonki, assemble. The voice of Fang Zonki came from outside the door. What's this about? Chen Sansi opened the door. It was still the noon rest time. Fang Zonki explained, Lord Prefect and the new county magistrate have come together to inspect our household's garrison soldiers. Which prefect and Ding Prefect? Chen Sansi inquired. After receiving a positive response, he couldn't help but think back to the threats made by Old Five Song before his death. He wasn't nervous, deciding to wait and see how things unfolded. Following Fang Zonki to the martial arts arena, most of the soldiers had already lined up, waiting for the inspection by their superiors. Theoretically, the civil and military officials of the Great Sheng dynasty were independent from one another, each with their own system of checks and balances. There was no hierarchy, and county magistrates did not have the right to inspect the troops. Unless, of course, he was representing the faction of the Crown Prince, who supported this military expedition. The crowd didn't have to wait long, roughly 10 minutes later. Xiang Tingchen arrived with 2 civil servants, surrounded by numerous martial artists. The man walking in front was dressed in a noble scarlet robe, embroidered with geese in the clouds on the front, signifying his status as a 4th-rank prefect. The other was wearing a blue robe, embroidered with the motif of cormorants, indicating his position as a 7th-rank county magistrate. They did not give any speeches, simply chatting among themselves as they passed through the ranks and entered the central army camp. Chen Sansi noted the details. The county magistrate showed no sign of ingratiating himself with the prefect, his superior on the contrary. He even seemed somewhat arrogant. Chen guessed the fellow must have quite the backing. The county magistrate didn't stay long, leaving after just a cup of tea's time, while the prefect did not appear for quite a while, just as expected. "Chen Zongqi, the Lord Prefect wants to see you," said Household's Commander Liu, coming over with the message and reminding in a low voice, "This man has the Song family backing him. They don't dare to touch Lord Thousand Households, but since they found out you're involved, they will likely look for trouble with you. Be very careful." Chen Sanxi's brows furrowed slightly, but he was not afraid and headed straight for the camp. The charge of treason had already been decided regardless. They had no overt reason to act against him. Hiding was not a solution. Meeting face to face could clarify the other party's intentions, allowing him to find ways to cope. He lifted the tent flap. The atmosphere inside was not as tense as he had imagined. The spacious area contained only 2 people. The prefect in the scarlet robe sat in the principal's seat, with a middle-aged bodyguard standing behind him. With a smile, the prefect began, "You must be flag leader Chen Sanxi." "I am," Chen Sanxi replied, saluting with his hands. "Lord Prefect, for what do you summon me?" "I am a person who speaks his mind openly," the prefect said straightforwardly. "Flag leader Chen, your martial arts talent is extraordinary, and being confined to Po Yang County does you a disservice. Why not leave this place and become a bodyguard in my mansion? I will provide you with ample resources for cultivation, ensuring your transition to Huajin is worry-free. What do you say, a bodyguard?" Chen Sanxi was initially taken aback, then quickly understood. The offer seemed like a recruitment. In reality, it was a cunning form of eradication. With the annihilation of the Song family, the prefect, as a backer, if he did nothing, how could he expect various martial arts halls to routinely pay tribute? But the act was committed by Xiang Tingchen, and he couldn't afford to offend the 1,000 households, so he could only target Chen Sanxi, a minor flag leader. With the Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy's treason established, they couldn't publicly charge him with a crime. Considering that the prefect genuinely appreciated talent, he wanted to recruit Chen to his side and have him disappear from Po Yang County, which would also serve as a form of appeasement to the martial arts hall. But Chen Sanxi had not easily reached his current position. On the verge of joining the selected point in the 8 camps, would he now go and serve as a dog to a mere prefect? He could even guess what the prefect would say next. As expected, the Lord Prefect said with a feigned smile, "Chen Zongqi, I mean well for you. With the start of the war campaigns this spring, your cultivation is still shallow, and on the battlefield, swords and arrows are unforgiving. If by some misfortune, what a waste of talent it would be." The implication was clear: either accept to become a dog or die in an accident. Killing intent surged in Chen Sanxi's heart. From Qingxing onward, a series of troubling events had followed one another. He did not delight in violence. Alas, each time he did not strike first, others would. "I just want to practice martial arts in peace. Why must everyone force my hand?" He disliked the bullying from Xiang Tingchen. What prefect could withstand a bow of 15 stones? Chen Sanxi resolved to deflect the matter for the time being. Just then, a cold, clear female voice rang out. "Magistrate Jai, Chen Zongqi is a selected officer officially under our governor mansion. Snatching him away like this, isn't that improper?" A woman in red boldly stepped into the military camp. "Please forgive this officer's poor sight." Magistrate Jai could not help but size up the other party, puzzlingly asking, "Miss, who might you be?" "This humble girl's surname is Sun, first name Li." The woman unhooked a copper plate from her waist and held it high. "By the orders of Governor Mansion, I have come to Po Yang for the selection officer role. Sun Li." Hearing this name, Magistrate Jai suddenly awoke, standing up with a clasped fist. He, who would have thought, the daughter of Lord Governor himself gracing us with her presence. This officer has been remiss. "Miss Sun." Chen Sanxi couldn't help but take another look at the woman. Did Lord Governor really send his own daughter to Po Yang for the selection officer role? Not just that, she definitely had other matters to attend to. However, it seemed that for now, someone was speaking on his behalf, so he could save himself a lot of effort. "Miss Sun, please do not misunderstand." Magistrate Jai's tone was much kinder. This officer also appreciates talent and merely wished to give Chen Zongqi another option. "Appreciates talent," Sun Li bluntly stated. "How come I can't hear any kindness in Lord Prefect's words, but instead I can sense quite a bit of a threatening tone?" Magistrate Jai defended, "This officer has no such intentions. Miss Sun must not speak recklessly." "Just joking, don't take it seriously, Lord Prefect." Sun Li whispered to the young man beside her. "Chen Zongqi, I have something to ask you. May I have a moment?" Jai Guangxian watched the two leave, then sat back down in his chair. Right after, Xiang Tingchen walked in. "Magistrate Jai." Xiang Tingchen showed displeasure. "Are you aiming for my man? Do you have any idea how much trouble your slashing has caused me?" Jai Guangxian angrily said. "The 12 counties of Inding Prefecture, dozens of martial arts halls, their spittle nearly drowned this officer, and someone even pulled strings to send a petition to the cabinet. What would you have me do?" Calm yourselves, Magistrate Jai. Xiang Tingchen shrugged indifferently. I was also considering the greater plans for the spring. How could I dispatch troops without silver? Greater plans. You, a mere commander, dare to speak of greater plans. What a joke. Jai Guangxian snorted coldly. You're lucky. If it weren't for Crown Prince personally selecting officers above the refining internal level, your head would have already fallen. Crown Prince. Xiang Tingchen's pupil shivered. Magistrate Jai, the Crown Prince has heard of me. Do you deserve it? Jai Guangxian sarcastically said without sparing any feelings, it's only because Mr. Gao from the ministry respects you to some degree. If you truly make some achievements, he would naturally recommend you for further cultivation. This officer's visit to Poyang is also on the task assigned by Mr. Gao. Feeling humiliated, Xiang Tingchen, with a calm voice, asked, what task? Investigate. Jai Guangxian said, is there a follower of the witch god sect hidden here in Poyang, holding something in their possession? Are you aware? This matter is of great importance. Even the emperor has decreed that the magistrate specially investigates this. Do not hide anything. Xiang Tingchen carefully omitted and half-truthfully explained the matters concerning the witch god sect. Continue investigating. Jai Guangxian sternly said, the merit for this case is no smaller than annihilating a barbarian tribe. Understood. This officer will thoroughly investigate. No need for the Lord Prefect to worry, Xiang Tingchen calmly replied. All right, now that official matters are concluded, let us discuss some private matters. Jai Guangxian, still furious, pointed at his nose and said, you need to give me an explanation for the matters concerning the Sun family. Can I still command respect in Inding Prefecture if Chen Sansi doesn't disappear from Poyang? Impossible, I need him. Xiang Tingchen scoffed coldly. Moreover, you shouldn't be saying this to me but to Miss Sun. No one can stop me. Jai Guangxian firmly stated, the more talented the boy is, the less he should be left to the governor, the better it would be if he could be of use to me. You also deserve. Seizing the opportunity to counterattack, Xiang Tingchen scoffed. He's been pursuing martial arts for 2 months and is already approaching bone training. Do you think he would regard you as a prefect? Besides, I may not bother if you want to make things difficult for him, but as a fellow official, it's necessary for me to give you a heads up. This young man's character is kind when described as kind, but discussing his ruthless and brutal actions, he even surpasses me. You can't convict him, yet you intimidate others. Think about the outcome of Old Fifth Song. Oh yes, he just ordered a 15-stone heavy bow from the forge Tusk. Lord Prefect, you should venture out less at night these days. If some mishap occurs, there's a high chance not even a corpse will be found. I would want to avenge you, but there wouldn't be any evidence. He wouldn't dare. Jai Guangxian was quite confident if that happens, it would be a good reason to execute him. Xiang Tingchen said no more, gave him a look as if viewing a corpse, shook his head, and then turned to leave. Outside the military camps among the fields, a man and a woman, one in red and one in blue, walked side by side. Sun Li habitually placed one hand on the hilt of her sword. According to the records of the governor mansion, you started martial arts after the autumn harvest. Now 2 months have passed. What stage have you reached? Although she was a woman and not old, her tone carried an authoritarian sense characteristic of a senior. Replying to the selected officer, Chen Sansi answered truthfully, I am currently undergoing bone training. Bone training? Sun Li's eyes initially flashed with surprise. Then suddenly she remembered something. Who rushed you into bone training? Didn't anyone tell you? Practicing an inferior breathing skill, then undergoing bone training will fix your chi blood quality, locking your future potential. Normally, after a selected officer enters the 8 camps, they receive a new breathing skill based on their qualification. They start to practice a medium or superior breathing skill to replace the previous inferior one. But after bone training, the quality of the chi blood is locked, and it can no longer be changed. According to the rules, the person responsible for teaching selected officers should make this clear. Chen Sansi was startled. Thinking something was amiss, he explained, selected officer is overthinking it. The breathing technique I practiced is the vast righteousness breathing skill. Vast righteousness breathing skill. Sun Li reacted with surprise and suspicion. Who taught you that? This breathing skill indeed was a superior one, but it was also one of the hardest to learn, taught by the 8 camps selectively only to those whose qualifications were truly high. Wang Zhai, 100 households Wang. Chen Sansi stated the selected officer might know of him. Wang Zhai, Sun Li inquired further, I don't know this person. What does he look like, and where did he get the vast righteousness breathing skill? Chen Sansi briefly described his physical characteristics. Could it be him? A subtle murderous intent flashed through Sun Li's eyes. Where is he? Take me to him. Chen Sansi answered. He went to Prefecture City to visit relatives. A few days ago, Wang Zhai had ridden away on a fast horse and had not been seen since. At that time, he felt it seemed less like visiting relatives and more like fleeing. From his son's attitude, it seemed like he guessed correctly. Had Wang Zhai embezzled too much, or was there another crime? If his offenses were too great, even he might not be able to help. Never mind, we'll discuss it when he returns. Sun Li took a deep breath. Let's go. Chen Sansi was confused. Go where? To your house. Sun Li smiled. I'm tired. I'd like to visit Chen Zongqi's home for some tea. Would that be unwelcome? Chen Sansi led the way, pondering the other party's intentions. What was this, a home visit? The governor mansion was indeed rigorous in selecting personnel, needing to understand every aspect of a candidate's background. Along the way, Sun Li kept inquiring about his origin. Chen Sansi responded to each question. You sure haven't had it easy. Sun Li's voice was like ice spring water. If you achieve something one day, I hope you won't forget your original intention. I wouldn't dare forget it for a moment. Chen Sansi sincerely said. We're here. He knocked on the door. A charming young woman with a face like a lotus appeared before them. It was naturally Sister Lan, brother Shi. Gu Xinlin noticed the woman beside her. This must be a guest. Please come in quickly. She busied both inside and outside, brewing tea and pouring water, and even asked a neighbor to help buy some pastries from town. Throughout, she did not chatter at all about who the woman was. Chen Zongqi indeed has a beautiful and virtuous wife. While sipping green tea, Sun Li changed the subject. Before coming here, I heard that Poyang County has been restless lately, first with the witch god sect causing trouble and then with people disappearing. What do you know about this? Witch god sect? Chen Sansi understood. It seemed that the supervisor had sent his own daughter here, and it involved the immortal treasure. Reporting to the selection officer, recently there have been patrols in the city, but nothing has been found. And at most 2 or 3 days after he broke through to the Bone Forger realm, he planned to investigate and understand the situation in Medicine Valley. No need for formal titles like selection officer. Sun Li was strict, but her temperament was fairly straightforward. Your qualification and cultivation have no issues. Wait until next spring to return with me to Liangzhu. At the very least, you can stay in the governor mansion as an inner sect disciple. We are all one family here anyway. You can just call me senior sister. So little junior brother, senior sister has nowhere else to go and plans to stay here for now. You won't drive me away, will you? Little junior brother. Having been addressed as such, it seemed he had effectively passed the initial assessment. Chen Sansi had no reason to refuse, and he called for Gu Xinlin to prepare a guest room. After all, she was the precious daughter of Lord Governor. With her remarkable cultivation, a sparring instructor who had fallen into his lap was not to be wasted. During dinner, Chen Sansi ate most of a bare heart and drank a bowl of bone-nourishing soup. While his chi blood surged through his body, he took his long spear to the courtyard and saluted by clenched fists. Senior sister son, please enlighten me. You really know how to get the better end of a deal? Fine, senior sister won't just eat and drink for free, Sun Li said lightly. I am at the perfection of bone training, so make your move. Bone training perfection, which was close to refining internal. Senior sister's son, judging from her appearance, was barely 18 or 19 years old. To reach this realm within 3 to 5 years of training was absolutely outstanding. A rare opportunity. Chen Sansi's breathing pattern gradually became more complex. The dragon elephant blood within him began to boil, and he gathered strength in his arms. In the moonlight, his reed leaf long spear shimmered with a cold light, resembling a poised venomous snake. Just come at me. Clad in red, Sun Li stood under a plum tree in the courtyard, her ponytail whipping in the night wind and her rider's long skirt billowing. Her eyes closed, one hand on the hilt at her waist. She did not unsheath her sword until the sound of the spear cutting through the air was merely a step away from her, and then she fiercely drew her sword and struck down. Clang. The collision of sword and spear echoed like thunder, startling even the white swan horse sleeping in the corner of the yard. Under the overwhelming force, Chen Sansi was forced back several steps, his reed leaf long spear trembling continuously, and his hand slightly numb, regaining stability only after circulating his chi blood. After all, he was a blood-refining warrior, and the person standing opposite was about to refine her internal organs, with strength second only to Xiang Tingchen. The gap was normal. Again, Chen Sansi thrust his spear repeatedly towards her. Each time his long spear was accurately parried, sending back tremendous forces. After several exchanges, his arms and shoulders ached tremendously, and several times he almost couldn't hold the spear. But through this process, his spear technique proficiency rapidly increased. Undying Golden Snake. Sun Li recognized the spear technique. Not bad, little junior brother, well practiced as the Undying Golden Snake, and yet neither speed nor strength has fallen behind, huh? Clang, 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 clang. The young man didn't speak, nor did he stop, focusing on training the spear technique, completely treating her as a live training post. Sun Li, feeling helpless, could only continue to swing her blade, coping with the increasingly faster long spear. Her blade, designed in the style of a he meow blade, had a slender blood-red streak in the middle of the blade. As she swung it, the blade's light flickered like a fiery red lotus blossoming in the air. Under the moonlit night, a silver snake, a lotus flower. A refreshing and thorough practice session lasting until deep into the night. Aren't you tired? Sun Li started to regret agreeing to the sparring practice. It had already been 2 hours. How could a blood-refining great success martial artist have such stamina? I can still train a bit more. Chen Sansi's movements remained sharp as ever. Another hour passed before he finally stopped. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear, upper uninitiated. Progress 88-100. Utility, blood of the dragon elephant. He was getting closer. Chen Sansi had eaten a bit too much bare heart that evening, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied, but seeing that senior sister Sun seemed to want some rest, he did not continue and went back to his room to rest. Sun Li was far from being exhausted in terms of chi blood. After all, the gap in their levels was too large. It was just that she had been traveling all night in recent days and was very tired. Sheathing her blade, Sun Li went to the guest room, lay down on the bed, and pondered over the current situation in Poyang County. Father was right, the emperor really did send someone as well. There's news from the court. The emperor recently had a secret meeting with the barbarian envoys. Meeting envoys at this critical moment isn't strange, but doing it stealthily certainly indicates something fishy. Is it related to the witch god sect? I wonder how Sun Buki's investigation is going. Well, let's take it slow. We are meant to be here until the spring anyway. After several days of travel, she was worn out and weary. Just as she was about to close her eyes to rest, she heard an indescribable sound coming from the main bedroom of the courtyard house. Doesn't he ever feel tired? 2 days later, Chen Sansi habitually got up early to practice with his spear. These days, Sun Li had been staying at his house, but she was out early and returned late daily, rarely encountering others, and had not found another opportunity to spar. After breakfast, Chen Sansi headed to the military camp to clock in for work. Along the way, many people greeted him. Managing over 100 people, if not a commander of 100, he was almost one, and among the households, aside from Xiang Tingchen, there was no one else who could manage him. When the new recruit assessment period ends, who knows how many military soldiers and array soldiers will emerge. Chen Sansi summoned the old scholar, Su Wenkai. Gather everyone together, please. All right. About 10 minutes later, the soldiers gradually assembled, many of them still yawning. I need to find time to manage them properly. Can't let them continue to be so negligent. Chen Sansi frowned slightly. Zhu Tong, lead them in doing pile work for an hour. Okay, Zhu Tong complied. Chen Sansi continued to practice with his spear nearby, occasionally stopping to rest. He would go up and give hands-on instructions to those whose movements were off. He had been training them this way lately. Finally, the panel fluctuated. Skill, commanding soldiers entry level. Progress 0-500. Utility, mainstay. Mainstay, where the commander is, all soldiers remain calm in crisis. Chen Sansi looked at the panel's explanation for mainstay and quickly understood the effect of the term. Calm in crisis. Such plain and unremarkable 4 words at first glance. In reality, to become a tiger and wolf troop that all armies across the land aspire to be, the first quality needed is embodied in these 4 words. Chen Sansi had come to understand this while reading military books. What use is a luxuriously equipped army if it trembles at the sight of the enemy? And the military formations, no matter how exquisitely trained the formations are in peacetime, if they cannot remain calm in crisis, they will never exhibit their true power. Most ancient armies would rout if the casualty rate exceeded 1/5. Chen Sansi had heard Su Wenkai saying that the reason the 8 camps were invincible was that they could withstand losing half their numbers without collapsing, remaining unshaken even in dire straits. Half the forces wiped out without yielding. How terrifying is that data? In the year 57 of the Longking era, during the Battle of the Black Tortoise Camp in the southern regions, it was said they had the opportunity to retreat, but instead, they chose to face the challenge, fighting to the last man. Of course, some survived, but since it was recorded this way, it indicates that at least 90% died in battle. They must have had their own faith in their hearts. That Chen Sansi could become the mainstay for the soldiers meant that he would inevitably create an elite force eventually. It was because he was easy to bully that Magistrate Jai caused him trouble. Personal strength was one aspect, and the lack of authority in his hands was another. He wouldn't need too much, even just 1,000 loyal men under his command, and who would dare to provoke him easily. After training in the morning, Chen Sansi went to the archery range to practice his archery. With martial arts as the priority, he tried to ensure he didn't neglect any skill. Bang, 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 bang. With a 15-stone big bow, each arrow hitting the target caused a loud noise, and the grass rope targets fell one after another. Skill, archery small achievement. Progress 205-1000. It's worth noting that, although the proficiency hadn't advanced, his archery had not hit a dead end. Now, Chen Sansi could hit willow leaves from 150 steps away. 150 steps, nearly 200 meters of precise range, exponentially stronger than an ordinary handgun. Swoosh. A crisp eagle cry sounded overhead as 2 hawks flew over the archery range. Chen Sansi took this as a good chance to practice, and incidentally to make a bit of silver. 2 hawks could also sell for a few taels of silver. A mosquito is still meat no matter how small. The costs of practicing martial arts only grow larger over time, and he would not disdain any amount. Chen Sansi's gaze was firmly fixed on the sky, waiting for the 2 hawks to reach the right height and angle. Then he let loose a triangular armor-piercing arrow that predictably achieved a double hit with a single shot. Swoosh. Accompanied by a cry of despair, the 2 hawks fell from the sky and hit the ground. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As Chen Sansi was about to retrieve his prey, he saw a young man of similar age with an incredulous expression on his face running over. Chen Sansi had an exceptional memory. He was certain he hadn't seen this person in the military camp. It was a stranger. Brother, how did you do that? The young man was also holding a bow and arrow, imitating the action of drawing a bow. Those 2 hawks just now were at least 40 zhang off the ground. How did you manage that? Chen Sansi felt it was all very bewildering. Manage what exactly? I mean, how did you shoot so accurately? The young man was excited. How heavy is your big bow, 10 stone or 15 stone? May I borrow it for 1 shot? Sorry, I'm a bit busy, Chen Sansi replied honestly. He had countless things on his plate to grind and many other tasks to handle. If he had free time, he wouldn't mind chatting a bit more. 100 taels. The young man suddenly made an offer, his tone sincere. Brother, if you agree to be my archery mentor, I'm willing to pay 200 taels of silver every month. How much? Chen Sansi doubted what he heard. You think it's too little, 200 taels. I can't offer more. I'm in a rush this trip and truly short on money, the young man explained. 200 taels, short on money. Chen Sansi scrutinized the young man. The other party had quite a few valuable accessories on him, including a belt, a jade pendant, and the bow and arrow he held, which were intricately carved from top-quality materials. Where did this young master come from? Who cares where the young master came from? Even if it's the son of Magistrate Jai, you don't turn down free silver. Agreed. Chen Sansi accepted the offer. Come to the martial arts arena tomorrow and I will teach you. The young man was delighted. All right, master. No need to call me master. Chen Sansi was speechless. Such casualness was too much. He waved his hand and took his leave. A mere Po Yang 1,000 households, and yet it has such a fierce commander. Sun Buki's mind kept replaying the scene. A big bow of more than 10 stones, shooting birds from a distance of 150 steps. Bone-training martial artist, wouldn't it be 1 arrow, 1 kill? 200 taels of silver to learn this skill was an absolute bargain. No need to practice spears anymore. 150 steps. Sun Buki raised his bow and arrow, trying to imitate. On the target range, there wasn't even a target at 150 steps. The farthest was at 120 steps, and he could barely make out the bulls. A rare talent, truly a rare talent. As he was feeling astounded, someone suddenly struck him hard on the back of his head. Sun Buki, Sun Li, holding a scabbard, said, "What are you doing here? Have you finished investigating what I asked you to? Sister, can you not always hit me on the head?" Sun Buki said gravely, "Don't worry, I've finished it all. Firstly, the person is Chen Sansi. His family background is clean, and there's no falsifying about his military enlistment time. He's truly been training close to bone level in just over 2 months. He played a critical role in the Song family massacre case. Seems like it started because people from Tai Lei Martial Arts Academy bullied his former fellow villagers, and he couldn't stand it, killing a group of academy disciples in the street. His courage is astonishing, and as a person, he does not forget his roots. Even after becoming an official, he's willing to help his old friends. Dad would definitely like a person like that." Sun Li agreed with this judgment. After several days of interaction, the little junior brother was quite good, diligent in martial arts practice and a decent person. The only minor flaw was that he was a bit too spirited, causing trouble every night, but being young, that was somewhat excusable. Only then did the investigation into Chen Sansi as a selected point finally come to a complete conclusion. Sun Li then asked, "What about the witch god sect? Couldn't find them inside or outside the city." Sun Buki stroked his chin. "Could they have already fled back to the grassland? If you can't find them in the city or outside, then search the mountains." Sun Li quickly made a judgment. If they are not found in the mountains, then search the homes of the officials, the houses of the martial arts halls, including Xiang Tingchen. That's not necessary, is it? Sun Buki said tentatively, with some apprehension. The more I find out, the more bizarre it seems. Did Dad send us here because we, as bone-training martial artists, are not enough? Now you're complaining about your realm being too low. Why didn't you train earlier? Sun Li's expression was solemn. Dad made these arrangements for a reason. We just follow his lead. This afternoon I'll go up the mountain with you. Sister, I don't need to train anymore. Sun Buki's eyes shone with confidence as he said, "I've just taken on a rare talent as my master. If I can master his teachings, with a mere flick of my fingers, I could take the life of a bone-training martial artist." Sister, don't walk away, I'm serious. It's only 200 taels for a month. Medical Officer Jiang, prepare 2 servings of bone-nourishing soup for me. Outside the pharmacy, Chen Sansi said, and also prepare a medicine bath for me. The medicine bath that costs 100 taels. Medical officer Jiang teased, you're splashing out so much, did you bump into an exotic beast or something? No such thing, just ran into a rich young master. Chen Sansi chatted while taking out 50 taels of silver. Once he drank this bowl of bone-nourishing soup, he should break through. Bone training realm. From entry level to great success, it is known as the training of muscles, bones, skin, and marrow. But in reality, with each breakthrough, the strength of the bones increases as part of a lengthy, holistic process, not achieved overnight. Just as after blood refining great success, the chi blood is set in place. After bone forging great success, the bones will also be set in place. Muscle training is the first step. Bone-nourishing soup enters the stomach. The medicinal strength, carried throughout the body by the blood of the dragon elephant, causes an intolerable itching in the bones and meridians. When combined with the pain of breathing skill and pilework, it forms an indescribable torment. Chen Sansi sheds his upper garment and exhibits his solid muscles, closing his eyes in the crisp autumn wind as he practices the most intricate moves of the undying golden snake spear technique. On the surface, his postures appear bizarre and twisted, yet each movement is firmly executed. It is only with the extremely difficult moves in coordination with complex pilework, coupled with the breathing skill, that one can refine the bones and meridians to their limits. Chen Sansi is experienced and unhurried, leaving everything to time. Sun Li happens to return, and seeing this, she stands by the wall and instructs, junior brother, slow the circulation of your chi blood, focus on feeling the interaction of muscles and bones. The tougher the meridians you train, the better for bone strengthening. Never mind, I'll help you. Chen Sansi, focused on swinging the reed leaf-long spear, doesn't respond to the woman's words. He only hears light footsteps approaching him. Subsequently, Chen Sansi feels a pair of cool jade hands tapping on his joints and meridians, obviously guiding the order of muscle training. He concentrates on understanding it, until a certain moment, meridians within Chen Sansi's body came alive. The meridians of a martial artist include large and small tendons, as well as the bone membrane covering the surface of the bones. At this moment, his entire body's meridians seem to have life of their own, with large meridians like dragons and small ones like serpents, twining around his joints, muscles, and the bone membrane on the surface of his bones, continuously drawing upon the blood of the dragon elephant to temper his bones. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear, level entry level. Progress 0500. Utility, the blood of the dragon elephant, 9 dragon living veins. 9 dragon living veins, meridians as stout and resilient as serpents and dragons. Only the finest meridians can nourish the highest quality bones. 9 dragon living veins. Chen Sansi circulates his chi blood, and veins bulge all over his body, particularly visible on his arms, neck, and temples, resembling azure dragons coiling around, making him look quite daunting from afar. These meridians not only bring formidable strength, but also greatly increase the toughness of the bones. Unless one is a martial artist, ordinary people wielding kitchen knives would be unable to cut through his bones. Your meridians. Sun Li, somewhat unsure, grasps his solid arms and carefully feels the throbbing of the meridians. 9 dragon's bone. Junior brother is actually a 9 dragon body. No wonder your martial arts practice advances so swiftly. 9 dragon body. Chen Sansi doesn't dodge. He understands that upon becoming a disciple, sooner or later his bones would have to be examined to assess his qualification, especially something like meridians, which absolutely cannot be hidden. Luckily, according to present trends, as his realm improves, his status will continually enhance his physique until he genuinely becomes a special martial body, without fear of scrutiny. He takes the opportunity to learn more. Please enlighten me, senior sister, what is so unique about the 9 dragon body? Many things. Sun Li explains, similar to tiger evil body, golden python body, and others can be seen from childhood, while the 9 dragon body is displayed step by step with the improvement of one's realm. For example, ordinary martial artists, after reaching bone-forging perfection, have tough ox hide and bones that can effectively resist fatal injuries. But martial artists with special physiques, upon reaching bone-forging perfection, will have Xuan skin and abnormal bone. The so-called Xuan skin, after being filled with chi blood, becomes as tough as the shell of a mystical turtle. Abnormal bone means the bones have undergone a transformation and are harder than stone. In actual combat, it's very difficult for them to be killed in a short period. Upon reaching bone-forging perfection, the 9 dragon body will also reach the level of Xuan skin and abnormal bone. Each physique has its own special traits. For example, the 9 dragon body's biggest characteristic is its constant growth, gaining an advantage at every realm. When reaching the blood refining realm, one can cultivate 9 dragon blood, and upon reaching bone training, one can cultivate 9 dragon living veins. 9 dragon blood. Chen Sansi picks up on the key term in the conversation. Of course, the nine-dragon body cultivates the nine-dragon blood. Sun Li states matter-of-factly. No wonder Junior Brother's chi blood is so enduring and inexhaustible. No, that's not right. Chen Sansi's chi blood isn't the nine-dragon blood, it's the dragon elephant blood. Could it be that the breakthrough brought about by the panel changes isn't just one kind of constitution? This, however, is no longer something I can ask about. Congratulations, Junior Brother, Sun Li congratulated. With the breakthrough into the bone training realm, I fear you might bring us more surprises before we return to Liangzhu. Chen Sansi expressed his gratitude. Reaching the bone training realm would mean promotion to the rank of 100 households, rightfully managing over 100 people. Moreover, there were ranks within the 100 households. 6th rank military officer. Looking at the rank alone, it was even higher than that of a 7th rank magistrate. With the identity of an imperial official, nobody would dare to touch him without concrete evidence. Chen Sansi immediately went to the barracks to report his breakthrough. Xiang Tingchen was very straightforward, promptly writing a petition to the court's relevant department, promoting him to the rank of 100 households. When he came out, he saw the figure of magistrate Jai Guangxian again. This guy was sitting in a carriage outside the barracks, heading towards the direction of the county town. The person responsible for driving the carriage was a disciple of the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. Since Jai Guangxian's arrival in Poyang, he had been staying in the large residence prepared for him by the martial arts hall. It must be assumed that during this period, several martial arts halls had not stopped fanning the flames, encouraging Jai to make a move against him. Start with Medicine Valley. Now that Chen Sansi had achieved bone forging and possessed the 15-stone big bow, exploring Medicine Valley was definitely within reach. Tonight, he must clear up the situation inside. He didn't expose the situation earlier because he knew that Xiang Tingchen was very likely to cover it up now. As for Sun Li, they had just met not long ago. Mutual trust was insufficient. Rashly revealing the news might lead her to suspect him if she failed to find the immortal treasure in Medicine Valley. Better to take a look first. If he really couldn't handle it alone, then he would come up with another plan. There was another problem. Going out during the day, I'm bound to be spotted. If it's at night, Sun Li is staying at my house. I have to make her think I've never left. Chen Sansi pondered and quickly came up with a plan. That night in the bedroom. Sister Lan, I need you to go to some trouble for me tonight. What kind of trouble? You'll know soon. In the guest room. Sun Li, holding her long spear, lay on the bed, listening to the noises coming from the main bedroom. It's getting more and more excessive. Even if young, one shouldn't be so indulgent. After all, I am a woman. It's not something I can speak about. If I had known, I wouldn't have stayed here. It continued making noise until midnight, finally quieting down. Sun Li waited another half hour. After confirming that her junior brother and his wife were asleep, she quietly got up, scaled the wall, and left the estate. Chen Sansi, his face covered, carried a long spear and bow on his back as he sped like lightning to the second-layer mountain as fast as possible. The night was pitch black and windy, the bright moon no longer visible. He concealed himself in a deep mountain valley, where the only sounds were the rustling of nocturnal animals, with no other disturbances. Only from the direction of Medicine Valley shone a faint orange-yellow firelight. At the entrance, quite a few martial arts academy disciples guarded the gate. It would be strange if there were no ghosts inside. Chen Sansi slipped into the dense forest nearby. With tracking and hiding at his side, even in the pitch-dark environment where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, he could easily perceive any movement around him, and quickly found a rugged path that would allow him to approach Medicine Valley unnoticed. He arrived at a large tree above the side of Medicine Valley. Chen Sansi quietly observed the layout within Medicine Valley. It was indeed a medicinal garden, not a disguise, with numerous medicinal herbs planted both inside and out. I'll pack and take them later. I should have brought a sack with me. It's all silver. He looked on with envy. Even though he had recently been drained of silver by Xiang Tingchen, the martial arts hall was still rich enough. First, the main business. Chen Sansi carefully counted. There were about 7 or 8 disciples guarding the various entrances of Medicine Valley. Luckily, they were rather scattered, not difficult to deal with. He casually reached for and accurately picked out the time needle arrow from the many types of arrows at his waist. This kind of arrow, true to its name, had a flat head and a narrow, long blade with strong piercing power, and it was not noisy, killing people silently. Staying up late and working overtime at such a late hour is also a hard life. Have a good rest. Swoosh. Swoosh. In less than half a minute, all 8 martial arts academy disciples had fallen asleep without making a sound. Chen Sansi was then able to enter Medicine Valley smoothly. In the depths of the valley, he found the source of the firelight. In these deep mountains and old forests, there was actually a mansion. From the details of the exterior, it appeared to have been built not long ago. Before Chen Sansi had even gotten close, he could already hear a feeble wail coming from inside the mansion. What should have been used as a hall, there was no furniture, just a candelabra flickering dim candlelight. In the corner, there was a white-haired pharmacist pushing a medicine mill, occasionally adding some materials to it, producing a rhythmic grating sound. Beside him, apart from herbs, lay a bundle of fresh spiritual grain. Liang Zhan was nearby, sword in hand, training ardently. The sword's shadows flickered, dazzling to the eyes. Whoosh. Only after he was drenched in sweat and exhausted did he stop. At the same time, a man bound tight was dragged out by the old servant from the next room. The bound man was dressed in coarse hemp clothes, seemingly robust, but now extremely weak and pale, with black and purple veins on his neck that resembled crawling earthworms. He uncontrollably convulsed, emitting painful moans from his mouth and continuously vomiting black blood. What are they doing on the roof? Having finally infiltrated the place, Chen Sansi lifted the tiles and saw this scene right before his eyes. The man seemed to have been poisoned. Why would the martial arts hall capture someone and poison them to test medicine? His gaze swept across the room. Beside the medicine mill were spiritual grain. Chen Sansi's pupils suddenly dilated. Outside the military camp lay vast expanses of farmland. How could he not recognize this thing? The year was the 21st year of Longking. The old emperor claimed to have dreamt of an immortal bestowing treasures upon him. Upon waking, he ordered that 1/10 of the nation's arable land be used to cultivate this herb. But this item, called immortal herbs, was actually poison grass. Anyone who consumed it would die instantly, beyond saving. The symptoms were similar to those of the man before him, with veins turning black and blood flowing from every orifice. Was the martial arts hall capturing live people to feed them spiritual grain? What was the purpose? Chen Sansi held his breath and continued to secretly watch. A few minutes went by, and sure enough, the man started to bleed from every orifice and finally breathed his last. The old servant of the Liang family had been waiting for a long time. He took out a dagger and went up to gut the corpse. His hands, like dried branches, tore through the flesh and extracted a pitch-black medicine pill, handing it to an old man who had been milling medicine in the corner. The toxicity has been removed. The young master can eat it now. Pharmacist Li, after checking, presented it with both hands. Liang Zhan took the blood-stained, still warm medicine pill and swallowed it without any hesitation. Hiss. The moment he swallowed the medicine, he gasped in pain and quickly started his pile work combined with breathing skill, barely managing to suppress the anomaly inside his body. Genius. Feeling the strong effects of the medicine, Liang Zhan couldn't stop praising. Pan Quan is truly a genius. How did he think of using live people to filter out the toxins? We only need 10 people to remove more than 90% of the toxins. The effects of one medicine pill are worth 100 silvers worth of medicinal materials. This is still just a crude method. To really bring out the effects of spiritual grain, we must use an immortal treasure. Unfortunately, Xiang Tingchen is too overbearing, and to this day we still do not know what the immortal treasure is. Yes, the old servant sighed lately. Po Yang has been fraught with trouble, and even the flesh and blood of Supervisor Sun has arrived, seemingly investigating this matter. Various martial arts halls dare not continue capturing people en masse. This one was the last we had. There are no more. I'm still not talented enough, Liang Zhan lamented. Even with the spiritual grain, I'm currently only proficient in the bone-strengthening skill, far from small achievement. I really envy that Chen Gai. He achieved great success in blood refining after just 2 months of martial arts training. Speaking of which, old Sung's subordinate offended him and ended up in such a plight. Back then, Qin Feng wanted his life. How could he spare me in the future? The more he thought, the more terrified he felt. We need to press Magistrate Jai. We must eliminate him before he progresses in bone training, or at the very least, drive him out of Po Yang County. Bang. Just as his words ended, a bone-crushing sound exploded by his ear. Suddenly, a pitch-black thunderbolt struck, hitting the bone-training realm old servant on the head, blowing open his skull with a complete penetration. Uncle Wu. Before Liang Zhan could react, another black thunderbolt struck down. This time it was coming towards him. Bang! Liang Zhan's bones could not resist at all and were pierced by the terrifying thunderbolt through his shoulder, nailing him directly to the wall behind him. The pharmacist was not spared either. His thigh was smashed by the black thunderbolt, and he fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Everything happened too suddenly, taking only 2 to 3 seconds. It was only then that Liang Zhan realized what had happened. There was no such thing as a black thunderbolt. What was embedded in him was clearly an armor-piercing arrow. What kind of bow and arrow could possess such terrifying power? He was a bone-training martial artist. Boom. Another loud noise came from above, and the roof tiles turned into fragments, falling down in large pieces, collapsing a clear, large hole in the roof. A figure descended from the sky, holding a bow and arrow, with a long spear on his back. Very well, you really are trying to harm me, Chen Sansi shouted coldly. Is it you? Upon recognizing the person, Liang Zhan's heart trembled. Around the medicine valley, 8 direct disciples stood guard. He could not imagine how the person managed to infiltrate without a sound. Somebody come. As Liang Zhan shouted, he raised his long sword in an attempt to strike back. Bang. He had just lifted his arm when another black thunderbolt struck, piercing through his wrist and nailing it to the wall. His long sword clanged to the ground, and he lost any ability to resist. Brother Chen, Liang Zhan squeezed out a smile at the masked figure before him, but it appeared twisted due to the intense pain. Brother Chen, there is no need for such drastic measures, right? Less nonsense. Chen Sansi tore off his mask. In fact, his weapon was so conspicuous that being masked or not made little difference. The only safe method was to tie up loose ends cleanly. He shot another arrow at Liang Zhan's left hand and said, "Next, whatever I ask, you answer." The situation was overly complicated. Just by eavesdropping on bits and pieces, he couldn't ascertain the whole picture. It was best to keep a live witness to interrogate first. Liang Zhan shook physically from the pain and pleaded continuously, "Brother Chen, ask me anything you want. I'll tell you everything I know without holding back." "Good," Chen Sansi asked. "Is the immortal treasure in Xiang Tingchen's hands, and is he using it to coerce you into donating military supplies to the households? How did you know?" Liang Zhan was so severely injured that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. "What you said is correct." Chen Sansi asked, "What exactly is the immortal treasure?" With intermittent difficulty, Liang Zhan said, I don't know." Bang. In an instant, another arrow struck, pinning his right leg as well. Liang Zhan nearly passed out from the pain. "Brother Chen, spare my life, I'm not lying. We have been searching all along, and we only know that this thing can definitely extract the essence of spiritual grain. Start from the beginning." Chen Sansi issued his final ultimatum. It was the barbarian Chuoba tribe. With gritted teeth, Liang Zhan continued through his pain 2 months ago, as the other party detailed his account. Chen Sansi finally began to roughly understand the ins and outs of the matter. 2 months ago. At that time, he had just crossed over and was still worried about Qin Xing's affairs. Meanwhile, on the distant grasslands, a royal succession struggle took place in the barbarian Chuoba tribe. The third prince of the Chuoba tribe failed in his coup, and after faking his death, fled to the border of the great Sheng dynasty. Before he left, he stole the Chuoba tribe's treasure, naturally the immortal treasure, hoping to offer it to the Emperor Dasheng to convince the great Sheng dynasty to send troops to help him reclaim the throne. After arriving at Poyang, fearing pursuit, the Chuoba prince sought out the local magistrate, hoping he could notify the prefecture city to find a martial expert from the city to escort him straight to the capital city. Old Zhang, who was the magistrate at the time, had spent half his life in the bureaucratic world. He knew all too well one thing. Therefore, he sought help from the 4 great martial arts schools, planning to monopolize this meritorious deed. But a bloodied mess ensued. Yuni Master, after overhearing the conversation between the magistrate and the prince, got greedy. Since no one knew about the prince being in Poyang, couldn't they just kill him and seize the treasure? In the future, with the help of the immortal treasure, they could grow stronger and step out of Poyang to become a first-class sect in the Jianghu. So under the grand vision, the 4 great martial arts schools joined forces to act, first poisoning, then launching a surprise attack, intending to kill the magistrate and Emperor Chuoba together. However, the prince was not one to be trifled with, and under such circumstances, he forcefully took the key and escaped. The 4 great martial arts schools were only left with a box they could not open, and not long after, the prince stealthily returned, killed Yun Master, and reclaimed the jade box. The matter blew up. Seeing that they could no longer keep it a secret, the 4 great martial arts schools sought help from Xiang Tingchen, hoping he would take action and promising that once they obtained the immortal treasure, they would share it together. As for what happened next, Chen Sansi became involved. During the pursuit of Emperor Chuoba, the witch god sect intervened rashly. This led to the prince being seriously wounded and escaping, only to die outside the city. As a result, the treasure was picked up by him. What a thrilling treasure hunt. Spiritual grain. Chen Sansi pressed for answers relentlessly. What is spiritual grain used for? Cough, cough, cough. Liang Zhan, his mouth filled with blood, insisted. The prince didn't reveal much. We only know that with the immortal treasure, one can refine treasure medicine that aids in cultivation. Among them, spiritual grain is one of the most important raw materials. Exactly how it is used, we are not clear. That's why we captured people for experimentation. Pan Quan developed a special kind of medicine pills, grinding spiritual grain into powder and adding it to them. Once ingested, a person begins to absorb the spiritual grain. Roughly 10 people are needed to completely purge the toxin from the spiritual grain. Unfortunately, this process also wastes most of the essence of the spiritual grain, resulting in medicine pills that are only moderately effective, offering significant help only to bone-training martial artists. Chen Sansi glanced at the local man dying in agony and understood what was happening. His face showed no expression. You're using living people as filters. They're just lowly peasants. What does it matter? Liang Zhan spoke naturally. Even a locally concocted medicine can have such good effects. If we get the immortal treasure and give it some time, not to mention refining internal, even reaching Hua Jin is not far-fetched. Otherwise, why would we willingly be stepping stones for Xiang Tingchen's promotion? It's all for the immortal treasure. Brother Chen, let's cooperate. As long as you don't kill me, we'll pretend today's events never happened. Not just that, my Liang family will provide you with all the resources you need. With your qualifications, refining internal is only a matter of time. Once you achieve refining internal, we can join forces to kill Xiang Tingchen, seize the immortal treasure, and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. You still want to kill Commander Household Xiang. Chen Sansi deliberately frightened him. Guess who sent me here? Liang Zhan became somewhat confused, quickly correcting himself. No, Brother Chen, you misunderstand. You cannot kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you anything, money, medicinal materials. His gaze shifted outside the medicine garden. Do you see this garden of medicinal herbs? Spare my life and everything here is yours. Fool, if you're dead, everything will still be mine, Chen Sansi stated. This rendered Liang Zhan completely silent. He could not utter a word for a long while. Chen Sansi pointed to the body on the ground used for testing the medicine. Just now, you said he was what? A lowly peasant from the countryside. Liang Zhan answered as a matter of course. His voice grew lower, making one last effort to survive. Brother Chen, are we really unable to cooperate? Xiang Tingchen won't treat you as one of his own. For him, as long as he can climb the ranks, he will discard anyone. Isn't it good to continue capturing people for alchemy to improve our cultivation? Brother Liang, have you forgotten something? Chen Sansi looked at his panicked eyes and said solemnly, I too come from the countryside. Whoosh. An arrow from a Kaimai crossbow directly pierced through Liang Zhan's forehead, ending his life. Chen Sansi turned his gaze to the corner, where the pharmacist lay bleeding on the ground, barely alive. Do you have a sack here? Boom! In the dark night, a blaze shot up into the sky. Chen Sansi swiftly left, carrying a sack. This time he had truly struck it rich. Before leaving, he had not only packed up everything he could carry, but also obtained several medical books from the pharmacist, and then he murdered to silence them. All in all, he did not even know how much it was all worth. Moreover, since there were too many bodies to dispose of conveniently, Chen Sansi, worried that someone might recognize the arrow wound, simply gathered them in the courtyard and burned them all together. With this commotion, the martial arts hall surely wouldn't dare to capture live people for testing medicines anymore, which could be considered a good deed. Chen Sansi recalled the recent events in his mind. Spiritual grain could actually enhance cultivation. Could it be the old emperor had really met an immortal? Was he truly cultivating towards immortality? How to use the immortal treasure roots, a special flame, and then simmer the spiritual grain? Chen Sansi speculated about various things. Either way, lamp oil plus spiritual grain equaled a treasure medicine that enhanced cultivation. Following this lead was definitely right. With that, the matter came to a close. With Xiang Tingchen willingly taking the blame, no one would suspect him. Next, he had plenty of time to study it slowly. Chen Sansi, with 3 or 4 sacks on his back, hurriedly left Tiger Head Mountain. Taking all these things back was not practical. He first hid them in an old house in Yambian village, then he took a detour back to the military settlement of the households. Senior sister's son is not here. Chen Sansi keenly sensed something was amiss. The guest room was empty. He hurried to his own bedroom, and only after picking up a strand of hair from both the door gap and the window did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Before setting out, he had the foresight to pluck a few hairs from Sister Lan as a marker. It seemed he was overthinking. Sun Li had no intentions of monitoring him, but where was she going in the middle of the night? The chances were good that she discovered a clue about Medicine Valley. Good thing I made my move first. Sister, it looks like someone has already been here. Sun Buki stood on the wall, looking at the raging fire in the courtyard and made a calm analysis. Is that even necessary to say? Sun Li looked at the pit dug by the perpetrator to burn the bodies. This guy was even worried about causing a wildfire. What a good person indeed, Sun Buki exclaimed feelingly. Recently, Sun Li and Sun Buki, one openly and one secretly, had barely noticed that disciples from the Martial Arts Academy frequently left the city to go up the mountain, so they thought to come and check tonight. Upon discovering a fire nearby, they arrived only to witness this scene. Fire, put out the fire. The other night witchmen from nearby medicine gardens noticed the abnormality, shouting as they led men rushing over. Let's go back, Sun Li sighed deeply. We'll check the other medicine gardens another day. The next day, as soon as Chen Sansi arrived at the military camp, he heard many people discussing the incident. Did you hear? Last night, fire broke out on Second Layer Mountain. This morning, during the city patrol, I personally saw several charred bodies carried back from the mountain. It seems like young masters from the Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy were all burned to death. Why would there suddenly be a wildfire? Clearly, someone did it on purpose. Who would dare to do such a thing? After eavesdropping for a while, Chen Sansi headed to the martial arts arena, gathering his subordinates for routine exercises. Several among them, as before, were lazily skimping during the pile work practice. Are you Zhao Jin from Li Zhuang? Chen Sansi approached and spoke in an even tone. Yes, does the flag leader know me? The man asked, surprised. Recognized. Chen Sansi asked, how goes the training? It's okay, just too exhausting. The man said with a joking smile, it's much more tiring than farming. Then you should go back to farming. Chen Sansi suddenly said, Su Wenkai, take him to collect the rations from these past few days. Sir, the sudden expulsion baffled not just the man, but everyone present. That's good, I have something to say to you. Chen Sansi knew he could no longer indulge them. He gathered his energy and spoke loudly. I know you came to join the army because you, like me, were both raised outside the city in the countryside, and you think I would look after you. Yes, I will indeed look after you. Here, I can't guarantee other things. I, Chen Sansi, will definitely not embezzle a single grain of your food or a copper coin, and those with talent, I will also try my best to pass on martial arts. But I hope you understand that this is the military, not an acting troupe, and soon some of you will die. I mean really die. If you don't train properly now, when you go to battle later, you will not only kill yourselves, but also get other brothers killed. So I'm giving you the ugly truth up front. From today, whoever dares to be lazy and perfunctory will just go home and farm like Xiao Jin. I do not allow such a scourge to exist under my command. Do you understand? When he had finished speaking, the martial arts arena was utterly silent. Those who had slacked off earlier all showed embarrassed expressions. Understood. It took a long while, but they finally responded in unison. Despite actually holding some admiration for the young man before them, they were still not accustomed to martial arts training. Joining the army was something their fellow villagers had discussed and decided together. If anyone were to be driven away, it would be a great embarrassment. Chen Sansi sighed inwardly. He knew he had to set an example. Otherwise, there would always be people who took advantage of his approachability and brazenly broke the rules. Like Xiao Jin, who from the very first day of enlistment didn't train properly and often encouraged others to sneak out of camp to rest at home. What use was there in keeping such a person? Continue, at Chen Sansi's command. Soldiers hurriedly resumed their pile work, each gritting their teeth and persevering, none daring to slack off again. Just then, the young master who had visited the day before came this way. Right on time, Tianyuan Martial Arts Academy. In the courtyard full of greenery, many burnt corpses were laid out, all black and hardened, resembling matchsticks and barely recognizable as human. Which one is Janner? Master Liang Shengzhai's eyes were bloodshot, his emotions on the verge of collapse. Who had the audacity? He had 4 children but only one son, and now met with a death leaving not even an intact body. The other 2 headmasters were also present. It seems our affairs have been exposed. Pan Quan was frantic, but what's strange is, why has no one come for us? Whoever came across the event on the mountain should not be this calm. Lately, many had been investigating. My son. Liang Shengzhai, overwhelmed with grief, looked closely at the corpses, trying to figure out which one was his son, not in the mood to listen to him. Pan Quan turned to the side. Uncle Zhao, who do you think is behind this? If I remember correctly, Brother Liang's son and that old servant were both in the bone training realm, right? Master Zhao, who had been silent all along, finally spoke slowly. Plus 7 or 8 true disciples guarded the medicine garden, yet none survived to escape back here. It indicates the attacker was of an exceptional realm, treating bone training martial artists as if slaughtering chickens and dogs. Looking over Po Yang County, who do you think could accomplish this? Xiang Tingchun. Pan Quan suddenly realized he must have noticed something, penetrated Medicine Valley to spy on the secrets, planning to monopolize the secret of the immortal treasure. That's right, exactly. Master Zhao affirmed, otherwise, if our affairs were exposed, why would there be no questions directed at us? If it was Xiang Tingchun, it makes sense. With the immortal treasure in his hands, why would he want the issue revealed? That Xiang is truly malicious. Pan Quan cursed angrily, not content with destroying the Song family, now relying on his refining internal realm and having our weaknesses, preparing to slowly devour us and completely consume our houses. Xiang Tingchun. Liang Shengzhai roared, you and I shall never coexist. Even as a ghost, I will ensure we perish together. Keep your body straight, yes, just like that. On the archery range, Chen Sansi carefully instructed Sun Buki. This young master was not only generous but also paid in advance. 200 silver taels in a note. It was his first time seeing such. Shoo. Sun Buki aimed and shot an arrow at a target 100 steps away. He probably scored around the 4th ring. Unsatisfied, he shot another arrow, scoring in the 2nd ring. Chen Sansi had taught everything he could, yet the young master hadn't improved at all after 2 hours. His posture was correct, but he couldn't hit the target precisely. Master, Sun Buki insisted on calling him this. Unstoppable. How exactly do you do it? Archery and martial arts aren't closely related. The level of martial arts realm could at most determine how heavy a bowstring one could pull. But the heavier the bow, the harder it is to control. 100-step piercing, how easy could it be? Yet the extraordinary man before him did more than just 100-step piercing. Most terrifying was his accuracy, never once missing the mark. How do you do it? Chen Sansi thought for a moment and concluded, mostly it's through effort. Heaven rewards the diligent, I guess. What a heaven rewards the diligent. Sunbuki grasped the true essence of it and was full of confidence about the future. Compared to martial arts, he was more obsessed with archery. Even at a high martial arts realm, one still has to fight closely for life. But with archery, one could take a life from 100 steps away. He practiced martial arts only to be able to pull the bowstring of a heavy bow. Sunbuki was full of motivation, continually pulling the bow and shooting arrows. What is your honored surname? Chen Sansi asked. The other was eager to learn, only now giving him the chance to inquire. Sunbuki focused on his archery training without turning his head back. Sunbuki. Sun. Chen Sansi hadn't heard of a wealthy young master surnamed Sun in Poyang County. He couldn't help but think of the red-clothed woman. Do you know Sun Li? I do. Sunbuki naturally replied. She's my older sister. Before Chen Sansi could react, a familiar voice rang out. Sunbuki. Sun Li appeared in her red attire, her voice filled with anger. Sister, I'm in the middle of something serious here. Sunbuki quickly dodged. This is my archery master who can pierce Yang from 150 steps, an extraordinary man. Sun Li paused. What did you call him? Master. Sunbuki spread his hands. Is there a problem? Little junior brother. Sun Li gently held her forehead. What's going on here? Do not blame my junior sister. I didn't know he was a senior brother. Chen Sansi was somewhat embarrassed, but calling him master was just for fun, not to be taken seriously. Are you Chen Sansi? Sunbuki first shocked, then excitedly said, extraordinary. Not only a 9-dragon body, but also a masterful archer. From now on I'll call you master, you call me senior brother, and we each discuss our own. My brother has some issues with his brain. Sun Li was about to burst out, but then let it go. Father named him Buki, which originally meant gentlemen are versatile. However, it turned out to be something incompetent. Senior sister, you speak too harshly, Chen Sansi said. Brother Buki and I are of similar age, yet his realm is higher than mine. There must be something exceptional about him. Can 2 months of martial arts practice compare to 3 years? Sun Li took Sunbuki away. Junior brother, we still have matters to attend to. We must take our leave now. Are they still investigating? Chen Sansi really hadn't expected even the young master of the Sun family to come. He had particularly inquired recently. Sun Dushi originally had 5 children, but the first 3 all died in battle. Among them, the 3rd child, who had the best talent for martial arts, died in the battle at Chunwu camp. Now, only a son and a daughter remain. They are Sunbuki and Sun Li. It's truly heartbreaking that the supervisor sent his only remaining children here. After all, they were just undergoing bone training, and accidents could still happen. Boom. The sky erupted with a clap of thunder, and it started pouring heavily. Chen Sansi braved the rain to go to the pharmacy and carried away 2 clay jars. Inside were the medicine baths he had pre-ordered. Just these 2 jars for 1 bath cost 50 silver taels. If it weren't for Sunbuki being generous, he really wouldn't have been able to afford it. He poured the medicinal soup from the clay jars into the wooden tub, then added cold water to mix the black medicine bath. Chen Sansi stripped off his clothes and jumped in. Hiss. Although the medicinal soup and water were cold, the moment they touched his skin, it felt as hot as boiling water and as irritating as chilly water, painfully stinging every inch of his skin. The potent medicinal strength penetrated his pores and entered his flesh, tempering his bones. Following the doctor's instructions, Chen Sansi sat cross-legged in the wooden tub, using the Haoran breathing skill. Even so, he couldn't last more than 5 minutes before jumping out. His skin was red and his whole body swelled up. He grabbed the reed leaf spear and rushed to the yard to practice his spear technique, using the chi blood to absorb the medicinal strength. Only then did the painful sensation start to subside. It wasn't until it completely vanished that he jumped back into the wooden tub. He repeated this process over and over until the effects of the medicine bath were exhausted. The pain was real, but the help it provided for his cultivation was immense. He took a medicine bath every 3 days. The silver in Chen Sansi's house was quickly spent almost entirely. Luckily, there was significant progress in his cultivation. Cultivation technique, undying golden snake spear, entry level. Progress 58,500. Utility, blood of the dragon elephant, 9 dragon living veins. The pace is slowing down, even though Chen Sansi was aware that this speed of improvement was far beyond that of ordinary people. He was still somewhat dissatisfied. After all, war was imminent, and no one would complain about having too high a cultivation level. It's almost time. As time went on, the Medicine Valley incident gradually settled. Observing for several days, Chen Sansi confirmed that nobody had noticed him. Just as he was running out of silver at home, it was the right time to figure out how to use the immortal treasure and make use of the other spoils of war as well. After lunch, Chen Sansi quietly slipped into Yambian village, swinging around the small woodland and jumping over the wall into the yard, taking out the hidden items. Herb materials, spiritual grain, medicine mill, medicine jars, medical books. Basically everything he could carry with him at the time, Chen Sansi stuffed into a burlap sack. Immortal treasure. Spiritual grain. According to his reasoning, the flame from the immortal treasure could likely eliminate the toxins of the spiritual grain and preserve its essence. But would a medicine jar or iron pot withstand the high temperatures of the flame produced by the immortal treasure? Chen Sansi placed the spiritual grain in the pot, adding water. He then stuffed the stove's base with firewood and smeared a small amount of lamp oil on the firewood. He used a fire stick to light it. Boom. Red flames rose, and the temperature in the room soared as if it had instantly switched from late autumn to severe summer. The cold water in the iron pot immediately boiled. Crackle. However, the iron pot was quickly burnt through, and the liquid evaporated completely. The room was suddenly filled with steam until the firewood was quickly consumed and the flames died down. Just as Chen Sansi had guessed, an ordinary iron pot simply couldn't withstand the temperature of the abnormal fire generated by the lamp oil. There was no need to even try with a medicine pot, it wouldn't last long either. What if I directly burn the spiritual grain? Scorching with abnormal fire is a form of tempering after all. Thinking this, he immediately put his thoughts into action, preparing to test its feasibility.